Chapter 1 Caged Bird. Konoha 58, Ninja School. The winner is Hinata Niji. With the school teacher's whistle, the duel came to an end. Hinata Ling fell to the ground clutching his chest, looking at Niji with eyes full of anger and disbelief. As a member of the Hyuga clan and 2 years older than Niji, Hyuga Ling originally thought that this was just a simple training match. Before the duel, he even put on the airs of the clan and promised to give Niji a good guide and make him take it seriously. Study. As a result, he actually lost to this boy from the branch family in public. The one being guided turned out to be him, Hyuga Ling. Sorry, Master Ling. Niji wanted to pull Hinata Ling up, but his outstretched hand was thrown away by the other party. Stop doing this. You're just a member of the Hinata family. Where did you learn the taijutsu you just defeated me with? Why has no one ever taught me in my clan? Hinata Ling has never seen such taijutsu. It clearly has the shadow of the Hyuga family's Ro fist, but it is different from the soft outside and hard inside of the Ro fist. Instead, chakra is released through the holes to form lion-like teeth, which are hard and fierce. Was so fierce that when his fists met, Xiang Ling felt that his hand was going to be broken. He felt that was the only reason Niji could win. Seeing that Hyuga Ling was so angry that he no longer behaved like a brother of the same clan, Niji also put away the smile that he showed specially to show friendship. Since his father Hisashi was forced to commit suicide, he had no good impressions of any members of the clan. He said flatly, "That's Ro Fist Lion Fang, which my brother Ning Chi taught me." Ning Chi? That Hyuga Ning Chi, one of Konoha's 2 prides, is your brother. Hinata Ling frowned. Konoha's twins are the names given to Konoha's 2 current geniuses. That is, Hyuga Ninki from the Hyuga clan, and Uchiha Itachi from the Uchiha clan. Ning Chi and Itachi were born in the same year, graduated from the ninja school in the same year, and even passed the Chunin exam in the same year. They are regarded as the glory of their respective families and represent the competition between the younger generations of the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan in Konoha. From the moment they entered the ninja school, the only enemies between them were each other. While others were still practicing clone techniques and worrying about graduation, these 2 people had already graduated from the ninja school early because they had mastered advanced ninjutsu. After graduation, other peers can only look back. Due to their talents and special backgrounds, every confrontation between them will be given extra meaning and attract the attention of many people. The so-called Chuangjiao of Konoha was the evaluation made by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen after witnessing their wonderful performance in the Chunin examination hall. From then on, this reputation spread in Konoha. Yes. When talking about Ning Chi, Nisi raised his head slightly, feeling a little proud. Ning Chi Rise may not be the pride of the Hyuga clan, but it must be the pride of their Hyuga branch. Ning Kai's dream is to become an outstanding ninja like his brother Ninki. In his opinion, as long as the 2 brothers who were born in a separate family are outstanding, it will prove the failure of the caged bird system of the Hyuga clan, and the more it will prove that the Hyuga clan has lost its sense of crisis and is the one in the cage who does not want to make progress. Bird. It turns out that Ning Chi is from the Hinata branch. The teachers from the surrounding ninja schools whispered, showing surprise. Ning Chi, one of the 2 prides of Konoha, is naturally known to everyone in Konoha, but precisely because of his superb strength and huge reputation, many people naturally think that Ning Chi is from the Hyuga clan and has received the resources of the Hyuga clan. A new generation of leaders who lean and focus on care. Xiangling's face was ugly. Compared to outsiders, he naturally knew Ning Chi family background better. Therefore, he had never felt proud of Ning Chi's outstanding performance. Like all members of the Hyuga clan, they felt a huge humiliation. The 2 prides of Konoha, the leader of the new generation of the Hyuga clan. Are these humble branch family members qualified to bear these honors? Even the members of the clan had extremely malicious speculations about the rumored originator of the 2 prides of Konoha, the three great fire shadows, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, two old men, both overt and covert, have always been the staunch leaders of the policy of cutting down the vassal clan. They are afraid that the interests of the Konoha clan may affect the operation of the entire village, whether it is relocating the Uchiha clan from their clan to the edge of Konoha village, promoting more civilian ninjas to important positions in the ninja village, or restricting the children of the rich clan from becoming apprentices to the legendary Sunin and other key Hokage candidates. Senior Yi's policy on limiting the influence of wealthy families has never changed. Similarly, the rise of Ning-Chi is another attempt by the Hyuga clan to attack the Hyuga clan as a careerist who holds a high position in Konoha. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hatsuzu, even expressed his dissatisfaction with Hiruzen Sarutobi at an internal family meeting. He felt that Sarutobi's designation of Hyuga Ninki as one of the double pride was an interference in the internal affairs of the Hyuga clan and was a deliberate act to drive a wedge between their clan and branch families. So this set of physical skills was created by Ning-Chi. Seeing Niji nod, Hinata Ling's ugly expression slowly returned to normal, and the corners of his mouth even curved slightly. Niji was a little confused about this. The two cast the seal of reconciliation. Next is Xiao Li versus Tian Tian. After school in the afternoon, Niji was surrounded by a group of people on his way home, and was then taken to a remote forest road. Master Ling, what do you want to do? Nisi frowned and looked at Hyuga Ling in front of him. The other 5 followers of the Hyuga branch brought by him had quietly blocked Nisi's escape routes around him. What are you doing? I was suddenly attacked by you at the ninja school, so I lost. This time, I want to have a serious fight with you. Hinata Ling explained calmly. I see. Niji glanced at the other 5 people beside him and clenched his fists. These minions. There's no need for them to take action. Hinata Ling smiled and waved his hand, you guys stay away. So there was a space in the middle that was enough for the 2 of them to fight. Come on. Hinata Ling hooked his fingers. Nisi was startled, and suddenly felt a good impression of Hinata Ling in his heart. Although he came with people, he did not use his power to bully others. It's just because it doesn't matter if you don't admit defeat. Niji doesn't think the opponent can win if he tries again. Soft fist lion teeth. Chakra gathered into 2 blue fangs, Niji took a good posture, and then rushed straight towards Hinata Ling like a hunting lion. Facing the trick that defeated him before, Hinata Ling was not only not afraid, but the expression on his face gradually changed into a sneer. He raised his hand high and then suddenly put it down. The next second. Ah! Niji suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. His forehead lit up with blue lines that even the turban could not hide, which were the marks of a caged bird. The lines were spreading, from his forehead, to his cheeks, to his eyeballs, and finally penetrated into his entire brain. Niji's eyes were dark, and his expression was ferocious. He could only feel the pain of a steel knife cutting the flesh on his face inch by inch. The itching was so unbearable that he even wanted to dig out his entire eyeball. Several members of the branch family around looked at this scene with calm expressions. Hinata Ling stepped on Niji's head, smiling frivolously as if he were stepping on a mouse. The caged bird is a curse that has been passed down by our Hyuga clan for thousands of years. It can not only automatically destroy the brain and eyeballs of the subject after death, but can also be activated through secret commands to achieve the effect of punishment. Hyuga Niji, listen carefully. My Hinata is different from your Hinata. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have a brother who is one of your 2 prides. For a ninja, the most important thing is reincarnation. As long as I get the secret order, even if your brother Ning-Chi is in front of me, he will still kneel down. Chapter 2 Investigation. Niji limped back home. It felt like sulfur had been poured into my eyes, and it was burning and painful, but fortunately I could see. He locked the door, took off his ripped pants, cleaned the blood stains on his body, and put on clothes that were wide enough to cover the wound. Then he came to the mirror and turned around, feeling that it could almost cover it up. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes shifted to the cyan curse mark on his forehead that had returned to normal, and Niji couldn't help but clenched his fists. Nails dug into flesh. Ask your brother to send that set of physical skills to the family's secret treasury. Otherwise, you will continue to be tortured tomorrow. Hinata Ling's warning before leaving was like a needle pricking into Niji's heart, echoing throughout the body as the blood circulated. That's my brother's own physical skill, I will never teach it to you. However, when he thought of the pain when the curse seal broke out just now, Niji suddenly felt helpless in his heart, and the sharp pain-like lateness was still faintly felt between his eyebrows until now. This is the second time Ninkai has experienced this feeling. The first time the curse seal occurred was when his father Hisashi committed suicide 4 years ago. After learning the truth, he immediately wanted to find Hinata Hisashi to fight for his life, but he hadn't seen him yet. The patriarch, the elder of the clan, made him realize what the price of clashing with the elders means. They have no chance against the power of the caged bird. My father is like this, my brother is like this, and he is like this too. It was like this before, and it is like this now. This will remain the case for the foreseeable future. Their children and grandchildren will also be branded with this slave mark. Once they resist, they can only be like Ningji himself just now. After the curse took effect, he knelt on the ground like a slave, letting Hyagaling laugh and ridicule without any resistance. The possibility of dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, it was probably his brother Ningqi who was back. The fist gradually loosened, and Niji's anger and hatred could only turn into a weak sigh. While wrapping the scar on his palm with a bandage, he lowered his head and looked at himself in the mirror for the second time, and then squeezed out a sigh. He opened the door with a smile on his face. The door was opened, and it was not his brother Ningqi, but a white-haired Anbu. Is Hinata Ninki back? The other party glanced at home. Isn't my brother on a mission in Anbu? Do you still know if he's back? Niji suppressed the doubts in his heart, but still said. Not yet, he's been coming back lately. What is your relationship with Ningqi? My name is Ningji, and I am Ningqi's younger brother. Do you know Hinata Takuma? Do not know. What about Hinata Yu? It's a sister from a separate family who lives in the bakery in front. Ninkai said. He also knew that Hinata Yu liked his brother Ningqi very much. As Ningqi's younger brother, he often got bread from him. Then when was the last time you saw Hinata Yu? Last seen? Niji suddenly hesitated. He carefully recalled the question he had just asked. Why did he feel like he was investigating a suspect? My brother, what happened? He asked cautiously. It's just some routine investigation, don't worry, the Anbu said casually, but the eyes behind the mask were fixed on Niji. If you believe that your brother has not done anything bad, then the more accurate you are, the sooner your brother will be cleared. Niji did not notice the solemn look on the Anbu in front of him, but quickly stated that he would seriously cooperate with the investigation. So when was the last time you saw Hinata? It was about noon 2 days ago. What's wrong with Sister Yu? After Niji finished speaking, he suddenly found that the hand of the Anbu in front of him who was writing a note suddenly froze. How long did you say you saw it? The other person's breathing was obviously a little rapid. This made Niji less confident. He hesitated for a while, and then said truthfully, 2 days ago, in the dense forest to the east, I saw her planting trees. Wait a minute, what did you see her doing over there? Anbu asked quickly. Plant trees, they should be fruit trees or something. After all, the dense forest over there is considered the public property of our Hyuga clan. Niji said intermittently, not understanding what was strange about this. Anbu held the pen and said nothing for a long time. Ri Zionjai, whose body was found in the eastern dense forest, and the autopsy report of the Intelligence Department directly proved that R.I. Zionjaya was beheaded and died by a mysterious killer in the eastern dense forest a week ago. How could he still be in that dense forest 2 days ago? Plant a tree? The kid in front of me is lying. Or was it who he saw 2 days ago? The ANBU then mentioned a few more names, and Niji answered truthfully, and there was nothing unusual about them on the surface. He nodded slightly and asked another crucial question. Then do you know what your brother is busy with recently? I don't know, Niji shook his head. Then let me put it another way, do you think your brother has done anything strange recently? Is there anything strange about it? Nisi thought for a long time this time before slowly speaking. His eyesight was not very good a few days ago. It seemed that he was injured and his vision was severely reduced. He has been staying at the Hyuga clan for treatment. He only officially returned to the team yesterday. I don't know if this is strange. What Ningkai said was true, but he played a trick on this question, because Ningqi's white eyes were injured and his strength would be greatly reduced. How could Ningqi do something illegal in this state? Obviously you have misunderstood. The ANBU silently wrote down the answers. In addition to the serious discrepancies between the records about Hinata Yu and the actual situation, whether the remaining answers were abnormal still required returning to the ANBU for data comparison. Thank you for your cooperation, What are you doing? A voice suddenly sounded, and Anbu felt himself being enveloped by a shadow, and his heart suddenly accelerated. He put one hand into his waist pocket, turned around very naturally, and said to the young man who had blocked him behind him at some point. Captain Ningqi, I am Takaizawa Yamaaki. I was assigned by the Hokage to investigate the disappearance of Hyuga Takuma and others. Ningqi is very young, but Shanming is very aware of the danger of the other party. This is an existence that can compete with the squad leader Uchiha Itaki and is called the Two Prides of Konoha. He is a genius who will soon be nominated as a Jonin. Takaizawa Yama clearly understood the gap between himself and his opponent. Although he was a few years older, he couldn't make a move against Itaki Uchiha. The same result would probably be the same against Ningqi, who had the same name as Itaki. Ningqi was silent, but those cold eyes gave Takaizawa Shanming a great sense of oppression. Shanming quietly held the kunao in his waist pocket. So, are you done with the investigation? Ningqi suddenly spoke, announcing the end of the brief confrontation. Takaizawa Yamaaki breathed a sigh of relief and nodded quickly. Yes, the investigation is over. No. Ningqi got out of the way. Shanming quickly left the house that made him panic. Why do those eyes feel different from other Byakugan? Not sure if it was an illusion, but Shanming felt that Ningqi's eyes were covered with a layer of grey fog, making it difficult to see clearly. It didn't look like he was injured at all. The eastern jungle. He murmured. In any case, the investigation has made a breakthrough. Assuming that what Niji said is true, then there must be witnesses who saw Hinata who was still planting trees on the third day after his death. After tying the collected information to the pigeon's leg and watching it fly to the Hokage building, Takaizawa Yamaaki immediately decided to take a look around the dense forest in the eastern part of Konoha village where Hinata Yu's body was found. The Hyuga clan does not take the lives of branch clan members such as Hyuga Takuma seriously, but their colleagues in the Konoha ANBU cannot ignore them. Is someone playing tricks, or is this brat Nisi simply lying? As long as he goes to the eastern jungle, everything will come to light. Chapter 3 The direction the spearhead points. What happened? Fortunately, it's just a routine visit and investigation. Ningqi passed Ningji and walked directly into the kitchen. Is someone missing again? Isn't Sister Yu also? Ningkai hesitated. He is very smart, and he has already figured out a lot of things from Takaizawa Yamaaki's questions just now. Every once in a while, someone from the Hyuga branch family will mysteriously disappear or be killed. This is not frequent, but with the increase in the number of disappearances every 6 months, many members of the branch family have actually vaguely reacted. They asked the clan leader for help, but there was no response. After receiving the desired response, they asked the Hokage for help. Sarutobi also sent people to investigate, but there were still no clues. The number of missing people is still increasing, and now it has actually spread to people close to Niji. Do you like her very much? Ningqi lit up the fire and glanced at Ningji in surprise. She's always been very kind to us, and she also likes you very much, brother. Niji secretly observed his brother's expression. Why doesn't my brother seem sad at all? Is this the psychological quality of a ninja? Ningji, listen up, Ningqi said with an indifferent expression. While preparing the ingredients for dinner, he began to preach. It doesn't mean that ninjas must be ruthless, but compared to ordinary people, the biggest difference in ninjas' mentality lies in the word tolerance. Be patient in order to achieve your goals, and be patient in order to achieve your plans. In order not to show weakness to the enemy, Ningqi was cutting potatoes, but turned to stare at Niji and stressed, we must endure the grief. Niji looked around. There were only himself and his brother in the room. There were no so-called enemies. So what was the point of enduring grief? Annihilation, you love preaching so much lately. Nisi did not refute, he just held his chin in his hands and complained, but his sad mood was inexplicably relieved. I know you can't listen, but I'm not telling you now. Ningqi said casually, putting the potatoes in the pot, but looking somewhere outside the window. It was an erected wire pole, and a crow was standing on it, tilting its head and looking at him quietly. It's really confusing. In front of Byakugan, there is no way to avoid being discovered. The crow obviously knew this. After waiting for a while, it flapped its wings and flew away. What are you doing wearing such big clothes? Ningqi came back to his senses, and when the potatoes were out of the pot, he looked at Ningkai and asked suddenly. Seeing Ningkai looking a little overwhelmed, Ningqi smiled slightly. A fight. Niji was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately. His brother was very smart and his lies could easily be seen through. It would be better for him to actively misunderstand that his injuries were just because of an ordinary fight. Ningqi is Nisi's only relative. He is Nisi's pride, the glory of the Hyuga branch, and one of the two prides of Konoha. Niji did not intend to tell Ningqi what happened today. Although Ningqi was very strong, he was also a member of the branch family. He was also planted with the cursed caged bird. If Niji saw Ningqi because of his own reasons, the curse seal that was also activated restricted him from kneeling in front of Hyugaling and being humiliated indiscriminately. Niji felt that he would feel guilty to death. What's the big deal if you lose? Just fight back next time. Ningqi's nonchalant look made Nisi slightly relieved. I will definitely come back with revenge. Niji said seriously, clenching his fists. Although he doesn't have any idea how to counter the caged bird, maybe he should really endure it for a while. Very good, let's go practice first. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Ningqi waved his hand and looked at Ningkai's retreating back, his eyes gradually becoming darker. Niji's lies were full of loopholes. The taijutsu and lion teeth he taught him were enough to defeat the entire ninja school. How could he lose in a fight with his peers? Moreover, the residue after the cage bird curse seal was activated was too obvious. Those eyes that sometimes turned red and sometimes twitched could not escape Ningqi's attention. As a genius who emerged from the Hyuga clan, Ningqi has also experienced being humiliated by the psychologically unbalanced Hyuga clan members with curse seals. Of course, those who had offended him in the past have now gradually become underground. The corpses and eyes became the nourishment for Ningqi White Eye's promotion. I have completely adapted to the third stage of the Byakugan, and now I can start preparing for the final stage of promotion. Ningqi looked at the birds outside the window with a dull expression. The evolutionary nourishment his Byakugan needs next cannot be provided by one or two pairs of Byakugan. The recent actions have obviously aroused the vigilance of Konoha's senior officials and some people. There are many smart people in this world, and they have begun to focus their suspicion on themselves. This is the impact of Ning-Ki's previous impetuous actions. But Ning-Chi didn't care very much. If it weren't for the fact that his eyes took time to adapt to each stage of promotion, and there was a very painful window period, otherwise he would never have been discovered by others. The ANBU named Takaizawa Yamaaki today was obviously the one who found Hinata based on clues after his body was exposed. Fortunately, the only things that could be called omissions during this period were Hinata body and Takaizawa Yamaaki, who ran into the house for a surprise inspection while he was away. It's not too tricky. Destiny was about to reach its final moment, and Ning-Ki's heart became calmer and calmer. He looked at the rising mist in the pot, but his memory returned to that night 4 years ago. His father, Hinata Hisashi, committed suicide at home. He was the first to open the door and go in. However, his father's white eyes, which should have been destroyed by the caged bird, turned into a quintessence and flew into his own eyes. That was the first time Ning-Ki Byakugan evolved, and he was blind for 2 days. People in the clan thought Ning-Chi was crying because his father died. Even the clan leader Hinata Hizu came to comfort him. But only Ning-Chi himself knew that he was far from filial. Hinata and Hisashi would die. He knew the plot as soon as he traveled through time. When the incident happened, he was just sad that he had lost his asylum after all, but this level of he couldn't even squeeze out a single tear from his sadness. And when her father's Byakugan turned into essence and flew into her eyes, after realizing that her eyes were special enough to absorb the Byakugan of her own race and evolve, Ning-Chi couldn't even control herself from laughing at Hisashi's funeral. Father! If not your death, how long will it take for me to realize that I was born to kill you? It was precisely because of the death of his father Hinata Hisashi that Ning-Ki's gloomy life, which could only be restrained by a caged bird, suddenly seemed to be shaken a little bit, and a beam of bright light shone in from the gap in the door, making Ning-Chi I saw clearly that I actually still had such a path to choose. The door was locked. The key requires the blood of all the same people to forge it. The strongest spear protecting the Hyuga clan has been targeting the Hyuga clan since then. Chapter 4 Insight, Analysis, Replication. In the original work, there are 2 routes for the Byakugan to evolve into the Tenseigan. One is the combination of Chakra and Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan, and the other is the giant Tenseigan formed by the fusion of a large number of Byakugan. Nowadays, Ning-Ki's way of promotion by Byakugan is very similar to the promotion route of the second type of reincarnation in the literal description. Both are promoted by hunting the Byakugan of the tribe. But Ning-Chi can be sure that his situation is very special. His Byakugan and reincarnation eyes have nothing to do with it. Collected essence, 1.4%. Ning-Chi seemed to have floaters. This line of small words started from when he absorbed the essence of his father's white eyes. It was like being imprinted on his retina. No matter where Ning-Chi looked, it would always hover in Ning-Ki's field of vision. Directly above, Ning-Chi is reminded all the time. Hurry and collect the Byakugan essence. Go and collect the Byakugan essence. If you want to become stronger, go and collect Byakugan essence. According to Ning-Ki research, the absorbed Byakugan essence is essentially improving the purity of one's Byakugan. When the purity of Ning-Ki Byakugan is increased to a certain level, that is, the essence collected reaches 100%, Ning-Ki Byakugan will evolve and awaken new abilities. For the Hyuga clan, the purity of the Byakugan is basically determined from birth. It can certainly be improved through practice or frequent use, but the speed is too slow. According to Ning-Ki's previous practice speed, it is just a matter of time. The essence grows by 4% every year, and it will take Ning-Chi 20 years to upgrade his Byakugan to the next stage. After enjoying the almost crazy promotion speed brought by plundering the Byakugan of the same race, honest practice is as bland and tasteless as plain water and white noodles. Killing fellows and absorbing the essence, this is the correct upgrade route for Ning-Ki White Eyes. According to the current rate of essence collection, advancing from the third stage to the final stage requires at least 30 pairs of medium to high concentration white eye essence. Ningqi lowered his eyes. In terms of the current number of survivors of the Hyuga clan, we can only barely make up the number by counting everyone who is working in Konoha or going out. I don't know if I still need to use the Byakugan essence after the final stage. The new Hyuga clan bloodline needs time to grow. The original Hyuga clan currently living in Konoha is really killing one batch at a time, and the Byakugan essence available for harvest will only become less and less. How to sustainably cut leaks is a question. A question worth pondering for future Ningqi. As for now, of course, there are so many things to worry about, let's get stronger first. 15 minutes later, dinner was ready. Ningqi cooking skills were very good, and simple ingredients could produce a mouth-watering taste. Is this chicken? Niji stared at the only meat on the table. Pigeon meat. Ningqi replied lightly. Hey! Niji looked at him suspiciously. Could it be that my brother shot down someone else's homing pigeon? After tasting it, Niji's eyes lit up. It tastes really good. Who cares? Brother, I'm just asking, if we are separated, there is no way to fight against the caged bird curse seal. Niji buried his head in the food, pretending to be very casual and asked. Ningqi glanced at him and said methodically. What you want to know is that many members of the Hyuga branch have tried in history, but whether they used sealing techniques to fight against the curse seal, or used suspended animation to trigger the caged bird to escape the golden cicada, they all ended in failure. These living creatures, the examples are written in the ancestral hall of the Hyuga clan to remind all branch members not to mess around. You will understand these things when you become a genin and are qualified to enter the ancestral hall. Then, Ningqi rolled his eyes. Is it true that there have been successful examples in history, but the ancestral family was afraid that other descendants of the branch family would imitate them and would not record them? Those recorded in the ancestral halls were specially selected to scare people. An example of our failure. I don't rule out this possibility, Ningqi smiled, but it doesn't make sense. After all, it is the curse seal that the Hyuga clan has perfected and passed down for thousands of years. Even if there are successful examples, it is most likely that it will be quite extreme or difficult to replicate. Method: otherwise the Hyuga family in Konoha would not be the only one in the current ninja world. Anyway, there is currently no way to directly counter the caged bird curse seal. Ningqi said it very naturally, but Ningqi was quite frustrated and could not directly fight against the caged bird curse seal. So how could he resist Hinata Ling's oppression? Niji looked up suddenly. Then, is there any indirect one? Niji felt that he had recalled the key points of Ningqi words and asked quickly. Yes, just kill all the Hyuga clan members who have mastered the secret order of the caged bird. Ningqi said with a smile. Onishi suddenly showed bitterness on his face. What kind of solution is this? Brother, aren't you kidding me? Don't care if I'm joking or not, just say it doesn't solve the problem. Seeing his brother's bachelor look, Nishi gritted his teeth and simply followed his words and said, even if we want to kill the Hyuga clan, the first time we show our murderous intention, we will definitely be controlled by them using secret orders, right? Who asked you to kill them together? Just come one by one while they are unprepared. Ningqi said casually. How is it possible? How long can you kill one person by yourself, and how long can you still kill without being noticed? It's over as soon as it's discovered. Ningqi shook his head repeatedly. Ningqi said it as if all members of the clan were stupid pigs waiting to be slaughtered, and they could just walk over and stab them one by one. And even if it can be done, the hatred brought by the caged bird will not support Niji at all to go to the step of destroying the Hyuga clan. Although he hates the caged bird that controls his life and hates the arrogant and domineering Hinata Ling, he also enjoys it at the same time. After receiving the benefits of the Hyuga clan, they enjoyed free admission and enjoyed various invisible benefits that are usually invisible. Niji was not cold-blooded enough to swing a knife at the Zong family for this. This is a matter of technique. How will you know you can't do it if you don't try it? Ningqi curled his lips disdainfully. Then go try it. Niji suggested. What are you trying to do? I've already done that. Ningqi said. Alas. Ningkai held his forehead and sighed, coming again. His brother was good at everything, but he was a little too open-minded and had no inhibitions. He also said such things everywhere. No wonder someone else's ANBU investigated the family. Brother, just tell me what you said, but don't let the Zong family hear it, they will take it seriously. The Haiga clan has a well-known crime of disrespect penalty regulations. This regulation applies to the transgressive behavior of all members of the Haiga clan, such as juniors being disrespectful to their elders, such as dividing families and being disrespectful to the clan. Of course, the regulation is primarily intended to deal with the latter. Ningqi smiled noncommittally. He had been punished like this twice before. Although he learned better later, in Ningqi's opinion, he still had a criminal record. After dinner, Ningqi was about to go out. Brother, what are you going to do? Niji asked, hugging the unfinished pigeon. Plant a tree. Ningqi said without looking back. Niji was speechless for a moment. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. What about planting trees? It was very late after planting the tree. Ningqi came to the training ground of the Haiga clan. Since he has just entered the third stage, Ningqi still doesn't know how much his strength has increased, so he plans to come here to try his hand. He looked into his own eyes in the mirror. The changes in the purity of the Byakugan in the third stage are not obvious. The purity of the Byakugan of the Haiga clan is directly linked to talent. The essence of the Byakugan after the death of his father Hisashi is the root of Ningqi rise. Now, after absorbing the Byakugan of so many tribesmen and entering the third stage, Ningqi Byakugan the purity has been so high that mist has formed in her eyes. This change adds a feminine touch to Ningqi's originally delicate appearance. The short blade from the waist was drawn out. The bloody mud had been simply removed, but there was still a faint fishy smell on the blade. This was a flaw that could be sniffed out by the Inyazuka clan and their ninja dogs. There would be more to follow. The second covering treatment can draw the sword in front of them. When killing people, the characteristics of the soft fist are too obvious and can be easily recognized. It is far less clean and traceless than a sharp blade. After absorbing the essence of Hisashi's Byakugan, the purity of my Byakugan has been raised to a higher level. This allows me to have more sensitive dynamic vision, more accurate insight, and a farther and wider visual range than other tribesmen. And, I also have awakened my first ability, insight. Byakugan itself has the ability to see clearly. It can penetrate obstacles and see clearly who is behind it, but it cannot determine who the other person is. The black and white composition has limited effect. But the world after Ningqi insight is colorful. There is no secret in the whole world in his eyes. Not only can he easily judge the identity of the person behind the obstacle, but he can also turn a blind eye to those illusions or ninjutsu that target vision. This is also the basis for him to be evenly matched with the illusion genius Itaki and be called the two prides of Konoha. Eyes open. Ningqi cut off the mechanism rope, and suddenly dozens of preset kunao flew towards him. This is an array of mechanisms that is enough to kill most Shoyunin. Without releasing ninjutsu, many jounin will only suffer from hatred. However, in Ningqi's eyes, these kunao shot became very slow. Not only did they reveal flaws everywhere, but the gaps between them also became extremely wide. Ningqi did not move. He looked calm and swung the short blade in his hand. Every blow hit the tip of the kunao. The shadow of the sword hunted and danced, and the whole movement was smooth and flowing. Just listen to the sound of clashes between soldiers. The next moment, all these dense kunao rays were chopped away by him. The speed of discerning weaknesses has increased by at least 30% compared to the second stage. Ningqi raised the corner of his mouth. No matter how you play soft boxing, swordsmanship, and Byakugan are a match made in heaven. The ability given to me by the Byakugan in the second stage is analysis. Ningqi spread his hands, and thunder gathered in his palms. This is Konoha's copy of the famous work of ninja Kakashi Hatake, Reikari. Then the thunder disappeared, the wind suddenly rose, and the blue chakra gathered into a bright ball in Ningqi's hand. This was the proud work of the fourth Hokage, the Raise Nan. Then the ninjutsu of 3 different attributes, fire, earth, and water, were presented one after another. Ningqi is not a genius, but his analytical ability helps him fully understand the working principles of these ninjutsu, and reappearing them is just as natural as following the rules. Of course, since Ningqi is a thunder attribute chakra, except for Reikari and the non-attribute Raise Nan, the other ninjutsu mentioned above will not be very effective in actual combat. Analyzing and reproducing the operating rules of related ninjutsu is only one of the insignificant ways to utilize the entire analytical ability. The most important thing is that analytical ability can quantify everything Ningqi sees. The degree of analysis means the degree of mastery. Complete analysis means complete mastery. In the face of analytical ability, there is no ninjutsu that cannot be analyzed and mastered, even if this ninjutsu was made up by Ningqi himself. Yes, as long as the basic ninjutsu operation circuit is designed, no matter how difficult the learning is, as long as the analytical ability is given some time, Ningqi will definitely learn it. Of course, the practical effect is another matter. The higher the difficulty of learning ninjutsu, the longer the analysis time. Over the years, Ningqi has used his analytical ability to create and master 17 ninjutsu, 10 illusions, and 8 swordsmanships. Among them, there are not many skills with practical value. The only thing that is truly groundbreaking and of important strategic value is an S-level illusion that has the ability to mislead all perceptions of reality. Ningqi calls it, the art of Naraku here. It is difficult to test the analytical ability. There is only one analysis progress, which is the sword technique that Ningqi created based on the Konoha sword technique and the secret sword technique. Analyzing, sword, swordsmanship. Difficulty, S level. Analysis progress, 41.4%. The parsing progress figures jump very slowly. According to the inference, it will take at least a month to complete the parsing. The parsing speed is about 15% higher than the second stage. Once the analysis is completed, this will be the second S-level technique that Ningqi has mastered in addition to the Naraku technique here. The ability given to me by the Byakugan of the third stage is copying. Ningqi frowned unconsciously. He had only completed the third stage of promotion in the past few days. He had not yet tried this new ability in detail. Anyway, give it a try. The white eyes opened, and Ningqi's snow-white pupils flashed with faint blue light. He stared at the short blade in front of him, his analytical ability running crazily at this moment. Analyzing, standard short knife. Difficulty, level D. Analysis progress, 20%. Then it jumped to 55%, and in the blink of an eye the entire analysis progress reached 100%. Analysis successful. The mist-like chakra emerged at this moment. As Ningqi's seal was completed, the surrounding chakras seemed to be sucked in by a black hole and gathered together crazily. The next second, the chakra mist dissipated, and an identical short blade appeared out of thin air on the table. Ningqi looked at the two short blades with a solemn expression. This short blade is not a shadow clone, but a real material structure. There is no difference at all, even the faint smell of blood on the knife is exactly the same. Copy and paste, create something out of nothing, this is yin-yang escape technique. Ningqi felt that most of the chakra was missing in his body, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This is not a copy of Kakashi's ninjutsu, but an actual creation of something tangible from the invisible. It's an unknown number of levels higher than Kakashi's Sharingan. From the current point of view, copying dead things is possible, but living things may not be. No, everything that can be analyzed should be able to be copied. The only restriction should be the amount of chakra required. Although it is useless in actual combat, turning the void into reality and creating all things is the power of an immortal who has mastered the yin and yang escape technique. With the ability to copy, there are so many places to operate. Ning Qi thought a lot, but finally took a deep breath, and his expression gradually returned to calm. Copying a short blade consumes more than half of the chakra. If you don't solve the problem of chakra amount, no matter how much you think about it, you can only make a fool of yourself. The most important thing now is to improve the Byakugan's ability to the final stage. I don't know what kind of surprise the most advanced Byakugan will bring to me. At this time, footsteps sounded at the door. Ning Qi, the patriarch wants to see you. Chapter 5 I still love him very much. Master Guang, when did you come back? Ning Qi put away the short blade and asked the visitor with a smile. Hyaga Hikaru is a member of the Hyaga clan. He has a similar background to Hyaga Ling who bullied Niji in the ninja school. His father is also a senior figure with a pivotal position in the Hyaga clan. He himself is also extremely talented and has a calm personality. Ning Qi is only 3 years older and just became a Jounin of Konoha this year. Ning Qi looked at him. Although Hinata Hikaru had not offended him, there was nothing he could do about it. Who gave him a pair of extremely pure white eyes? I just came back not long ago. Hinata Guang paused, not noticing the malice in Ning Qi's eyes, but feeling a little confused. He had just returned from a 3-month mission. The first thing he did after handing over the mission to the third Hokage was to come to the Hizu clan leader to report his work. However, before he could speak, the clan leader sent him to find him. Ning Qi continued. Hyaga Hikaru admitted that Ning Qi was extremely talented and beautiful, and the 2 prides of Konoha were worthy of their reputation. The fact that one person could make the entire younger generation of the Hyaga clan unable to hold their heads up was a fact that could only be achieved with a fist. Of course, many of the young people of the clan who once stood opposite Ning Qi have now died inexplicably, but Hinata Hikaru is one of the few exceptions. He is calm and upright, and does not like to bully the small. Although he is different from Ning Qi, they are familiar with each other and don't interact much with each other, but there is no conflict. After experiencing many life and death crises during the mission, he also increasingly understands the preciousness of life and the importance of companions. For someone as powerful as Ning Qi, sooner or later he will be able to support himself. The elites of the same race who want to create a whole world have no objections. But the so-called geniuses are, after all, just ordinary people whose huge potential has not yet been realized. No matter how good-tempered Hinata Hikaru is, he is still a Jounin. His qualifications and status are here. After all, when he reports his duties to the clan leader, when will he be needed? Is the genius of the separated family listening to politics behind the curtain? Mr. Patriarch, do you value this Ning Qi so much? The 2 walked side by side, but Hinata didn't feel comfortable with it, so he simply asked directly, do you know why the Rizuo clan leader asked you to come over? Because there is a new pair of white eyes that I am ready to receive. Ning Qi looked at him, this thought flashed in his mind. Maybe it's because of the recent cases of missing people in the clan. Ning Qi casually made up a reason. Hinata Hikaru was stunned. He didn't expect this answer, and the resentment rising in his heart dissipated instantly. He was away on a mission for a long time and had just returned. He didn't know about the recent tragedy that happened in the separation family, so he quickly asked the reason, and Ning Qi briefly described the matter. Someone is secretly targeting our Hyaga clan. 3 corpses have been discovered in the village this month, Hyaga Takuma, Hyaga Tsubaki, and Hyaga Yu. They are all members of the branch family. Among them, Takuma and Tsubaki are both ANBU troops directly under the Hokage. They did not have any tasks when they died. In body, there are actually more missing members of the clan than those whose bodies have been found. I have reason to suspect that all the missing Hyuga clan members have been killed, but their bodies have not yet been found. The opponent is a very cruel and cunning guy. We don't know when he started targeting our Hyuga clan. Master Guang, do you still remember? In the early years, the Hyuga clan also had incidents where many clan members disappeared one after another. Almost the same as today, when even the body was not found. The past few years have passed, and similar things have happened again. They have attracted great attention from the Hokage. I don't know when the results of the investigation will be available. The Rizua clan leader may feel that we can't just wait. The crisis of this incident still requires let's handle it ourselves. Ning Qi pretended to analyze. Even Takuma Hyuga Hikaru didn't expect that things would be so difficult. Although Hyuga Takuma is a member of the branch family, he has extremely pure Byakugan. He is currently second only to Ning Qi among the younger generation of the branch family. A genius, I didn't expect that even he would be killed. So the clan leader wants us to work together to find the mastermind this time. Hinata frowned, thinking about the subtle look that Hokage-sama looked at him when he returned from completing his mission not long ago. Why didn't Hokage-sama tell me? Have you ever experienced these things? Ning Qi didn't speak, and Xiang Guang realized it immediately. The victims listed above were all members of the Hyuga branch. For some reason, Lord Hokage doesn't seem to trust his clan member very much. But he clearly went out on a mission and had a perfect alibi. Could it be that? Is it just the Hyuga clan that Lord Hokage doesn't trust? Why? Hinata became increasingly confused. The air was a little quiet for a while, and the two entered the mansion of the head of the Hyuga clan through a side door. Go this way. Ning Qi led the way. The head of the family's mansion occupies a large area and has quite complete facilities. The lights on both sides of the road are dim and unclear, not even as bright as the moonlight, but they are still trying to emit their own light, as if they want to tear this desperate and illusory moon veil. There was a strange smell in the air. The moment Hinata took a step forward, he paused. Then it was as if he had entered another world and was replaced by another person. He suddenly couldn't remember the problem he was thinking about just now. He shook his head and simply didn't think about it anymore. You are more familiar with this than me, a member of the clan. Hinata muttered. It's just that Master Guang, you come back too few times. Ning Qi in front tilted his head, with a bright smile on his black and white face shrouded in shadow. Hinata looked at the many newly planted flowers, plants, and trees on both sides and nodded. I didn't notice it before. I haven't been back for 3 months. The changes here are really big. More and more trees are being planted in the courtyard, and the atmosphere is becoming more and more deserted. Xiang Guang euphemistically described the gloomy atmosphere in the courtyard as deserted, and Ning Kairuo said meaningfully. Yes, the patriarch has recently fallen in love with garden art. The attendant on duty nearby seemed to hear the conversation between the two people. He turned around and greeted Hinata Hikaru, his left arm swinging wildly, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Master Guang, is that you? Quick, run, this is all an illusion. You, the one next to you, is a devil. Hinata Hikaru heard every greeting from the other party and responded with a smile. Long time no see, Semima, you are still as beautiful as before. After the two of them walked past the woman on duty for a while, Xiang Guang complained to Ning Qi in a low voice. Senma was the guard assigned to me by the Zong family when I was a child. We have a very good relationship, but we haven't seen each other for so long. I don't even know when she painted her eyes black. It's really ugly. He didn't realize anything was wrong. It was more like he mistook Hinata-sama's completely black eyes for some kind of woman's colored contact lenses. Ning Qi raised her eyelids, put one hand behind her back, and pointed her finger at the woman. Then Semir's frightened expression gradually returned to calm. She no longer struggled to catch up and reminded her master Guang to be careful of the men around him. Instead, he really stood there like a loyal attendant, with a dull look on his face. Don't look back. It's not good for people to know that we are talking about her behind her back. Hinata reminded, and Ningqi nodded to express that you should be polite. There were servants working in the forest not far away. Hinata watched them chop up tree stumps that were as tall as one person, and then buried them in the soil, waiting for them to sprout. They were working so enthusiastically that she couldn't help but sigh in her heart about the patriarch's care for the garden. Love of art. The two entered the east room side by side. As they walked, a figure in front gradually became clear. After seeing each other clearly, Hinata asked, "Zioxia, what are you doing?" The maid Hinata was vigorously rubbing the blood-red stains on the floor outside the study. She didn't look back when she heard this, and just said softly, "Takuma accidentally spilled paint on the floor and I was cleaning it up." "That boy Takuma is always sloppy," Hinata Guang nodded, but didn't take it seriously. He pointed to the study and asked, "I brought Ningqi over. Is the patriarch in there?" "Takuma accidentally spilled the paint on the floor, I'm cleaning it up." This is what Ningqi heard, but Hinata, who was deeply involved in the illusion, obviously heard other words. "Oh, wait for us in the main hall, thank you Zioxia." Hinata Guang then pulled Ningqi and went straight to the main hall. The door was opened, and the light in the main hall was dim. Only one candle was swinging for illumination. The four walls were hung with dim curtains, like tangled spider webs, waiting for the next prey to walk into this already arranged place. In the trap. The man sitting cross-legged on the main seat slowly raised his head, and the candle light shone on the left side of his face, making the light and darkness distinct. At this time, Hinata Hinashi's face was haggard, his body was thin, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken, as if he hadn't slept for several days. His eyes were bloodshot, his robes were full of filth and mold, and his hands seemed to have been broken by something. And threw it feebly on the desk. "It's been a long time since I last saw you, Patriarch, and you still look like you." Hinata Hikaru seemed to have not noticed the strange surroundings at all, and flattered him immediately after he sat down. Rizua glanced at Ri Xiang Guang, and then looked at Ningqi, his pale eyes first filled with grief, and then revealed deep hatred. Creak! Creak! It was the sound of teeth cutting together. "Yes, I have successfully completed this lurking mission and got the information we wanted." This mission. In the quiet room, Hinata Hikaru seemed to have received praise from the clan leader and started with excitement. Summary of this work report. Rizua's eyes moved to Hinata Hikari again, his expression became extremely sad, he opened his mouth, and finally spoke hoarsely. "How many more people do you have to kill before you are satisfied?" The debriefing speech was interrupted. Hinata raised his head blankly, glanced at the clan leader and quickly lowered his head, then hesitantly said, "No, I've already eaten ramen, so there's no need to eat together. It doesn't depend on me." Ningqi responded lightly. When he gathers the essence of the Byakugan and improves the purity of the Byakugan to the final stage, he will naturally no longer be interested in the Hyaga clan. As for now, because Ningqi is not strong enough to challenge the Hyaga clan or even the entire Konoha, just like Bai Qi of the Qin state killed 400,000 surrendered soldiers of the Zhao state in the previous life, the cruel methods are just for self-protection. He was helpless. After all, if even a little bit of news about hunting his own clan spread, he would no longer be able to stay in Konoha, and his promotion to the Byakugan stage would therefore become far away. Yes, it's not just the branch family. Ningqi massacre against the Hyaga clan has already started very early. However, compared to the members of the Hyaga clan who have little status, the consequences of the random death of clan members are particularly serious. Obtaining the essence of their white eyes requires more attention to methods. As I said to Ningqi at the dinner table before, the Hyuga clan is still one of the top famous families in Konoha no matter what. With the fatal debuff of the caged bird on their forehead, Ninki has always been able to choose to resist. In fact, there are not many ways to do it. Using illusions to slowly encroach and defeat them one by one is actually a last resort. Just like this, right now, even if Ningqi has successfully controlled the entire Patriarch's mansion, the tightrope is only halfway through. Once the matter is exposed and a clan elder sacrifices the caged bird curse seal, Ningqi will immediately fall into a situation of no return. The hinges penetrated Rizu's leg bones and shoulder blades, leaving him fixed in his seat. Rizu tried hard to raise his arms, trying to stand up on the desk, but his broken wrist always slipped away. The broken bones in the meat scraped against the wooden board and made a squeaking sound. After several failures, Rizu simply put his elbow on the table, leaned forward, stared at Ningqi closely, and made a sound in his throat, like the curse of an evil ghost. "You killed my wife. You killed Takuma, you killed women. You took out all their eyes. You controlled Hinata's Ya, and you arranged an illusion barrier around this mansion. You imprisoned me, you imprisoned all the clan elders, and now you want to kill Xiao Guang. You beast, you, please kill me." There was a bang, and Rizu, who was about to get up, was directly buckled to the desk by the tightened hinges. "Hey, the Patriarch asked you if you have eaten." Hinata Guang secretly pulled Ningqi's sleeve. Deep in the illusion, he saw Hinata Rizu and Ningqi saw Hinata Rizu, who was obviously full of emotions. Gap. Ningqi ignored Xiang Guang and just shook his head, refusing to bear the responsibility for crimes that did not belong to him. "I have not imprisoned all the clan elders. After all, there are still some clan elders whose names you haven't given me yet. The whereabouts of those clan elders are not fixed, and only clan leader Rizu knows where they are going, but it is not easy to dig out information from him." "You were dreaming." Rizu spat out blood. "Kill me." Rizu's stubbornness was not beyond Ningqi's expectation. He pursed his lips and talked about another thing. "There have been recent changes within the Uchiha clan, and it is very likely that they are preparing for rebellion. In order to deal with this civil war, our Lord Hokage is secretly recalling most of the ninjas, including all members of the Hyuga family. This is a perfect opportunity to deprive them of their eyes. I don't want to wait any longer. So I hope that you, the Patriarch, can hold a clan meeting next week and organize all the members of the Hyuga clan to participate. The name of the meeting is to discuss countermeasures for the cases of missing members of the Hyuga clan that have become more frequent recently. What do you think, clan leader?" Rizu, who has been imprisoned here for almost a month, does not know what is happening in the outside world. His white eyes cannot see through the illusion barrier that envelops the entire family head's mansion, and everyone around him is deeply trapped in Ningqi illusion. Among them, Rizu's only source of information is the rebellious Hyuga clan in front of him, Ningqi, and every time the other party comes, it means that another Hyuga clan member is about to be poisoned. "You must let Hinata exterminate the clan to satisfy you." The hinges were clicking, and Hinata roared like crazy. The Uchiha clan is preparing to rebel, which will inevitably arouse all the thoughts of Konoha. Ningqi plans to kill all the survivors of the entire Hyuga clan in the name of the clan association at that time. In the eyes of Rizu, it is very possible to succeed. As soon as he thought about it, Rizu could no longer calm down. It was originally thought that sooner or later, the top management of Konoha would discover the disaster that the Hyuga clan was encountering, but obviously, with Uchiha stirring up trouble there, no one would care about the unusual situation of the Hyuga clan leader's recent retreat. When the clan meeting starts next week, all clan members present will be killed, their eyes will be gouged out, and the entire Hyuga clan will be eaten up by Ningqi. This is a result that Rizu cannot accept at all. Is the 1,000-year inheritance of my Hyuga clan really going to be destroyed by my own hands? The Patriarch is joking. I am still alive. How can Hinata wipe out the clan? Ning-Chi corrected softly at this time. Hizu closed his eyes. Genocide is not unacceptable. It's such a pity. He kept shaking his head. What's a pity? Ning-Chi asked. Hizashi died too late. Hizashi said. In the past, he would feel guilty and regretful for the death of his younger brother Hizashi. Now, he only feels that Hizashi really committed a heinous crime and put the entire Hyuga clan into a crisis of genocide. Why didn't he die sooner? Ning-Chi chuckled softly and understood what the other party meant. He just felt that Hizashi died too late and gave birth to himself, a scourge of the Hyuga clan. He ignored it and just brought the topic back. The matter of next week's clan meeting has been finalized. You don't need to be too pessimistic. I have a lot of Byakugan to collect, and they will not kill indiscriminately. Give me the information on the remaining Hyuga clan elders, and I will go. I made them look bad, and in exchange, I let the juniors like Hinata and Niji go. What do you think of this deal, Mr. Patriarch? Rizu was silent for a long time this time, and then gave a fair evaluation. You are worse than a beast. Tiger poison cannot eat its seeds, but you are not even willing to let go of your own brother. In fact, although Ninkai is my younger brother, and although he hates the caged bird and the clan deeply, he is the inheritor of the will of fire and will never agree with my current approach. Ning-Chi spread his hands. He looked helpless. But who made me his eldest brother? I still love him very much. I ranked him last for eye roll material. Chapter 6 Naraku here. The magic here and there is wrong technique is a very common sea-level illusion technique, which covers everything in sight with an illusory skin, making the target think that what they see is actually another thing. The magic, what is not here technique itself does not have any lethality. It is only used to visually mislead the enemy, so it is easy to see through. However, the advantage is that it can be released in a large area, causing many people to hallucinate at the same time. Magic Narakumi no Jutsu is a simpler D-level illusion. Everyone has fear in their hearts. As the saying goes, the more you fear something, the more it grows. The effect of Narakumi no Jutsu is to materialize the fear in the enemy's heart, making the opponent think that is the reality, so as to destroy the enemy's morale. Unlike the non-jutsu here, the Narakumi no Jutsu is a single body illusion that occurs at close range. It is not just visual misdirection, but also misleads all the senses of the human body such as sound and smell. Moreover, because the fear in everyone's heart is different, so the enemies see different things after the illusion occurs, which is particularly important. This C-level illusion, this D-level illusion, this is the inspired composition of the S-level difficult illusion developed by Ning-Chi through his analytical ability, the art of Naraku here. Ning-Chi attainments in illusions can only be said to be above average, but with analytical ability, at least in terms of the speed of developing and learning illusions, even Uchiha Itaki, the illusion genius, pales in comparison to Ning-Chi. The Naraku technique here combines the common characteristics of the two basic illusions above. It has no lethality. Generally speaking, it is just an auxiliary illusion. Its only purpose is to control the reality felt by all creatures within the range to a certain extent. Modification. It's just that the effect of this modification is a bit too amazing. Before taking action against the Hyuga clan, Ning-Chi also found some illusion masters in Konoha. For example, Uchiha Itaki, Yui Hong, and others had actual combat. When even they couldn't see the disguise of Naraku's technique here, Ning-Chi knew it. This technique has been successful. The art of Naraku here can express everything seen, heard, and felt by creatures within a certain range in a way that conforms to the subject's thinking habits, just like the art of seeing Naraku imprints the subject just like the fear in the heart. Naraku's technique here is to modify the things in front of him into the most natural things should be like this in the mind of the subject. Let the objective things try their best to conform to the subject's subjective thinking. This is the fundamental reason why Naraku's technique here is difficult to see through. For example, burying a corpse is misled into planting a tree, or an actual corpse is modified into a tree stump, or an old friend's hysterical warning run is twisted into a smiling long time no see and sent to the recipient's heart. Ear. Here the Naraku no Jutsu hides the specific reality, reverses right and wrong, and changes the true and false. It continues the common advantages of the Here no Jutsu and the Naraku no Jutsu: large range, strong misleading, high adaptability, and long duration. It lasts for a long time, and does not require strict learning thresholds such as blood succession limits. In addition to being too difficult to learn and requiring a large amount of chakra to release, it is almost something that an ordinary ninja without illusion bloodline like Ning Chi can learn and master. The most powerful illusion. For example, right now, Hinata Hikaru is sitting upright, looking at the solemn hall, where the majestic Rizua clan leader and the angry Hinata Ninki are arguing with each other on almost ridiculous issues. Be sure to add sugar when eating red bean soup. Impossible, adding salt is the most authentic. The Rizua clan leader looked very angry and seemed to want to stand up, but in the end he restrained himself. He leaned on the desk and turned to look at himself. Xiao Guang, tell me, what do you think should be added to red bean soup? Although I felt that it was not appropriate to discuss this topic now, since the clan leader asked the question, Hinata Hikaru also started to think about it seriously and said. It was still a dilapidated room that had not been cleaned for a long time, and Rizu and Ning Chi were having a fierce confrontation. The longer a person is controlled by Naraku's technique here, the easier it is for a person to lose the ability to move. This is a mechanical degradation phenomenon in which the biological consciousness has long been accustomed to the realistic logic of this is how things should be and no longer thinks about it. There are many servants from different families in the entire house of the head of the family, such as Hinata-sya and Hinata-sama. These people were quite spiritual when the Naraku technique was first used here. However, as time goes by, these people are becoming more and more sluggish. From the beginning, they could still think and understand, but later they could only obey instinctively. The reality presented to them by illusion, until now, even illusion can no longer move these people, and they finally turned into a tree, lost their ability to think, and were treated as tree stumps by servants who could still move and chopped into 18 pieces. After the block was buried in the soil, the servants are slowly dying under the control of genjutsu, which is why the entire Hinata family's mansion is rapidly becoming filthy and dilapidated. Fortunately, the almighty Naraku no Jutsu will automatically modify this reality, which is likely to be seen as flawed by outsiders, and use illusions to cover the surface of the flaw with a layer of gold and jade. I won't agree to you. Go ahead and kill your brother. Hizu let his hair down and refused Ning Qi's proposal to trade the lives of the clan elders for the lives of Ningkai, Hinata and other juniors. As a token of appreciation for your attitude, I will place Hinata's head on your desk tomorrow. Ning Qi was not polite at all. The Naraku technique here has a very obvious shortcoming. That is, once this technique is seen through, it is almost impossible to have a second chance to take effect, and the Naraku technique here will also lose its effect forever. It's a pity that Hinata is worthy of being the leader of the Hyuga clan. He noticed something was wrong with his situation when Ning Qi's eyes were promoted from the second stage to the third stage of weakness, and for simulating illusions generally speaking, once suspicion arises, the crime has been established. The key to Naraku's technique here is that it is too natural, and reality is often unreasonable. Rizua quickly got rid of the control of Naraku's technique here, and if Ning Chi hadn't been on guard and nailed him in the main hall, Ning Chi would have been forced to flee from Konoha in embarrassment at this time. "Ha, you can chop off Xiao Guang's head first and see if I can blink." Hizu glanced at Hinata and said with a sneer. "I think soy sauce should be added to red bean soup." Hinata responded, looking at the two of them expectantly, hoping to get their recognition of his taste. Ning Chi held his chin and glanced at Hinata Guang. Since it was the patriarch's request, then, he nodded and took out the short blade from his waist. Rizu's expression gradually faded, and the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. Ning Qi's expression was dull, but his words were almost joking. Red bean soup. Of course you have to add salt. You heretic with soy sauce. Die. The next moment, the short blade was swung out. Wait a minute, the hinge swayed, and Rizu roared, his hair growing all over his face that had not been groomed for a long time. Late. The head flew high. Until his death, Hinata Hikaru still had a reserved smile on his face. Collected essence, 7.1%. Blood was splashing everywhere, and blood-red bubbles were bubbling out from the smooth neck. Xiao Guang accidentally spilled the paint on the floor. Come clean it up. Ning Qi called to Hinata Xia, who was cleaning the floor outside the study. Xia Guang accidentally spilled the paint on the floor, I was cleaning it up. Hinata murmured. Although her eyes were gouged out, under the control of Nariku's technique, hallucinations can be directly generated in her mind, so you can see and still act like a normal person. Hinata Xia quickly moved Hinata Hikaru's body. The death of a clan member is not easy to deal with. Their number is pitifully small compared to the branch clans, and all of them have a name. Any accident that occurs will easily attract the attention of the Hyuga clan and the top management of Konoha. After all, only the clan can be called the true inheritor of the power of the Hyuga clan. But for Ning Qi, who plans to kill all the survivors of the Hyuga clan next week, this kind of long-term trouble is not a trouble at all. Ning Qi wiped the blood stains on his face and said lightly, I will reunite your father and daughter tomorrow. Rizu didn't curse at all this time. He lowered his head and the shadow covered his face. His slightly trembling body showed Ning Qi that he was not as calm as he showed. Ning Qi left. Rizu slowly raised his head, his expression a little dull. He opened his mouth slightly, trying to persuade him to stay, but no sound came out. Ning Qi kept his word and put considerable pressure on Rizu. The other party is so cold-blooded that he doesn't look like a living person. I'm sorry, daughter. Rizu closed his eyes slightly. He vaguely seemed to see the introverted and lovely childlike daughter saying save me to him, and for a moment he felt like a knife. However, cannot be done. Really cannot. Rizu does not believe that Ning Qi will abide by the agreement and really let Hinata and the others go. Compared with his own daughter, the remaining clan branches led by the elders of the Hyuga clan are the last hope of their Hyuga clan. This is all for the continuation of the Hyuga clan. This is the responsibility that Hyuga Hisashi must bear as the head of the Hyuga clan. He kept telling himself. Oh, I remembered that you have a daughter named Hanabi, right? No wonder you are so heartless. It turns out that she is your favorite. I heard that Hanabi is next door now, so don't wait until tomorrow. I'll do it now, bring her head to you. At some point, Ning Qi suddenly turned back. He didn't know where he heard the news, and said excitedly to Rizu in the room through the window. Judging from the performance in the original work, Rizu obviously prefers his second daughter Hanabi to his eldest daughter Hinata, and regards the latter as the next head of the Hyuga family. It is no wonder that Rizu doesn't care much about Hinata. It turned out that she had been regarded as an abandoned child by Rizu for a long time. Ning Qi felt that he had guessed the answer, the moment he turned around and was about to take action. Wait a moment. Different from the silence just now, this time, Hinata Rizu, who could no longer bear the torment in his heart, finally spoke. You devil, let them go, let my two daughters go, and I will tell you everything you want to know. When he said this, he covered his face with his arms, but tears couldn't stop pouring out. The strong sense of betraying his tribe for selfish reasons made it hard for him to breathe. Ah! Sorry, you spoke too late. Ah! Rizu raised his head in shock, only to see Ning Qi looking at him with regretful eyes. I always keep my word and kill when I say it. You surrendered too late, but it doesn't matter. You still have a Hinata anyway, which is enough to continue the bloodline, right? Did you wait until I came back to hope that I could surrender? How can such a good thing happen? Ning Qi sneered, turned around and walked towards Hanabi's room, leaving Rizu, who looked desperate for a moment, frantically tossing the noose on his body. When Ningqi came back, he smelled the smell of blood on the other party's body that suddenly became stronger. Rizu went crazy for a long time. He told Ningqi any information, but when Ningqi became impatient and wanted to leave again, asking him to wait until tomorrow to touch his second daughter's head, Rizu gave up. After telling Ningqi the information he wanted, Rizu seemed to have finally died, slumped in his seat, and did not move again for a long time. He still prefers to be a father than a patriarch. The moonlight casts broken shadows all over the ground through the branches and leaves. Ningqi looked back and saw a huge white-eyed phantom floating in the sky above the Hinata family's mansion. This was a sign that Naraku's technique was activated here. Similar to the function of this technique to modify reality, in the eyes of others, this white-eyed shadow was floating in the sky. The shadow will probably be rationalized as a flag-like decoration standing on the roof. The art of Naraku here is not essentially an illusion on people, but an illusion on space. Everything within the scope of the space can only feel the reality modified by the illusion, but for people outside the range, the effect of modifying reality that varies from person to person is no longer valid. Real things remain what they should be. This is also an obvious flaw of this technique. As for Ningqi's response plan, it is simple, that is, just keep everything on the surface of the owner's mansion normal. No one would know that Ningqi had transformed the entire family head's mansion into an abyss, waiting for his prey to come to him. Thinking of the negotiation process with Hinata Rizu just now, Ningqi frowned slightly. After all, the Naraku technique here is just an illusion created by Ningqi. The side effect of being no longer effective after being seen through is still too fatal. The biggest disadvantage of this technique is the advantage is that it is extremely difficult to detect when the technique is activated, and it is very secretive. However, in the future, as long as one person successfully escapes the control of the Naraku technique and spreads it with a big mouth, then there will be a big question mark as to whether this technique can still work. Like the elephant in the room, if one person questions it, everyone will react. This is an important optimization direction for this technique in the future. When Ningqi got home, it was already very late and the lights were still on. When Ningqi opened the door and went in, Ningxi, who was sleepy but insisted on waiting for his brother to come back, suddenly widened his eyes after being stunned for a few seconds. Eyes, no sleepiness at all. "Brother, did you bring a cat back?" he asked, pointing to the little guy in Ningqi's arms. Ningqi then threw Hinata Hanabi, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, to Nisi. "You stay in the same room with her tonight." Wait a moment, brother." Niji was holding a girl who was at most 2 years old, a little at a loss. "What's the meaning? Why did my brother suddenly come back with a child after being out for so long?" Chapter 7 No, but it could be. Chapter 7 No, but it could be. "Brother, this kid wet the bed last night." As soon as Niji got up, he complained loudly to Ningqi. The perpetrator, Hinata Hanabi, was hiding behind the door, sniffing quietly. Being brought to this small attic from the clan's mansion, it may be that the two brothers have Byakugan whose characteristics are obviously similar to his own, or it may be the residual influence of Naraku's art here. Hanabi did not show any fear or crying emotions, but just looked at when Niji pointed at him. He would purse his lips and look at the two of them aggrievedly. Ningqi was preparing breakfast. At this time, he raised his head and caught a glimpse of large water stains on Ningxi's body. He clicked his tongue and said in disgust, "You change your clothes and wash them before you talk to me." While the three of them were having breakfast around the dining table, a few pieces of clothes and a sheet were hung up on the balcony. "Brother, whose family does this child belong to? How long will he stay with us?" Ningkai couldn't help but ask as he gnawed on the corn. This was the first time an outsider had lived in the house since his father Hisashi passed away, which made him quite uncomfortable. "You don't need to worry so much. Hanabi won't be able to live with us for long. As a brother of the same clan, you should take care of her during this period." Ning-chi glanced at the man next to him who was quietly holding a cup and sipping milk. Hanabi said casually. The purpose of taking Hanabi away was to scare the hardcore Nizu into handing over information. This little guy is only 2 years old this year, his Byakugan has just opened, and his ability to provide Byakugan essence is extremely limited. Hanabi? Are you the second young lady of the clan? Niji's eyebrows suddenly darkened. He had also met Hinata and Hanabi during the Hyuga clan festival in previous years, although he was not angry because of his father's affairs. Innocent, but obviously not looking good. Ning-chi ignored him and just stuffed the bun into Huahuo's mouth. The little girl didn't know that the man in front of her was the murderer who killed her mother and imprisoned her father. She was very well behaved, her mouth was full of oil when she ate, and she would whisper thank you when Ning-chi brought a tissue to wipe her mouth. Niji observed the movements of the two people, and suddenly seemed to understand something, his voice was suppressed with anger. So you are going to be her bodyguard now? The clan will allocate powerful members of the branch family to serve as bodyguards for the noble clan members. This is a concrete manifestation of the branch family serving as the spear and shield in the hands of the clan. What makes Ning-ji particularly unbelievable is that even if he is as strong as Ning, isn't it strange that someone like this can't resist the orders of the clan? For a time, Niji's dissatisfaction with the Hyuga clan grew to the extreme. Hanabi grabbed Ning-ki's sleeves, lowered her head in fear, and secretly observed the angry Niji across the table with her peripheral vision, wondering what was going on. Ning-chi raised his eyebrows. Are you dizzy? I came to my own home as a bodyguard. Oh, that makes sense. Niji immediately realized that he was confused because he was concerned. His elder brother Ning-chi occupies a particularly important position in his mind. He now has a bright future in the Anbu. He is expected to become a Jonin this year. This promotion speed is only 1 year later than the fastest Kakashi. If he is transferred within the clan at this time, Niji could not accept the prospect of being ruined as a private soldier to protect the second young lady Hanabi. Where are you going? Nisi couldn't help but ask as he watched Ning-chi get up after eating. What's going on? You haven't been such a mother-in-law before. Ning-chi glanced at Ning-ji with some surprise. You are the elder brother and I am the elder brother. Where should I go to report to you? Oh. Ning-kai was a little disappointed. He was going to a ninja school today, but he still didn't know how to face the aggressive Hinata Ling. He felt quite irritable. He asked casually, what should I do with this kid? Let him go. Should she stay home alone or be sent back to the clan? I don't want to go back. Hanabi said quickly. Niji ignored her, but Ning-chi paused for a while and then suddenly turned around, touched Hanabi's head with interest, and asked. Why don't you want to go back? Dad is sick, and so is my sister. Mom, she is asleep. She has been sleeping for many days. Sister Xia, Sister Senma, many of them are sick. They planted many trees in the yard at night. I'm afraid they will plant me as a tree. Hanabi said intermittently. Hearing this, Niji frowned. He was afraid that they would plant him into the soil like a tree, so he didn't want to go back. What kind of fantastic ideas are these? Fingertips traced Hanabi's eyebrows, and Ning-chi stared at the girl's eyes that kept flashing because of shyness. This is a pair of extremely pure white eyes. You are very talented. Ning-chi praised. But talent alone is obviously not enough to support Hanabi's resistance to what happened in the family head's mansion. Is it because the other party is still young? Ning-chi was thinking about another possible loophole in the illusion he developed. Because he is too young and has limited logical thinking ability, is he less likely to be misled by the natural reality that has been modified by Nariku's technique? How likely is this? Ning-chi pondered, thinking of Hinata-sama who suddenly awoke after seeing Hinata Hikaru last night, and Hinata who had been missing all this time, and suddenly came back to her senses. A little mouse is about to escape from the snare he has woven. While thinking about these things, Ningqi got dressed and was about to go out. When he turned around, he saw Ningkai looking at him worriedly. Ningqi clearly knew what Nisi was afraid of. He thought about it and said, "Don't go to school in the past few days. Please take leave." "Hey!" Niji's eyes suddenly widened. "Ask for leave?" Then couldn't he think of a way to face Hinata Ling who bullied him again? As the thought came together, Ningkai felt a little ashamed for a moment. The Haigaling from the Zong family held the secret order to control the caged bird, which was like a huge mountain that weighed him down. Is he actually afraid of the other party to this extent? The situation in Konoha is not stable. Please stop running around before the clan meeting next week. Stay home and play with Hanabi for 2 days. Ningqi didn't care what Nisi was thinking, and just said it meaningfully. The teachers at the ninja school will understand. After the Hyuga clan meeting next week. Today is the day that Ningqi returns to the team after his injury leave. As the leader of a combat team at the route, he first wanted to report to Danzo. "Ningqi, who do you think is stronger between you and Uchiha Itachi, the two prides of Konoha?" In the dark hall, Danzo turned around silently, his plain voice disturbing the candle light. In the hall echoed. This is a question that countless people have asked countless times. Public information shows that Ningqi and Itachi have been rivals since they were in the ninja school. Even after becoming Chuunin, the two are still evenly matched, with each other winning or losing. It wasn't until Itachi joined the ANBU and became Kakashi's subordinate, and Ningqi joined the ANBU and was responsible for handling some less visible matters, that they gradually lost their confrontation and began to contribute their own share to the development of Konoha. Strength. As for privately, he is stronger. Ningqi lowered his head and said respectfully. "Oh." Danzo looked half smiling. "When I asked Itachi this question, he said you hit it deeper. I'm curious, what are you hiding? I wonder what Lord Danzo is referring to." Ningqi responded. "Did you do the recent disappearance of the Hyuga clan?" Danzo asked straight to the point. "No," Ningqi looked confused. He seemed to feel ridiculous that he was being suspected. He shook his head and denied, "I am also looking for the murderer of the tribe." "Well, then you'd better take the initiative to avoid suspicion recently, and don't always be the first to appear next to those victims of the Hyuga clan. This will cause many people to misunderstand," Danzo suggested casually. In a report submitted by the ANBU, Ningqi was listed as one of the key suspects in the disappearance of many members of the Hyuga clan. The reporter also cited many evidences and details to support the report. The report had no clue except for Ningqi's motive. Except for this, all other content is done perfectly, so perfect that it can make people think wildly. Danzo didn't care whether Ningqi actually killed several of his clan members, but the report was placed on the third Hokage's desk. After seeing Ningqi's name on the report, Sarutobi turned around and threw the report away. "To myself, the meaning is obvious. Keep your men in check." Whether it was him or not, Danzo knew very well that this was not for Ningqi, but for himself. Someone wanted to take advantage of the Hyuga clan's problems at this time to ease the opposition between Konoha and Uchiha. Well-intentioned. Yes. Ningqi lowered his head. "No matter what you plan to do, Ningqi, now is not the time." Danzo glanced at him sideways, his voice was calm, but there was no doubt about it. The Uchiha clan is about to rebel, and no one wants to see the Hyuga clan rebel at the same time. Do you understand what I mean? The Uchiha clan is plotting to launch a coup. This is a key matter of concern to Konoha's top brass. Regarding how to solve the Uchiha problem, Danzo and Sarutobi will have fierce disputes every day. In private, of course, various actions are frequent. That letter, the report that suspected Ningqi was the murderer of the missing members of the Hyuga clan, was obviously the work of some people from the Dove faction. I understand. Ningqi bowed expressionlessly. Of course he understood what Danzo meant. The focus now was not Hinata, but Uchiha. Regardless of whether Ningqi was responsible for the murder and disappearance of members of the Hyuga clan, Danzo doesn't care. Anyway, if something goes wrong, it will be on Ningqi. It's up to you to deal with it. I heard that the Hyuga clan is going to hold a clan meeting. After finishing the discussion, Danzo looked up and asked as if he remembered something. Ningqi nodded. This news had been notified to all the Hyuga clan members via carrier pigeons last night. Of course, in case the senior Konoha officials were suspicious, Sarutobi, Danzo and others were also notified. Yes. That guy Rizu is really in a hurry, Danzo said with emotion as he passed by Ningqi on crutches, but the situation in Konoha is not right now, and we really can't mobilize too many people to help him. Helpful. When he said this, Danzo had a smile on his face. He was the key pusher among Konoha's top leaders who advocated the destruction of the Uchiha clan. He had also coveted the Sharingan for a long time. Naturally, it was impossible to destroy the original Uchiha clan under such circumstances. The root members of the Uchiha clan were transferred to the Hyuga clan to monitor them. This is a disaster for your Hyuga clan. You have to take care of yourself. It would be best if the murderer can be caught to prove your innocence. If not, it doesn't matter. After all, you are just a Hyuga clan member. There was a trace of ridicule in the corner of Danzang's mouth. Ningqi's status as a branch determined that his upper limit was there. Just like no master would allow a slave to stand higher than himself, Ningqi, who was restrained by the caged bird's curse seal, was destined to only become a chess piece for others to manipulate. The original intention of the caged bird curse seal of the Hyuga branch was to protect the Byakugan's bloodline from leaking out. It artificially turned the Hyuga clan into a clan and a branch, with different responsibilities. Among them, once the branch member who was planted with the caged bird dies, the Byakugan will be destroyed by the caged bird seal. The enemy cannot obtain the Byakugan from the branch member, and naturally has no intention to hunt the branch member anymore. If he wants to get the power of the Byakugan, he could only focus on the members of the Hyuga clan. The caged bird system actually protected some members of the Hyuga branch from disaster, but on the other hand, it also turned the Hyuga branch into a subordinate of the clan. The so-called spears and shields are the servants of the clan who can be squeezed at will. The mansion of the head of the Hyuga family is full of maids and guards served by members of the branch family, and some young masters and ladies of the clan are also surrounded by many who can sacrifice their lives for the clan at critical moments. Of servants. This is a perfect system with the purpose of protecting the blood inheritance of the Hyuga clan. Of course, this system also has less obvious limitations, that is, the party that is planted with a caged bird will inevitably become increasingly dissatisfied as a victim of the group's interests. If the Hyuga clan has always been dominated by the strong master and the weak servant, that would be fine, but if the clan is weakened and a character really appears in the branch family, such as Ningqi in front of him, then he will not be willing to be controlled by the caged bird, and anything he does will be as you can imagine. In Danzo's view, if the disappearance or killing of the Hyuga clan members was really caused by Ningqi, then the motive could only be that he was dissatisfied with the caged bird curse mark on his forehead. The missing Hyuga clan members were probably just caught in a corner. It's just an experiment. Danzo is familiar with it due to his experience working with Orochimaru. This is not something too critical. Rather, if Ningqi can really get rid of the caged bird, it will be a good thing for Danzo. As long as there is no restraint from the caged bird, all the Hyuga branch families will become his experimental subjects, not just the Sharingan. Danzo may not be able to try to seize the power of the Byakugan. Back off. Danzo was not interested in talking anymore. Although the Byakugan was good, the focus now was not on Hinata, but on Uchiha. No matter what the truth was about the disappearance of members of the Hyuga clan branch family, he was not very concerned. But Ningqi made no move. Danzo saw his hesitation, paused and asked. Is there anything else you can do? Ning-chi pursed his lips and said. Takaizawa Yamaaki, who was responsible for investigating the disappearance of Hyaga Takuma and others, is dead. Danzo was extremely surprised. He now really believed that the disappearance of a branch of the Hyaga clan was indeed not the work of Ning-chi. This is too arrogant. Takaizawa Yamaaki was not very strong, and the third generation did not really expect him to find out anything when he was sent here. However, even though he was such a harmless candidate, the mastermind behind the scenes still killed him. What's this? This is Hungwakuo's provocation. How did you die? Danzo asked, but in fact he was extremely angry. The more trouble happened to the Hyaga clan, the more conservative Sarutobi would be about how to deal with the Uchiha clan's troubles. If Uchiha is not exterminated, where will he find so many Sharingans? Ning-chi took a breath and explained first. Died from a stab wound and a blow to the head. Do you know who did it? Noticing Danzang's ugly expression, Ning-chi felt that he might have entered into a misunderstanding, and reminded him softly. It could be the Uchiha clan. Chapter 8 The Two Prides of Konoha, Unrivaled in Elegance. It could be the Uchiha clan. Ning-chi said. Now that the schedule for the annihilation of the Hyaga clan has been arranged, it is certainly in Ning-chi interests that the chaos on the scene be more chaotic. In the original work, Itake was able to easily annihilate the Uchiha clan because behind him stood many Konoha ninjas who were ordered to turn a blind eye, and a father named Uchiha Fugaku who was willing to kill his son. Ning-chi was different. He wanted to imitate Itake's actions and exterminate the Hyaga clan. Firstly, the top management of Konoha would not agree. Secondly, the Hyaga clan was not willing to commit suicide. The humanistic environment was completely different. But there is no way. The promotion of Byakugan requires a large amount of Byakugan essence. Unless Ning-chi is willing to accept more than 10 years to slowly figure it out, the rapid promotion of Byakugan will inevitably be accompanied by the voluntary sacrifice of the same race. In any case, the scene of singing and dancing in the family head's mansion disguised by the art of Naraku will always end. No one is a fool. It's just that the rebellion of the Uchiha clan has involved too much energy of the top management of Konoha, and several branch families. The disappearance of members has never been enough. I'll let Naolai pass. Danzo said, the implication being that you don't have to worry about what happens next. The two prides of Konoha are unparalleled in their magnificence. Without a plan, or even much attention, it would be impossible to organize a powerful pursuit team. Ning-chi would have more time to seize more benefits and then calmly escape from the vortex of Konoha. At 8:41, a fight broke out on Konoha Street. Uchiha Yashiro of the police force stepped in to stop the dispute. He deserves death. I think so, what's wrong? At 8:50, Uchiha Tetsu and Uchiha Shin returned to their clan together after being hung over. Ning-chi looked through the thick surveillance content sent from various places today, and wrote down everything that involved the Uchiha clan, no matter how big or small it was, which shows how much Konoha attaches great importance to the Uchiha clan recently. Captain, another batch has been sent. The subordinate codenamed Firefly brought in a bunch of raw materials that members from all over the place had just recorded and needed to be processed urgently. Ning-chi annotated the information on the desk, putting the potentially useful information on one side and the definitely useless information on the other side. As for how to judge whether the information is useful or not, it all depends on Ning-chi's personal vision. To be honest, this is a pretty boring job. During the day, you basically squat on a tree outside the Uchiha residential area, tracking and recording the Uchiha members who come in and out. Apart from being careful not to be discovered by them, there is no technical difficulty in itself. What needs to be done now is to determine the time when the night of the Uchiha genocide occurred. The premise of this is that the top management of Konoha has reached a consensus on genocide, allowing the Hawks headed by Danzo to completely overwhelm the three generations. Dovish forces. This is what intelligence work is like, picking out the truly valuable information from all kinds of tedious and messy information. Ningqi naturally has no shortage of this since he has taken the position of squad leader. A talent that can find gold in the sand. Then I will resign. After achieving his goal, Ningqi bowed and left. This is a very common piece of information that can be directly classified as useless, but combined with Hotaru's previous question, what she means obviously has nothing to do with the intelligence value. Well, let's leave it there. Ningqi said casually. The third generation will give in, this is inevitable, and what Ningqi has to do is just to use the death of Takaizawa Yamaaki to speed things up a little. At 8:11, Uchiha Suzuka and others returned to the clan territory carrying baskets of fresh ingredients. This kind of thing will inevitably be suspected by Danzo as having ulterior motives. Although he is very happy to frame Uchiha through such despicable means to promote the progress of the genocide incident, he does not want to be used by his subordinates without knowing anything. I am full of evil. In any case, this is the massacre of the two family. I am the devil and he is the executioner. On the surface, if Ataka destroys Uchiha, Konoha will definitely deploy a large number of manpower to fight Ataka to prevent the unrest from spreading further. That power? Secretly, if Ningqi destroys Hinata, no one will know that the clan meeting of the Hyuga clan organized by the clan leader turns out to be a clan genocide meeting. At 7:05, Uchiha Suzuya and 7 others left the Uchiha clan together. In the eastern dense forest. Ningqi said. Ying handed the information to Ningqi. So, where is the body? Ying did as she was told, and was about to leave, but she seemed to notice some information on the desk. She paused, hesitated for a while and couldn't help but ask. Captain, Uchiha, can he really rebel? Danzo's only exposed eye looked at Ningqi coldly for a long time, then nodded slightly and asked. There was a lot of accumulated information, but Ningqi efficiency was faster, so fast that the subordinates nearby were in a hurry. Since he has chosen this path, sooner or later, Ningqi will imprison the clan leader and the murder of his fellow clan members will be exposed. Instead of waiting for the balloon to explode suddenly and being caught off guard, it is better to choose the right time to pop it proactively. Ningqi didn't know the answer to the question, so he didn't speak anymore. Someone would bear the sin himself, and there was no need for others to contaminate it. Ying was a little worried. Strength? Ningqi's enthusiasm for destroying Uchiha is worrying. Especially Ningqi, who is controlled by the caged bird, cannot be regarded as a confidant by Danzo. The seeds of doubt have been planted. Ningqi knows this clearly, but it doesn't matter, Ningqi will not stay in Konoha for long, and there will be no chance that Danzo's subsequent liquidation will fall on him. What's more, Ningqi also has his own sins to bear, and he is not much nobler than that person. Although there has been concrete news that the Uchiha high-level officials have plotted coups within the clan many times, the information recorded in the surveillance content does not show any abnormality among the members of the Uchiha clan. At 8:15, Uchiha Suzuki, Sui and other 11 children left the Uchiha clan and went to the ninja school. Once the Uchiha clan rebellion fails, it is self-evident what these seeds of hatred will go through. Ningqi didn't care. It was impossible to tell all the clansmen what the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan were plotting. There were also ordinary people in the Uchiha clan, and there were also opponents within them. They didn't know that the land under their feet was already filled with undercurrents and murderous intentions. They are ignorant, and continue the inertia of life for 10 years, until death comes, they are still ignorant. This is the life of the ordinary people. Except for a few senior Konoha officials, only the ANBU who were directly responsible for Uchiha affairs knew the news that Uchiha was plotting a rebellion. For strength. The mission of Ningqi root team is to monitor the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Ningqi is the team leader, so he doesn't need to work so hard. He only needs to sit in the center and compile the intelligence sent by the monitoring members in the team. These are all normal things. Hataru shook her head. She had the qualities necessary to become an Anbu. Drawing a knife on a child was nothing. She was used to giving orders much higher priority than her personal emotions. I just feel, why is this happening? Today, half of the members of the Hyuga clan have been brutally murdered by Ningqi. The remaining half will not have much resistance if Ningqi is prepared. The only thing that needs to be thought about is how to get out of the woods when the news is exposed. Ye escaped from the hands of the chasing troops. For the sake of the greater good. The night of the genocide was perfect timing. As for the problem of how to create enough scars on the corpse to frame Uchiha, there are capable people at the root who can solve it. Ningqi pursed her lips and asked. Can't bear it. At 7:40, Uchiha Ichigo and Uchiha Luffy had an argument at the gate of the clan. It was suspected that the latter had snatched the former's girlfriend. I don't think I was wrong, and I think he won't regret it either. These are the two prides of Konoha. Chapter 9. Do you want to come with me? In the evening, Ningqi returned to the tribe after changing shifts with another route team. Before he could even go upstairs, he was dragged over by Myanfa Granny, who owned a pancake shop next door and was also part of Hinata's family. Xiao Ningqi, did you read the announcement that the clan leader is convening a clan meeting? She said excitedly. Just like the Uchiha clan also has ordinary people who can't open their eyes, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan is not as difficult to open as the Sharingan, but there is a certain threshold, and not everyone can open it at will. Just like the mother-in-law in front of me, although she has the blood of the Hyuga clan, she is really just an ordinary person who cannot even sense chakra. Her son successfully opened the Byakugan and became a ninja, but until now, he is nearly 30 years old but he is still just an ordinary genin. Ningqi is already preparing to nominate Jonin this year. This is the weight of talent in this cruel ninja world. The two brothers have been relying on each other for a long time and have already established an extremely deep relationship. Well, at least for Ningkai, he never thought that Ningqi might suddenly rebel, and just asked. At the dinner table, Nisi was still instructing Hanabi's soft fist posture, until Ningqi couldn't stand it any longer, then he gave up in frustration. Niji, Ningqi and others regard the caged bird as a stubborn disease, but to these ordinary branch family members, it is a symbol of the noble Hyuga clan identity that does not need to be concealed. Soft fist is not what you use. Oh, how many times have I told you to move with your footsteps? That was a whole clan meeting. Does that mean that all of us can participate? Granny Myanfa was very excited, and the green curse marks on her forehead were squeezed into lines one by the accumulated wrinkles. Takuma is gone, and Xiaoyu is gone too. Everyone in the recently separated family is worried about something happening to the clan. Xiao Ningqi, you must take care of yourself. Granny Myanfa said, holding Ningqi's hand. I saw you put your hands on your legs again. Still disgusted? Hey, in a few days you won't have a chance to listen. Ningqi snorted disdainfully. It's more important to take good care of your mother. Ningqi said. You don't need to teach me this. I'm not just my mother's son, I'm also a member of the Hinata branch family. You have no authority, you can't order me. Changfu said angrily. You don't want to go on the day of the clan meeting. Yes, the posture is good, just like this, come on, hit me. Speaking of which, in Ningqi's eyes, Ningkai is just a little kid. Although he won't be implicated after he betrays Konoha, his situation will definitely be quite embarrassing. At most, he will be better than Naruto, who everyone hates. Listening to Niji's angry roar and Hanabi's constant apologetic crying coming from the room, Ningqi raised his eyebrows and did not disturb them. He just started to make dinner on his own and did not knock on it until the dinner was ready 20 minutes later. Door. Ningqi didn't say anything anymore. He was inexperienced in making announcements for the first time, so he just went to catch them all. He didn't expect that there are such a group of dark-eyed people in the Hyuga clan. He planned to go back and borrow Rizu's account to issue another patch. When the clan meeting is held, Ningqi said nothing. But there are so many ordinary people who can't squeeze out the essence of Byakugan. I saw it, what's wrong? Probably not. The main content of this clan meeting is to discuss how to deal with the foreign enemies that have been attacking our Hyuga branch recently. What kind of fist is this? It's weak. The flying pigeon notice issued by the mansion of the head of the Hyuga clan was rewritten and posted on the bulletin board. Ningqi had noticed it on the way here. The announcement issued by the leader of the Hyuga clan now makes them, a group of ordinary people who usually have no sense of existence at all, happy. The clan meeting, the whole clan meeting, doesn't that mean that all members of the Hyuga clan can participate? Changfu was stunned for a moment, the awkward expression on his face slowly disappeared, and he asked bravely. You should know when you should do something. Hanabi lowered her head sadly after chewing on a chicken drumstick. Why? After my Anfu's mother-in-law returned, Ningqi said to Changfu. Hearing this, Hanabi raised her face and stared at Ningqi, with stars twinkling in her eyes. In fact, as the Hyuga clan has multiplied and its bloodline has been diluted for thousands of years, there are still a group of Hyuga clan members who have the ability to separate families with the cage bird imprint, but in fact they do not have to bear the so-called spear and shield due to their weak strength. The responsibilities are ordinary people who are mainly responsible for taking care of the various public properties of the Hyuga clan, such as this Mianfu granny. Although they are not many in number, they do exist. Yes, it's a long-term mission. Ningqi put some food in Nisi's bowl. At that time, you will take care of Hanabi alone. Ningqi returned to his small attic. You want me to take care of my mother? I use you to say. I just went to a clan meeting, what could happen? Due to his qualifications, Changfu was rarely summoned by the Zhong family, so he cherished this opportunity very much. But it is true that even the gatekeepers of the clan's mansion need to be at least genin. No matter how eager ordinary people are, they don't think highly of them. During the usual Hyuga clan festivals, this group of ordinary Hyuga clan members who are not ninjas also you can't enter the ancestral temple, you can only watch it from a distance. Brother, you are preaching again. Niji shook his head repeatedly. Am I not from the Hinata family? The old man's dark eyes were bright. It's been a long time since I saw the true face of Lord Rizu, and I don't know whether he has gained weight or lost weight, and whether he has eaten well. Ningqi thought about the pancakes that her mother-in-law always brought to her family in the years after Hisashi's death. She pursed her lips and politely advised. Although the purity of his white eyes is very low, the mosquito legs are still meat no matter how small they are. After sending Granny Mianfu back to the pancake shop, her son Changfu, who was still just a genin, stood at the door and bowed to Ningqi with some restraint. They support the tradition and the clan, and they respect the current patriarch, Hyuga Hisashi, like a father, because the blood of the Hyuga clan in their bodies has indeed brought them higher treatment and benefits than other ordinary people in Konoha village. That makes sense. Are you going on another mission? Ningqi shook his head and said, when you were 2 years old, you were still crawling behind me wearing crotchless pants. Hanabi's talent is very high, no worse than you, but she has just come into contact with Ro Fist. The caged bird system of the Hyuga clan establishes the difference between the branch family and the clan. Among them, the clan is the true successor of the Hyuga clan and is responsible for protecting and promoting the Hyuga clan, while the clan is the spear and shield in the hands of the clan, responsible for protecting the Hyuga clan. Zhong family. When the time comes, it will be great to give him the glory he deserves as a member of the Hyuga clan. Okay. Since the other party is so insistent, what else can Ningqi say? This world is, after all, a world where ordinary people make up the majority. She's too stupid, she can't even form the Ro Fist stance well. Niji said dissatisfied. Ningqi could only nod. Ningqi tapped his index finger on the table and thought for a moment. He stared at Ningkai and suddenly asked. Do you want to come with me? Chapter 10 Bad Guys. Do you want to come with me? No. Niji shook his head firmly. It's too much to ask for a few days off. The school teacher will be angry if I miss school for a long time. And brother, your mission must be very difficult. I haven't graduated from the ninja school yet. Not only will I not be able to help you, but it may even hinder you. Ningqi nodded thoughtfully. Yes, so you have to become stronger quickly. Becoming stronger is not to help me, but to help yourself, otherwise you may not be able to withstand the malice from many people around you. Ningqi thought so. Of course, he, the culprit, would not look into the details of why the people around him turned towards Niji with their malicious intentions. When Nisi saw that Ningqi actually responded, he couldn't help but say, "Brother, are you actually joking? Even if I can help you, what kind of tasks will involve unrelated family members? Aren't you afraid that Hokage-sama will scold you for wasting ninja resources like this? It will never be known. Don't be too outrageous. Don't worry, my brother Ningkai will definitely protect you." Ningqi stroked her back and said with a smile. "Yes, I haven't been at home in the past few days. The smell of decay hit the face, and this place was getting more and more dilapidated. There were not many active servants controlled by Naraku here. Cleaning the flowers, plants, and trees in the courtyard and maintaining the appearance of the Hyuga clan head's mansion were all exhausted. With so little manpower left, naturally they couldn't care less about how rotten and moldy the interior of the mansion was. Yes, I finally meet you, Miss Hinata. Do you want to come with me? Big things are coming up. I've been feeling restless lately, so I came to chat with you," Ningqi said casually. "I've already posted the clan meeting notice. I'm afraid some people won't take it seriously, so I plan to send it out again tonight. Do you want to go?" Niji asked again. That old boy from Rizu, even though his hand was broken, he was able to implant his white eyes into his daughter's eyes. "Since my daughter's eyes can't see the illusion, let her see it with her own eyes. I have to say, it's very creative. Since Naraku's technique here will make the things in front of the subject change into how she thinks things should be like this, the only variable that determines what the illusion is the subject herself. The choice to follow, does it really exist? Will he find out after he nods that it is just another mirror story created by Ningqi in a joking tone? Could it be that Ningkai accepted his brother's invitation with great expectations and embarked on a new stage of life, only to find that the gorgeous stage was just a trap disguised as a pond, while Ningqi stood on the shore and pointed at the deep mud? Niji, who was in a state of embarrassment, laughed out loud. This was perhaps the most likely thing to happen after Niji nodded. "You will naturally understand later. The moon is round, there are many mosquitoes, the rice is delicious, and the fireworks are stupid." For Niji himself, who was the only one who could possibly know the outcome at this time, this was just an ordinary night among countless nights in the past, and just an ordinary day among countless upcoming futures. It's so abominable to speak ill of people behind their backs. Ningqi thought for a while, and then used the transformation technique to look like his younger brother Ningji. Now Hinata was finally not afraid anymore. After completely exploring the Naraku here, you can avoid being misled by illusions and walk directly out of this house full of lies. The leader of the Rizu clan has great prestige in the hearts of the clan members. Regardless of their status, the clan members, regardless of their status, may be confused after hearing this request, but they will unconditionally choose to obey it, just like an ignorant lamb going to the wolf den to look for the evil wolf under the order of the leader. This is the reality that makes Rizu particularly heartbroken. After eating, Ningqi came to the head of the family's mansion again with Huahuo. Hearing Ningqi's soft words, Hinata hesitated. She felt that the man in front of her was not a bad person, but she took 2 steps back, as if she was afraid that her actions would hurt Ningqi's sensitive heart. She spoke softly, explained. Ningqi was insulted by his brother, but he didn't care at all. He was picking up his own food. Huahuo, who had moved a small chair and sat next to him, looked at Ningqi with bright eyes. The sad part of the matter is that when the Hyega clan members who came back from a mission to report on their work or came to visit him specifically saw him, no matter what he said, what he did, or how much noise he made, they all had only one meaning in their eyes. That is, go to Ningqi, and then come back with Ningqi. It was obviously only a little bit possible to use Hinata to reveal the plot of the big bad guy Ningqi to the world and save all the Hyega clan members. What a pity! The Hyega clan is not the only one who often comes to see the Hyega clan leader. The visit of some outsiders is really unavoidable. Ningqi does not necessarily want to embarrass them. They will just leave as they came, although the clan leader cannot personally seeing guests off may be a bit rude to some distinguished guests, but it is not a big deal after all. Can the distinguished lady of the Zhong family go on a mission with you? What kind of answer does my brother expect from me? Or is this just a boring joke left to my future self? Ningqi had done this countless times, so much so that when Ningxi recalled the incident, all the interactions between the two brothers were filled with traces of Ningqi's deliberate actions. Everyone has their own path in life to take. A huge white-eyed shadow hovered over the mansion, and it was as quiet and dense as usual. Several unnamed trees were planted on both sides of the courtyard, and several attendants were guarding the door. Even when Ningqi led Huahuo through the door, their faces remained expressionless, but their necks kept twisting with the pace of the two. Yet, Hanabi nodded vigorously. This illusory world is operating according to an absurd logic, and Ningqi, who created it with one hand, suddenly felt a strange emotion. Good evening, Sister Yunpu, Sister Lian. Huahuo greeted everyone in a low voice, but her body unconsciously leaned towards Ningqi. What kind of mission did you take on? Do you have to abduct a child? In order to deal with these unmanageable characters, Ningqi did not gouge out Rizu's eyes, but just sealed his acupoints in order to achieve the maximum effect of concealing others' eyes and ears. There has been no mistakes so far. It seemed like a joke or a test. In short, this short conversation that Niji would think of countless times in the future was so easily skipped. Ahem. He made a deliberate sound, then opened the door and walked in. Then you'd better keep your promise. Perhaps out of guilt. Rizul lowered his head and closed his eyes. The problem is solved. That's not for you now. What would that look like? He walked forward slowly, squatted down, and gently touched the girl's injured eye. The bandage did not block his white eyes at all. Ningqi could see the abnormality in Hinata's left eye with just one glance. Interestingly, in her opinion, does the fact that everyone hates her be a matter of course? Ningqi watched her white socks leave a line of small footprints in the dirt, and then came to a half-rotted corpse and knelt down. Mother, I'm sorry for making you worry. Hey, brother, are you serious? Seeing that he was actually thinking, Niji quickly reminded, don't forget who she is. Ningqi has determined that the little guy in front of him is about to get rid of the illusion of Naraku's technique, and it comes at the right time. In the future, Ningxi wanted to return to this night countless times, and imagined countless times what might happen after agreeing. Is there really such a possibility, such a life path? Ningqi inadvertently asked himself this question. When the time comes, just nod your head and it will happen exactly. As long as he nods, he can remove all the disguises on the other party and see the most real Ningqi. By the way, little Huahuo, come with me back to the clan's house tonight. Ningqi said casually. Master Patriarch, unfortunately, I saw through your little tricks. Huahuo didn't know that this answer actually represented rejection, and still looked at Ningqi expectantly. Are you brother Ningqi? Since everything is a hypothesis, you might as well be a little bolder. She placed the barrel on the ground, stretched out her hand hesitantly, and said in a very soft voice with an uncertain tone. Hanabi was still whispering to her mother. Ningqi picked up Hinata and walked away to the main hall where he was imprisoned. He is now very much looking forward to seeing the expression of our patriarch. All opinions were exchanged inadvertently. Ning Qi smiled. Why do you ask so many questions after you have refused? Eat. Hua Hua was a little hesitant. She was afraid of returning to the so-called home, but this was obviously not a question. She still nodded slightly under Ning Qi's calm gaze. Therefore, unless Ning Qi takes the lead in shaping the illusion, under the automatic operation mechanism of the Naraku technique, even Ning Qi, the caster, does not know what Hanabi encountered in the illusion generated at this time. Until the cruel reality hit his head like a meteor a few days later, and all the perceptions and illusions about his brother were overturned, Niji did not realize that on this ordinary day at the ordinary dinner table, his entire life could be decided. The choice of direction had been thrown out by Ning Qi as if it was nothing, and after being rejected, he quickly passed away with a joke. Of course, I will keep my promise. Ning Qi nodded perfunctorily and waved to call Hinata in. He smiled coldly. But the premise is that you really fulfill your promise. What else are you doing here? Perhaps her left eye, which has recently been able to see clearly the illusion, has come into play. True and false, reality and illusion are superimposed between the left and right eyes. She has seen too many times the changing things under the shroud of Naraku's art here. So even if Ning Qi transformed in front of her, she didn't feel anything was wrong. My brother is always like this, and you can't guess what he is thinking at all. Niji shook his head. Oh, I have also contacted the 3 clan elders who are out of town you told me about before. 2 of them wrote back and said that they will definitely arrive. One of them was delayed by something outside, but he also said that he would arrive as soon as possible. Father said you are a bad person. The girl was a little shy, but she still mustered up the courage to say, I will work hard to become stronger. And I will never hold you back. Hinata pursed her lips, as if she had finally met someone she could trust. All the grievances she had experienced these days burst out in an instant, and she poured into Ning Qi's arms, sobbing softly. Your information is all correct. Ning Qi nodded and looked at Rizu. Hanabi never knew why she appeared in Ninkai's room, and she never asked. However, the fact that Ninkai rescued her from the master's mansion has been confirmed by Ninkai, and from this, she trusts Ning Qi very much. Ning Qi's character has always been so bad. He likes to toy with everyone in the midst of applause, and likes to see the feeling of hope being shattered in the eyes of others. This is the only thing Ning Qi's younger brother Ninkai has in this man full of lies and falsehoods after the incident. Impressions that can be recognized as true. He turned around thoughtfully and saw 7-year-old Hinata looking at him blankly in the courtyard not far away. She was wearing some shabby clothes. Her left eye seemed to be injured and was bandaged with a cloth. He stood up, and the wooden bucket in his hand was still slowly leaking water. Hinata seemed to have just returned from fetching water. Brother, you are so suspicious. Have no idea. There are actually countless blank spaces like this. Ning Qi's tone was relaxed, and Niji naturally never took it seriously. Since you will understand later, let's wait until later arrives. He was so indifferent that he left no trace, like a stone thrown into the lake. Only the short-lived ripples proved that there was indeed a moment when Niji felt that he was finally close to the most real Ning Qi. It was him who indirectly killed so many clan members. The corpse in front of her was indeed Hanabi's biological mother. The fatal sword wound that penetrated her chest was given by Ning Qi, but it had obviously been planted in the soil, so why was it dug out again now? Before going in, Ning Qi asked Hinata to hide at the door. However, when that day really came, Nisi finally realized that he had never seen Ning Qi clearly. Although the two of them got along day and night, there seemed to be a layer of fog between him. The moment in his life when Ning Qi was closest to him, in fact, there is only one sentence from a few days before the incident. Do you want to come with me? The two eyes clearly reflected Niji's appearance, where truth and falsehood merged into one. This method is also very practical under the natural law of plug and play unique to the world of Naruto. Brother Neji, I. She was broken and unable to speak clearly. That's all. The girl's affection came out of nowhere. Those who didn't know it thought she and Ning Qi had known each other for several months. Under Ning Qi's suspicious eyes, Ning Qi took a bite of chicken and pondered. Although Ning Qi transformed into Ningji, Rizu immediately recognized the true face of the villain in front of him. No one has come to see me anymore. You have killed them all. Why are you here? Rizu's voice was a little sad. Huahuo seemed to be explaining to several attendants at the door. Although the other party actually had no response in Ning Qi's opinion, this was a sign that his consciousness had faded to the final stage. If the clan meeting was not approaching, Ning Qi would have to find some unlucky people to replace these guards, otherwise soon the family head's mansion will no longer be able to maintain even the superficial appearance of a famous family, and it will be easy for outsiders to see through. Hanabi lowered her head. Mother, have you been looking for me all this time? I'm sorry, I. But that's life. Both brothers looked at Hanabi in surprise. Brother. Mother is still looking for me. She is very angry. Can you go with me? Huahuo grabbed Ning Qi's sleeve and begged. Ning Qi nodded obediently, and the two came to a dilapidated wing. At least in Ning Qi's opinion, it was indeed dilapidated and dirty, but in Huahuo's eyes, it was necessary to take off shoes carefully to avoid getting dirty. A clean place for dirty floors. Ning Qi couldn't help but feel sorry for Rizu's plan. Ah! Ning Qi came back to his senses, frowned, and stopped chewing. No, I was wondering if there was too much salt in the chicken. The air felt a little quiet for a while. This isn't fair. But he didn't expect that his Uzbyakugan, which he couldn't use himself, would be replaced by his daughter Hinata, and this hand could indeed help Hinata break through Nariku's illusion here. Several motionless attendants seemed to have turned into evil slaves who bullied their superiors and their subordinates in the world of fireworks. Ning Qi observed this scene with interest. What, you want to come with me? Ning Qi touched her head. It's a pity. I just had bad luck. Give something more. Although you seem to have nothing, but you are the top noble family in Konoha after all. What if my imagination is not rich enough? Squeeze again, squeeze out something, and see if you can try to buy your daughter's life again. Chapter 11 Secret Grid. Rizu does not lack the courage to sacrifice his life for charity, especially when Ning Qi still needs him alive to deceive more Hyuga clan members. Without him as a key prisoner, Ning Qi, who bears the seal of the caged bird, would hunt and kill even if he has the power of Nariku here. The efficiency will also be greatly reduced, and the risk of exposure will also be greatly increased. The plan of genocide like a snake swallowing an elephant will also become far-fetched. Therefore, even if Rizu wanted to die, Ning Qi would not let him go. The hinge mechanism from the torture department did not leave room for the prisoner to commit suicide from the beginning. When the strong come, they can only drink hatred. However, the old Rizu guy doesn't care about his own life, but he doesn't care about the lives of others. Ever since he handed over information about several clan elders who were not in Konoha for his daughter Hinata, he no longer had the capital to continue to resist in front of Ning Qi. Step back, step by step, in the days when Ning Qi is about to betray Konoha, being squeezed clean by him with all his blood is the fate that the Hyuga clan leader will face. For example, right now, everyone knows that the exchange of eyes between him and his daughter Hinata is just a reason for Ning Qi to blackmail. Without this incident, there will be another incident, but Rizu just can't refute it. His spine has been burned. Interrupted, he could only let Ning Qi take whatever he wanted, so that he could be a little more merciful and show favor to his daughter Hinata. Hinata walked in with small steps, and buried her face directly in Ning Qi's arms, and then peeked through the gap at the sloppy man in front of the desk. Since something has to be done, of course it must be done. From now on, I will become a renegade ninja, and there is no doubt whether I can return to Konoha. Now that there were so many Byakugan essences right in front of him, he had to consider whether this would be his only chance in this life. Rizul looked directly at Ningqi. This time he did not make any protest or say a harsh word, but simply chose to surrender. You knew I was collecting Byakugan, why didn't you hand it over earlier? Ningqi gritted his teeth. If he hadn't just come back, wouldn't so much of the Byakugan essence have turned to dust underground? As soon as he thought of this, Ningqi suddenly felt extremely happy. What to use? Whose life is it for? I know, don't worry. There are some psychic scrolls in the second secret room, which contain many ninja tools and emergency supplies. This should be the material reserve left by the Hyuga clan to the survivors when they face the crisis of genocide. After all, he is the blood of the clan, no matter how talented he is, there is no need to talk about revenge, he can live a peaceful life. There will always be a chance for the Hyuga clan to prosper again in the future. Rizu still has a lot of potential. If you don't push him, you really don't know where his limit is. The latter still looked confused. Rizu knew that his daughter was not having a good life in the family recently. No one cooked for her or bathed her. She was living a very miserable life. This was a disaster that the eldest lady who had lived in a fine life had never experienced before. She was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Ningqi said lazily. There are more than a dozen pairs. Your family head's lineage actually has such reserves. If I had known this earlier, why had I made such slow progress over the years? What is Brother Niji talking about? But it seems that the last effort of the clan leader to save the clan failed in an unexpected place. Ningqi's eyes suddenly widened. She could clearly hear the real conversation between the two, and she could also feel that something was not right about some of the words. Rizua paused, glanced at Ningqi meaningfully, and then said calmly. In the third dark room, there are more than a dozen pairs of white eyes passed down from the Hyuga ancestors. It's a pity that the ancestors of the Hyuga clan, who were prepared for the rainy day, never imagined that the biggest crisis of genocide would come from within the clan. I can let her go. Ningqi touched Hinata's head. On the left wall of my study, there is a secret room. In order to prevent Bion's exploration, the secret room needs to be channeled through seals. The order is Yin, Zhou, Hai. There are 3 secret compartments in it, and there are a lot of gold and silver. Those things can be taken away. Since you want money to buy your life, I'll give it to you. She obviously couldn't match the graceful father in the fantasy with herself in reality. At this time, Rizu had been tortured to a terrible state by Ningqi, and it was understandable that she didn't know him. Unlike the public property of the Hyuga clan such as shops and forests, the money in the secret room is obviously the private property of the family leader. In the future, Ningqi will become a rebel ninja and walk in the ninja world. He will really need such a windfall. He cannot be shy, otherwise he will always rob families and homes. If your style is too low, you won't get far. The Byakugan of the Hyuga branch will be destroyed by the caged bird the moment the master dies. In other words, those Byakugan are all passed down from the family members who have passed away in the past generations. As soon as the thought of compassion arose, Ningqi completely killed it. However, looking at his daughter nestling in his enemy's arms, he shook his head. After Hinata replaced one of her eyes and saw the illusion clearly, she ran away from him immediately. Don't you know him? Ningqi really didn't react for a while. Yes. Ningqi nodded lightly, indicating for him to continue. Ningqi had a vague hunch that even if his eyes were promoted to the final stage, the essence of white eyes would still be of great use. Ningqi thought for a while. A dozen pairs of the clan's high-purity Byakugan, even if the wear and tear of vitality caused by being sealed for too long, should be able to provide him with at least half of the progress of the Byakugan essence. Next week's genocide operation may indeed be unnecessary. Really wipe out all the remaining Hyuga clan members? No. Hinata, the eldest lady of the clan, has no talent or talent after all. These things are not enough to buy her life. After a long silence, Hizu sighed. Perhaps because of this, her spirituality in this illusion lasted longer than others, which is why Hizu chose his daughter Hinata instead of Hinata Natsu and other people. Rizu watched Hinata pounce on Ningqi, the culprit of all this, and felt extremely miserable. My father did sit there before and told me a lot of things, asking me to endure the pain. I endured it, and then my father disappeared. Hinata didn't say any more, but the meaning was already there. It's clear. Hinata in her arms showed hesitation for the first time. Moreover, if you can't recognize yourself, then you can't recognize it clearly. Before she changed eyes, she told Hinata that even if she couldn't get out of the illusion, she would dig up her mother's body and throw it in a conspicuous place in the courtyard. Listen clearly. Just fine. Well, I don't know what you plan to do by collecting so many Byakugan, but the news I'm telling you now will help you kill a few less people. Rizu said, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Rizu nodded, and this answer was not beyond his expectations. Insatiable, this is the Ningqi he has known these days. Chapter 12. Although people die, the Tao is passed down. So, are you going to take away my eyes too today? Rizu asked. Certainly. With the risk of being almost exposed tonight, it is naturally impossible to keep Rizu's eyes in this family head's mansion. Ningqi nodded and was about to take action. If you want to do something, can you let me do it? Rizu shook the hinges on his body and said while looking at Hinata in Ningqi's arms, who didn't know the danger was approaching. Ah! Rizu handed the removed eyes to Ningqi with his arm, while the other arm suppressed Hinata, who was struggling on the table. You! After Ningqi took over the eye, the chakra from the palm of the hand shot out again, like a thread, and dug out the left eye that originally belonged to Hinata in his eye socket, then returned it to its original owner, and pressed it into the horrified Hinata's left eye frame. Hinata didn't feel the slightest malice from the man's gentle words, and Hinata, come here. Since all the laws of operation in the world are invisible to us, what we should do most is not to describe the present. No matter how much I don't want to admit it, your bloodline will not lie. You are Hisashi's biological son, and you are a member of my Hyuga clan. Even if you become a rebellious nin, you are still a rebellious nin who came from my Hyuga clan. I will never allow you to ruin the reputation of my Hyuga clan. Hizu said. I don't care which one of us succeeds by then, but the true inheritance of the Hyuga clan must still be passed on, so Ningqi, listen carefully. Rizu's voice became serious. Rizu has indeed figured it out, as he just said, although people die, the Tao is passed down. You suddenly became enlightened. Ningqi smiled lightly. The pain that his daughter Hinata has suffered so far is also because of his incompetence as a father. Although she had been hurt once by the sloppy man in front of her, Hinata was very obedient and kind. She raised her head, looked at the man, and then at Ningqi. Ningqi crossed his arms. He wanted to hear what the defeated patriarch had to say. If the clan inherits the legacy, how can it be passed on if there are no survivors? This world can be without the clan, but there must be Hinata, he said. The next moment, the blue light flashed away. Then he waved to his daughter, and his severed palm was floating in the air as soft as a bone. Poof! This is why Ningqi can't just take the eyes, but also has to kill people. This is the right eye. After being imprisoned for so long, he has already understood the operating rules of Nariku's art here. Whenever he thinks that he has stumbled on such a flawed art and ruined the entire family, he is particularly annoyed, so he can't criticize it. No need to be polite. Rizu said that after doing everything he could and getting rid of all the burdens of responsibility, he felt that the hinges on his body had become lighter. Come over. Ningqi shrugged, not optimistic about the actual effect of Rizu's actions. She had too many questions that she wanted to ask. Why the house has become so messy? Yes, come closer, and I'll tell you. Rizu was like the evil wolf that bewitched Little Red Riding Hood. How can the hatred of genocide and family destruction be transferred so easily? Even his younger brother Niji will definitely hate him to the core because of Ningqi's actions, let alone Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. But to summarize the future, Hizu wants to preserve the inheritance of the Hyuga clan, and wants to make these descendants who were promised to survive temporarily forget their hatred, which is a little too scornful of themselves. Ningqi did not continue chatting on this topic, but just stared at Rizu's palm, from where he sprayed chakra threads just now. Ningqi shook his head. No matter how gentle and submissive Hinata's character is, experiencing such a drastic change in the family will inevitably lead to a drastic change in personality, not to mention Hinata's talent is actually not ordinary. He still had things to do. Your genjutsu has fatal flaws and won't last long. How can it be compared with my Hyuga family's soft fist? You know this very well, Hizu said. Don't you want to know where I changed your father? The girl was pushed down on the desk and was in agony. He had long regarded Rizu's eyes as his own. Things can't be hidden. She will definitely blame me for everything in the future, and she will hate you and me together, although it is true that I am the culprit who caused her so much pain, but when the time comes, she will. If you seek revenge from me, I won't hold back. Looking at Hinata who was in pain on the ground, Ningqi shook her head. If Nizu hadn't been so clever, she wouldn't have had to suffer such pain. The responsibility rested entirely with Japan. Hizu is not dead yet, there is still some activity in the Byakugan, and it is temporarily difficult to absorb the essence of the Byakugan. He said. Ningqi took out the small culture container he carried with him from his arms and put the two eyes belonging to Rizu into it. Ningqi couldn't agree. He looked up at the sky. It was this skill that you judged as useless, the Nai Luo technique here, which turned everyone in your clan into my Ningqi hunting ground. Are you wondering how I can still use chakra even though you have sealed my acupuncture points? As if feeling Ningqi's gaze, Rizu tilted his head and said. She really wanted to know where her father had gone. Can. Thump. Do you really know where my father went? Hinata asked softly. I really have figured it out. The caged bird system should have been abolished long ago, otherwise why would we have suffered today's disaster? Rizu sighed, but unfortunately it was too late to realize this. In order to let Hinata see the illusion clearly, Rizu's left eye was exchanged with Hinata's. Now that Ningqi wants to take Rizu's eye, all he has to do now is to change it back. Ningqi doesn't care what kind of reputation others give to his act of genocide, although this is indeed an internal struggle of the Hyuga family to a certain extent. Hizu released his grip on Hinata's arms and let her roll to the ground. After losing his eyes, his world was filled with nothingness, so there was no need for him to feel so miserable when he saw his daughter in pain. She looked at the chains wrapped around the other person's body, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly moved closer. Anyway, you have already planned this, and it is impossible for anyone to stop you. I will pretend that you are a reformist within our decadent family who advocates the abolition of the caged bird system. The purpose of launching changes during the clan meeting is just in order to create a Hyuga clan without the oppression of caged birds. Blood surged. All the hardships the Hyuga clan will face in the future will be because he, the clan leader, is too weak. You must have never studied Ruquan seriously, nor have you really made use of your eyes, Hizu said decisively. You are very talented, but you have wasted your talent on other useless skills. Obviously Hinata, the inheritance of family, is the strongest. Ningqi's brows gradually wrinkled. Does this old boy seem to be serious? I'm sorry, daughter. Hizu said sorry. Take off the transformation technique, then take Hinata to bandage it and I'll tell you. He slowly stretched out his hand, just as Hinata felt some strange yet familiar emotion from the man in front of her. Ningqi blinked and understood what Rizu meant. Seeing a dozen pairs of blank eyes, he nodded slightly. No problem, as long as you don't break my eyes. This is the left eye. Even so, it's better than her hating you for the rest of her life. Rizu said calmly. With no expression on his face, he followed the same pattern and took out his only remaining eye by firing chakra from his palm. Ningqi knew that this was also part of Rizu's attempt to ease Hinata's hatred for him. You are so cruel, Ningqi said, you are not afraid that she will hate you forever. If you can transfer a little bit, you can count a little bit. I tell you. Wondering why my mother died. As if he had forgotten that the boy in front of him was the enemy who was about to destroy the entire Hyega clan, Rizu recounted his views on the inheritance of the Hyega family very calmly. A father who was about to die was just wasting his efforts here, so Ningqi agreed indifferently. Looking back at Ningqi, seeing that he had no reaction, Hinata mustered up the courage and stepped forward. After the last hope was dashed, the Japanese football team has become particularly cooperative. He nodded, indicating that he would be careful. He was already heartbroken, but he couldn't die yet. Although the current Ningqi can be regarded as a heinous criminal, his son and grandson will always return to the Hyega inheritance and even establish a new Hyega family. Furthermore, Hinata has a softer personality and average talent. She probably has little chance of seeking revenge against you. Hinata's left eye, which was wrapped in cloth, had been easily removed by Rizu. The limit of blood inheritance, the Byakugan, is often the biggest advantage of our Hyega clan when fighting against enemies. The so-called seeing through the flow of chakras meridians in the human body, or seeing through all obstacles to see the hidden enemy, is just the most superficial aspect of the Byakugan. Use. The running water does not compete for the first place, but the continuous flow. On the scale of family inheritance, which measures thousands of years, similar crises will occur every few hundred years. After 100 years, Ningqi behavior will be nothing more than a line of small words on the wall of the ancestral temple. Chapter 13 Present and Future. Byakugan and Ro Fist are lessons that Rizu has devoted his whole life to. In these two aspects, there is no one better in the entire ninja world. Ningqi is indeed very fruitful after listening to the opponent's lifelong experience and insights. Taking advantage of Bian's ability to detect everything, two principles are proposed, namely. To summarize now. Narrate the future. This is the result of a 1,000-year family inheritance that has been continuously improved and launched to this day. Although the specific techniques and methods of use have not yet been created, it has pointed out the direction for the future evolution of the Hyega clan. After only 2 or 3 generations, I am afraid that some Hyega clan members will stand on the shoulders of their ancestors and take this as an opportunity to introduce new soft fist techniques or even completely different fighting methods for the Hyega clan. Just like the current Rizu, the acupoints were sealed and he was originally completely unable to release chakra, but he used the gap left by the broken hands and the displacement of the acupoints to release part of the chakra threads. This weak amount of chakra cannot help him cut off the hinges on his body, but it can accurately and quickly remove Hinata's and his own eyes. Isn't this created after accurately summarizing his current situation? What about a new way to use soft boxing? Although it is of little use. As long as Ningqi is killed, all the crises in the Hyega family will be solved. If it weren't for Rizu, the patriarch, that their side's chance of winning is really not high, how would he keep compromising with the rebellious Ningqi for the sake of the continuation of the family? On the left side, he found a dark wall that was obviously mysterious. Ningqi bit his finger and was about to channel out of the secret room according to the order of seals given to him by Rizu. Suddenly he seemed to realize something, and his hands put it down. Ningqi groped his chin, feeling that these two principles were inexplicably compatible with the abilities he unlocked after being promoted to the White Eyes stage. Rizu was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Insight and analysis are both easy to say. The former can help Ningqi deduce the battle trajectory in the battle, and find the weakest point in the opponent's actions and defeat it. The latter can help Ningqi master and develop different ninjutsu are barely linked to the principle of narrating the future. He glanced at the small words on his retina. Who in Konoha are you wary of? Actually, Hanabi is not dead. I broke my promise and didn't kill her. Seeing that this would be the last time the two of them met before the clan meeting began, and because Hizu generously taught him the core inheritance of the Hyega clan, Ning Qi said. Xiao Guang accidentally spilled the paint on the floor. I was cleaning it up. Hinata lowered her head and swept the floor with stiff limbs. Handing over your daughter to a murderer and being his accomplice is not a decision that a father can make at all, but it is a decision made by the head of the Hyega clan based on the helpless facts to maximize the continuation of the family. The optimal solution. Rizu was silent for a moment and said slowly. The death of your father Hisashi was actually. Then he couldn't wait to hold these white eyes in his hands. You are very smart, so you should also know very well the basis on which I am asking you to do this last thing. Arriving at the door of the study room where Rizu said there was a hidden compartment, a figure walked over from not far away. It's just that teaching Hyega the inheritance is a missionary, and letting Ning Qi take away Hanabi is a successor. Although Rizu seemed to be kind even when he was about to die, and gave various explanations and instructions to Ning Qi, no one knew whether it was his last performance to set up Ning Qi. After all, Ning Qi was about to the character who killed Hinata. If I, the Hyega clan, can still maintain half of its strength, I can trust my colleagues in Konoha and let Hanabi stay in the village. It can't be the third generation, right? It may be that it was too early for Ning Qi to obtain the copy ability, and the research and development was not in depth. At least for now, this ability only has now and no future. Collected Essence, 7.1%. Ning Qi picked up Hinata who had fainted due to severe pain, and was about to leave when Hizu's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hanabi is very talented. I even plan to abandon Hinata and train Hanabi as the future clan leader. If you really do it in a few days and kill everyone in Hinata, let her go with you. She will be a good helper for you. After using the clone to observe that the runes on the wall were indeed just ordinary psychic techniques, Ning Qi nodded slightly, and the clone took the blood from Ning Qi's fingers, followed the previous steps, formed seals, and channeled spirits. Ning Qi slowly figured out the taste. He thought about it and asked. It's the eye drops that Konoha conveniently gave to you Hyega clan, I know. Ning Qi waved her hand and did not let him continue talking about this old incident. Hizu pursed his lips and did not correct the wrong sentence in his words that should actually be we, the Hyega clan. He shook his head vigorously to disperse the insects that were crawling into his empty eye sockets, and continued. I know one thing better, that is, eggs cannot be put in one basket. Hizu said calmly. On the left wall, there is a secret room that requires a psychic. Ning Qi turned around and looked surprised. Do you know how precarious the life of a trader is? To a certain extent, insight, analysis, and even copy abilities can be regarded as a way of summarizing the present. Is it possible for him to use these abilities to predict a future? Bandage her eyes. Ning Qi handed the unconscious Hinata to Hinata Xia, and then walked into the study. Would you rather believe me, a murderer, than your colleagues in Konoha? And in my opinion, in terms of the possibility of the continuation of my Hyega family, the chances of their two juniors surviving are not as good as yours. This is the most important reason why I hope you can take Hanabi away. Hizu continued. Ning Qi stared at the dark wall in front of him uncertainly, thought for a while, and then used the clone technique to make the clone stand in front of the wall, while he retreated outside the study. Let's talk about it later. Ning Qi was non-committal and carried Hinata out of the room. One of them is still your brother, but he is protected by a caged bird. Therefore, in the eyes of my colleagues who are surrounding him, the only target worthy of action is actually Hinata. The only one is good. Most people don't want anything to become extinct. It is a common opinion that one more fireworks would be worse. What about copy? But the possibility that our Hyega clan can maintain its strength after the clan meeting is actually very slim. Among the survivors of the Hyega clan planned by Ning Qi, there are probably only 2 juniors. Ning Qi nodded slightly. He didn't expect that just by casually saying that Hanabi was not dead, the old patriarch could make arrangements immediately, and also listed a lot of seemingly reasonable reasons. I believe the benefits she can bring to you will far exceed the value of a pair of blank eyes. Rizu replied. Thank you. This reason is very reluctant. Boom. With a huge vibration, the dark wall began to flip, and a narrow secret room slowly appeared in front of the clone. When the clone came out with 12 pairs of white eyes, Ningqi's breath almost stopped. How dare you let your daughter come with me? Danzo, Uchiha. The ability to create something out of nothing is cool, but the amount of chakra that needs to be consumed is a bit too exaggerated, and Ningqi really doesn't believe that chakra alone can copy all matter. Do you know why I must kill Hinata? Ningqi shook his head. The old man's nerves were no longer normal. Aren't you afraid that I will dig out her eyes? This is no different in nature from imparting the core inheritance of the Ningqi family. After a while, Ningqi opened his eyes. All the white eyes in his hands turned into powder. Collected essence, 59.6%. Chapter 14 Dispute. The bright moon can be admired for a long time, and it circles the clear pond all night long. Let's go back. Oh! Hearing Ningqi's voice, Huahuo's dazed heart instantly calmed down. She trotted and put her hand into Ningqi's palm. I thought you went back. She sniffed. It was already early in the morning, the clothes she wore were relatively thin, and she was now very cold. No, but do you want to go see your Hinata sister? She just woke up. No, I want to go home now. The home Huahuo mentioned was obviously not the gloomy mansion of the family owner at the foot, but the small house where Ningqi lived. What decision has been made? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoked his cigarette and raised his eyelids when he heard this. The meeting decision to destroy Uchiha first has always been undecided and has been delayed until now. In fact, it is because of his wooden nature. The top officer of Yeren village didn't nod. Pretending to surrender will not affect the arrangements we have made, but if he really succeeds, we can avoid a lose-lose situation. The third generation said earnestly. Handsome. Hanabi said loudly. Ningqi nodded his chin and looked at the fireworks beside him. Overlooking the entire Hidden Leaves village from the Hokage Rock, the streets are densely packed like a net. The shops on both sides of the road are busy with business. The leaves cut off the sunshine, and people stroll in the shade. You actually tied the safety of the entire Konoha to him alone. What if he pretends to surrender? Do you know what kind of results we will face? Danzo asked. The next morning, Hanabi developed a high fever. Ningqi asked her younger brother Ningkai to take care of her while she went to perform Nebu's daily routine of monitoring Uchiha. The bird flew across the sky, and then landed lightly on the top of the mountain. Its orange-red claws caught the dust under its feet and landed on the huge fire shadow rocks on all sides. You are deliberately creating tension. Originally, they didn't want to rebel, but you were forcing them to do so. Waiting for the result, I am ordering Itaka to try his best to prevent the rebellion within the Uchiha, Sandai said slowly. Even if he is unable to prevent the rebellion in the end, we can get the news of the Uchiha's decision to rebel as soon as possible. And be able to respond appropriately. Looking back, a tall crimson cylindrical building stood at the foot of the mountain, like a big drum. That was the Hokage building, the pinnacle of power in the entire Hidden Leaf village, and a place that countless Konoha ninjas yearned for. For example, right now, the door of the Hokage's office was closed. If they weren't prepared to rebel from the beginning, how could they be forced to rebel? Yan asked instead. This is a meeting that can directly determine the final fate of the Uchiha clan who are planning a rebellion. I think the decision has been made. Mito Kaden said calmly. Starting from when Danzo was the first to leave, the four of them parted on bad terms again. The third generation sat in the position of the Hokage, feeling extremely tired. That informant. Danzo turned his head, with a hint of weirdness on his face, is he the reason why you are still unwilling to make up your mind to eradicate the Uchiha clan? Take a preemptive strike and nip the rebellion of the Uchiha clan in the cradle, Koharu said after returning to bed. Takaizawa Yamaaki is dead. This is a signal. He must have foiled the Uchiha rebellion plan before he was killed. Obviously we still have the Hyuga clan, the Sarutobi clan, and the Nara, Yamanaka and Inyazuka clans, so do we have to bear such a big risk because of Uchiha? After all, Hanabi's Byakugan is extremely pure, and he comes from the same clan as himself, so it is extremely suitable to train him as a thug, a test subject, or a humanoid Byakugan reserve. He touched his face. The Uchiha clan has never had peace since Madara. This is the bad nature of their clan. If it doesn't break out today, it will break out tomorrow. We can take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate this hidden danger in Konoha. Yan said. Recalling his request just now for him to take Hanabi away, Ningchi nodded slightly. If he could easily deal with Konoha's chasing troops in the future, it might not be impossible to take her away when he defected. It's really strange. Could it be that Nariku's technique has a great influence on the child's mind? Or what exactly did she experience in the hallucination? Otherwise, why would you keep clinging to a stranger like me? Do you think I'm handsome? They, the top brass of Konoha, were able to learn about the Uchiha clan's rebellion precisely because of the initiative of Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader. I have to say, Sarutobi, you are really getting old. True or false is not important, but we can use this to force the Uchiha clan to hand over the murderer. Yan thought for a while and suggested, this is just a test. If they refuse to hand over the murderer, we can just do it directly. Lose-lose? So Uchiha is really that important? So indispensable? Koharu couldn't help but ask. But even the Hokage is often unable to act arbitrarily, and will find it extremely difficult to deal with situations in the village that are beyond his control. On this issue, it has always been a 3 versus 1 situation. You also know that there are so many ninjas watching. If we rashly attack Uchiha, won't we make these ninjas think too much? Sarutobi kept shaking his head. Wait a little longer, wait and see. There is no direct evidence to prove that Shanming died at the hands of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, I asked him to investigate the case of Hyuga Takuma and others. How could he break the Uchiha plan? This is completely unreasonable. Sandai shook his head and shook his head. You're too stubborn, Sarutobi. It's obvious from the injury report. Do you have to move the body in front of you before you admit it? Danzo said with a frown. There were no leaders of the major ninja clans participating, no Anbu recording, no guards on duty at the door, only the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, 2 senior officials enshrined in Mito Katabu and Koharu, as well as the nominal Hokage assistants. In fact, the root leader Shimura Danzo and 4 other senior officials who stood at the top of the power of Konoha Ninja Village gathered together. It's not difficult to forge this kind of thing. The third generation said in a calm voice, I suspect that someone is deliberately creating conflicts between us and the Uchiha clan. The discussion reached a deadlock again. There were obviously huge differences between the 3 of them and Sarutobi, but there was no way. Sarutobi was the one with the real decision-making power. If he didn't nod, he could only let the situation continue to be deadlocked. They have also contributed greatly to Konoha in the previous ninja wars. The third generation is still willing to give the Uchiha clan a chance. Of course, since the 4 people always have different opinions on this issue, similar meetings have been held no less than 10 times at the request of Danzo and others, but each time they failed to reach a final consensus. Fortunately, thanks to the support of the Uchiha clan, the changes are becoming more and more obvious, so each meeting can make greater progress than the last meeting. Could it be that this kid has severe facial control? You said wait and see, what are you waiting for? Danzo asked directly without much persuasion. The only way to minimize losses is to cut things off as soon as possible. Besides, we didn't choose the war. It was Uchiha who initiated it. Koharu's voice was cold and stern. Smoke rose from his nose, and Sandai pondered for a moment, then shook his head. War will only lead to losses for both sides. This is not a decision that can be made lightly. We have to wait and see. Tell Itaka to come see me. He called the ANBU and said. Chapter 15. The volcano decided to erupt. The young man has sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and the tear trough extending from the nose makes him look a little sad no matter what expression he shows. His straight black hair hangs on both sides. He kneels on one knee, with his fist in front of him, and the ANBU mask is draped on the side of his face. Behind him is a standard short blade. Under the dark grey-brown tactical vest, a red and white fan pattern was exposed, which was the emblem of the Uchiha clan, the top family in Konoha. Hokage-sama, you are looking for me. Itaka lowered his eyes and looked at the floor. Takaizawa Yamaaki is dead. He used to be your subordinate. The third generation turned his back to him and looked out the window at Konoha Street. The smoke followed the wind blowing from outside the glass gap and rose to the ceiling. Someone said he was killed because he ran into the Uchiha clan's plot. What do you think? I have no idea. After hearing this answer, Sandai turned around and looked at the young man in front of him. The expression on his face seemed to be disappointment and relief. He shook his head. Then he clenched his fists. Is it Hinata Ninki again? The third generation reacted and shook his head gently. Who do you think the murderer might be? Sandai asked. How did you become the leader of the Hyuga clan? Say it next time every time. I said before that you can look at everything from the Hokage's position. You do have this ability. However, you don't have to put so much pressure on yourself. I believe in you. There is no one else around, so you don't have to worry about anything. Now, tell me what you really think. Shaking his head, he bypassed the group of people and continued walking forward. The office was quiet for a long time. As Itaka walked on the streets of the clan, he could clearly feel that this feeling of depression, like a boiling kettle, was getting stronger and stronger. When I got home, I didn't see my father. Instead, after hearing the sound of the door opening, 7-year-old Suzuki ran over quickly and threw himself on his lap. Similar rejection from Konoha's top brass is not limited to geographical marginalization, but also manifests itself in the exclusion of Konoha's top power structure. The Uchiha clan was once one of the founders of the Konoha ninja village, but now it has been reduced to only occupying seats in the Konoha security forces. Not to mention the decision-making level, anyone can get in, even the ANBU. The department also secretly rejected the applications of many Uchiha people. In recent years, only a very few people such as Itaki and Shisui passed the assessment and successfully integrated. Itaki returned to the clan in the afternoon. But it also shows that the murderer behind the Hyuga separation cases has still not been found. He killed Takaizawa Yamaaki, and is still lurking behind Uchiha and Konoha to add fuel to the flames, trying to detonate the powder keg of Konoha and Uchiha. Since reporting the Uchiha clan's conspiracy to the top management of Konoha, Itaka has been acting as a double agent, lurking within the Uchiha clan to collect information. Yamaaki may have been killed by the Uchiha clan, and only he can tell the truth. Give the most accurate answer. Uchiha Inari and his men blocked Itaka's path and asked in a cold voice. After explaining to Lord Hokage why the rebellion of the Uchiha clan had reached an irreversible point, the old man who had presided over the overall situation of Konoha for more than 10 years was quiet for a long time. In the end, he said nothing and waved his hand to Itaki. Gone back. It is good to rule out the possibility of Uchiha killing Takaizawa Yamaaki. This means that the Uchiha clan has not reached the point where things are irreversible, and there is still a chance for peace between Konoha and Uchiha. Even though the third generation was very scheming, he couldn't help but be annoyed by this chaotic situation. If he hadn't already known that Hinata and Rizu were planning to hold a clan meeting next week to discuss response matters, he would have dragged Rizu over and scolded him. "Hey, let me ask you something. I will definitely play with you next time." A smile appeared on Itaka's face, and he held his middle finger between his index fingers and pointed at Sasuke's forehead. He turned around and left, leaving Sasuke at the entrance, covering his forehead and pouting indignantly. "I think so too. Even in such a tense situation between Konoha and Uchiha, there are still people behind it." The third generation put down his cigarette stick and sighed. "Did Takaizawa Yamaaki get any important clues?" "Hey, Itaki! Did you go and tell the truth?" Although the Uchiha clan has always harbored ill will toward other ninja clans in Konoha, as far as this matter is concerned, it is framed. Itaka slowly raised his head. "So? Can it still be redeemed?" Itaka closed his eyes. The third generation took a sip of the pipe and did not show his disappointment. Itaka was now fully devoted to the task of monitoring Uchiha and had no interaction with Ning-chi. Naturally, it was impossible to make any inferences. He did not let's continue talking about this topic, but returned to this topic. Can the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha be restored? What's the reason? Itaka glanced at him, then lowered his head silently. There seems to be no reason. Isolation is all-encompassing. So? Itaka looked at them calmly. Although the person involved is extremely pessimistic about the subsequent development of the situation, this is not the first time he has expressed pessimism to the third generation. The fact is that the Uchiha clan has not yet truly unified within the clan, and the situation still does not seem to be enough to make a decision. So, from Sarutobi's point of view, we can still wait. Itaka once submitted a report, in which he identified Ning-chi as the biggest suspect in the murder of Hyuga Takuma and other members of the Hyuga branch. Now, Takaizawa Yamaaki, who was investigating Takuma's murder, is dead. If he hadn't been because of he was killed when he broke up the Uchiha conspiracy. Naturally, he was killed while investigating the Hyuga family separation case. This was the scene that Itaka could most clearly foresee while standing in the crater. It's just speculation that continues inertia. Can the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha be restored? Isn't the Hyuga branch a human being? Do you not care about so many things happening to so many people? Therefore, the answer he can give has actually not changed since 2 years ago. Should, can't. The child sat down on the ground with a cry. Using a little trick, Uchiha Itaka learned from Inahuo the place where the clan members secretly gathered. When he rushed there, the leader Uchiha Fugaku was speaking. From this position, it was very clear to eavesdrop. When the Hyuga clan holds a clan meeting, Konoha's side has no Byakugan detection, which is a perfect opportunity to launch an attack. Itaki opened his mouth slightly. The Uchiha clan is located in the northwest corner of the Konoha ninja village. For this former number 1 ninja clan in Konoha, being moved from the core of Konoha to such a remote corner is considered by most Uchiha clan members a humiliation. Whether it was Shisui 2 years ago or him now, the situation he faces seems to have never changed. The Uchiha clan has extremely rich spiritual emotions, but this does not seem to be a blessing. Hatred is spreading, and the ambitions of the Uchiha clan are expanding. The clansmen will clamor to destroy Konoha for the slightest injustice. The accumulated dissatisfaction is like a volcano. Sooner or later, one day it will erupt, and the volcano will destroy the entire Konoha. Where did you go today? Brother, I got an A in the ninja school test today. Sasuke happily showed him the paper in his hand. You promised me before that as long as I get an A, you will play with me. The suffocating feeling of being kept away from everyone for no reason, or even being surrounded by hostile eyes, is making most of the Uchiha people fall into a state of anxiety and mania. These people have been completely blinded by hatred and cannot see clearly the road ahead. No more. The volcano has decided to erupt. Chapter 16 Sharpening the Knife. Ning-chi got the news that they finally decided to launch a rebellion from the collected surveillance data of the Uchiha clan. At 1920, Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Tetsu equipped themselves with ninja tools and went to Konoha's public training ground together. A very common piece of information, right? What can two Uchiha shinobi prove by going to a public training ground? Yes, it is very common, but if we compare it with previous data and perform cross-analysis, it will illustrate the problem. 1. In the previous information, the two drunkards who got drunk every day were ready to regain their martial arts skills. This is what kind of pressure they felt. 2. The public training ground in Konoha has always been much worse than the training ground inside the ninja clan. Their going to the public training ground only shows that the training ground inside Uchiha is already overcrowded. Sharpen your knife sharply, just for the sake of making a bet. The news is accurate. Uchiha is about to launch a rebellion 4 days later when the Hyuga clan holds a clan meeting. Itaka said calmly. There is actually a lot of information used to support it. For example, tonight the Konoha security force suddenly changed shifts early. For example, there were suddenly more Uchiha patients in Konoha hospital. Ning, who had already expected that the Uchiha clan would definitely decide to launch a rebellion in the near future, in front of Chi, the extra sudden in these materials allowed him to deduce the time when the rebellion started, even though he already knew the outcome. Captain, if you are found to have left early, your salary will be deducted. Ying Ying yelled, and in response to her, Ning-chi turned his back to her and raised his hands. These leaked clues about daily life were obviously not regarded as abnormal by them, or in other words, they did not realize that Konoha's monitoring of them had reached such a crazy level. Itaka didn't speak, just lowered his head slightly. The light from the wall lamp covered his face, and only half of his face could be seen with an indifferent expression. It's so rich, Niji sighed as he looked at the delicious food on the table. Is today a holiday? Oh. Anyway, it won't be long. I have something to do today, so I got off work early. After saying that, Ning-chi left directly. How long has it been? This second young lady of the Zong family is indeed slightly more talented than herself. Boom! Ning-chi hit Niji on the head with a chopstick. What a waste! After serving the last dish, Ning-chi explained, this is 3 days' worth. He remembered the dispute with Danzo and others during the day. Is everything you said true? So that's it, Niji suddenly realized, so you are going on a mission again, right? 2. What? Danzo narrowed his eyes. The attacké in front of him reminded him of another Ning-chi who was also known as Konoha's two prides with attacké. That guy was clearly in charge of monitoring Uchiha under his command, and now Uchiha decided to betray him. However, there was still no news coming out at all, and the reaction was really slow. It might not be as effective as the rebellion of the Uchiha family. Ning-chi did not intend to tell Danzo the results he had compiled. The Uchiha clan had attacké, the second and fifth son, and what they wanted to do was basically known to the top management of Konoha, so there was no need to pursue it. The timing is not bad. Danzo commented simply. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan is indeed a big hidden danger for all raids. Back home, Ning-chi cooked for the two little guys. What? He was quite dissatisfied. Your eyes are wrong, Ning-chi didn't need a legitimate reason to hit his younger brother. Yes, ask me when the clan meeting of our Hyuga clan will be held. The smoke gun lit up, and the third generation stood in front of the window and looked into the distance, which was the direction of the Uchiha clan's residence. The lights in the darkness were bright, like sparks ignited on the weeds, and were about to spread to the entire Konoha ninja village. At the entrance of the Hinata branch family, the Uchiha clan are by no means fools. Of course, they know that they must not reveal abnormalities when planning big plans, but similarly, if the Uchiha clan with rich emotions could really control their passionate emotions, they would not be where they are today. In retrospect, his persistence seemed like a joke. Ambition and hatred eventually swallowed up the entire Uchiha clan. The expected restraint did not happen after all. The clan still betrayed his trust and took this final step. My brother is already so old. He is handsome and strong. He is about to be nominated as a jonin. He has a bright future. Both of his parents are dead. More importantly, he has such an outstanding younger brother. What girl would do that? Not tempted? You can only follow him if you become stronger, you understand? Nisi advised Hanabi. He had taken leave these days and did not go to ninja school. He had been teaching Hanabi Rukun at home, so he was gradually attracted by Hanabi's talent. Shocked. At the root headquarters, Danzo looked at Uchiha Itaki in front of him with a fierce smile. In the Hokage building, the third generation looked at the message delivered by Itaki in his hand with a complicated expression. Bring you next time. Ning Chi said casually. Ying Ying was still mechanically transporting the information recorded by the team members. Ning Chi, who was at the desk, suddenly stopped moving. She looked at the clock. It's not even shift time yet. Huahua was not attracted by the feast in front of her, but felt sad that Ning Chi would be away for a long time again. She looked at Ning Chi longingly. Niji sneered, interpreting this as the unexpected next time that his brother would fool a child. The clan meeting will be held 4 days later, and the Uchiha clan's rebellion will also be 4 days later. According to the original work, Itaka launched the night of genocide on the eve of the rebellion, which is 3 days later. Don't use money as money. Ying sighed. She looked around and saw that there was no one else here. She immediately used the clone technique, and then let the clone use the transformation technique to become Ning Chi, and sat down just now. In the position, I picked up a piece of information and started pretending to work. All information has now completed the closed loop. He glanced at Itaki. It's just a pity that Guy Fugaku has no brains after all. If the news can be revealed by his own son, no matter how good the timing is, it will just be a waste of effort leading the clan to death. What kind of brains does this Uchiha clan leader have? Has anyone from the Uchiha clan been here recently? Ning Chi asked the genin in the guard booth at the door. This was a guard set up after members of the branch family were frequently killed, which made the Hyuga clan look more majestic and solemn. Effect. He could see that Ning Chi seemed a little excited tonight, which was not in line with his brother's usual calm image. Could it be that something good had happened? Niji watched secretly. It has ended. Sure enough, it was impossible for the Uchiha clan not to bite such a bright bait. Got it. Hanabi shouted. So, there is only one content in this deal. Danzo turned around and knocked his cane on the ground. As long as you can eliminate Uchiha and eliminate hidden dangers for Konoha, I promise to let your brother Sasuke go. Okay. Itaka sank his entire head into darkness. Chapter 17 Uchiha Madara. Chapter 17 Uchiha, Madara. On the second day after the shoes finally landed, an enlarged meeting was being held in a conference room in the Hokage building. In addition to the 4 high-level officials of Konoha, there were also 3 leaders of the ninja clan, the Inodeksho group, all of whom were third generations. A die-hard supporter of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen. The themes of the meeting are: how should we deal with the Uchiha rebellion? How else can we deal with it? Let's fight! Isn't it just to wait for this storm to be dealt with by recalling so many ninjas and suspending accepting external commissions? Sarutobi, I think we can start getting ready. The third generation nodded. Peace was boundless, and what he wanted to show next was his thunderous skills. He looked at the man beside him. Shikaku, come and report on the preparation progress of the battle plan. Yes. Lord Hokage. Sirs, please see, this is a plan to prepare for the Uchiha rebellion. After confirming the news of the Uchiha rebellion, the relevant actions actually started last night. After the combat meeting, people left one after another, with Kakashi at the end. At this moment, a carrier pigeon flew from the window to the third generation. But in this process, we still need to minimize the harm to innocent people, especially the casualties of women and children. This is the morality that we as ninjas should uphold. Ning Qi disappeared. Shaked his head. That's okay. He was a little curious about what was written on the paper, but Shikaku just pushed him out. Based on the comparison of the strength between the enemy and ourselves, on the day of the Uchiha Rebellion, the battle is expected to end within 3 hours, 2 of which will be street fighting within the Uchiha clan and will not cause damage to other external facilities. Ning Qi found out. When the letter was opened, Kakashi clearly saw that the Hokage's originally calm expression turned into confusion in an instant. No. Apart from this, everyone is quite satisfied with this combat plan, and there are no other omissions. For example, rebel in advance and catch everyone in Konoha off guard. Talking to the Hyuga clan and having an ANBU investigate his whereabouts is now the greatest weight Ning Qi has achieved in the hearts of these senior officials. There should be no leaks. He is a member of the Hinata family. There was no explanation, he had been missing since last night. I declare again that this battle is not about annihilating enemies, but about punishing evil and maintaining the stability of Konoha. The Uchiha clan is bewitched by a few ambitious elements with evil intentions. We must show them the strength and decisiveness of Konoha. Serve as a warning to others. Danzo smiled contemptuously. Everyone looked at him, but no one answered. As the captain of the root unit that monitors the Uchiha clan, he did not appear in the recruiting team. The two prides of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi and Hinata Ninki, benefited from their talented performance and special backgrounds. They are extremely famous in the entire village. Therefore, the former Itachi did not appear here because of his status. It's understandable, but it's still quite shocking that Ning Qi didn't appear here and most likely had met with misfortune. That Ning Qi, will he leak the secret? Xiao Chun, who had already walked to the door and was sleeping, heard the question and couldn't help turning around and frowning. The so-called ordinary warrior, one good and one strange, Uchiha Itachi, is that strange move. In Sarutobi's view, it is best if it works, and the overall loss of Konoha can be minimized. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. On the battlefield, it is fair and square. Just decide the winner in a duel. Kakashi stood in the crowd and looked away from the direction where Danzo and the others were walking away. They have been wary of the Uchiha clan for so many years, and they know each other well. Konoha finally has the opportunity to come up with a way to suppress the situation. The enemy is overt and we are hidden, and we wait for surprises. The Uchiha clan cannot make big waves. The only difference is it depends on how much Konoha is willing to pay to win. When Sarutobi saw that no one raised his opinion, he nodded towards Shikaku. When it comes to the sanctimony of a leader, he is indeed not as good as Sarutobi. Moreover, these surrounding residents have deep connections with the Uchiha clan. They may have suffered casualties at that time, but in the final analysis it was caused by the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. This battle was not initiated by Konoha, and Konoha did not need it. Bear the moral responsibility that the cause and effect has nothing to do with yourself. Danzo soon realized this. They were considering the overall situation, and compared to the deaths of a few residents, the overall safety of Konoha was obviously more important. Regarding the transaction between him and Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi was not discussed in the meeting. This is natural. After all, if the entire Konoha hierarchy is counting on a rebellious Uchiha, Uchiha can be completely eliminated. Wave's crisis is both extremely rash and irresponsible to Konoha's overall situation. Next came the time when the third generation was discussing specific matters with these Jounin and ANBU captains. Danzo was about to leave when suddenly he paused. He turned his head and glanced at these people, but did not find that familiar shadow. He couldn't help but he asked. "Where's Ning Qi?" Several big shots discussed it for a while, felt that it would have no big impact on the set plan, and left. The meeting in the room continues. As he was leaving, he faintly heard the somewhat glum Hokage saying, Maybe he was caught by the mastermind behind the branch who was specifically watching the branch. Even Koharu, who had transferred to his dormitory, had heard about the recent disasters that the Hyuga branch had encountered. The other party only wanted to attack the members of the branch. It's impossible to figure it out. The Uchiha clan has made contributions to Konoha after all. To reach this point today is because I, the Hokage, have neglected my duty. It is also a painful baptism for Konoha. I hope that after this battle, we can find by rebuilding peace, they can also recover from their mistakes and work together to make Konoha more united so that such tragedies will never happen again. All jounin in the village have been notified in the name of drill. All ANBU teams have completed their contraction and entered deployment status. The entertainment stars will arrive 2 days in advance. In addition to the residents who are attracted to the opera house. The few residents who stay at home are also it will be properly placed and all traps will be set up in 2 days. In the room, people looked at the deployment list on the drawing and pondered for a moment, and most of them nodded in agreement. Koharu, who went to bed, frowned and raised objections because she felt that the move to relocate the surrounding residents might cause the Uchiha clan to move ahead of schedule. Awareness may lead to unexpected situations. He couldn't be an Uchiha. Shikaku reiterated to all team leaders the precautions when fighting the Uchiha clan. Danzo recalled the scene in which Ning-chi proposed to him to frame Uchiha. Change it as they say. I think so too. Mito Minyan nodded. The voice echoed in the room, and the young jounin and ANBU captains showed determined expressions. The high-level meeting was about to end, and the door was opened. Some jounin and ANBU captains responsible for implementing specific combat plans were allowed to enter the room. Sarutobi slowly stood up, looked at everyone present, and made a final declaration. Shikaku also crossed out the part about relocating residents. Danzo also expressed his acquiescence. Just a little person who separated from his family. Playing missing at such a critical moment? The murderer who separated the family is Uchiha Madara. Have you guessed what Ning-chi wants to do? Chapter 18 Who are you looking for? The appearance of an unexpected name made all Konoha high-level officials come back again and again. The high-level meeting was reconvened. Ning-chi found out the murderer behind the cases of the separated family members, and he is tracking the other party. Uchiha Madara, does it have the same name? But there is no registered member of the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Madara. You know who you mean. And Danzo, who was sinister, and had an aura of keeping strangers away from him, was indeed far away from that position. Sarutobi thought for a while, and the matter was obvious to him. Since the Uchiha rebellion might have unexpected strong people to help them, they must also make corresponding adjustments. The original combat plan remains unchanged, but in order to deal with this, Madara Uchiha suddenly appears, and he can form another sharp knife combat team, and the team specifications will be based on the highest cage level standards. This trip is just so that the things he protects and cherishes can see the light of day again. But just as a beast is never willing to be tamed by a gladiator once it is unleashed, Hiruzen Sarutobi hopes to kill only the culprits after the war, and his strategy of preserving women and children is still high-sounding to the point of naivety in Danzo's eyes. It was impossible to tell whether Sarutobi was sincere or hypocritical. In the wild jungle, Ning-chi was still looking around, seemingly confused. Hundreds of lives. This is the human world he cherishes. Seeing Sarutobi shake his head, Danzo frowned. That guy Fugaku wasn't so mindless, he still deceived his son. The information passed by Ning-chi is very valuable. Although it is head-scratching that the case of Uchiha Madara and Hinata's separation is involved, but since it has been determined that they are enemies rather than friends, there is nothing more to say. Make corresponding plans. When soldiers come, they can block the water and cover it with earth. Either they are driven by ambition, or they are drifting with the crowd, or they are ignorant, or they are octogenarian, or they are just old and immature. War is inevitable, and everyone has secretly realized it. There are still 2 days until the Hyuga clan holds a clan meeting. If he could use attack his power to slaughter all the Uchiha clansmen, then the loot he could get, the Sharingan, would also be doubled. This is the person he protects. Until the sun set, darkness swallowed up the people and the world that Attaka loved. I didn't show any seriousness this time, ha, ha. You're serious now, you idiot. Anyway, his surname is Uchiha, so, is this the reason why the Uchiha clan dares to rebel? If he really knew that the Uchiha clan had help, he would definitely not hide it. Then let's compete with other things. How about the high jump? A case investigating the separation of the Hyuga family unexpectedly broke through suspected Uchiha reinforcements. No. He turned and left. After all, when the direct conflict between Konoha and Uchiha breaks out, it must mean that Attaka's genocide operation the night before has failed. He cannot fulfill his promise to Danzo, and naturally he cannot ask Danzo to let Sasuke go in return. Promise of? No. Sarutobi and Danzo shook their heads at the same time. How could such a rare clue be broken off so easily? This name seemed to have a huge magic power, causing the 4 old people who had experienced that era in the conference hall to fall silent for a while. The wind blew his long hair, and Attaka leaned on the roof, overlooking the village and town below. The setting sun is like blood. Life is not without weight, but in the face of some things, it is as thin as gauze paper, which can be torn off in pieces regardless of the weight. The shadow level standard does not mean that the team's strength can match the shadow level standard, but that it is better, or even a team standard that is enough to kill a single shadow level powerhouse in regular combat. All arrangements were carried out in an orderly manner in the darkness. Although they had already hidden sharp blades and harbored murderous intentions, the Konoha and Uchiha clans still maintained their superficial love like a couple. It was the voice of the yellow-haired boy who was unhappy after being left behind by Sasuke during a race on the playground. Of course, under the policy of extermination, everyone is treated equally under the sword, and that person, Sasuke, is no exception. After finalizing the matter of dealing with Uchiha Madara, the atmosphere of the meeting became relaxed again. Sarutobi seemed to have thought of something, shook his head and sighed. Everyone nodded slightly, only Danzo frowned. Is this a reminder to himself not to do too much to the hero? The girls watching laughed playfully. Okay. Sasuke smiled confidently. By analogy, the Jounin standard is the team standard that is enough to defeat or even kill a single Jounin. Where are the specific candidates? Xiao Chun asked. As the root of Konoha, a big tree, this is a part that few people notice that is not exposed to the sun. The roots get deeper and deeper, and the tree grows taller and taller. Danzo has never been able to assign such a position. Dissatisfied, he even enjoyed being the king of Konoha's darkness. There are ways to play in the sun, and there are rules in the dark. The roots of big trees compete with the tentacles of other plants for nutrients, and victory can only be achieved by any means necessary. To cut grass, you must remove the roots to consolidate the foundation of the fruits of victory. Abe Fei didn't want to explain this matter too clearly, or didn't want to do it, but Danzo felt that he had already understood it. The identity of Hokage does require such a great and upright image. People of the same clan. No one objected to Sarutobi's proposal. It was related to the safety of Konoha and that terrifying figure. No matter how cautious you were, you should be cautious. In the thick smoke, there was constant noise, bustling traffic, and bustling crowds. They all felt from the bottom of their hearts that the Madara on Ninki letter was someone else's disguise, but the recent madness of the Uchiha clan did not dare let them easily draw conclusions. Could it be that this Uchiha Madara is really the Uchiha clan who did not know where he came from? Old things dug up from mass graves? Should we call this Ning-chi back to ask him clearly? Yan asked. Sarutobi named a few names, and they were all elite ninjas in Konoha who were able to stand alone. Perhaps he still felt that it was not enough. He glanced at the Jounin and Anbu elites waiting outside the corridor, and his eyes paused. And one more. Kakashi. Of course I know, but that person has been dead for more than 30 years. They treated the Uchiha Madara revealed on Ninki letter as the real Madara. They all made great contributions to Konoha. Everything followed the rules of the darkness, and Ataka looked quite confident, which actually gave Danzo a little more hope. As expected of the two prides of Konoha, a lurking Uchiha provides us with key information. For the Uchiha clan, in addition to arranging for Ataka to try to kill them all on the eve of the war, Danzo also prepared a backup plan for Ataka's failure, that is, on the frontal battlefield the next day, when the Uchiha clan went out in force, they sent the root ninjas lurking nearby to kill all the women and children left in the Uchiha clan's territory, leaving no one behind. The Sharp Knife team has been formed, and the only reason for their existence is to beware of Uchiha Madara lurking in the dark during the battle between Konoha and Uchiha. They may not be dispatched, but the so-called precautionary measures are nothing more than this. The huge ninja village military group cannot rely on temporary changes to deal with everything. Having a plan is always more reassuring than having no plan. The so-called decision was actually made 2 years ago when Shisui threw himself into Nanga River. That small-minded clan was not as important as the bright smile on the face of the young man in front of him or the dust blown by the wind. What about Ataki? Didn't he mention that Uchiha Madara might be the Uchiha clan's secret weapon? Itaka's brows were gentle. Who are you looking for? The long-haired man wearing a tiger skin mask hung upside down from the tree trunk. Under the hole in the mask, the kaleidoscope Sharingan, which looked like 3 sickles put together, was staring at Ning-Chi coldly. Chapter 19 Gift. Who are you looking for? Looking for you. Even when facing this extremely dangerous behind-the-scenes boss, Ning-Chi still looked relaxed. Are you from Danzo? The masked man looked Ning-Chi up and down, his eyes resting on his pair of white eyes for a long time. He seemed to recognize him, and his already very cold voice dropped 8 points again. Hinata, Ning-Chi. Ning-Chi was stunned for a moment, and then realized that this was not a war, and the major ninja villages were relatively closed. The reputation of Konoha's 2 prides may not be so loud. He had never had contact with Obito, and Danzo it is more likely that the name of Hyuga Ninki under his command was told to Obito by Baizetsu, a geek who was extremely talented in gathering intelligence. Without having to introduce himself, Ning-Chi nodded with a kind smile. Yes, I want to find you to cooperate. You help me exterminate the Hyuga clan. As a reward, how about I join the Akatsuki organization and work for you afterwards? The masked man tilted his head to look at him. Is it still just these 2 times? Ning-Chi murmured, squinting his eyes, and looked at the masked man in front of him quietly with his foggy eyes. At some point, the Manjiki Sharingan under the mask had become filled with murderous intent. Although the voice was calm, the question went to the core. Although his murderous intention had expanded and he urgently needed to find a few people to vent his anger, when he thought that this might be helping Ning-Chi eliminate dissidents, he suppressed his emotions and did not intend to follow the trap set by Ning-Chi. At the last second, the short blade in Ning-Chi's hand completed its charge and slashed down at the masked man below at an extremely fast speed. A dark curtain wrapped the sword body, and it made a sound like a devil's grin when it broke through the air. Catch! A-level ninjutsu. It should be the Konoha ninja who came after this tracer symbol. The only difference is that the Thunder Escape clone can only use Thunder Escape, while the Swordsmanship clone can only use Swordsmanship. Cunning sword technique, Withering. The inspiration comes from the Thunder Escape clone. The next moment, Ning-Chi's figure was like lightning, dodging the palm and appearing not far behind the masked man. The giant tree was broken with one blow. The intense lightning attached to the short blade made a hissing roar and the blade was cut off. He grabbed the masked man's waist, but the other man still acted as if nothing happened. Although Obito during this time period has pushed Nagato to rebuild the Akatsuki organization with the main purpose of capturing tailed beasts, he is not yet the preparatory member of the Akatsuki organization, Fei. The next second. Help, remember to kill them all. Someone is coming. Ningqi pursed his lips, not intending to sit still and wait for death. He drew out the short blade behind him and pointed the blade directly at the man in front of him. I brought you a small gift. What value can there be in cooperation with a guy who can be instigated by the Hyuga clan to rebel at any time? The combination of swordsmanship and chakra elements is indeed a unique idea, and Ningqi, who can master the two attributes of wind and thunder, is obviously talented. The illusion was lifted, and the masked man's old body returned to its original state. Are you thinking of making up some excuse? You. Raising his head, he saw birds flying through the forest under the moonlight. The sword collapsed to the ground. Looking at Ningqi, who was holding only the hilt of the sword, standing in front of him stupidly, the masked man shook his head and slapped his palm on Ningqi, who seemed to be exhausted. On the shoulders. He frowned. The surrounding plants were rapidly declining and withering. It's really still far behind. Ningqi murmured, seeming to be evaluating the fighting gap between himself and the masked man. The masked man didn't know the cause and effect of the birth of this technique, but he clearly knew that he was being tricked. No wonder the other party showed a weird recklessness from beginning to end. It turned out that a whole clone was here to play with him, so just don't care at all. It's not Danzo who wants to cooperate with me, but you, the puppet of the separation family? There was a weird smile without meaning from under the mask, which seemed to be satirizing the internal fighting of the Hyuga family, and also seemed to be mocking the guy in front of him for not knowing what to do. It's just good. Thunder sword technique, thunder action. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it later. The masked man said calmly. He would not let the other party die like this without asking for all the information. However, before he could make any move, the next second, there was a boom sound, and the sword blade that was surrounded by countless black scenes in front of him instantly collapsed into pieces. The masked man also felt that his skin was aging rapidly and his limbs were becoming extremely stiff. If you can't make it up, don't force yourself. I'm tired of seeing it. Wind sword technique, storm slash. Let me help you. The masked man is already old, but this does not affect his operation too much. At this time, his palms are already pressed to the ground. Next, he only needs to use the Uchiha fire formation to block the opponent so that he can sit back and relax. Seeing Ningqi in front of him, his head suddenly dropped, and then turned into a short blade and fell to the ground. The masked man shook his head and moved towards Ningqi step by step. Then give it a try. These two clone techniques also consume half of the caster's chakra, and have most of the combat power equivalent to the original body. Not far away, Kakashi suddenly pressed his eye under his forehead protector. Did it turn out to be an unfinished spell? Pity. The other party deliberately provoked him, obviously in order to keep the Konoha ninjas who followed this tracer symbol. He retracted his palm in midair, slowly turned around, looked at Ningqi, and commented approvingly. He attacked Konoha, created the Nine Tails Rebellion, and even the Uchiha clan who helped attack and massacre the security forces according to the original plot did not do so as members of the Akatsuki organization. A gust of breeze blew by, and the overlapping sword shadows seemed to pierce the barrier of nothingness. They all passed through the masked man, leaving the other party unscathed. On the contrary, the light hand stretched out by the masked man was about to press on Ningqi. Weakness in sight. The moment the masked man stepped out, Ningqi's expression condensed. Wind swordsmanship, feng feng. Ningqi wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone, but he obviously didn't know that what was delivered to his door was indeed a good gift. Still not answering? The short blade in Ningqi's hand was raised high, and a thick and strange dark light curtain swallowed up the starry sky. Both of them were stunned. Not bad swordsmanship, I'm not smart enough to abandon your Hyuga family's soft fist. Ningqi blinked and reacted. This inexplicable encounter made him feel angry. Ning Qi's strength was good, but compared with his courage, his strength seemed insignificant. If you treat me as a tool for you to test your sword, don't you think your life will be long? He picked up the short blade on the ground, with obvious tracer symbols on it. Rare opportunity. There were too many secrets hidden in Ning Qi in front of him, and he planned to torture them later. Ning Qi's figure was as fast as the wind, and the sword blade cut out a tornado, sweeping towards the masked man. Illusion? If so, why can't the Sharingan be unlocked? Before he could think about it, he felt a strong sense of crisis surrounding him. Bang! The laughter gradually subsided. Looking at Ning Qi in front of him, the masked man's tone became more relaxed, like a conversation between friends. He asked, "How do you know I'm from the Akatsuki organization?" The tornado passed through the masked man's figure. The moment he stepped out completely, the light in Ning Qi's eyes flashed away. "It's been a long time since I thought about it." Ning Qi smiled calmly and continued to talk about his final words. The masked man frowned slightly. He didn't understand at all what confidence Ning Qi had to say to him after a long time. He was about to suck Ning Qi into the virtual space. He recalled Ning Qi's words just now and snorted coldly. "Want to borrow a knife to kill someone?" Just as he was about to retreat first, the masked man seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned his head, looked in a certain direction in the darkness, and softly muttered the words Ning Qi mentioned just now. This Ning Qi has seen through the rules of his own abilities. He is worthy of the Byakugan, and is even better than the Sharingan in terms of insight. Swordsmanship clone. From this, it is very intriguing that Ning Qi directly found the source of information that Obito wanted to join the Akatsuki organization. However, even at this point, the masked man remained calm. On the surface, this masked man has no connection with the Akatsuki organization. "Gift," he warned lightly. "I wouldn't recommend getting too close." There are still 2 seconds left before his next use of blur. The masked man didn't care and waved his hand. The huge suction force erupted from the eyes under the hole caused the space to twist into a vortex. "What's wrong, Kakashi?" The tracking symbol left by Ning Qi is right in front. "We need to quickly support him." "Let's go, it's okay." Kakashi shook his head. Although he was a little confused, he still suppressed the abnormal movement of the Sharingan. Now their enemy is the guy named Uchiha Madara, who must be cut off to ensure that there will be no unexpected events in the war between Konoha and Uchiha tomorrow. This is the meaning of forming this sharp knife team. Chapter 20 In the name of Uchiha. Goodbye. It's time for school to end now. Sasuke, carrying his satchel, said goodbye to his classmates at the school gate, and then sang songs along the stream and returned to the clan happily all the way. A pause in his steps. Without the sight of corpses littering the land in another time and space, the Uchiha clan would still be noisy and prosperous. Sasuke did not notice the cold gazes lurking in the dark jungle, nor did he notice the solemn expressions on the faces of the guards guarding the gate of the clan. Business was still booming in front of the stalls of merchants selling 3-color meatballs in the street. Sasuke squeezed into the crowd and took out his saved pocket money to buy 2 sticks. Boom! The door was opened. "Brother, what do you think I bought you?" He would never give Sasuke a chance to refute in normal times. Similarly, these words with clear subject, predicate and object were never suggestions, but orders. He emphasized. Only Uchiha Fugaku was left in the conference room. They haven't even had the overall situation, so how can they care about the overall situation? He's a coward. The young man held up 2 balls, but his high-spirited tone did not receive the expected answer. "But don't care." Infected by this dead and solemn atmosphere, Sasuke nodded silently, feeling inexplicably terrified. Fugaku knew very well what the other party's intentions were. He definitely did not want Uchiha to take power, but he hoped to use the opportunity of Uchiha's rebellion to mess up Konoha. That's all they can do. In the name of Uchiha. Sasuke didn't know what happened and looked at his father blankly. He is a coward. At this time, Fugaku stood up at some point, and the note in his hand disappeared. Several Uchiha executives unanimously approved the new action plan. Itaki, did you see that? It seems that something is brewing, and everyone in the tribe and even nature are waiting in tacit understanding. Tonight, not even a mouse could crawl out of the Uchiha clan's land. The action plan has been exposed. Konoha's side is on guard. They have already laid out traps and are waiting for help. Changes will be made in tomorrow's coup operation. The Uchiha tribesmen stood outside together with torches. They didn't care about Sasuke at the door, or even the hidden glances. But that's the choice. Who are you looking at? Father, me, my brother Itaki, where are he? He didn't know where he went, hiding like a turtle, refusing to make a choice. Father, his eyes. But it's a pity. He looked through the window at the dim lights of Konoha's central street in the distance, and felt that his hands were stained with the blood of innocent people. Fugaku took a deep breath. He felt that his outstretched hands were trembling. He didn't know what the future would be like after making this decision. Anyway, no matter what, this was the chance for the Uchiha clan to survive and ascend to the top of Konoha. Bit's only option. Regardless of whether he is on the Uchiha side or not, as long as he does not appear here tonight, he must be a coward. A coward who accepted Konoha's will but couldn't take action against his clansmen. But it is a necessary sacrifice. I will use my Manjiki Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, and then select a new Jinhyuriki after the battle is settled. I don't know whether the tone was relief or disappointment. What are they talking about? Where are they going? The Uchiha clan can transform from a marginal ninja clan isolated by everyone to the guardian of Konoha. That was Fugaku's extremely proud son. No matter what choice he made, Fugaku would choose to respect it. Dad. His face was expressionless. Sasuke was stunned for 2 seconds before his face completely collapsed. The crowd dispersed on their own initiative, and Uchiha Fugaku, who was walking at the front, turned around silently. 3 sickle-shaped Megatama pieces formed piercing eyes like shurikens, causing Sasuke to open his mouth slightly. He is Uzumaki Naruto. It doesn't matter, they don't know that we already know that we have been exposed, so, we still have a chance. Uchiha Fugaku said. The uneasiness in Sasuke's heart reached its peak. Before Fugaku and his clan members had gone far, he gritted his teeth, pushed away his mother's arms, ran barefoot onto the street and shouted to the team. The consequences of the Uchiha clan's failed rebellion were devastating. What? Everyone was shocked. A coward who accepted the clan's will but couldn't do anything to Konoha. Mother. It's not his brother Itaki. The only sounds at the dinner table were the chopsticks accidentally hitting the bowl and Sasuke chewing and swallowing the food. The streets outside were quiet, and even the training ground was no longer bustling with the usual bustle. There was no wind, no birds, no frogs, or cicadas. The two worlds inside and outside have reached a strange tacit understanding unconsciously. The air was a little stagnant. This dinner was tasteless. From his point of view, the leader of the Uchiha clan was holding a note in his hand, with no more than 10 words left or right, but Fugaku had been reading it for at least half an hour. He took out a photo from his body and pressed his finger on it without hesitation. Itaki, he, is still on a mission and hasn't come back yet. Our goal is to catch him and release the Nine Tails. Sasuke stood there blankly, holding 2 3-color balls in his hands, watching the clan members disappear from the end of the field of vision one after another. Several senior Uchiha figures gathered together. While waiting, Sasuke couldn't stay focused. From time to time, he would turn his head and look at the back of his father sitting in the main hall, and then show a puzzled expression. Don't go to school tomorrow. Fugaku said the only thing he said after eating. The guy who handed me the note was extremely vicious. He is a coward. After nightfall. This made Suzuki feel strange and familiar, like a person who had been deaf for a period of time could hear sounds again, but could no longer identify the specific content of these sounds. He will bear all the responsibility. A coward who chose to escape on the eve of battle. The door was opened. After meal. This is a responsibility that he, the patriarch, cannot escape. The sound of footsteps came from far to near. And with Konoha already knowing about it, cancelling the rebellion, not to mention whether it can eliminate the raging public opinion within the clan, will never return to the state of reconciliation. It is just a more stupid and slow destruction. In the plan, after taking care of Sarutobi Danzo and others, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward to stop Kyubai's rebellion, which can be regarded as turning the tide and helping the building to collapse. As long as Kyubai is not discovered again, the rebellion was actually the handiwork of the Uchiha clan. With such tremendous achievements, the position of the fifth Hokage must have been in Fugaku's pocket. This is our only chance. He seemed to have changed into a different person, losing the warmth and solemnity that belonged to his father, and turning into the resolute and unruffled self-power of the clan leader. At a certain moment, it was as if everyone in the clan received a certain message at the same time, and the noise of the crowd, far and near, vaguely like the buzzing of mosquitoes, sounded again in the Uchiha clan. In both sin and glory. For some reason, Suzuki felt that these two looks on him were so strange. Of course, releasing the Nine Tails again will definitely cause heavy losses to Konoha, ruin countless families, and may even arouse the covetousness of foreign enemies and may even be the trigger for the Fourth Ninja War. All these factors are considered by Fugaku. The Yandame's son, the nine-tailed Jinhyuriki. Of course, he was still genial when talking to the clan members, but in Sasuke's view, he no longer looked like the leader of the Uchiha clan, but was similar to Grandpa Hokage who spoke at the opening ceremony. Is something about to happen? Facing the dull eyes of several senior executives, Fugaku paused and continued. But the coldness didn't seem to be directed at Suzuki, but at the person he mentioned. I can give Danzo a surprise for those things tomorrow. Everyone's morale is very high, clan leader. Fugaku said calmly. He knew that the Uchiha clan had no choice. Suzuki had never seen his father look like this. It's Suzuki. Fugaku's voice broke the silence, and his smile brought back Sasuke's familiar feeling. His expression was cold. He remembered the note from the mysterious man just now and couldn't help but clenched his fists. My brother is on a mission again. Everyone looked back at him. Countless people will die in this battle. Sitting in the main hall as if praying to the gods, or waiting for fate to come, his father Uchiha Fugaku and his mother Uchiha Mikoto turned back and stared at him calmly. So, secret sentries were placed in every corner around the clan's territory. The uneasy Suzuki squatted in the entrance hall holding 2 3-color balls. He couldn't read or play with toys. He just wanted to see his brother for the first time when he came back. Even if Uchiha may become the sinner of the entire Konoha, the arrow has to be fired when it is on the string. The answer is revealed. Asking for a monthly ticket, reasonable and confident. Chapter 21, Blocking the Road. The night of genocide in the original work to stop the Uchiha rebellion did not happen for some reason. The River of Destiny has shown signs of changing its course. Even so, the coup that the Uchiha clan is about to carry out will not cause many waves if Konoha is already prepared. Uchiha will never be able to resist the power of Konoha as a whole, and the fate of the world will be reversed after the war. After baptism, you will also get back on track. The outcome does not change due to different means. What really caused fate to completely flow into the unpredictable abyss was the will that made the river of fate change its course for the first time. It appeared again. In the form of a note, it sent the news that Konoha had learned that Uchiha was about to rebel. In the hands of Fugaku, the clan leader who can decide the future direction of the Uchiha clan. The original coup only required Uchiha to take down Sarutobi, Danzo, and other high-level Konoha officials in a surprise attack. There was still a chance that the entire operation would succeed, but now, what they were about to face was that all the people who had already assembled and were preparing for the attack were ready. Konoha ninja, and this is something that the Uchiha clan cannot defeat no matter what. The mission of the clan is continuity, not self-destruction. It's more than enough to deal with you. Ningchi was arrogant. He was not a coward as Fugaku said. He was just trying to find help but was blocked by this guy in front of him. Not to mention whether Itaka can bear the burden of using Tsukuyomi many times, Ningchi, who has become alert after losing his substitute, is unlikely to be able to use Tsukuyomi again. As far as close combat is concerned, the Byakugan is better than the Sharingan in terms of dynamic vision, and Ninki is also better than Itaki in swordsmanship. Even if half of the chakra is released, it will not make him and attack as close enemies. The battle is at a disadvantage. What did you want to do when you stopped me? Together with Itaki, they are known as the two prides of Konoha. They can't even block Itaka's moves, right? Ningchi may be much inferior to Itaki in terms of illusion skills, but he has the talent to develop new techniques that even Itaki is extremely envious of. Genjutsu substitute is such an illusion specifically for illusions. I refuse. Under the impression of this pair of terrifying Sharingan eyes, Ningchi smiled gently, but refused to give in. The fate of the Uchiha clan must be decided by the Uchiha himself. I am here to decide the fate of the Uchiha clan. When he said this, Itaka's expression was extremely cold. How many substitutes do you have? Itaka took a deep breath. No, I have been waiting for you here. I have never fought with anyone else. I just gave away half of my chakra before. Ningki's tone was casual. Even if you stop me, they will still fail tomorrow. During the hand-to-hand fight, Itaka stared at Ningchi. Aside from exposing Konoha's internal chaos and letting other ninja villages see the opportunity, it has no use. The field of vision was occupied by water vapor, but this had no impact on either Ningchi or Itaki. Illusion substitute. The formation of a substitute takes about a week to collect the overflowing spiritual energy. Only one can be stored at a time, and each one can only resist the illusion once. Ningchi blocked with his horizontal sword, and a dangerous and fierce close combat broke out again. This is not what Ningchi wants. You told the information to the Uchiha clan. Itaki opened his mouth slightly, and almost took out the long knife in his hand. Uchiha Fugaku no longer needs to be responsible for his father's identity, so he only needs to carry out his identity as the leader of the Uchiha clan to the end. You have crossed the line, Ningchi, now, get out of my way. In the illusion space, the sky was blood red, and everything else was black and white. There were many crosses, and each one tied to them was Ningchi himself. He shifted his gaze to attack his face in front of him and shook his head. This is the sound of hand-to-hand combat. But for Ningchi, this is enough. The blue chakra attached to the sword, and the sword split the entire fireball. Compared with them in another time and space. So releasing the Kyuubi became his only choice. Expose serious internal strife and let other ninja villages see it and start a war? No. You underestimate the subjective initiative of your tribe. Ningchi chuckled. How many times can you use Uedu? Ningchi asked. Ningchi shook his head. You are not here to decide the fate of the Uchiha clan, you are just here to carry out Konoha's orders. They have been friends and foes since childhood. They understand each other better than anyone else and are more familiar with each other's fighting methods than anyone else. They can find their own way to deal with each style. Therefore, when they realized that Ningchi and he was still able to fight in close combat, and Itaki immediately realized something. Did you have sex with others before you blocked me? His eyebrows darkened, and the three Megatama Sharingan instantly transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan that looked like a shuriken. Water sword technique flowing water slash. On behalf of myself, Ningqi hooked his fingers towards Itaki. Come on, it's been a month since the last fight. Let me see how much you have improved. The two prides of Konoha. Illusion Tsukuyomi. You know this trick won't do anything for me. The evening breeze rustled the branches of the trees. On one side is the Sharingan of the three Megatama. After a hand-to-hand duel, Itaka jumped back into the air and shot 3 kunao towards Ningqi, but was swept away by the latter with a sword. Art fire escape ho fireball. You're too proud. The original intention of creating this technique was also an illusion developed by Ningqi specifically with analytical ability in order to avoid being killed instantly by illusions such as Tsukuyomi. Their eyes met in the air. This is too little a price to pay. The fate of the Uchiha clan in Konoha is about to move towards a treacherous future under the control of the big hand behind the scenes. I always thought you were one of Danzo's. Itaka slowly pulled out the standard long sword on his back. After all, you have done so many bad things. Especially tonight when Itaka never showed up. One side has misty white eyes. The two figures were flashing at an extremely fast speed between the trees, and their figures could not be seen clearly. Only the flames that were constantly emitted when the weapons collided declared that this was an extremely dangerous battle. As the steam rose, a white light shot straight down from the sky toward Ningqi. Boom! The hunting fire filled the sky, illuminating all the darkness, and Ningqi swung his short blade back. This is not surprising, everyone thinks so. Ningqi unsheathed his short blade. He is the best umbrella for all the darkness in Konoha. Itaka gave up the meaningless act of poking Ningqi with a long needle, and instead asked. Itaka thought a lot for a while and frowned. So, who do you represent? It is inspired by the commonly used ninjutsu, substitute jutsu. The principle of the illusion is not complicated, that is, collecting the overflowing mental energy reserves in normal times as a substitute, and at critical moments, it takes the place of the main body to bear only mental damage. It is a B-level illusion. Its only purpose is to help Ningqi resist the mental damage from the illusion. It is an extremely rare defensive illusion and is very practical. But it is about to bring the pain that was originally limited to the Uchiha clan to everyone in Konoha. Itaki inserted the long needle in his hand into Ningqi's body, and sure enough Ningqi had no reaction. Didn't you say it? Ningqi, who was unable to move on the cross, grinned, his lips red and his teeth white. I want chaos in Konoha. Chapter 22 for Freedom. I want chaos in Konoha. When saying this, Ningqi smiled like a villain. Everything is irreversible. Looking at Ningqi in front of him, Itaka shook his head. Konoha's side has committed the greatest rebellion. The war will inevitably break out tomorrow. Although Konoha has been well prepared, after the information leaked, the Uchiha clan will only be more prepared than Konoha. What kind of fanatical and ambitious clan is that? How many times have we fought against each other? Itaka suddenly raised his head and asked. The long needle opened Ningqi's forehead protector, revealing the cyan curse seal below that still showed amazing resilience even in this illusion space. But you're not the only one hiding your cards. As well as Danzo's would escape experimental data and other things that Ningqi might not be able to touch originally, will also have the opportunity to get them. Are you going to take action against them? Ningqi originally planned to wait for Itaka to launch the Night of Genocide, and then he would annihilate the entire Hyuga clan at the Hyuga clan meeting on the next day and betray Konoha. Apart from making the reputation of Konoha's two prides resound throughout the entire ninja world, there would be no other benefits. Itaka was obviously a little surprised. He stared at Ningqi for a long time, thought for a moment, and suddenly raised his head. Hyuga clan. This is the first time. Ningqi smiled brightly in response to Itaka's doubtful gaze, because this will be the first time you see me attack with all my strength. But Itaka, who was born in Uchiha, also wanted to prevent Ningqi, who was born in Hyuga, from destroying the Hyuga clan. Yes, this is all for freedom. Ningqi repeated. Konoha will not lose a penny. It was entirely possible for him to invade Konoha. But to be honest, Ning-chi actually didn't care. The 3 days in the Tsukuyomi illusion space were less than a moment in the outside world, and his purpose was to prevent the night of genocide from happening, so that the Uchiha rebellion could be normal tomorrow. Just proceeding. Perhaps this technique can be optimized in this direction in the future. Ning-chi, who was obviously born in Hinata, is here to prevent Itaki, who was born in Uchiha, from destroying Uchiha. Uchiha and Konoha fought fiercely. Sure enough, it was hidden very deep. No wonder he dared to stand in front of me with only half of his chakra left. Their positions are completely different, and they can't convince each other at all. Ning-chi has illusions and substitutes, and Itaka has nothing to do with him in this Tsukuyomi space. After all, he has to return to the real world to decide the outcome. What's the reason? Itaka's voice returned to calmness. Yes, for freedom, this is a necessary process. Ning-chi said lightly. Itaka couldn't help but sigh at the depth of Ning-chi obsession. As he gets older, this kind of bullying rarely happens anymore, but this is probably because Ning-chi has been able to maintain due courtesy and respect for the Zone family. Although the Uchiha clan will definitely fail, the careerists from all sides who suffered huge losses at the hands of Konoha in the Third Ninja War thought they had seized the opportunity and would most likely make a comeback. Sharingan. Actually, I don't hate Konoha, Ning-chi corrected calmly, it's just that half-dead Konoha is more in my interests. Once changes are made to prevent Itaka from genocide and hand over information to the Uchiha clan, all the above will be reversed. What about you? Why do you hate Konoha? This is a far more majestic arrangement than Genjutsu, here Naraku. Sorry, I can't let you be free, if the way you gain freedom is at the expense of the entire Konoha. Itaka shook his head. He did not sympathize with the Hyuga clan, but obviously, in order to successfully destroy the Hyuga clan, Ning-chi will definitely push the entire Konoha into turmoil first. This was Ning-chi's original plan. For the sake of freedom, the clan must perish. War will not break out. When Ning-chi was a child, he was bullied by the young masters of the clan who held the secret order of the caged bird. Itaka couldn't help but often helped. He felt it was ridiculous that these young masters of the clan could get the secret order to control Ning-chi at such a young age. Now the situation between the two is almost dramatic. The illusion space is slowly disappearing. Therefore, Uchiha's failure cannot be used as confirmation of Konoha's success, but Uchiha will lose more completely than Konoha. For freedom, Konoha must decline. They do not lack the courage to make decisions. Itaka can fully imagine that the war between the two sides tomorrow will most likely destroy the entire Konoha. It seemed as if Ning-chi was the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader. Ning-chi raised his eyebrows. As expected of Itaki, his mind works pretty fast. And Itaki is the genius who is supposed to protect the clan. After Ning-chi betrayed Konoha, he still had to worry about Konoha's pursuit and bounty. Ning-chi on the cross glanced at him and sneered, "You have the final say. I hate the Uchiha clan because it has undue ambitions, disregards the overall situation, is narrow-minded and selfish. What exactly are you planning to do? For the sake of freedom, war must break out. The relationship between Ning-chi and the Hyuga clan is not good. Itaka has been friends and rivals with Ning-chi for 10 years, and Itaki understands this very well. And once a war of this magnitude begins, the whole world will be devastated." With such a preface, Itaki also understood Ning-chi's hatred for the Zone family and the caged bird curse seal on his forehead. Itaka shook his head, completely believing Ning-chi's wild words. "Actually, I felt it vaguely when I fought with you before. He shouldn't be the one being hunted by Konoha. Losing 2 top famous families in one day, Konoha will definitely decline, and it will even be coveted by other ninja villages. This is a huge blow. Konoha may not be able to support enough chasing teams, and even when the war breaks out, perhaps he will no longer pay attention to Ning-chi, who is like a fish in the sea. Those young masters who showed off their power with secret orders when they were young were more like a lesson from the Zong family to set rules for Ningqi. To the point, Uchiha, that even the chance to die as an innocent person will be lost. In fact, he doesn't have to wait. In fact, he doesn't have to run away. I won't let you stop me, Ningqi. Not to mention the many potential enemies of Konoha who perished as a result of this battle. But after Ningqi witnessed the surveillance data of Uchiha starting the rebellion, he suddenly came back to his senses. It can only be called mediocre, with no bright spots. Between Konoha and him, it could be Konoha who should be afraid. It would be much easier to directly trigger the war between Uchiha and Konoha than to let Attack launch a night of genocide. The young master and young lady of the Zong family hold something that can determine your life or death, so you must understand the superiority and inferiority of others, and so on. The Zong family instills this truth into every person with potential and resistance spirit through this bullying method. In the heads of the family members, Ningqi cannot leave Tsukuyomi's illusion space unless Ataka takes the initiative to release it. The illusion and substitute can only help him resist the illusion damage from the mental level, but cannot help him resist the illusion. According to the original work, all Uchiha's Sharingan will be divided between Danzo and Obito. Not just the Hyuga clan, he can treat the entire Konoha as his hunting ground. The sealed book. Ningqi shook his head lightly. It doesn't matter what you say. Chapter 23 Nightmare. The world entered midnight of the next day unscathed. Sasuke suddenly woke up from his sleep with a sizzling sound. He was breathing heavily, and his forehead was covered with fine sweat. As if being urged by something, he hurriedly lifted off the quilt and got up, running to attack his room, but it was still empty, with only a raven standing at the window and tilting its head to look at him. Is it a dream? He wiped his sweat and his nervousness gradually calmed down. It must be a dream that my brother was killed by someone using despicable means. Why would you dream of something like that? Really? Everyone was somewhat excited. As members of the ANBU directly under the Hokage, they always followed orders and prohibitions when performing tasks and put the completion of tasks first. Even if they did not know the truth, it would not affect their loyalty. You'd better die. Ningqi withdrew his gaze. My brother and father stayed away all night, my mother had fallen asleep, and there were still lights on the street outside. I didn't know what was going on, and of course Sasuke was not interested in knowing. After continuing to explore to no avail, he turned around and left. The method that had been planned for a long time and prepared with so many things still seemed inadequate after Itaka took out the foul artifact. That seems to be my brother's voice. That Sharingan, yes, he must be the backup man retained by the Uchiha clan. I don't want to be used by Ningqi, so I won't argue with you this time. Please cherish this rare opportunity. I don't have many times to show mercy. The masked man said lightly, and a huge suction force came from the hole under the mask. Breathe him in completely. Although he cannot use chakra, the Yata mirror does not need chakra to protect him from Ningqi sword moves. It is like a turtle shell. The only weakness is that Ataka may not be able to bear it for a long time. This turtle shell had the physical strength to fight Ningqi, so when he realized that his physical strength was about to be exhausted, he chose to jump off the cliff without hesitation. He raised his face and looked at the cliff above his head, and finally resisted the urge to go up and look for trouble. It's not just swordsmanship that uses different attributes. Hyuga Ningqi. It's better to keep such a stupid opponent. He stood up in panic, but the raven was no longer on his chest. He looked around and realized that he was still lying on the bed in his room. The kunao shot passed directly through the masked man, and everyone in the sharp knife team widened their eyes. Sasuke was stunned. Did the raven speak human language? What's the meaning? Serial dream? Danzo's order was not for her to fight against those Uchiha ninjas, but to massacre the unarmed civilians left in the Uchiha clan. This was obviously against the will of the third generation. After doing this, the third generation still didn't know to what extent will the conflict with Danzo intensify because of this incident. The Anbu troops lurking in the night polished their swords in preparation for the upcoming battle today. It also proves more and more that such an ignorant world is completely unworthy of nostalgia. He wants to run. The Atatama mirror is indeed a good thing. Ning Qi squinted his eyes, sheathed his sword, and looked at the valley below. But in fact, no matter whether Itaki is alive or dead, Ning Qi goal has been achieved. The Uchiha clan will launch a rebellion normally during the day, and all obstacles have been eliminated. As if he noticed something, he squatted down and observed the short blade on Itaka's body. What a pity for those eyes. Ning Qi sighed slightly. Stupid guys, they don't know they are being taken advantage of. But obviously, knowing that the enemies they are about to face are a group of ambitious individuals who are about to stage a coup in Konoha, they are the righteous party protecting the stability of Konoha, and they will be more decisive when wielding their swords. Next, the knife will be stained with the blood of innocent people. He knew this man. This is acupuncture. I see. Uchiha and Konoha are actively preparing for war, and in the wild, there is also a battle on the verge of breaking out. At this thought, the murderous intention in the masked man's heart slowly subsided. Extremely stupid. Ning Qi knew that Itaka had two artifacts, the Yata mirror and the Ten-Fist sword, but he never knew that the other party had already obtained one of them so early. It was just a false alarm. Suzuki patted his chest and was about to go back to his room when he suddenly froze. Are they really going to start a civil war in Konoha? After a long silence, someone couldn't help but ask. She slowly wiped the long knife in her hand. Kakashi looked around. Not long ago, an amazing battle must have broken out here. The surrounding soil was overturned, the tree trunks were covered with sword marks, and there were many fallen trees on the side. It should be Ning Qi who was following this. The traces of the battle left behind when Uchiha Madara was discovered by his opponent. On a river bank where hundreds of ravens gathered, a masked man appeared from the divine space. He looked at the dying man at his feet with a short blade stuck in his chest, his eyes strange. As if he felt something, he raised his head, and the raven was standing on his chest at some point. Only then did Suzuki notice that the eyes on the other side of the raven were not pure black, but black and red, and my father's eyes looked so much like before. But, why didn't I see Ning Qi? Suzuki, I'm sorry. So does this guy. Konoha's sharp knife team has surrounded the masked Uchiha Madara. It's just that he didn't protect Lin at the beginning. Ning Qi had no plans for this. The cliff is deep and the rapids are fast, and Ning Qi has lost track of the other party even if he uses his Byakugan to increase his vision to 10 kilometers. Due to the requirement of confidentiality, many of them did not know the truth of the matter until just now. They were gathered together in the name of daily drills before. Who knows, just after midnight, the captain informed them that the drill was fake. The internal fighting with the Uchiha is real. Awakened by a nightmare, Suzuki was completely sleepless and his body was soaked with sweat. He lay on the floor of his brother's room, stunned. I also recognize this short blade on the man. Not long ago, he had just fought with the opponent's sword clone, and the identical short blade that transformed into Ning Qi clone still remained in the Kamui space. Not far away, Hotaru, who was secretly monitoring the group of ANBU, sighed, looking a little gloomy. I repeat, this is not a civil war, it is to prevent the Uchiha coup, the leader of the ANBU emphasized, we only punish the culprits. Only a few high-ranking Uchiha people will be tried, and innocent Uchiha people will not be involved. Hey, you bastard, what did you do to Ning Qi? Holding his own Sharingan, he couldn't even see through this bit of human nature. Is this guy Uchiha Madara? Suzuki gathered his thoughts and carefully went to Ataka's room again and opened the door. The room was decorated the same as in the dream. His brother still hadn't come back. The only difference was that the window was ajar, and the raven in the dream has disappeared without a trace. Then his eyes narrowed. Uchiha, Itaki. Ning-Chi wanted this group of people dead, but these people were still worried about Ning-Ki's safety. Simply ridiculous. He glanced at Kakashi, who was deep in thought not far away. Just when Suzuki felt confused. Just like Zisui's eyes, on the battlefield of swords and swords, Itaka temporarily replaced his own eyes with Zisui's eyes and used other gods and other operations. Just think about it, Ning-Chi was not stupid enough to do this to him. Opportunity, there will be no plans for this. He carefully recalled the tone of the raven just now. Everyone, cheer up and don't relax. Although the Uchiha clan may launch a coup during the day, no one knows what if they suddenly go crazy and plan to take action now. After that guy Itaka was plotted against him, he had already made up his mind that nothing would be left to him, and he had been pulling the battlefield to the edge of the cliff with a very decisive will. He fell off a cliff after being seriously injured, like a bloody plot in a novel. The raven opened its mouth. Hearing the words of this group of people, the masked man's eyes narrowed slightly. So far, there has been no progress. Just like Shisui 2 years ago. This guy, what kind of ability is this? They stood where the masked man disappeared and looked at each other. That guy Ning-Chi actually has a sealing swordsmanship similar to acupuncture. No wonder you lost so miserably. Can everyone pretend not to see it? Chapter 24 An Ordinary Day. Konoha, June 15, 1958. An ordinary day. It's clear. As a young master of the clan, Hinata Yuan got up very early. After practicing soft boxing for half an hour in the training ground downstairs and sweating profusely, he went to take a shower, changed clothes, and then checked the time. Go to Grandpa's room and say hello politely. Don't go anywhere today. Come with me to attend the Hyuga clan meeting later. Grandpa Hyuga Kusaku is a noble clan elder of the Hyuga clan. He was visiting friends 3 days ago. After receiving the clan leaders' meeting notice, he also immediately returned to Konoha. Yes. Hinata sighed in his heart. He knew that today the Konoha theater would have the #1 performer from the Fire Country singing on stage. Now that he was attending a clan meeting, he naturally couldn't go there and join in the fun. Taking off the tailed beast is not an easy task. Lord Hokage completed his inspection and returned to the Hokage building to handle his daily work. Yes, I also think that this clan meeting should be held earlier. It cannot be delayed so late. Our clan cannot let the branch family feel too cold. 906. Let him come a little further, there are patrolling ANBU over there. A moment. Turn around. Lord Hokage is inspecting the expansion project in western Konoha. This is a public matter that has been arranged for a long time. 14 o'clock. Apart from a few more trees that made it look a little spooky, the family head's mansion was undoubtedly still the most prestigious type of building in Konoha. The dark-eyed servants passing by smiled and nodded at him. 9:24. Hurry up. Kusaku, you guys, hurry up and go. There was silence. It just so happens that the tail-releasing seal that peels off the tailed beast is one of the Uchiha family's secrets. Jozaku found a place to sit down, and the topic of their discussion suddenly revolved around him. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes and struggled hard, but he was restrained tightly. An extremely manic roar exploded in his ears. Lord Danzo led the members of the ANBU training department back to Konoha, passing by the Uchiha clan. I was so hungry after watching the show that the performing star on the stage almost lost his voice and didn't know why he kept going. The ANBU disguised as a group of elementary school students at the desk were all a little distracted. There are only a few people on the streets of Konoha. There are only empty green mailboxes and white plastic bags wrapped around telephone poles. Guard the entrance. Anyone who comes will be killed without mercy. The Uchiha wanted to make a coup, but they did not want to destroy Konoha. This arrangement was more because they were afraid that the aftermath of the battle between Konoha and the Uchiha might accidentally affect Naruto. Therefore, although they arranged for Iruka to bring him to the theater, but when it comes to the level of dedication, that's really all. At this moment when Konoha was still waiting for Uchiha to attack, Uchiha Fugaku in the secret room looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was sent to him, the complex color in his eyes flashed away. There was an intermission at the theater event, but many people still clung to the stage and refused to leave. Jozaku was stunned for a moment, then he cupped his hands and said in the same pleasant tone. Is the news that Uchiha is planning a coup false? The Uchiha clan, why haven't they come to attack Hokage-sama? What are they waiting for? Yes. The tribesmen shouted in unison. 9 a.m. Rizu said nothing. He shook the hinges on his body carelessly and scratched the itch on his back with the friction of the hinges. To be honest, it is not that no one in Konoha has considered him, but even if the Uchiha are given 8 more courages, they are unlikely to kidnap Naruto in full view of the theater. The voice was hysterical. As time passed bit by bit, people from the branch families gradually gathered towards the head of the family's mansion. Are you blind, Jozaku? Lord Hokage went to the ninja school to carry out Love Village-themed education. Fugaku looked at his palm. Lord Danzo presided over the training of ANBU members on the outskirts of Konoha. Acting stars performed at the Konoha Theatre to a packed house. Hyuga is the granddaughter of another elder of the Hyuga family. She is only 2 years old this year and is also a member of the clan. The sun is thinning in the western mountains, making the shadows very long. Yes, the other branch family members should be arriving soon. The plan is being implemented in an orderly manner. It cannot be said that the 3 of them played well together, but they were forced to play together in the name of the 3 clan elders. The next second. 11 o'clock. Like a sheep entering a wolf's den. The current 9-tail seal is still very complete, so it will take more time. This is something Konoha neglected, but it is the key to Uchiha breaking the situation. Fugaku found himself standing in front of a huge water cage. Until, a young boy with yellow hair walked alone on his way home from the theater while rubbing his belly. At least it's not something that a few ordinary Uchihas hiding somewhere in Konoha can do. After breakfast, the grandfather and grandson arrived at the head of the family's mansion. Xiao Yuan went to play with Hinata, while Kusaku went to the main hall alone. There were only 2 people at the dining table, grandfather and grandson. Kusaku suddenly said. Yesterday you and Xiaoling Xiajia went to the head of the family's mansion to play. Did you feel anything was abnormal? One of them picked up Naruto and disappeared directly. No. No, there are just more trees inside, fewer people, and Xiajia has been crying. The villagers were either attending the Hyuga clan meeting, going to the theater to watch a play, or they were tinkering with some unknown idea in the clan area. In general, there were very few people on the road. The world is peaceful. Kusaku, you idiot! In the main hall, all the senior Hyuga officials have arrived, and several clan elders seem to have been sitting here yesterday. They are discussing something softly. Is it an illusion? The newly moved clan elders are still struggling. If the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will also die, but the tailed beast will be resurrected somewhere in the world in the future, but the Jinchuriki will not. Withdraw. Fugaku put his hand on Naruto's abdomen, not knowing whether he was apologizing to Naruto in front of him or to everyone in Konoha for the misfortune that was about to happen to him. Kusaku, use the Byakugan, Kusaku. Yes, I do think Takuma's death is a pity. You, the 3 of you are the only ones left. You must escape from here. 15 o'clock. Xiaoling, also known as Ri Xiangling, is a member of the Zong family. Looking at the little ghost jumping on the street, some people in the darkness seemed to see a peerless beauty, and their eyes widened. Following the order, Naruto felt 3 big men suddenly jump out in front of him. Before he knew what was going on, he only felt a pain in his neck and fainted. The more I read, the less interesting it becomes. Go home and eat instant noodles. Yet. Jozaku narrowed his eyes and recalled that when he returned to Konoha to visit the clan leader the day before yesterday, although everything was normal, he always felt that the clan elders around him seemed to have something to say to him. I originally thought that this kind of unspoken hint would be confirmed by the child, but now it seems that this is not the case. Even the Nine Tails rebellion originally planned by Obito still took advantage of the damage to the seal when Kushina gave birth to quickly peel off the Nine Tails. Naruto hummed a song he heard from the theater and jumped up and down on the deserted street. 12:30. Very hungry. Finally found, Uzumaki Naruto. Unlock the tail seal. Sorry. I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, I'll run away, now. What happened? Wisdom. Wave. Chapter 25 Repertoire, starting. Niji took Hanabi home from the theater. The show didn't end, but the type of play at the end was a bit boring. Dramas such as the protagonist's beloved brother betraying the family and turning against the protagonist, although there is no lack of plot twists and turns, and it also takes into account the depth of thought, but after all, it is a bit too illusory and superficial. Moreover, although the family in the play did make mistakes, the specific reason why the protagonist's brother simply committed murder and defected in order to gain power cannot withstand scrutiny. It is simply a disregard for basic reality for the sake of the brotherly showdown at the climax of the play. Logic. I made this plate of dumplings specifically for this dish of vinegar. Furthermore, the protagonist's brother, who is usually so gentle, actually hides a twisted heart that can kill his own people for power. How could the protagonist who lives with his brother day and night not notice it? Niji was a little angry, and he was still talking about the outrageousness of the show, like a cat whose hair exploded after being poked in a flaw. Dad is sick, and so is my sister. Mom, she is asleep. She has been sleeping for many days. Sister Xia, Sister Senma, many of them are sick. They planted many trees in the yard at night. I'm afraid they will plant me as a tree. Go question him. He turned to look at Ning Qi, only to see that Ning Qi's glance had become extremely indifferent. It was a look that Ning Qi had never seen from his brother since he was a child. Still disgusted? Hey, in a few days you won't have a chance to listen. The next second. But Ning Qi ran towards the head of the family's mansion at this time. Brother Ning Qi, are you going to attend the clan meeting? Huahuo was still innocent. Ning Qi said nothing, still looking into the distance, expecting something. Of course I want to go. The energy and blood in his heart suddenly flowed, and a kind of anger at being betrayed by a loved one rushed to the top of his head. With a ferocious expression, he picked up Hanabi and jumped from the roof. High and above. Why? Although Konoha's active attack on its own ninja clan may cause many bad effects afterwards, it is obvious that the painful memory of the last Nine Tails rebellion has far exceeded concerns about these details. That's where Ning Qi is about to cut off all the shackles. I am Takaizawa Yamaaki, assigned by the Hokage to investigate the disappearance of Hyaga Takuma and others. With Ning Qi leaving, all he saw was silence and peace. Is there an indirect way to fight against the caged bird? Glancing at his younger brother, Ning Qi raised a faint smile on his lips and shook his head gently. The sky is actually colorless. It does not deceive people. It's just that people's eyes deceive themselves. Their ignorance is forced. He was clearly aware. The furious third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as soon as he got the news, led his team to the door of the Uchiha clan that had been unable to escape. A compound ninjutsu, Thunder and Water Dragon Bomb killed many Uchiha clan members. The Nine Tails rebellion that caused Konoha to lose the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, the Jinchuriki Kushina, and most of their homeland must never happen again. Uchiha's behavior has far exceeded the bottom line that Sarutobi can accept. Ning Qi turned around and left. Along with the ignorant masses, Niji, open your eyes and see what the truth is. Really, go? Do you really want to shatter your fantasy? Konoha is under attack. That is where the unsightly and bloody reality is hidden. He patted Niji on the shoulder and pointed in a certain direction. And Ningji, you have the Byakugan that can see through all this. You are very close to reality, but you are still willing to be deceived by your own heart. Strange world. Do you know Hinata Takuma? What's wrong? Do you think this play is illogical? Like a god? That's where the next truth will be revealed. Huahuo didn't care so much, and came directly to Ningqi, looking up at him with eyes raised. Niji's expression had hardened. Some figure was moving towards that direction from all around. I don't want to go back. At some point, Niji noticed that Hanabi suddenly stopped. The blood in my body is a little too fresh. The water dragon, gleaming with thunder, rose into the sky in vain. What about Hinata you? But Niji didn't care at all. He looked at the mansion of the head of the Hyuga clan in the distance, trembling all over. You are very close to reality, but you are still willing to be confused by your own heart. Brother, are you here to enjoy the scenery? The scene in the play was still affecting Ninkai inexplicably. He was a little upset, so he randomly looked for topics. It is indeed a beautiful evening scene. Hanabi pointed somewhere with a look of surprise on her face. Brother Ningqi. In order not to show weakness to the enemy, we must endure the grief. Niji adjusted his sad expression and looked at the room where he and his brother were alone, feeling a little confused. The air was quiet for a few seconds. Niji pursed his lips and finally spoke. Brother's mission these days is not far from Konoha, right? Brother, you really like preaching lately. Why don't you want to go back? Go, save him. Can he accept the truth and reality? Niji suddenly came to his senses and then looked at Hanabi blankly. Swoop down. The true nature of this cruel world can no longer be concealed by beautifying reality. Then you go and try it. Niji curled his lips. I know you can't listen, but I'm not telling you now. Fear. Dust flew into the sky. Many realities that cannot be acknowledged in the memory, many clues that are kept in mind and deliberately not recalled, are magnified in vain at this moment. The setting sun is still shining, and the sunset glow is like blood. The direction is. I want to go to Brother Ninki. Hanabi secretly glanced at Niji, who was obviously a little wrong, and carefully put forward his idea. To stop him. Plant a tree. Ninkai looked in the direction of his finger, and sure enough he saw Ningqi standing on the roof not far away. Go. He heard Ningqi saying. I will cut off all chains. Pigeon meat. So the two of them climbed up excitedly. However, as Niji approached, he seemed to notice something, his expression changed slightly, and his steps slowed down. Niji turned his head stiffly, as if all his usual jokes were coming true at this moment. Then, Niji stared blankly at the place where his brother pointed, which was the land of the Uchiha clan under the sunset. Is this chicken? Until an ANBU reported the news that Naruto had been kidnapped, Konoha had already reacted no matter how slow it was. Boom. As for you, after you are free, try to survive. Yes, just kill all the Hyuga clan members who have mastered the secret order of the caged bird. What is the truth? A small half of the Uchiha clan was instantly razed to the ground. In order to prove Uchiha's accusation of rebellion, Konoha has been waiting for Uchiha's active attack. Brother, you are preaching again. Live until the next time we meet and ask me again. Where are the enemies? Brother, what are you going to do? The head of the family's mansion. Fear. The Hokage and Danzo made public appearances on various occasions, but Uchiha never took the bait. The battle taking place in the distance within the Uchiha clan is still continuing, and it is getting more and more intense. What are you trying? I've already done that. Do you want to come with me? Fugaku. Get out of here. Chapter 26 Paint spilled on the floor. Chapter 26 Paint is scattered on the ground. Since the war between Uchiha and Konoha had never broken out before, the clan meeting continued from morning to afternoon. Now, although Konoha has finally begun to fill with smoke, the entire Hyuga clan head's mansion is still in a state of harmony and peace. They closed the door tightly, like a paradise. Even the requests for help and secret messages sent by the Hokage were twisted by the Naraku technique into expectations and earnest warnings to the Hyuga family the moment they entered the courtyard of the Hyuga family's mansion. The envelope was passed among the clan elders, and then transformed into words and reached the ears of each branch clan member. This became another proof that the Hyuga clan, the most famous family in Konoha, was relied on and respected. In the house of the head of the family, even the most destitute clan members in the branch clan will involuntarily puff up their chests when they think of the glory and status of the Hyuga clan, and then turn their heads to show off to others. There aren't many people here. That is it. Since the main hall could not accommodate so many people, the largest number of Hyuga clan members gathered here. So he raised his foot and crushed Changfu's head. As if he were in his own domain, in this family master's mansion shrouded in Naraku, Ningchi would not find it more difficult to kill someone than to kill a pig. Spare me, Ningchi, I will definitely listen to your brother next time and spend time with my mother. Perhaps thinking of Granny Mianfu, his knife finally became soft. Corridor. Don't worry about the branch families, just kill everyone who appears in front of you. What are you doing? Someone's voice trembled. The head fell to the ground. Otherwise Ningchi will lose a pair of blank eyes. The secret orders that can control the caged bird are not subordinate to each other, and the secret order he got can only be used to torture Ningchi. Therefore, if this was not the home of the clan and many clan elders were in charge, he would not dare to do it in Ningchi before. Such provocation in front of Chi. The caged bird exploded at this moment, and its essence turned into a stream of light and fell into Ningqi's eyes. Someone tried to run away, but Ningqi caught up and killed him. Therefore, Ningqi encountered the strongest resistance. In the eyes of the other party, did he come back from Japan to claim his life? After Ningqi started to kill Ningqi, Naraku naturally changed Ningqi into a look that would not be Ningqi no matter what. This was considering that some members of the clan might have the ability to control Ningqi caged bird. Secret orders, showing people their true colors will easily provoke these people to give out secret orders, causing the entire operation to overturn. Hinata Changfu, who ran to a dead end, knelt in front of Ningqi. And this accident has now broken in with a short blade. Ningqi didn't know that this person bullied Ningqi. Of course, knowing it would not affect the outcome at all. He had no habit of torturing people to death. Short blade sweep. Everyone accidentally spilled paint on the floor, I'm cleaning it up. Collected essence, 70.4%. Ningqi sighed. Ri Xiangxia held a worn rag in his hand and wandered to Ningqi in a daze and said. This is the fundamental reason why Naraku's technique is difficult to see through. People will only believe what they want to believe, and Naraku presented him with this reality. Collected essence, 73.9%. The red lotus is enchanting and dazzling. But no matter how Ningqi changes in the eyes of others, the change still follows the subject's principle of things should be like this and making the objective conform to the subjective. The Hyuga clan finally no longer has to worry about being underestimated by Konoha's senior officials in the future due to their wrong alignment at this time. Everything prioritizes efficiency. Crying bitterly. This is where the last group of high-ranking members of the Hyuga family are. Tisk. Ningqi, who had found a good knife, stood at the door of the main hall. Therefore, even if a very few smart people notice something is wrong, they will most likely not take the initiative to burst these bubbles. So when Ningqi cut her off at the waist, her upper body floated away with the kite. Often, before Ningqi's sword falls, the Hyuga clan members, disturbed by Naraku's illusion, have already blocked it, so Ning-Chi will take advantage of the situation and turn the sword into a thorn, piercing the opponent's heart or throat. The sword light disappeared in a flash. Blood spattered on the ground, outlining a footprint that looked like a kitten's. Garden. Piles of corpses floated on the pond. Hey, isn't this the strongest spear in our clan's hands? Someone shouted with a smile. It was Hinata Ling. He's still a member of the clan. Ning-Chi glanced at the fallen body, a little surprised. This is a figure of the same generation as his father. Someone tried to resist, but within 2 moves, Ning-Chi inserted the short blade into his temple. Ning-Chi didn't care, it wasn't like he was scolding him anyway. Patio. The Hyuga clan members could neither escape from the mansion nor find the location of the clan elders in the main hall. They could only be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered and died of hatred after being caught up by Ning-Chi. But fortunately, there was an accident. Someone stayed where they were, and Ning-Chi wiped their necks. After that, this boring process is repeated. Please Hisashi-sama, forgive me. Wow. Collected essence, 91.3%. Ning-Chi glanced at the corpse on the ground. Then he raised his head and looked at the stunned Hyuga clan members in front of him. If there are no other accidents, after the Uchiha is dealt with, the dominant Hyuga clan will inevitably become the target of the next round of Konoha senior officials after the pacification period. In the past, they could hand over Hisashi to pay for their lives, but after this time, they will pay back. You have to pay a higher price than that. Forecourt. Then Ning-Chi's idea is extremely simple. What kind of broken knife is this? It only killed a few people. Although in fact, holding a whole day clan meeting at the family head's residence instead of participating in the campaign to suppress Uchiha was obviously a worse political incident than missing the peace talks between Konoha and Kyumo Ninja in order to celebrate Hinata's birthday. He collapsed clutching his neck. Ornamental fish compete for these strange-tasting human-shaped baits. During this time, Nariku's technique subtly changed the layout of the entire family head's mansion. If this other person is also a member of the Hyuga family, and then he also shares the glory of a Hyuga family, then it will obviously fall into the win again, and the win of our Hyuga family is really win. Cycle. Let me go Chun, I was wrong Human beings are self-centered and subjective creatures, and the Hyuga people with white eyes obviously believe more than ordinary people that the reality they see must be the truth. Ning-Chi was a disgraceful man. When he saw that no one was standing here anymore, he turned around and left. Collected essence, 91.5%. Collected essence, 80.6%. Without stopping, Ning-Chi jumped into the crowd, the blood dancing like brilliant cherry blossoms. Fortunately, this is a branch of the family. There is a family flying a kite here, and the woman has the string tightly wrapped in her hand. Collected essence, 60.6%. Takuma, you will definitely pay with your life, Takuma. Hyuga Mitsuyo, this beast who kills his own people. The eyes of the branch family members can be automatically absorbed after the caged bird explodes, while the eyes of the clan family members can be killed first and then dug out. Blood stained the main hall door red. Ning-Chi gave her a happy surprise. Chapter 27 Funeral, 2 in 1. When he opened the door, everyone in the main hall looked at him. Oh, it's Ning-Chi. It's so noisy outside, what happened? A clan elder asked gently. Didn't you see we were in a meeting? What did you do intruding in? Someone also frowned. Of course, there are also several clan elders who have fallen into Ning-Chi's hands very early. They are madly attacking Ning-Chi and scolding her very uncreatively. There are some rebellious, damn it, will definitely pay for it with their lives and so on. Only Ning-Chi, what a wonderful thing to hear. Their faces are ferocious, and their image can be compared to Hinata Hinashi before his spine was broken. If the hinges hadn't locked their bodies, even if their hands were broken, they seemed willing to use their teeth to chew off a piece of meat from Ning-Chi's body. Ning-Chi, what are you laughing at? What are you talking about? They stared blankly at the mutated environment around them, watched Ningqi kill people, watched Ningqi kill others and then walked towards them, and then watched Ningqi kill herself. But this chance will be your bones. Konoha is a ship with a hole in it, and the hole was dug by Ningqi and Uchiha together. A black and white photo of Hisashi hung directly above. In the main seat, Rizu asked with his ears tilted, as if he was with Ningqi. Did the war break out between Uchiha and Konoha outside? Hizu asked. Ningqi had revealed this to him before. 3 clan elders, 12 clan and branch family representatives. Ningqi stepped over the corpse at his feet and reached the door of the mansion, when a burst of laughter suddenly sounded. You have completed a great revolution for our Hyuga clan. Although the method may be a little bloody, it is a necessary sacrifice. I believe our ancestors can understand it. After all, from now on, the Hyuga clan will no longer have the constraints of a caged bird. Rizu sighed. A grand funeral was being held in the family head's mansion. The scene of Hisashi's funeral in his memory also shattered and withered behind him as the art of Naraku disappeared. Niji, who looked dull, stepped over the corpses on the ground and wandered past his eyes. Okay, Hinata, since he doesn't want it, just take it back and seal it. A family with 1,000-year heritage will be overthrown by me in one fell swoop. This also means that this once noble eldest lady of the Zong family has become a member of the same family as Ningqi. Ningqi knew that Rizu wanted to define his action as a so-called revolution rather than a rebellion. He had expressed his thoughts before. These political creatures have always attached great importance to the so-called practice of learning. Ningqi felt that Rizu still had the potential to squeeze out more, so he emphasized the word explain very seriously. You really don't want that ring. Although Ningqi himself doesn't care, in terms of purpose, he really won't let the caged bird revive in his hands. Even the disheveled clan elders beside Juzo were no exception. Ningqi did not encounter any decent resistance this time. I am laughing, the road is 50, the sky is only 49. Ningqi, your father is dead, what are you laughing at? Run, run! Someone was wiped on the neck by Ningqi before he knew what was going on. It is the door to the sky that is locked. Some clan elders looked surprised, and some even laughed outright. Ningqi tilted her head to look at him, with obvious doubts in her eyes. The sword light disappeared in a flash. You are so real. Ningqi, the loyal and strongest spear guarding the Hyuga clan, after pulling out the blade from the back of a clan member's head, quickly killed another person in the room again. Come out, Hinata, and bring the family leader's ring. Hizu shouted loudly. This fate actually left me the only chance of survival. The scene before him felt extremely strange. Hearing the sound, the small door on the side was pushed open, and Hinata walked out. She closed her eyes tightly. This was probably Hizu's request. She didn't know whether it was because she was afraid of seeing the bloody scenes around her, or because she was afraid of seeing the bloody scenes around her. Ningqi face. Although from today on, the Hyuga clan may not be divided into clan families and branch families. Ningqi silently counted the number of survivors in the room. Even so, the boy still kept shouting. The laughter continues to this day, 4 years later. Maybe change the name. I saw that the originally magnificent main hall seemed to have lost all its colors and turned into a dark and strange look. Most of the 15 middle and high-level Hyuga clan members in the room didn't even react when Ningqi lifted the illusion. Ningqi was not short of this time, so he nodded. Ningqi, are you done? The country of tea, or the country of waves, is far away from the war zone and there are no ninjas yet, and Uchiha happens to have always had the idea of establishing independent leadership of ninja villages. Ningqi snapped his fingers. Don't you notice that your neck is starting to hurt too? Most of them have extremely pure Byakugan. After setting up Naraku here, Ningqi stood on this land and had the power to leverage the entire Hyuga family on his own. But it is obvious that how to bring the Hyuga clan together, how to avoid subsequent pursuit by Konoha, and how to use the time while still in Konoha to maximize their own interests are the focus of Ning-Ki plan. Caged birds will castrate the potential of the clan members, but obviously Hizu does not expect Hinata to burst out with any amazing potential. Juzo watched as the other party kept roaring at him. Unnecessary. The control objects were expanded from only the Hyuga clan members to all people. Someone exclaimed, "This illusion is so powerful," and then was slashed by Ning-Chi. 8, 9, 10, 15. In an instant. It wasn't until the last person fell that the scene finally became quiet. Cut it off with one knife. Ning-Chi seemed to have thought of something, and nodded slightly. Wait until my daughter goes farther away. Rizua begged. And I finally got the key. He didn't need such an explanation. The whole process cannot be said to be simple, but it is still smooth. Starting from the time when he secretly plotted against the clan leader Rizua and took over the entire family head's mansion, today's scene is enough to clearly predict the future. It seemed that although they were a little hesitant about Ning-Ki's act of killing, they still regarded it as part of the weird illusion displayed by Ning-Chi. What you are saying is, indeed, it seems to be a bit itchy. Unfortunately, this is of no use. Juzo kept urging, trying to get Ning-Chi to unlock the illusion. He couldn't make a joke like killing his own people. This cage of slavery for this generation will be shattered by my sword. He looked back. Rizua obviously knew what Ning-Chi was referring to, so he smiled. Neither Konoha. Rizua shook his head, this could only be a lose-lose battle. After this battle, Sarutobi may want to abdicate, but he still has to sit in that position, because the fourth ninja world, the outbreak of the war requires a figure with high prestige and ability to coordinate all parties. I am not bragging, but it is true that Konoha, which has lost Uchiha and Hinata, has fallen into an unprecedented state of weakness. Other ninja villages will definitely seize the opportunity. This will be a life and death situation related to Konoha's survival. I almost forgot one more thing. He looked at the bleeding sword in his hand, then turned to look at Jozaku, thought for a moment, and reminded. Before Juzo heard the curse clearly, he saw that Ning-Chi had silently pulled out the knife. Juzo looked a little dazed. He opened his mouth slightly and squeezed out a trembling smile. The world changes. However, similar criticism has not yet been uttered. Kusaku immediately noticed that his two palms flew out. What does this mean? He asked. I just feel lucky that you will leave Konoha, so even if Konoha is destroyed, my Hyuga clan will not be destroyed. Hizu said a lot. What made Juzo even more uneasy was that several senior members of the clan who were originally dignified, including the clan leader Rizu, had turned into miserable appearances. Ning-Chi glanced at him. The matter was not difficult to guess, but for someone who has been confined in this room for a whole month, it is rare to be able to make such a clear judgment on the development of the situation through just a few words. This is politics. Biological sensitivity. Yes, this is obviously the common thought of most ninja clan leaders. The continuity of the family is more important than anything else. Hizu nodded in approval. Oh, that's it. I recently developed a new illusion technique and I want to show it to all the clan elders. Ning-Chi said. The blood drew a beautiful arc in the air. The white-eyed shadow on the roof slowly turned into a big word Diane. The head and shackles fell to the ground at the same time. Yet, Ning-Chi kept these two places in mind, and raised his head after rolling his eyes for the last time. I've finished my work, do you have anything else to explain? Ning-Chi was not interested in inheriting the Hyuga clan, so he did not take the ring, but kept his eyes on Hinata's forehead. At some point, he arranged for the clan elder to carve a caged bird for Hinata, just because the caged bird can break the Byakugan when the clan member dies, which can directly reduce the possibility of Hinata being killed by the outside world coveting the Byakugan. Chicken in a cage, duck in a cage and so on. Of course, this is not to maintain the continuation of the ethnic group, but just to control others. From the moment the sword was unsheathed to the last head falling to the ground, it only took a few breaths for everything to have settled. Rizua didn't ask Ningqi what he planned to do, but just pondered for a moment. If he was the leader of the Uchiha clan, then she almost tripped over the corpse for this reason. Yes, at this moment Hinata's forehead is bearing a very fresh caged bird curse seal, which was made by a clan elder who died under Ningqi knife. He does not seek to be a slave and a maidservant for the rest of his life. Collected essence, 96.7%. Hinata staggered away. So, similar to you, Fugaku may have arranged a retreat. Whether it was Uchiha's failure or Konoha's subsequent defeat in the 4 battles, Konoha is no longer a good place, so even if Sarutobi doesn't, they will kill them all, and now Fugaku must have sent at least one Uchiha away from Konoha. But Hinata finally walked up to Ningqi smoothly and held a ring high. Kusaku raised his head blankly. Only the clothes of the deceased were placed in the coffin. So, where do you think that Uchiha clan member will go? Ningqi asked. In this operation, only the members of the branch family increased the progress of Ningqi Byakugan essence to 96.7%. After that, only a few pairs of the essence of the Zone family's Byakugan can advance his eyes to the final stage. Very good. As expected, not everyone has the courage to face reality. Compared with the caged bird that brought about the clan and family division systems, the form is completely different, but it can indeed be regarded as an improvement. The speed was so fast that his body didn't even react. He just felt a little coolness at the wound. Their eye sockets were empty, and their faces were covered with blood clots. Juzaku was stunned for a moment, as if he felt something, and nodded repeatedly. The gap between illusion and reality was too big, and the levels were extremely clear. The huge gap in situation made them lose touch with the real world, and Ningqi's crisp movements did not give them time to react. Well, Uchiha has no chance of winning. Ningqi said nonchalantly, hoping that the Uchiha clan could play a little role, which would be better than helping them stop Uchiha Itaki and survive the night of genocide. Perhaps it wasn't until the sword blade penetrated their bodies that they suddenly realized something was wrong. As hard as it is. But obviously, by the time the sword blade enters the body, it's already too late. The trees in the courtyard are lush, growing upward in the water of death. I'll give you a pleasure. Ningqi raised the long knife. Ningqi smiled, looked away from his younger self, and stepped towards the new ladder. Due to the influence of the Naraku technique here, he did not notice Ningqi, who was rubbing shoulders with him. Instead, Hanabi next to Ningkai seemed to feel something and turned his head to look at Ningqi. The screams kept ringing. Their beards and hair were extremely long, as if they had not been groomed for a month. The hinges extended from the wall and were embedded in the ribs, so that every movement they made was accompanied by the sound of shaking chains. Spider webs covered every corner of the room, the floor underfoot was filled with dust, and reptiles were everywhere. I don't know if it was red paint or something else at the door, but it had solidified into blocks, and the whole room was filled with a fishy stench. Done. Ningqi was picking at his trophies. I feel like my arm is starting to hurt. He used his arms to rub his neck, but the more he rubbed, the more itchy he felt. The harder he rubbed, until he rubbed his head off his neck. On the red carpet paved with blood, Ningqi walked with the knife in the sun. Ningqi laughed with satisfaction. Ningqi, that's enough, the illusion can be lifted. What do you mean? And it's still an inferior genjutsu. Isn't the Hyuga family's soft fist enough for you to understand? I told the clan elders that Hinata is not talented enough, so I decided to let Hanabi inherit the position of the future head of the clan. As a rule, Hinata must become the branch clan. If it were before, even if the clan elders forced me, I will definitely not do this. They are all my precious daughters. As for now, this is a kind of protection. A clan elder couldn't stand it any longer and scolded. They tilted their ears and were yelling at Ning Qi in the middle. He is indeed the mainstay of the Hyega clan who can sit in the main hall for meetings. With so many big figures present, is it your turn to jump out and show your talents? Hinata Kusaku and all the survivors in the room were suddenly stunned. The young man in the front row suddenly burst out laughing uncontrollably at the funeral. Is it just your arm that's starting to hurt? Ning Qi is very generous. No one expected that Ning Qi would violently kill his fellow tribesmen, just like no one knew that the tribe meeting that he attended in a well-dressed manner was actually sitting in the slaughterhouse all afternoon, and he was the one about to be slaughtered. Everyone is asking you questions. Kusaku frowned. This genius from the Hyega branch was a little too ungrateful. The illusion faded away, and under this dusk was the funeral of the entire Hyega clan. The birds chirped, accompanied by the laughter of the boy at the funeral 4 years ago. Chapter 28 Signal. A serious riot is taking place in Konoha, or in other words, a unilateral suppression. The Konoha team headed by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has completely invaded the Uchiha clan's territory and caused serious damage to them. Destroy. Even so, Konoha's team still encountered little resistance. As if the Uchiha rebellion was fake, they easily captured several important points. Where did you catch Naruto? A young Uchiha ninja was brought before the captain of Konoha's torture department, Marino Yaki. I don't know what Naruto is. The young Uchiha shook his head. What about your clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku? Form seals and swallow chi. Earth escape, earth formation wall. Besides, what are we planning? Is this the reason why you led people to invade our home? This Uchiha was very arrogant. He sarcastically said, using other people's thoughts to judge the case without facts is worthy of Konoha torture. Captain of the department, you are really good at making people confess. They all went to besiege this fierce ghost like Susanoo. Except for the initial thunder and water dragon bomb, which was fired by Sarutobi in an extremely angry situation, which caused a lot of casualties to Uchiha, the other exchanges between Konoha and Uchiha were relatively peaceful. A few Uchiha confrontational actions are also reasonable responses based on the fact of Konoha's invasion. Due to the weak resistance from the Uchiha clan, the Konoha troops who had relaxed their vigilance immediately encountered unprecedented pressure after the signal flare erupted. Uchiha's clan members with Sharingan opened are extremely aggressive. Even if they are both Chunin, they can often fight 1 against 3. Even now, Danzo is still watching the show from the sidelines. The Konoha troops who were clearly about to occupy the entire Uchiha clan were pushed out of the clan territory again almost instantly. What do you mean? Ibiki frowned. Captain Ibiki, you go first, the Uchiha clan members lurking in the dark are gathering here. What does that flare represent? If the Nine Tails appears, that's a signal for us to take action. If the Nine Tails doesn't appear, that's a signal for us to surrender. Another Uchiha clansman sighed, that's enough, Iron Fire. All the clan members have been preparing for so long, how is it possible? It's okay. Uchiha Taihuo shouted in vain. Now was the time to compete with Fugaku. Before that, he didn't want to waste time in useless places. Just as another Uchiha tribesman was captured. What about the rest of you Uchihas? Rice Fire jumped high among the astonished people in Konoha. I don't know either. Where's Hokage-sama? Those Uchiha bastards are about to break through the encirclement. We need support. Just through the conversation, Ibiki could tell that the guy in front of him had no torture value at all. I will kill you. The young Uchiha obviously understood this humiliation. Of course we are people of Konoha, but whether you are people of Sarutobi or Konoha, it doesn't matter. I don't know. The ANBU responsible for delivering the news shook his head. If you have the chance, I will let you see the methods of our torture department. Ibiki said calmly. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Where is the support? Although Hokage-sama transferred him from the torture department, Ibiki knew very well that basically nothing useful could be extracted from the group of guys in front of him. It was impossible for Fugaku to leave such a big hand behind and use his tell these miscellaneous fish your whereabouts. Ibiki let out a bang and retreated. The Uchiha tribesman who persuaded Taihuo to give up actually came towards him at an extremely fast speed with a kunao in his hand. The fireball devoured several Chiyunin who were interrogating the troops before they could react. They had obviously received unified orders, and they actually knew very well that as long as they did not resist, the people of Konoha would not kill them. An ANBU appeared and stopped the attack. He turned to Ibiki and said loudly. Ryuju smiled bitterly and pointed out the window. If nothing else happens, Lord Hokage is on the battlefield over there. Ubixi didn't say anything, just glanced at him contemptuously. The embarrassing thing about the matter is that Uchiha was attacked by Konoha before he launched a rebellion. It seems to be Ningchi from the Hyuga clan. Even if the coup failed, they never thought of staying in the village. Support? The Uchiha clan members lurking throughout Konoha are setting fires everywhere. Where are we going? Taihuo's dark pupils turned into 3 megatama, and he grinned at Ibixi with a fierce smile. I told you, I will definitely kill you. A signal bomb pierced the sky, exploding into a striking red light. Ibiki noticed that the expressions of all the Uchiha tribesmen in front of him changed when they saw the red light. Who found this Uchiha clan leader? Shikaku suddenly remembered the cause of the incident. As the initiator of the war, the people of Konoha seemed to be unjust no matter what they said. Even if they knew that Naruto had been kidnapped by the Uchiha, if there was no solid proof, such as catching Fugaku, they would still be unable to do so. This shows that Konoha's action of invading the Uchiha clan is justified. Kyuubi launched a rebellion without showing up. Someone must have found Fugaku's hiding place before that. That signal bomb didn't make them surrender, it made them break out. Listening to the reports one after another, Ryuju, who was sitting at the rear, looked solemn. It failed. The young Uchiha tribesman murmured, his expression gloomy, as if he had lost all fighting spirit in an instant. I don't know anything. I only know that it is against the rules to lead people to invade our Uchiha clan, Ibiki-sama. He sneered. Lock him up. Therefore, even if the situation is temporarily unjust, the action of invading Uchiha must still be carried out. It is the lesser of two evils. Konoha really has no choice. It must find Naruto before Fugaku succeeds. The next second, the shackles on his body were suddenly released. People looked up in shock and saw a tall, dark blue ghost not far away, nearly 10 meters tall. He was holding a Megatama chain-shaped weapon and was confronting many of his own high-end combat forces. Ibiki narrowed his eyes. I don't want to talk to you about any rules. These are Konoha's rules, and do you still regard yourselves as Konoha people? You know what you are planning. But once Fugaku lets the 9 tails out of Naruto's body, it will be too late. Konoha's punch seemed to hit cotton. Before Uchiha's rebellion was confirmed, they really had no good way to face this group of Uchiha tribesmen who were as slippery as catfish. What about the other people in Hinata? Didn't Lord Hokage send them a letter asking for help a long time ago? Shikaku frowned deeper. The reason why things have evolved to this point has a lot to do with Hinata's absence. Next. They're all crazy. The Uchiha people obviously also understand this. Most of the people in the clan have gone missing. Even the Uchiha clan members who stayed in the clan rarely resisted Konoha's soldiers. This is the key to why Konoha was accidentally killed by Uchiha. Without the Byakugan, Konoha could not find the Uchiha clan members hiding in various parts of Konoha, nor could they find out their clan leader Uchiha Fugaku immediately, nor could he have the backbone fighting force with sufficient quality to confront the Uchiha head-on. This was the first time Konoha felt the pain of losing the Hyuga clan. Chapter 29 Will you lose? You lose, Fugaku, don't make the same mistake again and again, Sarutobi stood on the roof, looking at the Uchiha clan leader in Suzano, and said seriously, "I promise to let the Uchiha clan go. Just like the second Hokage let you go when Uchiha Setsuna rebelled." Uchiha Setsuna was a member of the Konoha police force during the second Hokage's reign. He was eager to regain sovereignty from the Senju clan, so he incited the clan to rebel and cause trouble, and was eventually suppressed by the Anbu. Setsuna was not the leader of the Uchiha clan, and had already failed before taking any concrete action. Compared with Fugaku today, the two were completely different in terms of the scale and nature of their rebellion. And Sarutobi's statement has only one meaning, which is to kill only the culprit, and let the patriarch Fugaku and several senior Uchiha leaders surrender voluntarily, and spend their lives in prison like the original Uchiha Setsuna. As for other rebellious ninjas, they can leave the net open and don't pursue their faults. "Who said I have lost?" Fugaku asked very calmly. "Kyuubi didn't show up. Your conspiracy has been foiled. Aren't you still resigned?" Sarutobi frowned. In addition to causing damage to Konoha, he didn't know what else Fugaku's persistence could bring. I never knew you had such hatred for Konoha." Sarutobi also disagreed with Fugaku's penultimate accusation. "Moreover, you sent people to kidnap Naruto first. We entered the Uchiha clan just to prevent a more tragic situation from happening." Fugaku was very aware of the Byakugan in Konoha, so special illusion arrangements were made around the secret room to detect the Byakugan. However, even so, Ning-chi discovered it, which is simply unbelievable. However, just when Fugaku was about to help Naruto take that step, Ning-chi still found him. Regarding Fugaku's last accusation, Sarutobi firmly shook his head. "That's absolutely impossible." This was not beyond Fugaku's expectations. But obviously, the 8-tailed Nine-Tails is not much inferior to the real Nine-Tails. "Yes. What did you do to him?" His tone was low, with a clear warning. Due to Ning-chi participation, Sarutobi's resentment towards the Hyuga clan has been slightly relieved, and his opinion of the Hyuga clan has increased a lot. Roar! The Uchiha clan, have gotten to where we are today only because of you Konoha high-level officials. Sarutobi. After all, he is a coward. This is. I have no hatred for Konoha. Fugaku shook his head. Perhaps it was the result of using the Mangekyo Sharingan. His face gradually became fierce and he roared, "But our clan does hate you and Danzo to the core. It is only one step away from the complete Nine-Tails. Did I lose?" Kyuubi. Looking at the ugly monster in front of them, no matter far or near, even the Uchiha and Konoha who were fighting hard in the clan put down their kunao and stopped fighting. The excitement calmed down a little, and Fugaku glanced at Ning-chi meaningfully. "I guess you are not just an ordinary pair of white eyes." He had helped Fugaku so much, yet he still targeted her, which was simply ungrateful. "Since you want to see Hokage-sama, I will pull him out for you to see him now." The wind suddenly rose, and a roar that resounded across the sky shattered all the clouds within 100 miles. Roof tiles were overturned, and all the surrounding houses were trampled to pieces. Naruto has no relatives. Under the sun, a huge shadow enveloped the ninjas present. After experiencing the Nine-Tails rebellion a few years ago, all Konoha ninjas knew exactly what this monster was. Trembling. The next second. It doesn't matter who slapped the opponent first. The gentleman's game of punching me and I'll slap you back is over. The most important thing is the final outcome of Konoha and Uchiha that is about to be decided. But he used the tailing seal to advance Naruto to the 8-tailed state. Sarutobi. Sarutobi came to the door with his men, and Fugaku had to stop the process of becoming a 9-tailed man. "Ha!" Fugaku sneered and shook his head. "It was you who forced us to move our clan's location from the core of Konoha to this remote corner." As soon as Fugaku saw Ning-chi, it was hard not to think of his genius son who was also known as the two prides of Konoha. As if they felt something, Sarutobi and the others lowered their heads and looked at the land beneath their feet. Earth. It would be a pity for such an outstanding junior like Ning-Chi to serve as a private soldier of the Hyuga clan. Psychic art. Just one last small step. It's Tobirama, it's you, it's Danzo, it's you, the top brass of Konoha, who keep squeezing out Uchiha, driving us from our position as the founders of Konoha to the point where we can only be in charge of the Konoha Police Department now. You sent people to monitor us day and night. He is a coward who cannot choose between his clan and his village. Does this guy really think that he alone can make Naruto take that final step? Where are Naruto and others? He has not offended you, Uchiha, has he? Since you have failed, can you release Naruto first before fighting? Sarutobi Hiruzen was still thinking about the whereabouts of the hero's orphan. Fugaku looked at the dumbfounded expressions of all the Konoha ninjas in front of him, and looked at Sarutobi's ashen expression, and he couldn't help laughing wildly. Then he suddenly slapped the ground with his right hand. He didn't believe that Fugaku dared to touch Naruto again when he failed to summon the Nine Tails. Oh! Fugaku suddenly grinned, do you really want to see him? Did the Uchiha lose? The other party still hasn't appeared today. It's okay, he's fine. It is the strongest spear of our Hyuga family. Ning-Chi found you through his white eyes. Uchiha Fugaku did not summon the Kyuubi. But Fugaku still has clan members. There is absolutely no benefit to Fugaku from testing the bottom line. This. Just listen to Fugaku in front of you shout. Ning-Chi did not answer, but felt annoyed. Black runes spread along the palm of his hand. It is still enough to bring disaster to Konoha today. Fortunately, Ning-Chi arrived in time, otherwise if Fugaku had to summon the Nine Tails, the consequences would be disastrous. The hairless Kyuubi. Kyuubi in Eight Tails mode. The Kyuubi whose eyes reflect a kaleidoscope. If Uchiha doesn't resist, he is afraid that one night the whole clan will not be able to see the sun the next day. Even today, it was you who directly attacked our Uchiha clan without saying a word. No namikaze minato this time. Sarutobi felt quite proud when he heard what Fugaku said. He turned around and found Ning-Chi, who had retreated behind everyone at some point, and praised. Fugaku seemed to have remembered something, glanced at the people around him, and then asked, speaking of which, how did you find my hiding place? It is indeed a pity, just a little bit short. How about it? But obviously Fugaku didn't mean that. He smiled and said. Sarutobi frowned, having an extremely bad feeling. Sarutobi. Do you think you will lose? Chapter 30 Taking advantage of the chaos. The situation changed so quickly that no one except the man behind the scenes expected it. The eight-tailed Kyuubi is raging in Konoha. Sarutobi is trying to attract it to the edge. The ANBU who have been ordered to come to support have also greatly reduced the intensity of the battle on the Uchiha side. The odds of winning are slowly moving towards the Uchiha side. Gently tilt. People are in confusion and panic is spreading. No one noticed that Ning-Chi, who had uncovered Fugaku, had silently withdrawn from the battlefield far away. He used the transformation technique to change his body and hid in the panicked crowd. Looking at the confrontation between the Konoha coalition led by Sarutobi and Kyuubi and Fugaku in the distance, he felt like he was admiring a beautiful piece of art. He couldn't help but he looked satisfied. For playing with people's hearts in the current situation, precise control of direction and intensity are indispensable. After the information about the rebellion was leaked, from beginning to end, the only chance the Uchiha clan had to defeat Sarutobi and other Konoha senior officials was the war weapon of the Nine Tails. Ning-Chi took out the scroll and smiled lightly. This is why Ning-Chi feels that Fugaku should thank him. This world is cruel, don't come here next time. In the secret room on the outskirts of Konoha, the forbidden area that originally had many ANBU guards had become deserted. The long knife pierced the heart. Ning-Chi smiled and took out the long knife. Hey, Don't stand over there, come here, and take shelter, hey. Irika, who was directing the crowd, was slightly stunned, looking at the empty place where Ningqi was just now and scratching his head. In terms of damage to Konoha, the two are basically equivalent. I want to see Lord Danzo. Ningqi said. Danzo-sama is not at the headquarters right now. Captain Ningqi, please come back next time. The ANBU guard at the door shook his head. If he hadn't brought Sarutobi and others here as early as possible, this guy would have triggered the mechanism left by Minato at this time, let alone summoning the Eight Tails. Faced with the seal that was suddenly repaired, all his efforts were in vain. It must have been a big blow. What do you do? And when Naruto was swallowed up by Kyubai's consciousness for the second time, the chakra left by Kushina would also be triggered. Kushina, who was born in the Uzumaki clan, still mastered the sealing technique better than Minato, and sealed Kushina again. Tails, and even Fugaku who sealed consciousness into Naruto's body while the chakra existed may not be a problem. He had no damage to the seal caused by pregnancy. Ningqi was discovered by scientific researchers wearing white coats who were recording the data of various experimental subjects. Pfft. Following the secret passage to the deepest part of the secret room, the smell of the potion was extremely pungent. Ningqi pinched his nose and looked at the underground laboratory in front of him. Ningqi read the data chart next to the container, and the date length extended to 8 years ago. Danzo's body has already been inoculated with Hashirama cells, which is why his body can withstand so many Sharingans. Her eyes were closed tightly, her legs had completely turned into tree roots, and her facial expression was extremely distorted, as if she was silently expressing pain. Ningqi planned to get as much benefit as possible before leaving Konoha. He was not sure when he would come back in the future. Anyway, he had already offended the entire Konoha to death when he wiped out the Hinata clan. With his white eyes open, nothing was hidden. Ningqi quickly found the secret passage leading to a secret place. Ningqi glanced at him, he had no chakra, he was just an ordinary person. After Konoha and Uchiha completely detonated the war, the roots hidden in the darkness have now become very busy, and the underground headquarters is empty. With a white eye, the originally heavily guarded root headquarters no longer had the dull atmosphere of the past, and the few guards made Ningqi's mouth curl up slightly. There are also extremely strong two-level barriers in his body that his parents, Namikaze Minato and Kushina, built together during their lifetimes. When Naruto was completely swallowed up by the Nine Tails consciousness of hatred for the first time, Namikaze Minato stayed in Naruto. The chakra in the person's seal will be triggered, and the seal will then be repaired. The Uchiha clan needs time, and it is also a matter of time before the mountain of corpses and sea of blood are exposed in the mansion of the head of the Hyuga clan. Most of them have been transferred back to Konoha to deal with the Nine Tails rebellion. He walked through the long underground corridor. Although the two stopped cooperating after Orochimaru's defection, it was not a problem to find several scientists to continue the follow-up research with Danzo's power. When Ningqi killed the last Anbu who was secretly guarding here, he wiped the blood on his hands and Shi Shiran opened the door to the secret room. The sealed book is in hand. So, I hope you enjoy everything. Ningqi, as the chief director of this wonderful performance, made a gentleman's curtain call. After just a moment's pause, he immediately got back to work. Ningqi held his mouth and slowly placed him on the ground. I need a copy of Hashirama cell. He didn't pay attention to the many secret information scrolls piled beside him, but instead focused on the bottom shelf of the bookshelf. Instead of going all out to cross the two mountains of Minato and Kushina in pursuit of the last bit of perfection, it would be more cost-effective for Fugaku to directly summon the Kyuubi in the Eight Tails state. He waved his hand and a simple illusion enveloped the other party. Kids, come here quickly. There are more than 10 transparent glass containers soaked with human bodies. The one closest to Ningqi is a girl, about the same age as Ningxi. Ningqi recognizes the pattern on the girl's arm, which is the symbol of Uninja village. Without alerting the few guards nearby, Ningqi arrived at the headquarters smoothly. In the anime, Danzo's full-body vegetative state before his death was a manifestation of when he could no longer contain the Hashirama cells in his body. But obviously, the process of bringing strong vitality to Hashirama was not without side effects. The Kyuubi has always had a dark history of becoming the plaything of the powerful Uchiha, so this is not difficult to foresee. Do not talk. The human bodies in other glass containers are almost similar to the girls', showing the characteristics of local fibrosis of the body, and some have even blossomed on the body. Think about it, although Danzo does not have the basic qualities of a ninja scientist like Orochimaru, but with the powerful nature of wood escape, Danzo cannot give up. Not here? Was it a ninja? Captain Ningqi. The guard became alert. It was just as he expected. It's not that Ningqi thinks that the strength of Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan cannot crush even two dead people, but this obviously requires hard work, and Fugaku obviously does not have the ability to break the seal 3 times after fighting Minato and Kushina in one day. Use Genjutsu to control the Nine Tails' physical strength and eye power. The only difference is that the specialness of this nine-tailed Jinhyuriki Naruto is not comparable to that of Kushina. Danzo unceremoniously adopted the wood escape research left over from Orochimaru's defection 5 years ago for his own use, and he also learned from Orochimaru's lessons. Almost all of the experimental human bodies used came from other small countries, which effectively circumvented the problem. Risks from within Konoha. There is no shortage of a sealed book. There is no shortage of intercolumn cells either. Chapter 31 Stalemate. Because Fugaku was still seeking a coup, and still hoped to use the power of Kyuubi to kill Sarutobi, Danzo, and other high-level Konoha officials. Therefore, when Sarutobi took the initiative to challenge Kyuubi, his plan succeeded very easily. Kyuubi had been drawn from the core of Konoha to the outskirts. After all, neither Fugaku nor Sarutobi want Konoha to be completely destroyed. The former has a chance to win and is full of confidence. At this moment, he is already imagining how majestic he will be when he becomes the 5th-generation Hokage, while the latter continues his needs as a Hokage. A sense of responsibility to stand up and protect the villagers. For this reason, neither of them wanted the war between them to leave an unmanageable mess for Konoha. Although considering the huge size of the Nine Tails, even a simple roar will blow over a large number of buildings and cause great damage to the residents of Konoha. However, compared with the last Nine Tails rebellion, this time Fugaku has the suppressed Kyuubi can be said to be extremely restrained in dealing with things other than Sarutobi, Danzo and others. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The blazing fireball was blocked by a huge tail limb. Nine Tails stretched out its claws and flicked towards Sarutobi, but the latter jumped and dodged it. Transform into the Vajra-Ruyi stick, Monkey Demon. Sarutobi's eyes were cold. On the contrary, a particularly angry Kyuubi crawled out of the ground. That guy can't hold on much longer, Kakashi said, looking at Uchiha Fugaku in the melee. Water escape water formation wall. Sarutobi raised the Vajra rod, which was several rounds larger than his entire body, and smashed the tails away one by one like nails. It doesn't matter, it's just a fox without its skin. Or because the Kyuubi in front of him was transformed by Naruto, the son of a hero. Once the zombie seal is used on him, not only Kyuubi will suffer, but Naruto will also not be spared. Dash roar. Forgive Grandpa, Naruto, if the time comes when you are too strong and Grandpa I can't stop you anymore. I can only do that. Sarutobi sighed in his heart. His father was being hunted by the Kyuubi, and the key to breaking the situation was on their side. How could he not be anxious? Kyuubi again. Of course I know this is not the way to go. Although Sarutobi was full of expressive power, the actual effect was not very good. The Nine Tails seemed not to be injured at all. It let out a sharp neigh and rushed towards Sarutobi, who was already a little weak. Konoha was safe, but lost one of its youngest Hokages in history. Sarutobi glanced back and couldn't help gritting his teeth. But this is all we can do now, either awaken Naruto who is dominated by the Kyuubi's consciousness, or the other side defeats Fugaku, the Kyuubi's controller, or... The next second, the wish-fulfilling stick expanded in a circle in vain. Sarutobi was like an ant struggling to pick up a stick before smashing it into a ferocious hairless fox. A white ape wearing a golden hoop appeared. It squatted on the tree and stared at the skinless monster above it. It was a little stunned at first, and then asked in a deep voice. Sarutobi didn't say the last one. Sarutobi was not reluctant to die. He had lived for a long time, far beyond the average age of ninjas. He was very satisfied. Naruto, come on, wake up. Yes, old man, it's such a dangerous situation again. Sarutobi shook his head helplessly. If it really comes to that point, Sarutobi feels that even if he reaches the Pure Land, he will still be ashamed to see Namikaze Minato and his wife. How can he explain to the two of them? Because of this, Sarutobi still hoped to delay it for a while longer unless he had to. Regardless of whether it is Gohuketsu or Susanoo, although their power is quite terrifying, they are also extremely chakra-consuming ninjutsu. How could it be possible to sustain Fugaku for a long time? But by the same token, if Fugaku can't hold on for long, will the situation on Hokage-sama's side be better? Boom! But it is not difficult to guess. The solution to the last Nine Tails rebellion was the sealing technique, the sealing of corpses. Boom! Seeing that even the water in the water formation wall was about to evaporate, the other ninjas quickly flew to attack Fugaku's body. The latter frowned and was forced to stop the release of How Fire Extinguisher and directly summon Susanoo. Fighting with these ninjas. Humph, you're just a master of tricks. Fugaku sneered, not even planning to use Susanoo to defend himself. Ape Demon, get bigger again. The monkey demon has an indestructible body and is a very powerful psychic beast. Even if it is against the Nine Tails, it still has the power to fight. Boom! The world was quiet for a few seconds. The claws dug into the ground, and the forest collapsed for a moment. He was driven here by Danzo. Fire release, ashes burning. A layer of high-temperature soot spurted out from Asuma's mouth. Sarutobi ignored his friend's teasing, but continued to dodge the Kyuubi's high-speed attacks. This is not the solution. The mouth of the ape demon appeared on Rui Bang's body. Roar! The fire that hit the sky ignited Asuma's smoke. Seeing that the scorching flame was about to bite him back, a white-haired figure fell from the sky in vain. Asuma looked a little ugly. While cleaning the wounds on his body, he asked casually. Weren't you arranged to go to the battlefield on the Uchiha side? No longer the young man with unlimited physical strength, Sarutobi just swung 3 giant sticks at Kyuubi and exhausted himself. Kakashi's expression was a little subtle. The 9 tails roared, and the 8 tails behind him shot towards Sarutobi like arrows at high speed. The water vapor is steaming, constantly blending with the extinguished flames. With the second blow, Kyuubi's body was knocked down. Yes. You are getting old, Sarutobi. In order to successfully trap Fugaku here, Shikaku specially arranged for the returning Sharp Knife team to go to the Uchiha tribe to prevent those Uchiha tribesmen from meeting with their clan leader. Don't be too anxious, Asuma. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Asuma behind him. The earth flow wall was chewed to pieces by the Kyuubi, and Sarutobi behind the earth flow wall barely escaped the fate of being eaten alive by the Kyuubi. The effect is immediate, but the price is also extremely painful. Asuma's eyebrows were downcast. Naruto didn't wake up. That side has been taken over by Danzo. Use fire escape in front of Uchiha? Let me show you what fire escape is. Fire escape, the great fire extinguishes. Necromanticism, Ape King, Ape Demon. The reason why he did not use the corpse seal was because he believed that his companions could capture Fugaku, because he felt that he could awaken Naruto, and because he was in the suburbs of Konoha at this time. Leaves cause additional damage. Just as Sarutobi planned to drag Fugaku until he was taken down, Fugaku also had the same idea. As long as Kyuubi could take down the old Sarutobi, then when Kyuubi returns, no one in Konoha will be able to stop them. Uki Bo has reached the top of Konoha. With the third blow, Kyuubi was directly smashed into the soil. Uchiha Fugaku was being besieged. As expected of Kyuubi, if that move had hit him, he would be dead now. The first blow knocked Kyuubi's head crooked. Yes. The group at the root was a little too brutal. It's not like they were there to stop the Uchiha, but rather they were there to dig trophies from the faces of the Uchiha tribesmen. Chapter 32 Cut off the Who. Just as rebel ninjas will appear in ninja villages, there are more or less people within any force who are contrary to the mainstream ideas. This is the case in Konoha, and the same is true for the Uchiha clan. Not all Uchiha clan members support the coup, and not all Uchiha clan members want to leave Konoha. Before the war, the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku had arranged for a group of people to be sent away from Konoha as seeds after the failed coup. There was not much action. It was hidden from Konoha, which did not have the blessing of Byakugan, but it was not hidden from other people in the Uchiha clan. Some people had sent their families away before dawn, but most people remained indifferent. The psychology is not easy to grasp. Some of those who choose to stay in the Uchiha clan are die-hard fans of Fugaku and feel that the Uchiha coup will definitely succeed. Most of them are lucky and feel that even if the coup fails, the kind-hearted the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wouldn't do anything to ordinary Uchiha people like them. But since the Kyuubi appeared and Sarutobi went to contain the Kyuubi, the fighting situation in the Uchiha clan has been replaced by Shimura Danzo and his subordinates, and Danzo is a staunch Uchiha genocide. Therefore, although the fighting in the clan is still going on, and the Uchiha clan is still resisting tenaciously, the brutality of the entire battle has increased by more than a degree. Unlike the Anbu, the enemies in their eyes are not only the ninjas of the Uchiha, but also the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, including all the unarmed Uchiha clan members. In a dark alley. Yes. Firefly nodded. Pfft. Ningqi has taken her destiny back from the hands of the Zone family, but Ying is still far away from even seeing herself clearly. The tone rose slightly. And due to strength reasons, she would be rejected by both options. Ningqi smiled softly, patted her shoulder, and when she turned to leave, her voice became longer in the alley. Captain Ningqi, why, how did you suddenly become Hokage-sama's subordinate? Ying saw that he was about to leave and asked quickly. The man cried and begged. Please, let my daughter go. She's only 5 years old, she doesn't know anything. Then continue to become stronger. You need to fight for yourself to change your destiny. You are not qualified now. Captain Ningqi. Then he drew his long knife. Although she didn't know what Ningqi wanted to do, she did not reject her old boss's suggestion and led Ningqi to the squad leader who was reading a letter. So Hotaru gave him the 3 pairs of Sharingan she had harvested. He is not qualified to be my subordinate either. Ningqi. The squad leader glanced at the message, then at Ningqi in front of him, and then at the message again. I was ordered by Lord Hokage to recover these Sharingan. I hope you won't make it difficult for me. Ningqi said lightly. Anyway, it is impossible for Danzo to ask Sarutobi for confirmation now. As long as he can get the Sharingan, of course, whatever he says is fine. You are a ninja at the root. The squad leader gritted his teeth and reminded Ningqi of his identity. Before he fell, he pushed the daughter out of his arms and shouted. Run! Just as he was about to chase after him, the father of the girl at his feet suddenly hugged his legs tightly. He was just an ordinary Uchiha. His job was to sell 3-color meatballs. He was not a ninja and did not have Sharingan. The red in his eyes was congested face with bloodshot eyes after injury. Ningqi said that he was carrying the orders of Lord Hokage, but he did things to obstruct Lord Danzo. This was a direct confrontation. The positions of the two sides were completely opposite. Since they both wanted Sharingan, there was nothing to say. Just see the real chapter. Boom! There was the sound of a broken window in the bathroom. Firefly pushed the door open and found it was empty. She looked down from the window and saw that the girl was still running away in the alley. Unfortunately, it's useless. This is the cruel reality. The rest were given to the squad leader, Ying explained. She also noticed Ning Qi bulging waist bag and was a little confused. Is Captain Ning Qi also performing this mission? For a time, countless complex emotions spread in her heart. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and her originally dark eyes began to fission, with two small megatama surrounding the middle pupil like satellites. The little girl was pushed away a few meters. She turned around and stared blankly at her father who fell to the ground in front of her, and at the two root ninjas beside her father who were still bleeding from the tips of their swords. Ning Qi squinted his eyes and stared at the letter. Ning Qi. Do you even want to steal my Sharingan? You are not qualified enough for the Hokage to ask Danzo for you. This was the sound of a long knife piercing a man's head. Ying Ying's eyes passed through the girl and fell on the man in front of the alley. Not anymore. Ning Qi shook his head and pulled out the short blade from his waist. Ordinarily, given the opponent's strength, it shouldn't be possible. Come out and I'll give you a good time. The girl turned the corner and when Ying Ying caught up with her, she was standing in the middle of the alley, looking in front of her and behind her, with a look of despair on her face. Anbu and Nebu fought against each other on a daily basis, and there were countless scenes of killing each other because of missions. Danzo even had a scene where he sent a Nebu ninja to assassinate Sarutobi. 3 minutes later, looking at the root ninja who fell to the ground, Ning Qi took off his waist bag and tied it on himself. With just this, the man fell silent instantly. The root ninja wanted to kick the man away, but even though the man was dead, he still hugged him tightly. He shook his head and squatted down to push the man away. Hand, and said to the companion beside him. Hataru understands what he is implying. This does not mean that those who have not opened the Sharingan can be let go, but the task assessment indicators issued by Danzo this time are determined by the number of Sharingan obtained by each team. The little girl who runs will most likely be intercepted by the root ninjas from other teams. Then what are you still hesitating about? Hataru tightened her grip on the knife, then stepped forward, dodged the kunai thrown by the girl, chopped off her head with a knife, and took off her pair of Sharingan and put them into the prepared storage container. Ying Ying. Ning Qi was a little surprised. He pointed at the girl in front of him and asked, So, is this your prey? Obviously, Ning Qi has been thinking about this issue since she met her captain just now. Ying Ying, go ahead. If you wait any longer, the girl will run away. Not long after he arrived, he just grabbed two, and it actually started to spread everywhere. Fear, hatred, anger. Okay. Firefly nodded. The long knife slashed down, blood surged, and the man screamed and fell down. She is the one who opened the Sharingan. Firefly shook her head and jumped down. If Ning Qi is also performing tasks, why is he assigned to other squad leaders? Me? Well, yes, where is your captain? Take me to meet him. Ning Qi suggested. She walked into an empty restaurant and said to the closed bathroom door. Is this the only gain? Ning Qi asked, looking at Ying Ying's somewhat shriveled waist bag. There should only be 2 or 3 pairs of Sharingan stored in it. Since Ning Qi was always elusive and even Danzo didn't know when and where he would appear, the members of Ning Qi team were split up and temporarily assigned to other teams. Naruto or Ning Qi? She didn't know that these were actually 2 completely different choices. Firefly followed the girl's escape route and chased her. Because the whereabouts were too obvious, Firefly quickly discovered the girl. Can I follow you? Ying Ying pondered the words and summoned up the courage to ask, I also want to do things for Hokage-sama, and I also want to continue to be your subordinate. What do you want to say? Ningqi glanced at her. The little girl gritted her teeth and imprinted the figures of the two Anbu in her mind, then wiped away her tears, turned around and ran away. Did you actually open your eyes at this time? A root ninja was a little surprised, and then shook his head. He glanced at Ying Ying, who had been indifferent, and said, "Give me yours too." Looking at Ningqi's leaving figure. Under the mask, Hotaru's eyes gradually became lonely. The next chapter should wait until 11 o'clock, everyone should go to bed early. Chapter 33 The Nine Tails Settled. While Ningqi was wandering around the battlefield of the Uchiha tribe to close up his Sharingan, on the Nine Tails battlefield in the outskirts, Fugaku, who was gradually weakening, might no longer be able to restrain the Nine Tails, or he might be pressed by the war situation. In order to crush Sarutobi as soon as possible, Fugaku took the initiative to release the restraint on Kyuubi. In short, the Kyuubi's attacks are becoming more and more violent and unscrupulous, and the fur is almost covering its whole body. The pressure Sarutobi feels when facing the Kyuubi in such a state is unprecedented. Boom! The tailed beast jade exploded with a bang, and the vibrations resounded throughout the world. Sarutobi looked behind him and saw that an entire mountaintop had been leveled to the ground by this huge force. His face was ashen. If this move were released in Konoha village, the entire Konoha would be wiped out from this world. That guy Fugaku. As if he suddenly woke up, Naruto, after being stunned for a moment, grabbed Sarutobi's hand and asked directly. "Namikaze Minato. I saw a yellow-haired man who looked like the Yandere on Hokage Rock. He said he was my father. I was still holding him inside and crying." Sarutobi. As if sensing the old man's determination, the monkey demon couldn't help but speak. "Uchiha. Watergate." The surrounding trees were almost cut off directly. There was a disciple from Uchiha under Minato. Although the boy named Obito died early in the mission, it was because of this that Minato, who was filled with guilt, maintained a much better relationship with the Uchiha clan than he did. New-tailed beast jade is gathering, and the terrifying power makes people's hearts tremble. That fourth generation, is he really my father? It would be most appropriate for me to use the corpse seal that time. Was that a dream just now? However, an ANBU appeared at an inappropriate time. Sure enough, not long after, with an unwilling roar, Kyuubi's figure was rapidly shrinking until it turned into a child and fell to the ground. He tried so hard that his voice was almost hoarse, but the Kyuubi in front of him did not change except that the hatred in his eyes became stronger when he heard Uchiha. These were the two names Kyuubi hated the most. Obviously, Uchiha was also extremely disappointed with him, and even thought that all the suppression that Uchiha suffered was secretly instructed by him, the Hokage, so he became the main target of this coup plan. Actually, I should have died during the last Nine Tails rebellion. In the distance, the Nine Tails was about to finish charging the tailed beast jade, and Sarutobi also pinched his seal. His current condition is not good, both physical strength and chakra content have reached dangerous levels. Looking at the Kyuubi who was still gathering a new tailed beast jade, Sarutobi smiled helplessly. Minato, he has just become Hokage not long ago. He is obviously still so young, and he will definitely develop very well. Naruto. Naruto. Sarutobi looked at Kyuubi, maybe he was thinking of something, or maybe it was just the approach of death, he sighed. Sarutobi looked a little confused, but at the urging of the monkey demon, he finally put down the last two seals that continued to seal the zombies. He watched Kyuubi from a distance. Taking a deep breath and focusing his mind, Sarutobi shouted to Kyuubi while being ready to evade at any time. I don't know how many times I have said this name today. I was fully prepared for the Uchiha rebellion, but since Naruto was captured, the whole situation collapsed. No one expected Uchiha Fugaku. He actually has the guts. But why? Sarutobi pulled Naruto to say something. Naruto was stunned for a long time, and then tears fell on his hands drop by drop. He tried to block them with the back of his hands, but he couldn't stop them. If you, Fugaku, had had this courage long ago, why would you want to make a coup now? How could he be forced to take the path of a coup? There is no answer to this question yet. The purpose is ambitious. All the mountains were destroyed, countless tall trees were uprooted, and dust was flying. The last reflection of the Sharingan in Kyubai's eyes had been driven away, leaving only a blood-red color full of pure malice and hatred. Kyubai made a sound from his throat. Now that they all appeared, Sarutobi finally recalled the source of the familiar voice just now. A voice that sounded like it was coming from the wind sounded at this moment. Kyubai, I know you are recovering from consciousness, Kyubai. Are you really willing to be controlled by Uchiha? I can't force myself any longer. He sighed deeply. He even asked me to come out and tell you, it doesn't matter, I will always respect you, the third Hokage. After a long time, Naruto calmed down and said. Sarutobi was pleasantly surprised and hurried over to confirm that the nine-tail seal on Naruto was complete. Earth escape earth flow wall. Well. The earth and stone wall was torn apart by the explosion wave, and Sarutobi who was under the stone wall was completely thrown away. Hi. Not yet. Mao. Su. Sun. Unitary. There were 9 seals in total, and when Sarutobi reached the 8th seal, it seemed as if there were illusory hands covering his hands, preventing him from continuing to seal. The tailed beast, like an irresistible chariot, bulldozed all obstacles and crashed into it at top speed. Sarutobi felt that if he had been the one to stand up and use the ghoul to seal the world, the Uchiha clan would not have chosen to take the risk with the lives of the entire clan even today. Even if the clan members were dissatisfied, they would probably try to reach communication with Minato instead. Just choose coup. Unlike now, although Sarutobi has always played the role of a peacemaker in the process of the Uchiha rebellion, he has never received a single request for communication or testing from the Uchiha. This time it was Sarutobi's turn to be stunned. He remembered the sound in the wind and the hand that seemed to be pressing up when he was forming the seal, and his mind was confused for a moment. If it had been up to me, an old man, to do this, disasters like today wouldn't have happened. Sorry Naruto, Minato. Sarutobi murmured softly. The wishful stick was inserted into the soil, and he managed to stabilize his body and spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he was not convinced, Sarutobi already knew that this was the best time. However, Kyubai must have learned his lesson this time, as the tailed beast jade didn't push far before it exploded. Sarutobi didn't struggle with the issue of the title, but his mood was extremely complicated for a moment. Looking at Naruto's expectant eyes in front of him, the feeling of guilt for not being able to use the zombie seal instead of Minato became more and more profound. Naruto, are you still there? Wake up quickly. Sarutobi's figure continued to flicker. Although Sarutobi was not at the center of the explosion, the scattered air waves were like wind blades and there was really no way he could avoid them. He nodded and said, "It's true, your father is the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Although Kyubai is crazy, it is not irrational. It has learned how to use the tailed beast Tama to really cause harm to Sarutobi, the annoying ant. The next round of tailed beast Tama will definitely not be that easy to hide. So, is this the limit? Did that guy Fugaku actually resist longer than himself, the Hokage? Grandpa 3rd generation, is everything he said true? If it drags on any longer, I'm afraid there won't be a chance to seal it all away with the zombies again." Naruto woke up, looked at Sarutobi in front of him, and said blankly. The 3rd generation. The worst outcome would be to die together, he thought to himself. No need to say any more, Sarutobi shook his head and said firmly, we can't delay it any longer, so we have no choice but to do this. This voice was very familiar to Sarutobi. He raised his head blankly and found that the Kyuubi in front of him had stopped accumulating power at some point. Its fur had covered its whole body. It was now a complete Kyuubi. People's consciousness should have been completely swallowed by the Kyuubi. But why? Now the Kyuubi no longer cares about Sarutobi, it is ravaging the surrounding mountains and forests like crazy. The means are unconstrained. Sarutobi had driven away all the Konoha ninjas and faced the almost complete Kyuubi alone in the suburbs. The third Hokage. He reported. Hokage-sama, Hinata, something happened to the Hinata clan. Chapter 34 Broken Arm. Since there had been no response to previous requests for help, this ANBU was sent directly by Shikaku to the Hyuga clan to investigate the situation. The news brought by the other party made all Konoha executives who heard about it feel numb. This is worse than the previous assumption that the Hyuga clan refused to help Konoha because they sided with Uchiha. Shikaku and others were very excited when they confirmed the news that the Nine Tails rebellion was over and that Lord Hokage was still alive. This means that the Uchiha rebellion is almost settled. But a new disaster fell in front of everyone like a meteorite, hitting them dizzy. The news that the Hyuga clan was suddenly exterminated was so shocking that Shikaku and two high-level Konoha advisors had personally gone to the Hyuga clan head's mansion to confirm the situation. Xiao Chun shook his head. As for how to judge whether other ninjas had the same accident, the two priests would naturally be able to tell the clues if they walked around. Hinata is not an Uchiha. They have no tradition of rebellion, and their compatibility with Konoha has always been relatively good. Ningchi is the only Hyuga clan member Shikaku knows who is still walking in Konoha. After losing Uchiha, as long as Konoha handles it properly, in the eyes of the two consultants, the hidden dangers will be eliminated. Although Konoha's strength will decline, it is completely worth it. Shikaku continued, Hiki is on his way over. This time is different from the previous killings of members of the Hyuga branch. There are many corpses and they are very fresh. It is impossible for the mastermind behind the scenes to deal with them completely. We should be able to directly get information about the murderer. Only the evening breeze and the chirping of cicadas were making the noise. Hai has the ability to obtain memories from other people. Even if the person is dead, as long as he has not been dead for too long, he can still obtain the vague memories of the deceased's life. He analyzed. How many members of the Hyuga clan are left alive now? Yan asked. The movements and expressions of these deceased people were quite strange before they were alive. It should be an acquaintance who committed the crime. The wounds were all killed with one blow. The swordsmanship is very superb. There are traces of chakra residue around it. The opponent handled it carelessly and it seems that he had no intention of covering it up. If this news had been known earlier, in the eyes of Koharu and other Konoha senior officials, the arm that previously belonged to Uchiha could have been saved. The three of them stood in the courtyard silently. He has been imprisoned for at least a month. Koharu looked at the body of Hinata Hayashi being carried out, her voice trembling. Although I don't think the murderer will stay in Konoha for too long. The scene was absolutely miserable. The Hyuga clan should be holding a clan meeting, but only two brats, Niji and Hinata, were left sitting in a daze among the piles of corpses. Then just do as you say. Xiao Chun said weakly. As a result, it was only now that I started to amputate Uchiha's limbs that I discovered that Hinata's more practical right hand had begun to break early. Unfortunately, from the time Uchiha started going crazy and summoned the Nine Tails to now, the entire amputation surgery was almost completed. Someone quietly wiped out a top ninja clan under the eyes of everyone in Konoha. Shikaku felt that Niji was innocent. The Byakugan is an extremely excellent perceptive blood successor. Therefore, the status of the Hyuga clan can be compared to the eyes of Konoha. They have been active on the front line of the team for a long time and have made great contributions to Konoha countless times. The current sudden annihilation of the clan was nothing less than the collapse of the earth for the high-level officials of Konoha such as Yan and Koharu. You don't have to say it so tactfully, just say it was done by people from within Konoha. And Shikaku paused, let Kakashi and the others pay attention to their safety. This Ninki may be even more dangerous than Fugaku. But losing Hinata is like a normal person suddenly losing his eyes. In any case, it is a huge loss to Konoha. The Uchiha rebellion has not yet been completely settled. In order to maintain the stability of the situation, the news of Hinata's genocide must be suppressed first. Naturally, the news cannot be revealed to other ninjas to avoid unnecessary panic and trouble. As for whether to notify other ninjas, there is no need for the time being. Yan and I can just go and visit them one by one later. The two of them had never been so out of character since they became Konoha's top advisors. They can't be fooled by the same illusion twice, right? Okay. After receiving the authorization, Shikaku summoned a Konoha ANBU and immediately began to issue orders. Everything is irreversible. Xiao Chun and Yan both said nothing. The wounds are all fresh, and the murderer just left. As if hearing a familiar name, Niji in the corner raised his head and wanted to say something, but Shikaku patted him on the shoulder and signaled him to stop talking. Do you have any doubts about the candidate? Yan asked. If he wants to resist, the body will also be brought to me. Yes. Shikaku glanced at Niji, whose eyes were dull, and nodded slightly. A family of several hundred people may not have more than 10 people left in the end. The surrounding trees were lush and green, and the kite was hanging on the top of the tree. The woman with half of her body wrapped by the kite string was swinging back and forth in the air like a swing. Shikaku withdrew his gaze from the woman's corpse, trying to keep his thoughts clear. Naturally, he is the most suspect. Yan clenched his fists, shook his head and said, my suggestion is to control all the current Hyuga clan survivors first. Whether it is to protect or eliminate suspicion, this must be done. Now is not the time to worry about war, but to find the murderer to prevent similar incidents from happening again. The body that the hinge passed through had left obvious traces of metal rust. Even if he was not decapitated, the accumulated metal toxins in his body would be enough to kill Rizu in the near future. He can still fight off incoming enemies. Rizu, he's asking me for help. Do you need to inform other ninjas to be careful? Go and inform all Konoha ninjas. When you see any Hyuga clan ninja, take him to the interrogation room and wait for questioning. This also means that the massacre against the Hyuga clan has started at least a month ago, but these people can't feel anything. I came to Shinizu half a month ago. I didn't notice anything wrong at the time. I just felt that his movements were a bit too big when he spoke, which was a bit rude. Looking back now, I should have been unconsciously talking at that time. Bewitched. As for losing Uchiha and Hinata at the same time, it's like cutting off an arm because that arm is about to die. Although it is a pity, it is for personal safety considerations. Anyway, there is another more practical one. The right hand, isn't it? The two consultants nearby knew Ning Qi and knew from Liu Ju's analysis that this person was the most suspicious, but they did not know that Ning Xi, the survivor in the courtyard, was actually Ning Qi's younger brother. The war is about to begin. Xiao Chun said suddenly. This requires checking the roster and confirming the identity of the deceased here first. This is a very complicated task. Shikaku paused, however. If those ordinary branch family members who have not turned on the Byakugan are not counted, I guess the survivors will not. There will be more than 10 people. Well. Go and inform Kakashi and other members of the Konoha Blade Force to find Hinata Ningchi after dealing with the Uchiha incident. But the two consultants were furious, and they might not think so. It's better not to cause trouble for yourself now. Chapter 35 Prediction. This is youth, Konoha's powerful whirlwind. A green figure emerged from the soil and vein, like a top, sweeping straight towards Fugaku's back. However, the next second, Fugaku seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He squatted down and dodged Kai's surprise attack. Stupid! Fugaku shouted. Fire release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A water dragon rose up in vain, swallowing up all the flames. Fugaku wiped the blood from the corners of his eyes and looked at everyone, his expression even colder. "Are you okay?" Kakashi asked. But Kakashi soon felt that something was wrong. Fugaku's fighting instincts were a bit too exaggerated. Boom! The clone was broken, and Kakashi's figure appeared from Fugaku's side. He remembered. At first, Kakashi and others thought that he was worthy of being the leader of the Uchiha clan, but his fighting instincts were simply appalling. If they had not cooperated properly, there might have been heavy casualties. Faced with this kind of old turtle that is very resistant and immune to traps, there is no other method that can work except consumption. At that time, he was still confused because Madara did not hold a sword in his hand. That was the information that Ning-Chi suddenly received when he disappeared, so everyone including the Hokage regarded Uchiha Madara as Uchiha's helper, and even set up a special sharp knife team. "Since you know that I can foresee the future, why don't you guess why I didn't listen to you?" Fugaku wiped the blood from the corners of his eyes and glanced at Kakashi thoughtfully. "Think about it carefully. You're just a brat, what do you know?" Kakashi recalled the mission just now. Pfft! But is he actually better at swordsmanship? The ninjas of the Nara clan are trying their best to extend their shadows, but they are unable to stop Fugaku's footsteps. At the end of the combat meeting to prepare for the Uchiha rebellion. Fortunately, Kai was a little surprised. The Uchiha Madara whom he met in the wild sneered coldly. "Stupid guys, they don't know they are being taken advantage of." As he was about to leave, he saw the Hokage holding a note and saying, "Ning-Chi found out who the murderer of the family separation is. Could it be that, Ning-Chi?" The next moment, the earth and stone wall was crushed into pieces by the long Megatama chain, and the chain continued to sweep towards Kakashi behind the stone wall. Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Now that Fugaku's ability has been confirmed, Kakashi can naturally predict Fugaku's actions after he appears. Kakashi has no way of knowing how far into the future Fugaku can predict, and he cannot consider the main factors that prevent him from admitting defeat from Fugaku's perspective. The pupils shrank suddenly. Everyone suddenly reacted. Wait a moment. He remembered. Ning-Chi, is he more dangerous than Fugaku? I see. What did he want me to think? Kakashi's actions just now completely helped him confirm that Fugaku indeed has the ability to predict the future. He remembered. During this period, 2 more Enbu were killed. Kakashi's Sharingan observed Fugaku's movements and was thinking about something. At a certain moment, the lightning in his hand suddenly flashed. While tracking the trace marks left by Ning-Chi, I encountered those sharp sword marks around the forest land where Uchiha Madara was. Even the current battlefield was chosen by Fugaku himself while fighting and retreating. He did not break out towards the Uchiha side, but moved closer to a shelter where at least 1,000 people were hiding. This resulted in many of Konoha's ninja methods being unable to be used. Ah, yes, the confirmation has just been completed. Kakashi put away the lightning in his hand and nodded slightly. This Uchiha clan leader seems to be able to predict the future. Give me the Sharingan, give it back. Listening to the new mission content, Kakashi looked a little stunned for a moment. Bring Ning-Chi back, even if it's a corpse? Can you guys win if I, Uchiha, lose? Think about it. The dagger was inserted into the chest of an Anbu. Fugaku gasped for air, and then turned to look at Kakashi with a complicated expression. Kakashi, did you notice it too? Asuma asked with a frown. Earth Release, Earth Formation Wall. Kakashi clapped his hands on the ground. The fire and water evaporated into vapor, dampening Kakashi's hair. The clues about the entire incident of Uchiha Madara were actually led by Ning-Chi from beginning to end. Now it is confirmed that he does have a problem. This only proves that Ning-chi is most likely the real culprit who killed his fellow clan members. The so-called Uchiha Madara is nothing more than a scapegoat to divert attention. He hid this question in his heart. The next second, his figure flew rapidly in a certain direction. As the water flowed from his head, Kakashi advised, "Stop it, Chief Fugaku. Since you have the ability to foresee the future, you should know that after the Nine Tails disappeared, you Uchiha have completely failed. Is it a swordsmanship similar to the wounds seen on the dead members of the Hyuga branch? Susanoo can withstand and fight, but they don't have a good way to deal with it, especially when Fugaku can predict the future, so all possible sneak attacks become almost useless. Fugaku can foresee the future, but still refuses to admit defeat. Is this because he has already foreseen that the consequences of admitting defeat will be more miserable than not admitting defeat?" Kakashi took a deep breath and said, "This is a gift from my friend Obito. If he were here, he would definitely not be happy to see you, Patriarch, fighting a losing battle. No. He's going to join those Uchiha people." Fugaku attacked Kakashi just now, not to get back some eyes, but simply to tear open the defensive circle and escape. "Come on, Kakashi, don't let him succeed," Kai said quickly. Kakashi kept the mission in mind, but Fugaku's words suddenly appeared in his mind. "Fire release, go fireball jutsu." As if he had foreseen it, when Fugaku removed Susanoo, the fireball swept towards Kakashi the moment he appeared. Just as he was about to catch up, an ANBU figure suddenly appeared. "Captain Kakashi, Shikaku-sama informs you. So. Must lose." As if stimulated by these two words, Susanoo appeared again, and Fugaku sneered and attacked Kakashi. Uchiha Madara. Kai's sneak attack was a trap laid by several people a long time ago. It stands to reason that Fugaku's eyes are not supercilious, so he shouldn't have noticed it. However, Fugaku just dodged such a crucial sneak attack. Similar opportunities to predict the future have occurred several times in previous battles. No wonder the opponent is still as slippery as a loach after so long and cannot be taken off. Kakashi frowned. "You, an outsider, are using the eyes of the Uchiha clan against me." Fugaku stared at Kakashi with cold eyes. The Sharingan helped him find the opponent's flaw. In just 1 second, Reikari could attach to the opponent. But the moment he noticed Fugaku turning his head, Kakashi understood. Just now, his intention was revealed by Fugaku. Saw it through. Although Ning-chi was born in Hyuga. Well. Kakashi nodded slightly, but he was still thinking about what Fugaku had just said. The news of the disappearance of the Kyuubi had spread throughout Konoha not long ago, which gave everyone in Konoha a shot in the arm. However, Fugaku did not take any action after hearing about it. Before that, Asuma thought he was playing tricks on others. Zhou Jingping, it seems now, actually expected this when he used his ability to predict the future. So, this is what Fugaku is worried about? Can't admit defeat, can't stay in Konoha, is it also because of Ning-chi? Did he do something? Or what is he about to do? Chapter 36. The time has come. Eyes are bleeding. Vision becomes dim and unclear. But enough is enough. Fugaku looked at the Uchiha clan members who were close at hand. This little eye power left is enough for him to lead his people to see the future path clearly. The two sides completed the rendezvous. Master Clan Leader, those root ninjas bully people too much. They kill everyone they see, even ordinary Uchiha clan members. Someone complained directly with tears when they saw Fugaku. Chuan, who was standing behind him, could clearly notice that the clan leader's voice was trembling when he said these words. After this day's battle, he was clearly approaching his limit. It doesn't matter, I can still hold on for a while. Fugaku smiled reluctantly. After using the prestige of the clan leader to suppress all kinds of dissatisfaction within the clan, Fugaku turned to look at the girl, a little surprised, but also a little relieved. But it is also a baptism. Swarms of insects were flying, and the enemies continued to surround them. There were only about 20 ninjas from the Uchiha clan who gathered in front of Fugaku. "Keep walking," Fugaku said. "Yes, let's take revenge and go back, Patriarch." A melee broke out. "Itaki, how is he?" Chuan wiped his tears, raised his head and asked. "Us." His head is the key to a certain prison in Konoha. Facing the two white figures that shot straight in front of him like drills, Fugaku shouted loudly. Fugaku glanced at him and did not answer the question. He just said slowly to all the clan members. "For the Uchiha clan from now on, Setsuna will be the next clan leader." The air was a little quiet for a while, and Fugaku smiled. "What about you, clan leaders? Suppress all the hatred in your heart first." The Kyuubi failed. "This round, we Uchiha lost," Fugaku said solemnly. Not far away, ANBU troops belonging to Konoha were coming in a steady stream. Looking at the unhappy expressions on the faces of the tribesmen, Fugaku sighed slightly in his heart. "This is Uchiha." Yes. They followed the clan leader, forming like a long knife, piercing a copper wall that Konoha had built for them. "Very good," Fugaku nodded slightly. "When we break out, we will definitely attract troops from all over Konoha to pursue us. You stay here, waiting for an opportunity to rescue Setsuna. Don't worry, I can foresee that your trip will go smoothly." Even he, the Patriarch, had no good way to suppress their strong emotions. "Now, everyone, break out according to the original plan." "Susanoo." Fugaku sneered and controlled the Susanoo to send the two dogs flying together. The Megatama chain choked the ninja Kuromaru's attack, but the drill transformed from the Inyazuka claw plunged straight into Susanoo's chest. The Uchiha clan members behind him also temporarily repelled their enemies. Unruly and unruly, emotional. This Uchiha Izumi was Itake's former lover, and he was also the only Uchiha who awakened from the three Megatama Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan in this incident. "Fight your way out. Fang Fang." Until a certain moment, the terrifying blue ghost suddenly collapsed when it was born on Fugaku. "Shut up!" Fugaku shouted, and all the noisy Uchiha clan members fell silent. Neither she nor her parents were in favor of the coup, and they still had expectations for Sarutobi and other high-level officials in Konoha. Therefore, they had always been outside the inner circle of the Uchiha clan. At present, the Uchiha are facing a formidable enemy, and they are united like never before. Chuan nodded heavily. But after today's incident in which the root ninja broke into the Uchiha clan and massacred them wantonly, similar expectations were almost buried with the death of their parents the moment their parents were killed and their Sharingan eyes were dug out. For this reason, she witnessed the tragic death of her family members in front of her eyes today. The group of double Megatama, triple Megatama, and even those who had just awakened the Mangeki Sharingan during the battle after witnessing the death of their companions and relatives, they will all become the backbone of the Uchiha clan's revival, and they cannot be compromised. The damage is here. Now all she has left is Weasel. This is on the premise that something might happen to me. I can't see him taking charge of Uchiha in such a distant future, but I know him. When the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha was not so tense, I often went to the prison. Visit him, I believe in his ability. From Inyazuka, to Abarame, to the three major families of Sarutobi's loyal servant in Akacho, it seems that the rest of the Konoha family has reached a consensus regarding this Uchiha farce. The long knife dragged among the ruins. Their hatred was so sharp that nothing seemed to be able to stop them from leaving here. This long knife cut through the copper wall in front of them with the most unhesitating attitude. Setsuna Uchiha was a senior who planned a rebellion during the second Hokage period. After being suppressed for plotting a rebellion, he has been imprisoned in Konoha's prison. Now that the Uchiha clan is short of people, it is natural to find a way to get him rescued. Taihuo nodded, looked at the clan leader and asked hesitantly. "Izumi." Fugaku patted Uchiha Izumi's shoulder comfortingly, and the latter burst into tears. After arranging the breakout formation, Fugaku turned to look at Uchiha Taihuo. "Have you completed the task assigned to you? Thank you for still worrying about his safety, but for now, just treat him as dead," Fugaku said. "The next battle will depend on your strength." The road from the Uchiha clan to the forest outside Konoha is not long, but almost every inch of the group headed by Fugaku needs to be covered with blood. Konoha seems to have seen Fugaku's flaw. Or maybe he was reluctant to sacrifice the ninja that might result in a fierce battle. Anyway, they were constantly taking turns, hitting and running away, and in this way consumed his physical strength. This is a huge loss for the Uchiha clan. "It's done." Taihuo pulled away the ball of cloth in his hand, revealing Ibuxi's head under the ball of cloth. "You Inyazuka clan are truly Konoha's loyal dogs." The Susanoo above Fugaku's head had only bones left. Izumi took a deep breath and asked, "What can I do to use this trick to help you, Lord Patriarch?" Izumi, who just awakened the Mangeki today, still doesn't know how to use Susanoo. Will it go well? What doves and hawks? There is only one faction in Uchiha now, and that is, the Revenge faction. It was impossible for Sarutobi and Danzo to let the Uchiha tribesmen, who were burdened with hatred for Konoha, leave Konoha alive, and the next battle would become extremely dangerous. The air crackled with flames. I don't know how many times this blue ghost dragging Megatama chains has come, but no matter how many times it comes, its difficulty is still making people feel powerless. Okay, get ready to take action. Everyone except Taihuo is following me. Then, in the darkness, one eye narrowed slightly. Time is up. Chapter 37 Backstab. Where is Ningqi? Kakashi asked with a frown, standing among the ruins of the Uchiha clan that had been ravaged by war. I don't know. However, Ningqi snatched a lot of Sharingan from us. Master Shanfeng also went after him. The two of them fought and the place collapsed. Unfortunately, Ningqi ran away. Lord Danzo is still very angry because of this, said the root ninja. This is not a secret that cannot be revealed, or in other words, it is their common idea to find trouble for Ningqi, who is a rebellious person. Where did you fight? Kakashi asked quickly. If there are traces of the battle, it can be mutually confirmed with the sword marks in the suburbs. It seems to be over there. He pointed at a collapsed training ground and said. Kakashi, it's important to encircle and suppress the Uchiha, Asuma couldn't help but say, if we don't get through, they will break out. You go ahead, catching Ningqi is also a task. After Kakashi said that, he moved towards the training ground. Hold on as long as you can. This is the responsibility of the clan leader. Fugaku laughed even louder. Soon, only Danzo and his two assistants were left on the scene. A Barame root and mountain wind. I don't know. These Uchiha people did not lack the quality of being ninjas, but after remembering the faces of the enemies in front of them, they quickly turned around and fled in another direction. Danzo didn't speak. There were not only root members present, so it would be too ugly to say covet. As if feeling something. Cough, cough. Ouch. What are you doing standing still? Keep chasing. Noticing the strange looks in the eyes of the Konoha ninjas around him, Danzo frowned and scolded. If you dare to lift your foot, you will definitely be attracted to it. So, is the mountain wind actually at a disadvantage? He was suddenly stunned. How long can you last? It's so stupid. Danzo sneered, dropped the crutch in his hand, and shook off the metal lock on his right hand. Revealing his right hand which was covered with bandages, he formed a seal with his hands and slapped the ground suddenly. The painful Meng taper fell heavily to the ground, and then disappeared into a ball of white mist. What's more, although the little Ningqi is not as big as the encirclement and suppression of Uchiha, there are already many people involved in the encirclement and suppression of Uchiha. Takakashi is not too much, and he is not too much. I'm not a competent clan leader, but I just hope that you all can survive." Fugaku smiled. "I thought you had foreseen this scene," Danzo said calmly, looking at Fugaku. "All of us have underestimated you, Fugaku, you have a pair of very good eyes." The practical reason is that Fugaku has been targeted. If he doesn't stay to break up the rear, the others will have no way to escape. This place is already the outskirts of Konoha, surrounded by dense vegetation. It is very open and difficult to blockade. Fugaku, who was shrouded in Susanoo, looked ugly. He stepped his feet into the soil and struggled to resist the adsorption of the dream taper. No one knows how many Uchiha people will be left after this breakout. What a naughty boy! When it comes to investigating Ningchi, Kakashi is the only one doing it, so this is not simply a case of catching small people and amplifying them, but it is just a reasonable allocation of ninja resources. Danzo didn't care about the condition of the dream taper, he just looked at Fugaku, who was so weak that he could hardly stand up, and sneered. "Vulnerable." Lowering his head again, he saw half a corpse under his clothes. Kakashi's expression was solemn as never before, and he couldn't delay at all now. He was about to catch up, but suddenly turned back and warned this person, "Hurry up and inform the Hokage-sama, tell him." Danzo narrowed his eyes and mocked, "Is he your support? Hyuga Ninki, this rebellious one. Stay with the roots and the wind, and the others will continue to chase," Danzo ordered. Fugaku raised his head slightly. "What are you still hesitating about?" Ningchi. At the critical moment, Fugaku suddenly shouted loudly. A giant orange-red taper monster descended. Poof! He is bound to win. He looked at the face of the person behind him. He didn't want any Sharingan to slip away from his hands. Ha! Fugaku grinned, his eyes full of ridicule. "You, all of you stay here. Necromanticism dream taper." Roar! The next second he turned his back. Kakashi has the Sharingan gifted by Obito, and the two have a deep bond. It is understandable that they can't bear to deal with the Uchiwa killer. There will be a time of reckoning. Danzo is thinking about the Hyuga clan. "Wind, take the root and bring me his eyes." Just when he was about to be swallowed by Meng Taper, a huge fireball hit Meng Taper's mouth. The dream taper opened its mouth and released a huge suction force. The long knife pierced Danzo's chest. For example, under a pile of tiles, there are blood-stained sword marks. The words spread far away, but around him there was only the sound of the night wind blowing the branches. Seeing the Konoha ninjas jumping past one by one, Fugaku's face was as dark as water. Ever since Fugaku announced that Setsuna would be the next Uchiha clan leader, many people had secretly foreseen this scene, and Fugaku's battle plan also included instructions for the clan leader to stay behind when the enemy blocked a large-scale blockade, and the rest to leave quickly. "Okay, then we will make up later." Asuma was not reluctant. Kakashi can roughly deduce the entire battle process from it. Earth and rocks disintegrated, and trees rose from the ground. It was no longer the previous round of battle. This time, Konoha finally chose to send out all its elites, preparing for a decisive blow. In his opinion, Ningchi, who was shrouded in a caged bird, dared to do such a thing only because of Rizu's order. Art fire escape ho fireball. This Konoha traitor can no longer use that move. Let's take action and capture them. Danzo waved his hand, and all the ninjas around him rushed towards the Uchiha clan members. From bones, to muscles, to armor, this blue ghost that left everyone in Konoha helpless once again waved the Megatama chain in his hand, stopping most of the ninjas who were about to pursue him. As if he noticed something. "Do you remember the battle plan I told you before?" Fugaku turned around and said, his voice weak but full of tenacity, "You go first, I will follow you immediately. He even competed with me for the Sharingan in the previous battle." He didn't care what Fugaku meant by more than one person. Anyway, there was an interval of more than 10 years between Shisui's eyes. The ability of Fugaku's eye seemed quite amazing, and it would be a good one. Of supplement. Susanoo comes again. He was already determined to die. Unfortunately, you are not the only one who covets these eyes. The corners of Fugaku's mouth raised slightly. So it's not the Hokage, but Danzo-sama who is in charge of this encirclement and suppression. Fugaku looked at the figure walking out slowly with a cane. Calling him naughty, Danzo actually wished he could call Hizu over and kill him together right now. You pretended to be following Sarutobi's orders. This eye can help him see some details that are difficult for others to detect. Can't move. Kakashi stretched out his hand and immediately pulled out a piece of clothing with a broken clan emblem from the rubble. Kakashi still didn't know about the tragedy that happened in the mansion of the head of the Hyuga clan. Shikaku controlled the news extremely well, but Kakashi also had his own unique experience. He remembered Fugaku's hints and Ninki series of strange behaviors, and his heart the uneasiness became more and more intense. The ever-appearing ninja figures surrounded them all. I don't know when I took the root and fell to the ground. I don't know whether I am alive or dead. Then Kakashi seemed to be crazy, grabbed the collar of the previous root ninja, and shouted loudly. Danzo, where did Danzo-sama go? No wonder it's so mean. Danzo trembled and turned his head. Susanoo disappeared the moment Fugaku's feet left the ground. Lord Patriarch. The tribesman bid farewell with tears. Right before your eyes. As he spoke, he picked up the metal lock block on the ground and prepared to put it back on himself. This guy, was the scene where Susanoo collapsed before really just an act? Danzo's face showed a hint of coldness and he asked. There were too few clues, so he frowned and continued digging at the gravel under his feet. Blood dripped from the tip of the knife. He walked into the messy training ground, opened his forehead protector, and released his Sharingan. But as the clan leader, Fugaku is willing to be the first to stand up and gain a glimmer of hope for the clan's people. When it's very early, Ningchi returned to his own appearance from the mountain wind, with a bright smile. I have been worried about being found out by you. Chapter 38 One-Hand Seal. Among all the people present just now, only Shanfeng was a pure sentient ninja. If Ningchi replaces a bearmate to take the root, even if his disguise is very good and he knows the habits of the root ninja very well and will not show any flaws in his whereabouts, he will still be caught by this mountain clan who can sense psychic abnormalities. The elite see through. Therefore, if he had not killed the mountain wind when he was in the Uchiha clan, Ningchi would not have had the idea of ambush Danzo. This is just a temporary idea. His original target was Fugaku's eyes, and being able to kill Danzo was an unexpected surprise. Fugaku's pair of Sharingan, which were stripped away before their power was revealed in the original work, had a terrifying effect in this battle that made even Ningchi look at him. Of course, Fugaku's Susanoo is also very powerful, but no matter how powerful this ninjutsu is, it cannot leave so many people in Konoha helpless. There was no way, since this person was eager to seek death. After Ningchi put Shisui's eyes in his hands, he was too lazy to dig out the trophies on Danzo's arms. Small talk could not delay his death. A sealing sword style similar to acupuncture. Fugaku nodded slowly and said helplessly. Blood surged. Fugaku shook his head. I can only predict the future related to myself. For things that have already happened, that is not called prediction. But no matter what ninjutsu Danzo planned to use, he didn't give the other party a chance. The note is something that has already happened. Ningchi divided Danzo into 3 parts, and his movements were smooth, as if he had rehearsed them 1,000 times. I'll tell you if you die honestly. Ningchi said. I helped you out, and this is how you repay me. Ningchi was digging Shisui's Sharingan in Danzo's eyes when he suddenly spoke and threw a kunai behind him without looking back. The body fell to the ground, throwing up dust. Even the reality of the caster's death can be completely transformed. This was a situation that even Ningqi, who planned all of this, had not expected. You have also killed many Uchiha clan members. Fugaku took a deep breath, turned around and said softly. What really makes Fugaku's Susanoo invulnerable is that those methods that can defeat or target Susanoo cannot be effective in front of this pair of eyes that can predict the future, and may even not appear in Fugaku due to various reasons. Before Fugaku endured the pain, formed a seal with one hand, and sprayed a huge ball of fire from his mouth to repel Ningqi. The head flew out. The self-binding curse seal is a curse seal set by Danzo in the bodies of all root members. It is a mechanism used to deal with possible rebellion of root ninjas. Once the curse seal is activated, the recipient will be unable to move. And now that I have obtained Hashirama's cells, I don't have to worry about not being able to use this pair of Sharingan. Izanagi is the forbidden technique of my Uchiha clan. It only has 3 seals. A slight tingling sensation came from the wound. Danzo looked down at the sword blade that pierced his chest, feeling that all the chakra in his body was sealed and he could not use it at all. You can see the future, but can you see that you will actually die? Ningqi drew out his long knife and slowly approached Fugaku. Stop struggling. I've dealt with you and there are people from Konoha to deal with. Don't you have a grudge against Konoha and the others? Since you called my name before, you actually saw it, right? About what I plan to do what? The bandaged right arm was directly chopped off by Ningqi. Today, because he used the power of predicting the future and Susanoo too many times, his pupil power has been completely exhausted. The original Manjiki Sharingan has now become an ordinary black pupil. And how could Fugaku in such a state be? Where is Ningqi opponent? Did you pass that note before? Fugaku suddenly asked. What I can see is only one kind of future, and now I can't see it anymore. Fugaku shook his head. Ah! Danzo screamed. The long knife in Ningqi's hand slashed down diagonally, but Fugaku blocked it with a kunao. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and he gasped for air, but the corners of his mouth were raised. What happened to the Hyuga clan, at least makes me feel that I made a good decision. Ningqi did not tell Danzo that although he could not break the caged bird, it was relatively easy to break the level of ninjutsu like the self-binding curse seal. Can't you predict it? This is, do you dare to rely on me? Just as he was speaking, Fuke suddenly froze, as if he noticed something interesting. He looked at Ningqi with a subtle expression. He could not obtain information about these matters through foreknowledge. He approached Fugaku with his sword in hand and complimented casually. I don't know if the number 1 ninja clan in Konoha is an Uchiha, but if you can form a seal with one hand, Hizu will definitely not be able to do it. What's the point of knowing so much to you? Ningqi sneered. The long sword in his hand spread with fire, and Fugaku's kunao in his palm were cut off by Ningqi's sword. The sword wounds on his body continued to increase. Fugaku seemed to want to be clear and continued to ask, since you dare to do this, then at least the Hyuga clan has been destroyed, right? Whether it is a self-binding curse seal or Izanagi, the seal needs to be formed in advance. Ningqi did not give Danzang any chance to form a seal. We don't hate Konoha, otherwise why would we stage a coup? Danzo asked softly. But I did predict what you were going to do. This is why Uchiha must break out. The Hyuga clan has nothing to do with him. Starting from the sneak attack with the sealing sword, to cutting off the arm filled with Sharingan, and then cutting off Danzo's head. The Uchiha clan's ability to predict the future was indispensable for their ability to break out of Konoha. The long knife flicked. The next second, Kunao intervened in front of Fugaku who was about to run away. When I get to the Pure Land, I can still tell Hizu, that, as expected, my Uchiha clan is the number 1 ninja clan in Konoha. Although Ningqi would not exchange it for his own eyes, it was impossible for him to leave these eyes to Konoha. He moved his fingers slightly. Do you want to use the self-binding curse seal or Izanagi? Ningqi shook his head. Do you know? As for Izanagi, it is a magical technique that can rewrite reality. It will turn things that are not good for you within a period of time into never happening, and only choose things that are good for you to turn into reality. Sure enough, it's you, Fugaku sighed, but the movements of his hands did not fail at all. Although his whole body was suppressed by Ningqi's superb swordsmanship, he was still resisting desperately. Tisk. Ningqi raised his brows slightly, feeling that the figure of Fugaku in front of him and the figure of his clan leader overlapped to some extent. Although the content it can change reality is only the next minute, that minute actually starts counting from the first seal of Izanagi. And I'm not the only one who can form seals with one hand. Chapter 39, A Battle Without Suspense. Not just you? When Ningqi heard Fugaku's incomprehensible words, he seemed to notice something. He frowned, and the eyes of Shisui held tightly in his hand had turned into nothingness. He turned back sharply. On the grass not far away, Danzo, who had been divided into 3 parts, had been pieced together at some point. He seemed to be pulling out the short blade that penetrated his chest, and stared at Fugaku with extremely angry eyes. You, damn it! Seeing Ningqi's cold eyes turning around, Danzo pursed his lips and made a very pragmatic choice, no longer caring about the short blade that sealed the chakra all over his body, turned around and ran away. The Uchiha rebellion is over. He reminded lightly when he saw Ataka getting up. He recalled the entire steps of attacking Danzo just now, and roughly understood the reason why the opponent could still be resurrected even though he was completely dead. So he still had to die. The masked man was sitting quietly on the stone looking at him. There was something wrong with the arm that contained several Sharingan. The long knife penetrated his chest and pinned him to the ground. After understanding his situation, Danzo was still quite decisive even though he had overwhelming hatred for Ningqi who almost killed him. However, just as Danzo was pulling out the core short blade of the sealing sword style on his body, Fugaku, who noticed this scene, suddenly confessed him. Are you awake? In the dark cave, a bonfire was lit. Do you have to fight to the end? Ningqi said while slashing with his long sword. No problem with people. The time it took to make this thing is older than that kid's age, Black Zetsu said in a low voice, but this is the fundamental reason why he is so fearless in the face of so many Konoha ninjas. The sword blade penetrated the shoulder blade and removed a piece of flesh. Throw the thunder release kunai in your hand into the darkness. A howl sounded. The body was cut off at the waist. From Danzo's point of view, this was a very honorable move. Run away quickly. There is no rush to pull out this sealing sword and come back for revenge. He was thinking about this in his mind, but after taking a few steps, he felt a chill in the back of his head. So all the plans to kill Ningqi were in vain. The failure this time was due to the fact that the broken arm could form a seal with one hand. Itaka paused and clenched his fists tightly, but continued to walk towards the entrance of the cave. Danzo made a sound in his throat and fell to the ground unwillingly. This is a pointless fight. Very good. This was the only sentence Ningqi responded. According to the future he witnessed, Danzo was actually dead at this time. How many Sharingan did he steal from my Uchiha? Fugaku asked, his voice not calm. A mere dog of the Hyuga clan. Byakugan opened, Ningqi said nothing, just held the kunai in his hand, and the lightning attached to it. He stared at it for a moment. Even if he had Izanagi, he couldn't change the fact that he was already possessed by the sealed sword style. That guy knows a lot of things he shouldn't know. Danzo turned around. Escape. Poof. The firelight lingered, drawing a huge swaying shadow on the stone wall behind the opponent. Sorry, if you were my son, I wouldn't fight back. Fugaku used his only remaining arm to hold on. I am Itaka's father. A mere rebellion at the root. The blood-red eye under the mask reflected Itaka's face. How could such a good thing happen? Fugaku was unwilling to be killed by his juniors and resisted desperately, which is good. Everyone can, only I can't admit defeat. Want to be a fisherman? On the arm, another Sharingan closed its eyes. Of course this is an angry comment. This is a losing battle. Seizing the flaw, the blade cut open his belly, and his intestines flowed all over the floor. You will never be as good as long as he pulls out this short blade with sealing properties, as long as he restores the flow of chakra, then all the current crises can be resolved, and all the lost face can be restored. I should chop off his head directly next time. Ningqi responded lightly. Just when Itaka was a little confused about who he was. Izanagi. Not to mention when the first seal was formed, even if it was separated from the body, the arm could automatically complete the subsequent seals within 1 minute. Orochimaru, who created that arm, was really thoughtful. Ningqi narrowed his eyes. But, I, the Uchiha clan, cannot lose to Hinata. Ha! Among the two prides of Konoha, I always thought that Itaka was stronger than you. This is a completely unsuspicious battle. The next moment, his body turned into a shadow and reappeared on the side. Ningqi pretended to be Shanfeng and wanted to take advantage of their fight with Fugaku to hunt an Uchiha clan leader and a root leader. Aren't you chasing me? Fugaku, who was about to run away, saw Ningqi slow down. I am the leader of the Uchiha clan. But it seems like the destruction of Konoha has just begun. Just be a mantis. The real Oriole will let you know what it means to be mature and sophisticated. Weakness in sight. Danzo, who was resurrected, immediately saw another kunao flashing with lightning shooting towards him. He turned around and barely dodged it. He glanced at Ningqi, who had left Fugaku and was attacking him. Without hesitation, he quickly flashed his figure and disappeared deep into the jungle. Ningqi learned the lesson this time, but he was still not in a good mood, so after picking up the long knife, he immediately killed Fugaku. There was a crash, startling countless birds. The sword flashed. Enough to last until Konoha's reinforcements arrive. Ningqi picked up his long knife. His white eyes saw Danzo, who was still running away in embarrassment, and the ninjas of the Inyazuka clan, Konoha's vanguard force, who were rushing over not far ahead of him after smelling the smell. Ahem! Even now, after you have done such a big thing, I still feel the same way. With his chakra sealed, he can't possibly be Ningqi's opponent now. What was even more regrettable for him was that Ningqi did not catch up with Bona to completely eliminate the possibility of Danzo. I found some very interesting things underground in Konoha, Baizetsu said in a longer tone and shook the detonating talisman in his hand. The first injury appeared on my side. Itaka suddenly opened his eyes. Itaka stopped and looked over. A long sword flashing with lightning pierced his head at an extremely fast speed like a watermelon, and then pierced directly into the trunk of the tree beside him. There is no problem with the steps. The short blade had a strong adsorption force and was difficult to pull out by himself, so Danzo could only run away with the sword wound on his chest. In his hand he held a detonating talisman that was already some years old. Even so, a black and white symmetrical figure wrapped in piranha-like leaves emerged from the ground. The other arm was chopped off. Izanagi rewrote the reality before Danzo was dismembered, but did not rewrite the reality of being sneak attacked by Ningqi with the sealing sword style, because the sneak attack by the sealing sword style happened after Danzo's first seal of Izanagi before. The self-binding curse seal was activated but did not take effect, which meant that Ningqi was completely out of his control. Fugaku also felt quite sorry that Danzo was still alive, and Izanagi also rewrote the reality he predicted. If you were willing to stretch your neck over just now and let me wipe it, he wouldn't be able to escape no matter how many times he was resurrected. Ningqi, who once again consumed one of Danzo's Sharingan eyes, turned to look at Fugaku. If you have this chance next time, you should cut off all 10 of his fingers. Fugaku made a pertinent suggestion. So I'm asking you. How much do you know about Ning Qi? Chapter 40 Killing, 2 in 1. When Kakashi and others found Ning Qi, he was sitting on a branch looking down at everyone, as if he had been waiting for a long time. On the ground was the broken body of Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. This powerful ninja who had endured all his life and only today suddenly raised the banner of rebellion across Uchiha and blocked half of Konoha by himself, died in a particularly tragic manner. Only the head that rolled down at the feet of everyone, although the eye sockets were empty, still had a calm and slightly mocking smile on its face. Many people frowned. The masked man actually let you go. Ning Qi glanced at Kakashi. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. How did you do it? Someone asked, not sure whether he was diverting Ning Qi attention or really wanted to solve the problem from Ning Qi mouth. But, when? Earth swordsmanship landslide. He didn't know what Ning Qi was up to, but since he dared to wait here alone instead of turning around and running away, wouldn't he and others dare to take action? Right here, hey. Yuhihong raised her head with a frown. After looking at the Ning Qi seal in the middle, she paused and changed her words. He cancelled that illusion. He didn't explain more, but people here already knew very well that all the disasters that happened in Konoha today were indistinguishable from the bastard in front of him. Not only is he relaxing his vigilance, but he is also obviously relaxing the attention of himself and others. After a duel, Kakashi used the force to fly back and came to Yui Kurene's side. Ning Qi, did you lead us to Uchiha Madara last night just to let him kill me? Kakashi took a deep breath and asked, but his eyes were watching for traps around him. Looking at Ning Qi figure who was entangled in the fantasy space and unable to move, Ziriong looked coldly. It's over. Like an adolescent showing off his favorite toy to his friends. A blue halo of light enveloped Ning Qi and blocked all the Shuriken Shadow clones. Dark shadows streaked across the night sky. Her voice was suppressed. Although the teacher-student relationship has not been established, Ning Qi's love for illusions that he showed not long ago, and his diligent and progressive mentality of working tirelessly to explore different mechanisms of illusions every day, still make Yurihong quite appreciate it. The shade of the trees blocked the starlight, and Ning Qi's entire upper body was shrouded in shadow, but those white eyes shone brightly in the darkness. The green leaves fell, as if a foot stepped on them gently, making a squeak sound and breaking the veins of the leaves. Seeing Ning Qi turning his head with an unbelievable expression, Gang Zisha became even more proud. He smiled and said, "You can save some energy and say what you want to say back to the torture department." His voice was cold. Therefore, when slaughtering the Hyuga clan, Ning Qi only used Naraku here to modify his appearance and change the layout of the entire Hyuga clan head's mansion, but did not choose to forcibly modify Ning Qi's murderous behavior. Similar operations are the same here. The effect of Naraku here is particularly serious when Ning Qi kills people. This was the scene when Ning Qi massacred the Hyuga clan. From the time he killed the Hyugaling, everyone could see that he was killing people, instead of killing pigs, sheep, or anything else. This is the embarrassing situation of this illusion in actual combat. She opened her mouth slightly, feeling that her body was becoming unable to breathe, and her vision was quickly beginning to blur. For freedom, kill your relatives. Perhaps because the ends of his hair were soaked with sweat, Ning Qi's hairstyle that originally fell between his brows was stuck to the side of his face, making his face that was originally full of elegant and scholarly look suddenly become a bit stern and carefree at this moment. Then he reached out his hand and pushed Gang Zisha hard. Boom! The soft sound of the long knife cutting through the evening wind vibrated slightly in the forest. This beast! Is this why you are so confident? Kakashi's face looked a little ugly. The deaths and serious injuries of Shinayu Izumo and Gang Zisha taught him a huge lesson. No wonder Ning Qi dared to stay after attacking Danzo. Here, I even talked so much to myself and others. The relationship between Yuihong and the Hyuga family has always been good. For Ning Qi, a genius who came out of the Hyuga family, she also has the same kind of expectations and recognition for the younger generation. Even if Ningqi promotion speed is too fast, they all also want Ningqi to be the first genin student they will be responsible for teaching after their promotion. A brown sword shadow slashed down. Kakashi blocked it with his sword, but his eyes suddenly widened. Although they had long realized that the truth was probably right in front of them, when they heard Ningqi admit it personally, the expressions of those people under the tree who were Ningqi seniors or colleagues were still full of astonishment, and their eyes changed when they looked at Ningqi. It has to be a little strange, absurd, and incomprehensible. The surrounding ninjas were slowly getting closer and closer to Ningqi. Thinking of what happened to Shinayu Izuyun and Gang Zisha, her eyes turned cold, and the kunao stabbed Ningqi in the chest. So, the rebellion of the Uchiha clan has something to do with you, right? And that Uchiha Madara is actually not a foreign aid to the Uchiha clan. How far is the range of the illusion? He asked. I don't care if it's an illusion or reality. I just hope that when this kunao is inserted into your heart, you can have a more real touch. The next moment, Kakashi already knows the tragic situation of the Hyuga clan. Although the culprit is still under investigation, after events such as Ningqi snatching the Sharingan and attacking Danzo, the true identity of the murderer has actually been pointed to very clearly. Kakashi thought that this ninja who was separated from the Hinata family was close to crazy. As soon as I think about getting rid of the Zone family's control, not only can I strike, but I can even use the sword faster. Ningqi's mouth curled up slightly, teasing the other party. This person is actually just a demon who is willing to kill clans and cause turmoil for the sake of freedom. In the process of arriving just now, even though Kakashi has repeatedly stated that Ningqi is very dangerous now, and has even betrayed Konoha, the real murderer who destroyed the Hyuga clan is Ningqi, but Yui Kurane is still there. There is a glimmer of hope in my heart. The secret calculation of Gang Zisha and Shinayu Izumo who were preparing for a sneak attack had already made Kakashi and others aware of the abnormality. After Ningqi failed to ambush Yuihong, she revealed the existence of Naraku here. It's a reversal illusion. Hurry, run. Ningqi's voice seemed vague, and for some reason, Gang Zisha felt very familiar. Next moment. I want to destroy the Hyuga clan, but I don't want to die together, so naturally I can't just consider the Hyuga clan, but also weaken Konoha. The best way to weaken Konoha is to cause internal unrest in Konoha, so the rebellion of the Uchiha clan is inevitable, it must be done. As for the Kyuubi, that is the result of the Uchiha clan's own subjective initiative and has nothing to do with me. Kakashi shook his head. Ningqi walked towards them slowly, with a warm smile on his face. The reason why I am confident is not because of illusion. Although releasing the Kyuubi, even in the original plot, is the only choice the Uchiha clan can make. It's because of strength. Ningqi is no longer the shy and studious boy he used to be. In other words, that has never been his nature. Everyone's expressions suddenly darkened. Although the news of the genocide of the Hyuga clan has begun to spread among a small number of people, confidentiality is still strict. Shikaku did not allow others to enter the Hyuga family head's mansion. They were unable to witness the situation at the scene, but only what was reported in the letter. The word genocide is enough to describe the brutality inside. I think so too, it's time to end. Ningqi, who was entangled in branches, smiled faintly at Ziriong. However, when he flew out, the shuriken in his hand also shot at Ningqi. More real than reality? Ningqi smiled lightly, that may disappoint you. Your plan? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. His companions were surrounding him. He needed to delay it as long as possible, so he asked in passing, is it to destroy the entire Hyuga clan? Severe pain was followed by coldness in the limbs. I don't know whether I am disappointed or annoyed that such a beautiful young man has passed away. How so? The two detonating charms attached to Izumo's body were about to explode. Izumo endured the pain and shouted, "Run!" The sharp blade pierced the ribs and shattered the heart. The knife is faster? With his eyebrows flickering, his gaze towards Ningqi had become extremely dangerous. As if he was introducing a carefully crafted piece of art to his guests, Ningqi's smile was still gentle, but his tone was slightly raised. Things are universally connected. Yuihong lowered her eyes, her hand holding the kunao was trembling. Strictly speaking, my goal is only to gain freedom, and the destruction of the Hyega clan is an indirect means to achieve this goal. As long as there is no longer a Hyega clan that holds secret orders, the so-called caged bird is just a beautiful tattoo. Just listening to what this bastard said made my lungs explode. Now! Kakashi shouted suddenly. Chain double fang slash! You are too careless, Ningqi! Gang Zisha said in Ningqi's ear, then grinned and shouted. Izumo, call it a day, don't let him die. He turned to look at the open space under the tree, and saw Kakashi and everyone else looking at him with shocked faces. Yuihong was still shouting something at him, but Gang Zisha didn't hear anything. Ningqi is already a complete genius, but he can still work so hard, which makes Yuihong an excellent example that can be used to inspire other students. Are you really Ningqi? Ziriong looked at Ningqi and couldn't help but ask. Does this mean that what is in front of you is the real him, and the Ningqi who was once is just a disguise of human nature similar to illusion? The former sincere and humble Ningqi, who followed behind him in order to learn illusions, and the blushing teacher's green face came to mind again. If it was Ningqi who was standing there, then who was the person next to him who was pierced by the double fang slash? Gang Zisha seemed to have noticed something, and turned his head blankly, only to see Ningqi in front of him, who had turned into his good partner Shinayu Izuiun at some point. His sword penetrated Izumo's abdomen. The blood continued to flow outwards, and there was no way to stop it with my hands. The chopped-up organs were falling. Ningqi smoothed her hair back, revealing the cyan pattern on her forehead, with a warm smile. The result of the forced modification is that the probability of Naraku being exposed will be infinitely increased. The world seemed to have fallen into a sea of silence. That introverted and taciturn, that eager to learn, that friendly smiling Ningqi, could he really be capable of such a dehumanizing villain? Can anyone really switch between truth and fiction so freely? The method of distinguishing true from false between illusion and reality is what you taught me before, Teacher Hong. Why, you can't tell the difference now? Ningqi responded with a smile. It wasn't until Ningqi's figure suddenly appeared behind Yuihong, and the falling long sword was blocked by Kakashi who reacted desperately, that Gang Zitai suddenly realized what he was doing. Gang Zisha watched all this blankly. Ziriong raised her head and looked at the gentle smile on Ningqi's familiar face, and felt particularly unreal. Poof! Although she doesn't know the specific effects of Naraku here, she still knows very well that most of the group illusions are essentially spatial illusions. As long as you step out of the space enveloped by group illusions, it will be difficult for this technique to work. And outside the world where steel and iron are blinded, a fierce battle that is quickly entering a fierce battle has just begun. It's a general illusion. Everyone, step back and open up the battlefield. Yuihong shouted loudly, and then flew back. After confirming that there were no arrangements around, several figures in the darkness slowly walked around behind Ningqi. We must put him in the torture department alive and torture him properly. Bagua sword Huishan. But the transmitted sound is still floating in the water. What a powerful force! Kakashi was directly swept away by a powerful sword. A violent explosion sounded, and pieces of meat splashed all over Gang Zitai's body. He was thrown away by the huge impact of the explosion, and rolled into the jungle, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Watching the nearby Konoha ninjas retreat one by one, Ningqi looked calmly at Kakashi, who was wrestling with him in front of him. You are preventing me from killing someone. Yuihong didn't have time to think about it. Ningqi, who was holding a kunao, stabbed her straight through the chest. The evening wind in June blew through the forest, and the green fragrance of wild grass flowed through the nose, while insects clung to the tree trunks and screamed. Fortunately, Ningqi himself had already expected this. After all, it is an illusion specially designed by Ningqi to deal with the Hyega clan. It belongs to the type of special attack against the Hyega clan. The learning difficulty is indeed at the level of S level, but this type of special attack spell requires wide applicability. This makes Ningqi a little embarrassed. Magical tree binding killing. When Ningqi was defending, he didn't notice that Yuri Hong on the side had already formed a hand seal. There was even an illusion master, Kurane Yui, watching from the side. The next second, Yui Hong suddenly realized that she could no longer move. She looked down and saw that the person bound by the magic tree had turned into herself at some point. Ningqi's figure suddenly appeared next to Kakashi. What is different is that the group of guys in front of them are not the elders of the Hyega clan who are relatively calm and naive when faced with the younger generation showing off their skills. They are full of vigilance towards Ningqi himself. However, no, the main reason I led you here is because I don't want him to stop my plan. The purpose of using his hands to kill you is just to weaken Konoha. Ningqi patted his butt, stood up and said lightly. Ningqi, who was standing proudly on the branch, suddenly felt pain, and then lowered his head blankly, only to see two large knives piercing his body from the abdomen. Ningqi smiled and leaned into Yuri Hong's ear, and said gently. It really has a real touch. Chapter 41 Boom, 2 in 1. Yui Hong is dead. Kakashi raised his head from the dust and saw this scene with his own eyes. The butterfly flaps its wings, creating small ripples in the long river of memories. The helpless feeling of having his companion die in front of him came back again many years later, sweeping through Kakashi's body. Countless shadows changed in Kakashi's eyes. It was in a forest similar to this one. When the boulder above his head fell, the face of the young man pushed him out with force, but he was trapped under the boulder. Irika smiled helplessly. You are too tired today. Go to sleep first. I will come to see you tomorrow. The girl's name is Kori and she is a student in Irika's class. It's not like at the beginning, relying on the crowd to bite Ningqi hard, but in the end 3 teeth were chipped. Then he took Kori to the ANBU rest area downstairs. The burst of lightning pierced the girl's chest just as she expected. Irika looked happy and said thank you to the ANBU. We are waiting for reinforcements from Konoha, what are you waiting for? Kakashi, who was swept away by Ningqi's sword, couldn't help but point it out directly. The old owner has fallen under the stone wall. From now on, no one will come looking for it. So far, I have fought with Ningqi, first with Shinayu Izumo, then with Gang Zisha, and now with Yui Hong. After experiencing the first Nine Tails rebellion a few years ago, Konoha has actually established a complete set of evacuation and evacuation measures, except for those that were used to paralyze the Uchiha clan in the decision-making of Konoha's top leaders' victims. Many residents of Konoha only had their houses crushed, but their lives were not in danger. Overall, the losses could only be regarded as near misses, at least for most ordinary people. Except for Kakashi, everyone else's will to fight is not very strong. If the battle situation escalates even slightly, they will take the initiative to retreat and will not join the battle again until Kakashi is suppressed. It seems that Kakashi cannot be persuaded. XI, is this the only way to passively slow down work? In any case, the choices of these Konoha ninjas made the entire battle rhythm next, except for Kakashi and Ningqi, relatively peaceful. They stared at each other. The Hokage building in front of me. Another person jumped down and joined the fight, but he failed to make 2 moves. He used a ninjutsu move but was blocked by Ningqi, and the offensive was immediately reduced. Rush to kill yourself. Kakashi's pupils were trembling. I have never seen anyone from the Hyega clan today. Sure enough, none of these ninjas are good. Tooth. Behind him, a little girl covered in rags reached out and grasped his sleeve tightly, her expression a little gloomy. Before taking 2 steps, Irika suddenly sniffed. It was like a fuse or gunpowder. In short, there should be something burning, and there was a lot of it. Ningqi turned his head and looked with interest, and sure enough, he saw not far away, Kakashi was holding Yui Hong's body that he had snatched from Ningqi's feet, and then slowly placed it on the ground. Konoha village. Irika sighed, and was about to leave the Hokage building with Kori and go to the temporary shed area. The dying boy dug out his eyes and handed them to Kakashi. Irika heard that Lord Hokage provided assistance and compensation to people like Kori, so he brought her here to have a look. When reinforcements arrive, Ningqi will most likely be captured alive. Kakashi feels uneasy at the thought that he may not be able to kill Ningqi, a murderous demon, with his own hands. Ningqi dodged and avoided the opponent's attack. Anyway, as long as Ningqi doesn't escape, there is no need to fight desperately. It's not that he is afraid of Ningqi, but this is indeed the most correct way to deal with it at the moment. You couldn't save us before. Why can't you save even one person now? Why are your cherished companions dying, but you are still so weak? What a joke! What kind of battle is this? Playing house in kindergarten? Ningqi's laziness in running but not running and fighting without fighting made the deaths of Izumo and Yui Kurane just now seem like a frivolous joke. You really can't do it. Ningqi smiled lightly. The deflection of this move was a bit too exaggerated. Ningqi raised his eyelids, but before he could react at the first moment, he suddenly seemed to notice something and lowered his head. Just for a moment. This is nothing short of humiliating. Irika waved his hand high and then strode away. But if the Fugaku-ku fails, these truths will be a powerful medicine that completely crushes the surviving Uchiha clan in Konoha. Sarutobi can show the leader's tolerance and let the remaining Uchiha clan go. But the injured Konoha civilians obviously would not be so generous. It's a pity that he can't do it. The evening breeze blew gently. The night after the disaster, people made fires and cooked meals among the ruins. They also discussed today's disaster and whose families were killed or injured, and the tone was mostly the same hatred. Fortunately, although this place is in the wild, it is very close to Konoha. Kakashi had already asked the Hokage for help before arriving here. They also left marks along the way. In short, the longer it takes, the more likely victory will be. The more it will lean towards them. The body of Yui Hong at his feet had disappeared without a trace with the flash of thunder just now. In the eyes of some people, if Fugaku's coup succeeds, these rumors can also hinder his rise to power. They just happened to be born in Konoha at the same age, graduated from ninja school at the same time, and happened to be instilled with similar values. They cooperated with each other, completed tasks, and grew up together, that's all. Water pipes poked their heads out of the ground. But the so-called companions can never be easily defined by closeness or distance. For Kakashi, Yui Kurane actually has no higher weight in his heart than the above two people. Kakashi was anxious. The first was the large number of people gathered around the Konoha theater. After the Kyuubi appeared, they were evacuated to remote places in Konoha. They were not allowed to go home until the Kyuubi disappeared and the Uchiha broke through. In fact, no disaster struck. There are many complaints like this. For Kakashi, with the sacrifices of Lin and Obito as a foreshadowing, the weight of companions has obviously been given a heavier meaning in his heart. Kakashi, kill me. It was like the boy and girl who had been dead for many years asked quietly in his ear. There are several Konoha ninjas staring closely at Ningqi, waiting for opportunities. Ningqi's current situation generally seems to be at a disadvantage, but his confidence and high spirits still make many ninjas at the scene feel the pressure. Due to the murderous intent, the surrounding air is becoming stagnant. Next are those who stayed or returned home from the theater. Although the room is narrow, it is obviously much more comfortable than the shack. With Irika's constant comfort, Kori finally let go. He received the news and went to arrest the traitorous ninja. You can come back tomorrow. The ANBU at the door looked at Cory and shook his head slightly. With a roar, thunder shattered the shrubs in the sky and passed in front of Ning-Chi. Kakashi, this is a Jounin gift for you. All right. That feeling of powerlessness was just like the girl's blood stained on Kakashi's hands that he couldn't clean no matter how hard he washed them. Actually, it's not just you, I'm waiting too. After experiencing the Uchiha Rebellion and the Second Nine Tails Rebellion in the afternoon, centering on the Uchiha clan and the place where the Nine Tails appeared, the surrounding area was basically a scene of desolate ruins. There are many tragedies like this, but compared to the first Nine Tails Rebellion, they are definitely not many. The ninjas alternated code words and formulated a battle plan. Kakashi glanced at it twice, but still pretended not to see it. A ninja from the Inyazuka clan on the side couldn't stand it anymore, so he cooperated with Kakashi's attack, and the figure of two people and one dog quickly approached Ning-Chi. Come together! Kakashi shouted, forcing his way forward. This rebellious ninja of the Hyuga clan who plotted against Izumo and Gangzite at the beginning, and then used genjutsu to quickly and swiftly kill Kurane Yui. His fighting sense and difficulty level are far higher than those of ordinary Jounin. This will definitely be a battle in which although Konoha will win in the end, Konoha will also suffer heavy losses. It's no different from Kai or Asuma. It's very unfortunate, because they live near the Uchiha clan, and as the victims appointed by the high-level officials of Konoha to paralyze Uchiha, her parents died in today's turmoil, and the girl was protected by her parents' bodies. He held on until Irika arrived, and then he saved his life. In the following battle, they only need to continue to harass Ning-Chi to prevent him from escaping, and hold on until Konoha's follow-up support arrives, and they will be able to completely resolve the situation. Irika turned around suddenly. That feeling of powerlessness was just like the huge boulders piled on the boy that Kakashi couldn't push no matter how hard he pushed. Why? Shut up! Before Irika left, the girl still held his sleeve and refused to let go. After walking out of the Hokage building, when Irika looked back, he could still see Cory standing in front of the window of the cramped lounge, staring blankly at him. Why did you bring your companions to die even though you knew Ning-Chi was dangerous? Civilians who came out of the shelter one after another were crying and howling in front of the houses that had long been reduced to ruins on the roadside. I've seen the Uchiha clan in school, and they are all a bunch of hot-tempered guys. There was a strong man telling his neighbors soothing jokes while shoveling over and over again until he shoveled out the debris of his child among the pile of stones and wood left in his house. The man who was comforting his neighbor suddenly collapsed emotionally, squatted on the ground and cried regardless of his appearance. He took off his coat and covered the ugly hole on Yui Hong's chest. He crossed her eyes with one hand and asked her to close her eyes for the time being. For a ninja, a companion is a trustworthy teammate who can completely turn their back on them. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving in disappointment, the ANBU pursed his lips, softened his heart, and said, "The ANBU resting area downstairs has beds and hot water. It is much more comfortable than the temporary shed. She can sleep there tonight, and it is safer. When the Hokage comes back, it will be more convenient to go directly to see him." The hatred of the villagers can bring great help to the subsequent actions against the Uchiha clan. Even now that the Uchiha have successfully broken through, there are still Uchiha people staying in Konoha, but not in the Uchiha clan. That's all. I must kill Ning-Chi before reinforcements arrive. He has completely different ideas from his companions. Those who violate ninja rules are called trash, however, those who don't know how to value their companions are worse than trash. Trees fell down, countless buildings collapsed, tiles and stone bricks were scattered all the way to the streets, and not far away there were flames burning alone in the wasteland. Ever since Fugaku summoned Kyuubi, the truth about Kyuubi's appearance has slowly spread out. He didn't know about the victims, so he was confused about the nature of the so-called compensation. He thought it was a name specially set up by Konoha's top brass to ask for extra aid for Cory and other poor people. Why, There was also a woman crying bitterly while holding her husband's disembodied body. Both of them were ninjas, but the woman was sent to evacuate the crowd, while the man died in the Uchiha clan's surprise attack. Ninjas are inherently high-risk professions. It is common for people to be killed if they are not as skilled as others. According to Konoha's regulations, as a ninja, a woman should not show such a weak side in front of the people after her husband dies. There are only too many people crying today. No one cares, and no one is held accountable. Only women can express sadness so unscrupulously. Ning-chi also waved his long knife and fought with them. Good night. Hokage-sama hasn't come back yet? Irika asked, standing at the door of the Hokage's office. That was the hope and plea in the eyes of a girl who was implanted with 3 tails on the plains during the rainy season and was about to be cast into Konoha as the source of trouble. Anxious to get the results. Ning-chi shook his head, looking through Kakashi to the hidden leaf village behind him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. After knocking Kakashi away. I remember she is Asuma-senpai's girlfriend, not yours. Ning-chi still called Asuma-senpai and expressed confusion as to why Kakashi was so angry. The same thing can't be said in 3 words, but the meanings of the two are obviously completely different. After the man and the dog were defeated, he transformed into a human form and stared at Ning-chi indifferently, but did not participate in the subsequent attack. Ning-chi was stunned for a moment and then reacted. An orange cat that always got lost and was always retrieved countless times by new genin as the first mission of their ninja career. After hearing the familiar sound of water drops, it passed through narrow gaps and finally came. Here, he hungrily licked the water leaking from under the water pipe. Even when it comes to intimacy, Yui Kurane is obviously closer to Asuma. That boy named Naruto is indeed the reincarnation of the demon fox. The next moment, as if he noticed something, he paused. I heard that the Uchiha clan summoned the 9 tails because they wanted to rebel. The mission requirement I received is to bring you back alive, but now it seems that it may not be possible. The Mangekyo Sharingan was cold and dangerous. Kakashi stared at Ning-chi and stood up slowly. The cycle went on, and the moment another person came into contact with Ning-chi, Ning-chi immediately noticed something was wrong. Like a landslide. Boom. It's a book written by someone from the same group. If you're interested in the war genre, you might want to read it. It's quite interesting. Chapter 42 Normal Communication. It's just a testament. Ning-chi waved the remote control in his hand towards the Konoha ninjas around him, with a smile on his face. There are 3 red buttons on the remote control. Just when Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with Konoha's help, Ning-chi pressed the first button in front of everyone. So even from such a distance, all of them could see the sudden burst of fire in Konoha village behind them, as well as the rumbling explosions that followed. It proves that I do have something in my hands, and you can only be obedient. Compared with the lives of so many people in the Konoha ninja village, the loss of so many property and facilities that may be caused by pressing the button, the hatred towards Ning-chi, and the necessity of catching him, are all a bit disappointing. Worth mentioning. Is this your negotiating attitude? Ning-chi's face was a little cold. What nonsense is this old guy talking about? Has he really understood the current situation? There should not be many people in the Hokage building tonight except for the ANBU on duty. The number of ordinary people killed by the explosion is definitely not as good as today's Uchiha rebellion. In addition to the close-range explosion and the collapse of the building caused by the explosion, the detonating charms that are simply ambushed on the wall or underground are mostly limited in their destructive effect on ninjas. The biggest losses caused by the explosion are only the information and files in the building. Listening to Ning-chi's understatement, it was like pressing the channel change button while watching TV. The roar caused by the simultaneous explosion of tens of thousands of detonating talismans in the Hokage building just now has most likely consumed all of Ning-chi's detonating talisman reserves. The remaining 2 buttons on the remote control are more like just for show. Boom! Shikaku's heart sank. Is it the ninja hospital with the largest number of people and the busiest one at present, or is it the ninja school that serves as a temporary resettlement site? In any case, the people of Konoha, who had just calmed down after being frightened for a day after experiencing the Uchiha Rebellion and the Nine Tails Rebellion, were beginning to be on tenterhooks again. Put down that remote control and go back to Konoha to face trial, Ning-chi. Sarutobi advised, with disappointment and anger suppressed in his voice. There was something crawling faintly in the shadows. The next moment, Ning-chi seemed to notice something, turned his head and looked into the jungle aside, and then grinned. But as Ning-chi said, the first explosion itself was just proof that Ning-chi had indeed made arrangements in Konoha village. It was too late to mourn the victims in the village. Almost all Konoha ninjas drew their long swords and prepared to rush forward and eat Ning-chi. Some people were scolding, some were advising, some were trying to divert Ning-chi's attention, some were secretly planning to surprise Ning-chi, and some were worried about their family and friends getting hurt and wanted to go back first to evacuate the people. In short, it was all noisy but no matter what. A situation where no one dares to take action. From Ning-chi's age and income, it can be roughly inferred that the number of detonating talismans buried in Konoha should not be too many. The price and manufacturing cost of detonating are there. Unless you have the financial resources of an entire ninja village, tens of thousands of detonating talismans should be. This is the limit that a guy like Ning-chi, who is as powerful as a jonin, can raise. Put it down quickly, put that thing down quickly. However, just the next second, they saw Ning-chi throw away the remote control in his hand, and then take out an identical remote control from behind. Ning-chi was seen shaking his head, and then gently pressed the second button in front of everyone. It's the Inyazuka clan's clan. Someone soon identified the place where the explosion occurred. You, die. There were signs of madness on the face of this Inyazuka clan ninja. Licking their lips, some people's expressions gradually became fierce. Base. The ninjas of the Inyazuka clan never thought that disaster would fall from the sky. They pulled out their long swords, roared and were about to rush over to kill Ning-chi, but were stopped by their companions. Don't do unnecessary things. The explosion this time was louder than the previous one, and it was unclear how many people would die. Along with Shikaku, everyone froze in place. He didn't expect Ning-chi to still have this hand. He thought that Ning-chi would be captured when Konoha's reinforcements arrived. However, who could have expected that they were waiting for Konoha's reinforcements, and Ning-chi was also waiting for Konoha's reinforcements. However, Ning-chi did not take out the remote control when she saw Kakashi because she disliked Kakashi's lack of qualifications to negotiate with him on equal terms on behalf of Konoha, so he deliberately waited until he had the qualifications to negotiate and was able to accept and realize it. The arrival of Lord Hokage requested by Ning-chi. Of course there is a way. Shikaku's eyebrows twinkled. Are you worthy of being a ninja? Why did you hurt so many innocent Konoha civilians? When he put his finger on the second button, the noise and movements immediately stopped, as if he was afraid that his movements would be too big to avoid irritating the madman Ning-chi. But, does Konoha dare to bet? Directly controlling Ning-chi or destroying the remote control before Ning-chi presses the button can be considered a way to solve the problem. In their opinion, this last button is almost 100% a bluff, because the power of the first two explosions has consumed almost 100,000 detonating charms. No matter what, Ning-chi can't have more detonating charms, right? Yes. Ning-chi only has the last thing left to threaten them, and this last thing is probably used to bluff people. Is betting on those two buttons actually a bluff? Don't tip anyone off. This was something that many people present, including Shikaku, could easily weigh. There are still two buttons on the remote control that have not been pressed. This time it is the Hokage building, but what about the second time? The possibility is relatively high. With insufficient information, Ryuju could only make this judgment. Didn't I tell you not to make unnecessary movements? I'll repeat it one last time. Noticing Lord Hokage's hesitant expression, Shikaku secretly shook his head. So with Ningqi as the center, in this forest where more than 30 people gathered, only starlight and wind were transmitting between each other. There is still one? Ningqi fiddled with the remote control in his hand, and seemed to be very satisfied with the expressions on the faces of the Konoha ninjas around him. He smiled and said. They didn't know how the detonating talismans in the Hokage building were buried, but Luju guessed that it was probably a backhand specially arranged by Ningqi to escape before the rebellion. Asshole. For a moment, everyone fell silent. They stared dumbfoundedly at the direction in which the blazing flames were rising. Another explosion sounded in Konoha. Feeling that these guys were about to move, Ningqi frowned, "Hey," and then decisively pressed the last button on the remote control in full view of everyone. After Ningqi's words fell, the surroundings suddenly became noisy, including the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and everyone's expressions were extremely gloomy. Another roar came from the Leaf Village. Remember, this disaster is the fault of the Nara clan. Ningqi pointed at the Nara clan ninja who came out of the darkness with a guilty face, and reminded the Inyazuka clan ninja. The surrounding ninjas gradually came to their senses. The shadow of the Nara clan. Is it possible that this is Ningqi bluff? Sarutobi stared at the remote control in Ningqi's hand and asked Shikaku in a low voice. Rolling eyes. The explosion occurred in the Inyazuka clan's territory, which was beyond everyone's expectations. The detonating talisman can be arranged into the Inyazuka clan, which is good at perception. What kind of hidden and terrifying trap technology is it? Thinking that there might be a large number of detonating talismans in their own clan, the expressions of many ninjas present also changed. Don't spread the word, don't do unnecessary things, don't make the situation unpleasant for everyone. Ningqi glanced sideways at everyone and warned lightly. Ningqi, do you know what you are doing? Is there really no way? Kakashi's voice was not calm. Hokage-sama, there is only one last button left on his remote control. Kakashi reminded. Don't make the situation unpleasant for everyone. Seeing no one replied, he nodded. Very good, now it seems I can finally communicate with you normally. Chapter 43 Falling into the Trap. During the Second Ninja War, Keijiro village in the country of mountains was hostile to Konoha village, so Keijiro village appointed its internal trap ninja Genyo to undercover Konoha in almost all key facilities throughout Konoha, such as the Hokage building. Millions of detonating symbols are buried in many places such as Hokage Rock, Ninja Hospital and some ninja clan places. Once such a large number of detonating talismans explode, their power is enough to turn the entire Konoha into ruins. The purpose of Keijiro village is very clear, which is to destroy Konoha completely by detonating these detonating talismans by Shenwen while the main force of Ninja village is entering Konoha. However, before the plan could be implemented, Keijiro village was raided and destroyed by the neighboring Taki Ninja village. Suinu was also accidentally captured by the hostile forces and has been missing to this day. These millions of detonating talismans embedded in important facilities in Konoha are no longer available. So we waited in silence for nearly 30 years. To this day, these detonating symbols are used by Ningqi, who is familiar with the plot and can capture the entire network of detonating symbols with the help of his white eyes. Seeing Ningqi playing with the second remote control, all the Konoha ninjas looked extremely ugly. There were 3 explosions, the first was at the Hokage building, the second was at the Inyazuka clan territory, and the third was at the ninja hospital. The scale of the explosions grew bigger each time. From Shikaku to Kakashi, the two of them could clearly feel the strange looks from their companions around them. It was quiet for a while. Don't fall into the trap. A shadow stretched out from the darkness made Irika unable to move. Of course I'll go to the ninja hospital to see the effects of my tens of thousands of detonating charms. The young man's tone sounded like he was appreciating his own work. Irika cried for a moment, and suddenly heard the sound of light footsteps, and then a shadow covered him. I'm going to kill him. What are you doing? But no matter what, no one dares to doubt that the remote control in Ning Qi hand is a bluff. There is no doubt that Ning Qi has stated his rules time and time again, but most of these Konoha ninjas like to be smart and only want to take advantage of loopholes. However, Shikaku and Kakashi were obviously caught by Ning Qi to show off the weight of their chips. Typical. Where else are you going? The Jonin's voice was filled with anger. He didn't know why the explosion happened. He didn't know why the Hokage hadn't come back yet. He didn't know where he should go. There seemed to be no safe place in Konoha. Many people were at a loss, crying, worried and scared. Wandering in the streets. He made arrangements secretly. The arm burst and bled. He suddenly grabbed the kunao on the side of the road. Konoha has never had a plan for this, and orders from the top often conflict with each other during this chaotic moment. Some arrange for people to go to the previous shelters, while others feel that the shelters are not safe and send them directly to the outskirts of Konoha. Blood foam spurted out from his throat, and Irika roared. What a trick! This is the attitude towards negotiation. After this explosion, those who were slightly injured in the ninja hospital could still run, but those who were seriously injured could only lie on the hospital bed and wait to die. You have to leave immediately after receiving the call. Also, even if you don't receive the call, you can only stay in Konoha for 10 minutes at most. It's like the arrow has found its handle. Ning Qi and Konoha are not equal. Only pain can make Konoha truly face Ning Qi. Therefore, the 3 buttons of the first remote control will definitely be pressed. The only difference lies in what Ning Qi is looking for. Reasons. The first 2 were okay, there weren't too many casualties, but the third explosion at the ninja hospital was completely heartbreaking. Those are all the heroes who shed blood and sweat to protect Konoha today. No one around him dared to say a word anymore. They were all too angry to speak out. However, noticing that Ning Qi pressed his finger on the button of the remote control warily, Sarutobi forcibly suppressed his emotions in his heart. He took a breath and asked, "What do you want?" The price of questioning is too high. 2 more explosions occurred in Konoha one after another. The Hokage building that had been reduced to ruins was shaken into dust. Irika spent a lot of effort to dig Kori out from under the ruins. He looked at the girl's pale body, tears streaming down his face for a moment. The muscles were vibrating, as if all the energy and blood in the whole body were gathered together, and they were trying to break free from the shackles of the shadow little by little. "I'm sorry, Kori." Irika turned his neck stiffly and stared in the direction the white-eyed boy left, as if he suddenly realized something. Along the way, except for the few ninjas who were responsible for monitoring Ning Qi at close range, everyone else stayed far away from Ning Qi. Sarutobi also took the opportunity to arrange personnel to evacuate large places in Konoha such as ninja schools or libraries. People inside, because these places are likely to be equipped with detonating symbols, and it will be very dangerous to continue to stay inside. "I'm going to avenge Kori. Or is there some other conspiracy?" The young man glanced at him lightly and said. In short, no one dared to stay at home, and no one knew what they should do. The crowd was chaotic, noisy, and argued endlessly. "Yes, but I have to go to Konoha to pick her up in person." Ning Qi added a small request. "Are you stopping me?" This explosion was different from today's Uchiha rebellion. Seeing the sad and painful expressions of the Inuzuka clan ninjas on the side, Ning Qi smiled faintly. This convinced Sarutobi that Ning Qi indeed had other evil plans, so he told the ninjas following Ning Qi to keep an eye on him. "I'm sorry, it was me who hurt you." Ning Qi could only nod reluctantly. The air was a little stagnant, like fire, and in the distance, a voice came from the young man who was leaving. After hearing Ning Qi's request, Sarutobi looked obviously surprised. "Is that all? There may not be even one survivor in this huge ninja hospital. This Hinata Ninki is a real lunatic with no mercy in his heart." Not to mention that the 3 explosions were all in places where ninjas dominate. Even in the streets where ordinary civilians gather, he would probably press the detonation button without hesitation. Is it that easy? The other Konoha ninjas also had some confusion in their eyes. If this was just such a request, then the previous 3 explosions in Konoha would have been a bit unjust. After saying that, he left. Gravel embedded in the palm of the hand. I see. That was a young man with a pair of beautiful white eyes. Irika knew him as Hinata Ninki. It is also easy to create internal strife. The Nara clan. This thought flashed through his mind, which made him feel even more ridiculous. What kind of trick? Irika wanted to stay calm. After today's battle with Uchiha and Kyuubi, how many Konoha ninjas were injured and receiving treatment inside? Ning-chi grinned. It's nothing, I just want to complete something that the Hyuga clan leader asked me. The man in the dark didn't answer. It's a pity that it only killed so many people and wasted so many detonating charms. A Jounin patted him on the shoulder, comforted him, and followed him, leaving Irika in a daze. Sarutobi looked very angry. His red eyes stared at Ning-chi, as if he was about to rush forward and tear Ning-chi to pieces in the next second. Could it be a shadow clone? Irika suspected that he heard wrongly, and he was stunned for a moment. What? After his opposition was fruitless, Sarutobi discussed with Shikaku and others for a while, and decided that in order to prevent Ning-chi from taking the opportunity to mess around in Konoha, he also asked for Konoha ninjas to follow him and monitor him. Ryuju frowned and looked at Ning-chi back in front of him. Under the protection of 2 Konoha Jonin, the young man said tisk. Have a good death. In any case, after wiping out the Hinata clan, he pretended to come back to fulfill the clan leader's instructions. Shikaku didn't believe a word of this. Irika felt extremely guilty and confused. It is estimated that the number of detonating charms called by Ning-chi has exceeded imagination. This is definitely not something that Ning-chi can do alone. To set up a trap of this scale, money and time are both indispensable. There must be other ninja village level. The forces behind it are adding fuel to the flames. The murderer is showing off here. Who fell into the trap? Ah! Chapter 44 Heart Killing. Ning-chi swaggered around Konoha in the name of looking for Hinata Hanabi, exposing himself as the murderer, and deliberately provocative behavior were seen by Sarutobi and others. His purpose has become crystal clear. He is driving a wedge between us within Konoha. If those victims attack him, he can justifiably press the explosion button. Ning-chi's purpose of pressing the button was not to explode, but to alienate. No matter who couldn't help but attack him, the people whose interests were harmed by the explosion would not only hate Ning-chi, but also the guy who asked Ning-chi to press the button. This is murder. Orders from the top brass of Konoha began to be conveyed downwards. Admit that this is Konoha now. Tears welled up in Xian's eyes. I don't know. Kakashi didn't want to lie to Xian. Inazukazuma glanced at the ANBU next to Shikaku, and continued with a sneer. So, you brought people here because you were afraid that I would be impulsive. Another disaster for other ninja clan will not undo the Inazuka clan's losses. When Xi-Yan arrived, she only found a blackened body on a broken hospital bed. Not yet, not yet. What deal did you make with him? Can you guarantee that he won't flip the switch? I will kill him sooner or later. After Xian swore, she turned around to help evacuate the crowd. He was slapped hard by the head of his family. Snapped. A crisp sound sounded. No matter what, as the leader of the Inazuka clan, I still have a sense of the overall situation. And he's still a civilian. He also holds at least 3 explosion switches in his hand. If you go to him now, many people will die in Konoha. Kakashi took a deep breath and said. Regarding Inazuka Kuma's honesty, Shikaku could only reply, I'm sorry. Kuromaru. Inazuka Claw stroked its head. The Inyazuka clan regards ninja dogs as companions who can trust each other's lives. Ninja dogs are important members of the Inyazuka clan. The corpses of the dead dogs in the clan are scattered all over the ground, and the surviving dogs outside the clan have broken limbs and arms, making Inyazukazuma almost unable to suppress his anger. 3 blood marks appeared on Inyazuka Takashi's face. Facing the well-prepared Ning-chi and the forces behind him, Konoha, whose weakness was exploited, did not have much choice. There is no guarantee, so we are evacuating the villagers urgently while investigating the location of the detonating talisman. At least we can't touch him until we finish these things. Kakashi said about the response plan of Konoha's top brass. Of course we want revenge, but the only enemy is that Hinata Ninki. Inyazuka Claw growled at him. Dealing with the Uchiha Rebellion, dealing with the Nine Tails Rebellion, and finally being restrained to such an extent by the branch boy of the Hyuga clan at the cost of a civilian's life. How did Konoha village become like this? It was Shikaku Nara, the leader of the Nara clan, with several fully armed ANBU. After a moment of silence, several figures walked out of the darkness, and Inyazuka Takashi's eyes immediately became gloomy. Shikaku said. The evening wind blew through the streets, and the flames in the ruins suddenly grew to a large extent. It's nothing, I just think that we must take revenge. Inyazuka Takashi took a deep breath and said tactfully. Inyazuka Claw stared at him for a moment, sneered, and then waved his hand impatiently. Okay, I understand, I accept your apology, but I see that you are annoyed now, so please go away. As the leader of the Inyazuka clan, I have said it so straightforwardly, how can I still regret it? This Nara Shikaku has the nerve to stay here. Does he really think that he won't touch him? To be honest, in that situation, no one knew wherein Konoha would explode after Ning-ki button was pressed. Shikaku instructed the ninjas of the Nara clan to try to control Ning-chi. This was with the tacit approval of the Hokage. Routine actions. She couldn't swallow this breath no matter what. What do you mean? Inyazuka was stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes, his fangs and claws growing quietly. Admit what? Kakashi asked. Kuromaru shrugged his nose, rushed into the collapsed house, took back the body of a ninja puppy, licked it with his tongue, and let out a whine in his throat. Shikaku and these ANBU were obviously keeping guard here to prevent her from messing around. I just don't want to admit it. Hearing Kakashi mention her boyfriend's name, Xian covered her face and shook her head repeatedly. Inyazuka Takashi was stunned for a moment, the grievance and unwillingness in his heart suddenly rose. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but when he saw the serious expression on the patriarch's face, he suddenly seemed to realize something, and Inyazuka Takashi's expression changed. It's the Nara clan. Takashi Inyazuka was the ninja of the Inyazuka clan who witnessed the whole incident in the forest. He told the head of his family the cause and consequences, with irrepressible indignation and complaint in his tone. It's just that her Inyazuka clan is relatively unlucky. What stopped her from taking action now was not Kakashi's dissuasion, but the large number of civilian casualties in Konoha that might be caused by Ning-chi triggering the detonating talisman elsewhere. I'm sorry. Regarding the reconstruction work of the Inyazuka clan's clanland in the future, the Nara clan, will definitely make compensation. Manic emotions are spreading, and there are many like Irika. Because of the deaths and injuries of relatives and friends, some ninjas decisively turned their grief into anger after learning the news, and they almost couldn't restrain their desire to seek revenge on Ning-chi. It is Ning-ki's plan to create divisions in Konoha. If you go to him to take revenge, he will have a reason to press the explosion button. I believe Hayate will not see this happen even if he is in the Pure Land. Inyazuka Claw didn't speak anymore. But after a while treating the injured ninja dog, he turned his head and glanced at the darkness behind him, and said casually. The words stopped here, and what she wanted to express was already obvious, she would not seek revenge on Ning-chi for the time being. Xian was silent for a while. The fact is that Ning-chi only stayed in Konoha for 10 minutes, and the evacuation of Konoha's personnel and the investigation of detonating symbols will only take longer than this. He doesn't think Xian has the right to kill Ning-chi to avenge her. Opportunity. Yes. Inyazuka Takashi tried hard to restrain himself from looking somewhere. I'm very calm now. Xian said solemnly. Inyazuka clan leader Inyazuka Claw heard the news that his family's land was bombed, and quickly retreated from the front line chasing the remaining Uchiha troops. At this time, he stood at the door of his family's land that had been turned into ruins, gritting his teeth. It is also heartbreaking. Are you satisfied with this answer? Her boyfriend, Gecko Hayate, was seriously injured during the Uchiha rebellion today. He was lucky enough to save his life, but he was killed in the ninja hospital in Konoha. You only have 10 minutes. Try to control the situation and don't let him succeed. The Inyazuka clan is not large in number, and the most casualties in the clan explosion were the hundreds of ninja dogs raised in the clan. Calm down. Kakashi frowned. The leader, Shikaku, looked a little guilty, as if he was not here to monitor the Inyazuka clan. The fangs began to grow, which was a sign of turning into a beast after being overcome by anger. Inyazuka Claw glanced at Inyazuka Takashi who was standing aside. He was sincere, and Inyazuka Pa stared at him for a moment, his expression at least ostensibly softening. Konoha's will of fire was like a set of heavy shackles, making her unhappy. These guys! Don't stop me! Anbu Ninja Uzuki-zian looked coldly at Kakashi who was blocking the front. However, due to Ning-ki's arrogant behavior, the news could not be suppressed. Most of the Konoha villagers quickly learned in a very short period of time that Ning-chi from the Hyuga family was the real culprit behind the 3 bombings. What do you want to say? Inyazuka Claw's voice turned cold. But the higher UPS in Konoha didn't seem to trust her. It is creating conflicts and divisions in Konoha, which is already riddled with holes. Perhaps understanding the helplessness behind Kakashi's I don't know, Xian sighed, and finally put the standard long sword back into its scabbard, ending the confrontation between the two. Our tribe's land was bombed, but other tribes' lands are still safe. Inyazuka Takashi said angrily. Anyway, they have been bombed. There is a big difference between taking revenge now and dragging several other ninja clans into the water, or waiting for the opportunity to take revenge in the future and accepting the fate of the Inyazuka clan's doomed decline. It should get better after that. Kakashi could only comfort him like this. So, as long as Konoha completes the evacuation of personnel and the investigation of detonating symbols, we can kill him, right? Xian raised his head and asked. Shikaku knew that Inyazukazuma had misunderstood. He was about to speak when he heard footsteps approaching nearby and a lazy voice rang out. Why did so many dogs die? Chapter 45 Self-Directed and Self-Acted. It wasn't until he saw Ning-ki's appearance that Inyazukazuma finally realized the real reason why Shikaku appeared here. She looked at Ning-chi and then at Ryuju. The latter quietly stepped between her and Ning-chi, and shook his head slightly towards her. The meaning is obvious. No matter what, suck it up. What are you doing here? Shikaku asked calmly. Looking for Hanabi. Ning-chi glanced at him and said lightly, that is the last mission of the Hyuga clan leader, and I must fulfill it. Shikaku's humiliation was also recorded. There was a bang. Ning-chi ignored him and walked in. He looked around but couldn't find it. When he came out, there was a roasted dog in his hand that was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. It is also the best way to use Xianwang's million detonating talisman. Given the size of Konoha, its decline will be a big proposition and a long process. The dog meat is really delicious, but no one pays attention to him. Ning-chi found the fireworks at the end. An ANBU came to report. Didn't the 2 jonin who were following Ning-chi stop him? He had many questions and more resentments in his heart, but when he thought that it was most likely that Ning-Chi deliberately gave these assassins a chance to create an explosion and alienate people's hearts, he forcibly restrained his emotions. After hearing this, Shikaku's eyebrows suddenly became fierce. "What do you mean, are you leaving Konoha?" "No need, the Inyazuka clan has no reconstruction plan for the time being," Inyazuka Claw said, his eyes a little confused, but his voice was extremely firm. "I think it's time for me to consider the overall situation of my Inyazuka clan." As soon as Ning-Chi said dog meat, Luju knew that things were about to get worse. "Looking for Hwahuo? What if she is inside?" Ning-Chi said. She wrote down Ning-Chi hatred. He reminded dryly, "This is Ning-Chi purpose. There's only one last minute. No need to bother." Ning-Chi looked past Shikaku and looked at the Inyazuka claw in front of him. He grinned and pointed at the Inyazuka clan next to him. He has answered this question many times. These are the specific action steps under the huge proposition of the decline of Konoha. Thinking that Inyazuka Claw might be angry and might get better later, he thought about it before leaving and said, "Heartbreaking." "Ah, my snacks." Koji sat next to his father and burst into tears. "Long time no see, Senior Zhao, I smell the dog meat inside is quite fragrant. Can I take one back as a midnight snack?" Not only Ning-Chi is looking for Hinata Hanabi, Konoha is also looking for Hanabi. She just wants to find it in advance and send it to Ning-Chi, but since 10 minutes are about to pass, it doesn't matter. "What do you want to do?" Luju turned around silently. Ning-Chi was a genius when it came to provoking others. There was an explosion. After Ning-Chi left, Shikaku released the shadow restraint technique, and then looked at Inyazuka Claws with some caution. Ning-Chi took out 2 coins from his body, placed them in front of the twisted Inyazuka Claw, and said with a smile. He was about to speak. "After all, isn't it the result of the collaborative efforts of you and Ning-Chi that our Inyazuka clan has ended up like this?" Time was pushed to the last second intact. Although today's Konoha seems to have been very desolate by Ning-Chi, with the Hinata annihilating the clan and the Uchiha running away, and everyone is in panic, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and Konoha still has a high potential for war. Sarutobi clenched his fists for a moment. "If you are really angry, I can let you hit me," he said. Inyazuka Takashi looked at the direction Ning-Chi left without saying anything, while Inyazuka Takashi on the side was eager to try. "Is this important?" Inyazukazuma asked, and then he shook his head. "You should have accepted the half of the dog that Ning-Chi gave you. Overall, this promise is worth keeping for Konoha. You still have 5 minutes. Luju reminded him coldly. But the words were not finished yet. "Anyway, it has been agreed that regardless of whether Ning-Chi finds it or not, he must leave Konoha voluntarily in 10 minutes and must not cause any more explosions." "Who went to assassinate Ning-Chi without authorization? Don't you know he has white eyes? Although the course of things seems to be like this, but... Nothing happened again this time." Almost at the moment Inyazuka Claw went berserk, Shikaku, who was already prepared, directly used the shadow technique to control Inyazuka Claw and Inyazuka Takashi beside him. Suddenly, "Kill this bastard!" Due to the ninjutsu characteristics of the Inyazuka clan, most of them also have a straightforward temperament like beasts, especially the leader of the Inyazuka clan, Inyazuka Claw. Almost from the beginning, Shikaku had no idea that Inyazuka Claw could tolerate Ning-Chi provocation. So much to look forward to. Even though Shikaku was extremely intelligent, he didn't know what to say at this time. One step at a time and every step was wrong. Inyazukazuma regarded him as an accomplice who shared the dog of the Inyazuka clan with Ning-Chi. What kind of rebuttal can he make if he is wronged? "Do you really hate Konoha that much?" "I'm sorry, Dingzuo, that's a ninja from the medical class. We really didn't expect her to assassinate Ning." Sarutobi was stunned for a few seconds, and then his expression darkened. In addition to destroying most of Konoha's facilities and buildings, posing a threat to civilians and creating chaos by simply using the detonation placed by Genonbu. The damage to ninjas with healthy limbs is actually relatively limited. It can destroy Konoha, but it cannot destroy the people of Konoha. Otherwise, Yang Yan village, which originally set up this plan, would not need any internal and external cooperation. This dog is so well roasted. Do you want to share half of it, Senior Luyu? Ning Qi asked. The coins are stained with the smell of Ning Qi. One day, these 2 coins will be useful. Are you satisfied? Liu Ju said to Ning Qi with a gloomy face. What's more, such a completely violent attack would only make Konoha in crisis more united and united. Ning Qi acted very quickly. When the time came to the 6th minute, a ninja sneak attacked Ning Qi. In retaliation, Ning Qi decisively pressed the first button, causing an explosion in the Akitheo clan's territory. Leaving the decline of Konoha entirely to the future 4th Ninja War and to other ninja villages has too many uncertainties and is not Ning Qi attitude. There was silence for a moment. Inazukazuma turned around and gave Shikaku a cold look. Then he bent down, carefully picked up the 2 coins that Ning Qi had thrown in front of her just now as a humiliation, and put them into a box specially used to store clues. Inside, Shikaku's expression froze. The situation he was most worried about appeared. The Inyazuka clan was successfully alienated. He doesn't hate Konoha, he just wants Konoha to decline. Exterminating the Hinata clan, promoting the Uchiha rebellion, allowing the 9 tails to appear as the 8 tails, causing an explosion in Konoha, and causing the division of Konoha. Apart from the fact that the annihilation of the Hyuga clan can still be justified, his other actions show that he has concessions to Konoha. A hatred that is difficult for others to understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who came from the side, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the Akimichi clan had no casualties. This time there were no casualties. The Akimichi clan left the clan very early after receiving the news. However, this explosion still made the Akimichi clan leader Akimichi Dingzeo very angry because many precious things in the clan were destroyed. The fire caused by the explosion was completely consumed. Shadow binding technique. This is all for the sake of Konoha's overall situation, but for the Inyazuka clan's future reconstruction plan, the Nara clan, can take the lead. Not bad. Ning Qi chuckled. Glanced at his senior claw, and then stepped into the Inyazuka clan's territory. Inyazuka's eyes suddenly widened. After doing all this, Ning Qi turned around and was about to go to the next place when Liu Ju suddenly shouted. Anbu hesitated, his home. If she was really inside, she would have been blown to death by you, said the Jonin who was responsible for monitoring Ning Qi. Ning Qi waved his hand and did not answer. Where did you find it? Sarutobi asked, out of pure curiosity. Another bang. The ninjutsu library that stored many ninjutsu scrolls in Konoha was instantly razed to the ground, and Ning Qi's loud complaint came from the sky. Assassinate me over and over again, you Konoha don't go too far. The 4th Ninja War is about to break out, and Konoha's morale is too high. That is not what Ning Qi wants to see. I don't take it for free. The promise is only a verbal promise, and either party can tear it up at will, but Ning Qi cannot bear the price of tearing up the promise. The angry Konoha ninjas will tear him into pieces even if the family explodes, so this promise only restrains Ning Qi. But did not restrain Konoha. The Inyazuka clan, have recorded what happened today, she said. Looking at Inyazuka Claw's ferocious expression, unable to move after being controlled by the shadow binding technique, Shikaku sighed, knowing that he had really offended the other party. Apart from create divisions in Konoha. There were only 4 words in his mind at this time. Directed and acted. Chapter 46 The True Face of Lion Teeth. In the woods on the outskirts of Konoha. You did your job beautifully. Liu Ju looked at Ning Qi and commented sincerely. Hanabi was taken out of his home by Ningqi, and all the high-level officials in Konoha who knew about it almost instantly woke up. The so-called search for Hanabi on the orders of the Hizu clan leader was just an excuse for Ningqi to enter Konoha and start a fight. Ningqi knew from the beginning that Huahu was hidden in his home, and it was even possible that Ningqi hid it himself. 10 minutes is not enough time for Konoha to evacuate tens of thousands of people, but it is enough for Ningqi to spread the truth everywhere, shake the authority of Konoha's top leaders, and create the first gap for Konoha's internal division. Thank you. Ningqi threw the remote control to Hanabi and asked her to send it to Shikaku. Go to hell. Ryuju nodded slightly, remembering the 2 explosions that Ningqi pressed after entering Konoha. In the final analysis, Ningqi was attacked. So, is this the true face of Lion Teeth? Is this your true face? Why are you doing this? Niji seemed to be asking Ningqi why he taught him the wrong Lion Teeth, or something else. But he hasn't taken 2 steps yet. In addition, Niji himself is Ningqi's younger brother, and his situation in Konoha will definitely become gloomier. He couldn't see clearly. False? Ningqi's soft voice sounded, as if he had returned to those dull afternoons. Ningqi looked up blankly, and countless Ningqi figures in his memory overlapped in front of him. Shikaku narrowed his eyes, and that was indeed the case. If the Konoha ninja attacks Ningqi, he may find an excuse to directly trigger the detonating talisman in the village. This is why Shikaku was shocked and angry when he saw Ningqi rushing towards him, just like the 2 people who couldn't help but assassinate Ningqi before. The ninja was actually the result of Ningqi's active seduction. He almost thought that Ningqi's appearance here was deliberately arranged by Ningqi. Is this the true face of Lion Tooth? Niji roared at Ningqi while trying hard to break free from the hands of several Anbu. The girl opened her mouth slightly, looked at Ryuju, then looked back at Ningqi. When she turned around again, she seemed to have realized something, and she defended angrily. Conventional detonating symbols are all triggered by seals, and the triggering method of the remote control is just specially modified by Ningqi in order to enhance the pressure. And I, Ningqi, have always followed the rules. As long as you don't take the initiative to attack me, I will not activate the detonating talisman. I hope so. Shikaku said coldly. He grasped the long sword behind him with his quick hand, and with one strike, he was like a lion hunting prey. The long-sword lion and the boxing lion were biting together. In the young man's incredible eyes, his boxing lion was bitten to pieces by Ningqi's long-sword lion almost instantly. It was so devastating that there was no room for resistance. He looked up. Do you really want to know? Ryuju glanced at Ningqi and asked. Shikaku took this as acquiescence and exposed it to Hanabi. He killed your parents, as well as many relatives and friends. Most of your family died in his hands. What's the meaning? Are your parents, relatives, and friends all monsters that will harm you? So in your opinion, by killing them, Ningqi is saving you? After the transaction ended, under the cold eyes of many ninjas in Konoha, Ningqi smiled and looked at Hanabi. Gone. I don't know. Hanabi shook her head blankly. So things still have to be done. Before the people are evacuated and the detonating symbols in various places are neutralized, they still have to be coerced by Ningqi. Seeing that there was no explosion in Konoha village, Shikaku breathed a sigh of relief. He saw that Niji was not seriously injured. Then he seemed to understand something and glanced at Genba not far away with a complex expression. Ningqi stands with his sword. We need to track you for a period of time. Shikaku said about the solution to the problem. Anbu gathered around, Ningqi's figure also retreated rapidly, and the surroundings were noisy and turbid. Ningqi had a gentle and bright smile on his face as he took out the knife. Shikaku asked seriously, Niji, what are you doing? Bagua sword Lion Fang. Ningqi glanced at Shikaku, who frowned, but still let his men let go of Niji. This guy made such a beautiful layout, how could he not leave any backup for himself? After confirming that it was not appropriate to take action, he finally returned Huahuo to Ningqi. Can you tell me? However, after hearing the news about Ningqi, he climbed over the prison, evaded pursuit, and seized the last chance. He came all the way to the forest and met this man who was full of mist. Wasn't it just to ask for a favor? Understand, do you know the truth? The pain spread from his abdomen to his brain. Niji lowered his head, and blood overflowed from the gap between the wound and the long knife. Niji didn't know this until today. If fishing law enforcement can be considered as observing the rules. Use my methods against me? Ningqi shook his head, whether it was disappointment or relief. Oh. So, how could it not be? That was not part of the commitment. Shikaku was so shocked that he couldn't speak on the spot. As long as the distance between Ningqi and the detonating talisman is far enough, let alone the seal being triggered, even if Ningqi takes out another remote control from his pocket, there will definitely be no signal. It's a kind of swordsmanship. Ningqi's roar startled many birds in the forest. Ningqi turned his head and saw a figure flashing with blue light passing through countless obstacles. He even avoided Liu Ju's shadow technique with his strong body skills, and shot through the air with a palm to kill in front of him. After he nodded, he stabbed his stomach with a long knife. Hanabi, do you know what big thing your brother Ningqi has done? Liu caught the remote control, carefully sealed it, looked at the cute long-haired girl in front of him, and suddenly asked. Is it because the person who attacked him was his brother Niji? That's not brother Ningqi's fault, that's what brother Ningqi did to protect me. Do you have any other means of activating the detonating talisman? Liu asked. I want to know, but Niji didn't have time to say this. At the moment when they were fighting, Nisi suddenly realized that the lion tooth that Ningqi taught him was not actually a soft fist. Pfft. Tears flowed from the corners of the eyes to the nose, to the mouth, to the chin, and finally dropped to the ground, moistening the land. Ningqi shook his head and refused. Soft fist lion teeth. The boy roared angrily. Do you really want to know? Niji nodded. He couldn't understand the logic and just frowned, feeling that Ningqi's brainwashing methods were really unique. Ningqi didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. However, although several ANBU quickly controlled him. Hanabi wanted to return to Ningqi, but an ANBU restrained her with one hand. Reality? Only with swordsmanship can the maximum power of the lion's teeth be unleashed. It's useless to get the remote control. Ningqi has other means of activating the detonating talisman. It was impossible for them to trust Ningqi. Ningqi looked at him with a smile and said nothing. It was like setting foot on a long-distance train for the first time. Huahuo still didn't know the specific meaning of turning around and leaving this time. She just trotted in confusion and followed Ningqi. Ningqi can certainly use being attacked as an excuse to start a new Konoha explosion, but obviously, no matter where Konoha explodes, groups whose interests are damaged will definitely record this account to Ningqi who caused the explosion. On the body. Boom! The young man's figure flew out upside down. Before he fell into coma, he heard Ningqi say. Then try to survive. Live until the next time we meet and ask me again. Chapter 47. Go to a place where you can sit and watch the world collapse. The peaceful starry sky rises and falls in the microwave. The sea of stars is reflected on the lake like gems. By the lakeside, Ningqi was burning dog meat, wiping his long knife, and waiting for something quietly. Hanabi took a branch and poked the bonfire with interest. After the front end of the branch was lit, she threw it into the fire, then broke off a bunch of branches and continued poking. After repeating this cycle several times, she finally raised her head and asked. Brother Niji, is he okay? Ningqi nodded and said casually. He must bear that sword. Danzo really didn't keep him waiting in vain. The next second. Collected essence, 96.7%. A simple bombing attack would only make the people of Konoha unanimously open to the outside world. It took 10 years to end the deep-rooted ruling system of a 1,000-year-old family, and it took 10 years to let a powerful ninja village decline. From this perspective, Ning-Ki efficiency was still very high. He didn't know how long the weak period in the final stage of Byakugan's promotion would last, but it didn't hurt. He would find a safe place until Byakugan completed his promotion. But soon, we can prepare for the final stage of promotion. The reason why the Byakugan was not directly raised to 100% when the Hyuga clan was wiped out was because Ning-Ki Byakugan promotion would have a period of weakness for a certain period of time. Konoha was still in chaos at the time, and the Uchiha rebellion was imminent. The weakness of the Byakugan would make Ning-Chi weak. Odd misses out on a lot of benefits. Do you want to watch the fireworks? Ning-Chi asked casually after sitting down. He was rowing very fast just now, but this period of his life was actually not as smooth as when he was rowing. Although the caged bird is still tattooed on his forehead. So many of them belong to brother Ning-Chi. Well done. The sudden gust of wind suppressed countless branches around it. Then there was a violent vibration, and countless fish jumped out of the lake. Ning-Chi was very satisfied with the effect of the hundreds of thousands of detonating symbols that exploded together. After experiencing the humiliation of almost death, how could he not send someone to keep an eye on Ning-Chi? With this group of people coming, the development of things will no longer be controlled by Danzo. All the detonating symbols buried in Konoha will explode. Ning-Chi can already imagine what will happen in Konoha's high-level meeting tomorrow. A lively scene. Like some kind of change of fate. Brother Ning-Chi, does he like fireworks very much? In the process of slaying the Hyuga clan, Ning-Chi only absorbed the Byakugan of the branch members. All the Byakugan of the clan were preserved. There are about 20 pairs of them, with different purity, but he can still easily advance the progress of the entire Byakugan to 100%. What's wrong? Hanabi asked curiously. This was the first instruction Hanabi received after leaving Konoha. In order to show that she was useful and could help Ning-Chi, Hanabi seriously used her kunao to scrape the hot dog meat to 2 people. On the lotus leaf. The sound of footsteps sounded, and Hanabi turned her head to look. It was brother Ning-Chi who was back. It is indeed a work that Xianwang gathered most of Yanjian village's financial resources and spent time and effort to create. The wind blew across the lake, causing ripples. After lighting the 3rd branch, she noticed that Ning-Chi beside her suddenly stood up. She looked at Ning-Chi blankly, who shook his head. Let the bullets fly for a while. Starting with being branded with the caged bird curse. It takes a few seconds for the detonator to explode after being ignited. Go to a place where you can sit and watch the world fall apart. Hanabi thought. Ning-Chi looked at the forehead protector in his hand. After watching the fireworks show, Ning-Chi lit a bonfire and used a kunao to make a deep scratch on his forehead. This is the essence of Ning-Ki current stage of Byakugan after the day of genocide. It is still 3.3% short of promoting Byakugan to the final stage. Yes. Hanabi nodded repeatedly. The meat is cooked, you divide the meat. After Ning-Chi said this, he grabbed the long knife and walked towards the dark forest not far away. And the method of getting rid of the caged bird falls into the final stage of Bun. She didn't dare to ask, but she noticed the faint smile on Ning-Ki's face, and she felt that Ning-Chi was in a good mood. To truly remove the caged bird curse mark, Ning-Chi will need to make other efforts. Hanabi's eyes widened. Ning-Chi smiled. If it hadn't been detonated several times before, the visual effect of millions of detonating symbols exploding together must be a kind of art. Hanabi was very happy to be recognized by someone who valued her, and she smiled sweetly. After a while of silence, she was a little smug. Ning-Chi looked into the distance, and Huahuo followed his gaze. Regardless, this is huge progress. Although Ning-Chi is the culprit, when the first sound that causes the avalanche comes from inside Konoha, this will give an excellent handle for the internal strife in Konoha. The so-called will of fire will naturally be incompetent in the face of actual loss of interests. It will become a joke. The corpses of the root ninjas in the woods can prove that the fireworks show before leaving was not that Ning-Chi was not following the rules, but that there was a problem of disagreement within Konoha, and Ning-Chi counterattack was helpless. "Where are you going?" Hwahuo looked at the scratches on Ning-Chi forehead and didn't understand what it meant. Hanabi didn't understand why Ning-Chi had to take that sword, but she was afraid that Ning-Chi might be annoyed if she asked too many questions in a short period of time, so she planned to light the branches 5 more times before asking this question. Now he has slaughtered the Hyuga clan, and now he has rebelled against Konoha. "These are mine. I've divided the meat." Ning-Chi is looking forward to this. The eagle that enters and exits the sky still faces the risk of being captured back into the cage. "Let's go." Ning-Chi put on the forehead protector and put out the bonfire. This line of small words is still floating on Ning-Chi retina. That is the direction of Konoha Ninja Village. This will create a new gap in the division of Konoha. What kind of abilities will the Byakugan awaken in him in the final stage? The wind carried a strong smell of blood, and the long knife was dyed a bright red color, but Ning-Chi's body was spotless and very clean. "Divide the meat." A bright light that was enough to illuminate half of the night sky suddenly shot out. "To rebel." Hwahuo was used to this smell. She looked up at Ning-Chi and said. Ning-Chi smiled faintly. "It took 10 years to get to this point, and I can't ask for more." "Okay, I'll teach you after you finish the meal." Ning-Chi put some meat from his lotus leaves onto Hanabi's lotus leaves. After finally finishing eating, Hanabi followed Ning-Chi's demonstration and pressed out one gesture after another. However, after finishing the seal, she didn't see any changes in her surroundings. Her tone of voice rose, and her eyes were full of expectation. Ning-Chi obediently touched her head and praised. Although Konoha has basically completed population evacuation and material transfer, as Ning-Chi said before, killing is not the purpose in itself, killing the heart is. This process took Ning-Chi a full 10 years. "From ninja," Ning-Chi said. The 2 people, one tall and one short, crossed the lake and walked in front of the starlight. Chapter 48 Red Bean Soup. What's he going to do with it? Niji was lying on the hospital bed, his consciousness was hazy, his vision was dark, but the conversations around him could be transmitted to his brain very clearly. His thinking is still stagnant, and he is unable to judge the specific meaning of these words for the time being, but the memory function of the brain has actually begun to work, word by word, as if he has recorded the audio, and is waiting for his mind to be completely clear. Extract it and reanalyze it. He is also a victim. He hates Ning-Chi just like you. If we hadn't stopped him at that time, he would have died in Ning-Chi's hands. It was the voice of Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Nara clan. That beast was even able to kill his own brother. Ning-Chi has killed the entire Hyuga clan, so how can he care about his younger brother? Shikaku sighed. When the Hokage rock starts to be repaired, I must ask the craftsman to carve my father more handsome. Naruto felt that the original 4th Hokage on the Hokage rock was not even 10% as handsome as the real 4th Hokage. It was just right. There are only 2 members of the Hyuga clan left in Konoha, and they are almost extinct. Too bad it's sweet. When he was a child, Nisi hated everything about the Hyuga clan because of his father. He hated Hizu, and as Hinata, Hizu's daughter, Nisi also extended his hatred for Hizu to her. Naruto sat on the flat ground above the cliff, staring blankly at Konoha village, which was being rebuilt in full swing. He may not hate the Hinata in front of him. I am very proud to have a father like him. Sarutobi rarely had such authoritarian moments unless someone really let him down. I will never let a disaster like today happen again. He once regarded it as a goal that he had to achieve even if he spent everything in his life. When it really fell into his hands, Niji felt that it might not be worth the sacrifice of so many people, so many tears and blood. After the foreplay is over, the next topic is the real highlight. His elder brother Hyuga Ninki chose to defect to Konoha after committing a major crime. Explain it, Danzo. Sarutobi turned around and stared at the silent Danzo in the corner. This system, maintained by the caged bird curse seal, transcends all other human nature and social justice. It makes it difficult for Niji to breathe and can only resist. The dirty deal ended quickly, and the ward was empty again. When Niji finally woke up, it was already noon the next day. I can't embarrass him. We cannot hold him accountable, but we need an explanation. But none of these could destroy the raging fire that was burning fiercely in Naruto's heart. However, I'm sorry, Ningji said bluntly. He threw away the spoon and filled the bowl. The repair schedule of the Hokage Rock has been scheduled for a long time. Naruto has never cared about such boring things before, but since he was captured by Uchiha and released the Nine Tails, he has become a different person. Naughty, quiet, and steady. Like the whisper of a mouse in a dark corner. Naruto's shouts carried far. Rustling. But in the Hyuga clan, what is more natural than blood debts and blood debts is the inevitable enslavement and division of the clan for generations. It's for his own good to lock him up. His father can't possibly save him a second time. Niji suddenly discovered that if freedom was achieved by destroying himself and others, then he might not yearn for freedom that much. The so-called freedom, is it really that important? Is it really worth taking this step? Niji sat up from the hospital bed, and with his movements, the stitched wound on his abdomen felt like a broken button, with tearing pain. White flying pigeons flew across the sky. The blue sky was so clear that no black spots could be seen clearly, as if the long last night was just a heart-wrenching dream. Since the sudden explosion in the middle of the night last night, the huge cliff where the Hokage Rock is located has now completely collapsed. The rubble has also crushed many nearby buildings. Some people had their legs broken, but fortunately no one died. He may not hate Rizu that much. I am the son of the fourth Hokage. When Ningchi truly overthrew the caged bird, overthrew the Hyuga clan, killed the Hyuga Rizu, and brought freedom to all members of the Hyuga branch. You killed my father and I killed your daughter. To a certain extent, this is natural. It's okay, brother Ningji, please, drink slowly, there's still. The largest detonating talisman was buried in the Hokage Rock. At a certain moment, a sudden impulse urged Naruto to stand up. He stretched out his hands, hugging the sky, and shouted loudly. He died protecting the village. The Hokage is also considering this matter. The initial intention is to use the inheritance of the Hyuga clan. Although the villagers have become increasingly unfavorable to him due to another Nine Tails rebellion, Konoha's top brass are also discussing the possibility of taking back the Jinchuriki's freedom, imprisoning Naruto completely, and whether he leaves. Wherever he goes, there are ninjas following him and looking after him and all these new worries. At this point, Shikaku's voice lowered a bit. This time it finally tasted salty. Did you hear that? This kid's ambition. In the makeshift conference room, Sarutobi stroked his beard and said with a smile. But the Inyazuka clan may take the majority. The Nara clan and the Yamanaka clan have suffered less losses in this incident. They will voluntarily give up during the meeting, and the share can be inherited by you. During a competition between the two, he even had the idea of killing Hinata directly before the surrounding guards could react. Everything is alive in June, and there is a big tree outside the window of the ward. The sun is scorching, and the shade that shines through the branches is extremely dark. We will not allow such a thing to happen a second time. Sarutobi, who was saved by Namikaze Minato during the second Nine Tails rebellion, retorted with his eyes wide open, there is no need to discuss this matter. An issue. Tears took the opportunity to flow into the red bean soup. Niji turned his head and looked at Hinata, looking at the blue curse mark on her forehead. I will definitely become Hokage like him in the future, work hard to protect the village, and gain everyone's recognition. I am the son of the 4th Hokage. Naruto muttered to himself, then suddenly started to giggle as if he was a little shy. Niji didn't understand or figure it out, so he took the red bean soup from Hinata and took a sip. After a period of silence, Mito Kadoyan spoke calmly. Hinata didn't know why Nisi apologized to her, but seeing Nisi swallowing so hard, she finally let go of her nervousness, forced a smile, and persuaded. This is because at the moment when he was about to be completely swallowed by the 9 tails, he met his father, the youngest Hokage who died resisting the 9 tails, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Do you want to eat? A frail girl with bandaged eyes was holding a bowl of red bean soup with mist in her hands. She stood beside the hospital bed, her eyes averted, as if she was hesitating. Such simple and straightforward thoughts rose in the young Naruto's heart. Somewhat scared. As if he understood what Luju meant, the man was silent for a moment. Ningqi, what's going on? What happened to these 2 root ninja corpses? Chapter 49. The person with the highest merit will be appointed as Hokage. On the day after the Uchiha and Ninki rebellions ended, Konoha held a high-level meeting. Among the specific matters such as rebuilding Konoha and preparing for war, there were also 2 inconspicuous adjustments to Konoha's internal organizational structure and decisions on the appointment and removal of senior leadership positions. 1. Abolish the roots. All the ninjas who originally belonged to the roots were dispersed and organized into multiple Konoha departments such as the ANBU, Torture Department, and Education Department. 2. Cancel the position of Danzo Hokage's assistant. The reason has not been stated clearly, but people who are interested have actually guessed it. The last and most serious explosion that occurred in Konoha last night may not be Ninki's fault. Instead, it is more like some high-level officials within Konoha. Man-made disasters caused by a leader's inspiration. In order to unite Konoha, some people tacitly understood each other and still blamed Ningqi, who was extremely arrogant last night, as the culprit of the explosion. Ordinary Konoha people don't need to know the truth of the matter, they just need to know who they should hate. Konoha suffered because of my negligence as the Hokage. I am very sorry to everyone. Sarutobi bowed to everyone present. If it weren't for the backup left by the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have died today. The person with the highest merit will be appointed as Hokage is an unspoken rule. As long as you achieve enough merit, you can also become Hokage. The enlarged meeting ended in a thoughtful silence. But it might not be. The original Orochimaru also had great achievements. Some people were happy, while others lowered their heads silently, meditating. No matter how high-level nominations, jounin votes, or daimyo recognitions, they no longer have a higher weight than the word merit. Hokage's rise requires high-level nominations, jounin votes, and daimyo recognition, but these 3 evaluation indicators without exception require the ninja's abilities and achievements to be outstanding. What followed was that Uchiha Setsuna, who successfully escaped from prison, broke out with the remaining Uchiha troops and disappeared without a trace. Sarutobi drank hot tea, the old god was there. Many people present were eager to try, especially the clan leaders of each ninja clan. They who valued the inheritance of their clans the most were almost the most attached to the position of Hokage. They deeply understood what the position of Hokage meant to a clan. As soon as Sarutobi finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became weird. The heads of various ninja clans and several elite jounin were whispering to each other. Even those who didn't want to come to the meeting at first, they showed up when they came. Inyazuka Claw, the leader of the Inyazuka clan with a foul face, even frowned. Ever since he resigned from the position of Hokage's assistant, he has always had such a bitter and resentful face. Sarutobi's willingness to loosen his tone is certainly a good thing for these ninjas, but they can also see from it that the top management of Konoha, headed by Sarutobi, are quite pessimistic about the situation that Konoha will face next. Ningqi detonated Konoha's last detonating talisman and disappeared without a trace with the fireworks. Konoha at that time was not that serious. Among them, the bounty for members of the Uchiha clan is generally higher, but Ningqi's personal bounty is unmatched by anyone in the Uchiha, and its bounty reaches a huge 60 million. Even you, Danzo. They just need to come back before the war. The position of Hokage is not necessarily reserved for them. As I said before, ranking is based on merit. Unfortunately, Konoha has not been able to prevent any of these rebellions due to years of old-fashioned hedonic thinking and many other problems. After being alienated by Ningqi, if Konoha did not give a heavy reward and face the crisis, how many people would choose to spend the hard times together? I don't think things will develop to that point. Danzo replied. Especially for the Uchiha rebellion, Konoha had already obtained the information early, but they still took it lightly and underestimated Uchiha's determination and the ability of their clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. 9 people were captured by Uchiha. The tail Jinchuriki released the 9 tails. Namikaze Minato, who was born as a civilian, became the 4th Hokage mainly because he made great contributions in the Third Ninja War. His heroic performance on the battlefield conquered the hearts of many people. Saying that he turned the tide is not enough. Pass. When ordinary Jinchuriki can only offer a bounty of 50 million, Ningqi head can reach 60 million. It is conceivable to what extent Konoha's hatred for Ningqi has reached. Sarutobi blew out the smoke and watched the participating members leave one by one until Danzo and him were the only ones left in the conference room. Rewards for Uchiha and Ningqi will be sent to various places in the next month. They even had to cede the decision-making power of the next Hokage in exchange for the full support of other ninja clans and forces in Konoha. They all left lightly, but left Konoha with devastation all over the ground. Judging from the previous attitude of Sarutobi, Danzo, and other Konoha high-level officials towards other Konoha clans, let alone the position of Hokage, there is basically no way for the clan members to become disciples of potential Hokage candidates. The entire incident last night has actually been sorted out quite clearly. Danzo was silent for a moment and then changed the subject. When will Tsunade and Jiraiya come back? The biggest lesson the Uchiha and Ningqi rebellion taught us is that we must be prepared for the worst in everything, right? Sarutobi said. This is Konoha's affirmation of the value of Ningqi Hyuga clan Byakugan and the Book of Sealing after compiling intelligence and speculation from various channels. Of course, it is also a certification of Ningqi's personal risk factor. He knew that the best candidate for the next Hokage in Sarutobi's mind was either one of these two. So why is Minato on top? Because credit can be vague, and when Hokage ascends to the throne, he does not only consider credit. They will cooperate to elect a Hokage candidate who represents their own interests, and then individually create merit for him on the battlefield. Danzo said coldly. Winter is coming. But now that Sarutobi has spoken out the rule of the person with the highest merit will be the Hokage, the unspoken rule has become an explicit rule, and he will no longer have a higher influence than others on the selection of the next Hokage. So, do you want to take a gamble? Although the position of the next Hokage has opened up an opening for other ninjas, from Danzo's point of view, they are just working for these two Haku. Ranking based on merit, this is the unspoken rule for Hokage to rise to the top. It is impossible for the top management to nominate a loser to be Hokage, and it is difficult to win over the Jonin vote by interests. The recognition of a daimyo requires real prestige and reputation. Things like merit must be made clear, because the standard for becoming a Hokage is only merit. It is better to mobilize those ninjas and let them compete than to let them hide their ulterior motives. That is, the Uchiha rebellion in the afternoon and the Ningqi rebellion in the evening. Sarutobi understood what Danzo meant and shook his head. Other specific examples include the Second Nine Tails Rebellion, the massacre of the Uchiha clan, the massacre of the Hyuga clan, the burning of secret rooms in the suburbs, the destruction of underground laboratories, and the continuous bombings in Konoha, etc. A series of incidents that were visible but not visible can be directly attributed to the specific content of the two rebellions mentioned above. But the crisis is not over yet. With such sudden changes in Konoha, it is difficult for other ninja villages to refrain from taking action against us. It is not that I am obsessed with power, but after discussions between me and several Konoha advisors, we decided to, ranked based on merit, the one with the greatest merit will be elected as the next Hokage. We don't need to think about how we can live in the future, Sarutobi closed his eyes, we only need to think about living. But before the start of the Third Ninja War, Sarutobi never said anything like ranking based on merit. Danzo said nothing, but sneered as he turned to leave. If Sarutobi hadn't uprooted his roots before saying this, he might have been able to give him the face to believe him. Chapter 50 Peaceful Coexistence. It's hot June. The waves are accompanied by the sea breeze, bringing the saltiness of the sea and the fragrance of coconuts. Fish jump out of the water and draw an arc in the air. Their silver scales take this opportunity to reflect the brilliance of the sun, which is very dazzling. The school of fish jumps up and sinks in a cycle, as if there is a circus hidden under the sea, and dedicated acrobats are tirelessly performing the game of throwing and catching fish to the audience in the water. The seagulls made a long cry, and the girl stood on the beach, holding her shoes, looking at the waves hitting her feet in amazement. Just like she had never seen the sea. The surrounding people have never seen a human with such a pair of mysterious white pupils. Go to the country of waves. A voice pulled the old boatman back from his gaze on the girl. He glanced at the young man who had appeared in front of him at some point, with several circles of black cloth wrapped around his eyes. It is not that there are no rich people in the country of waves, but how can the rich people in the country of waves not have their own cruise ships, so that they are crowded together with ordinary people like them? As a last resort, the old boatman sailed the fishing boat back to the dock. The moving passenger ship soon left the group of ordinary villagers on the shore behind. Brothers, smash it for me. Compared with that small fishing boat, the biggest advantage of the passenger ship is that it is spacious enough, but even so, it still cannot block the malicious or curious eyes from around it. Then he turned to look at the old boatman. Old man, our boss has told you a long time ago that you are not allowed to run this kind of black boat business anymore. Obviously so many people have listened, but you just don't listen, right? The muscular man was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. The price is 300 taels per person, but this time I'll give you a free order. The two well-dressed people and the villagers on the boat seemed to come from two different worlds. When the girl and the boy boarded the boat, the voices of the villagers' exchanges were obviously lower. They stacked their goods together in silence, leaving a spacious space for the two of them to stretch their legs, and then conveyed the villagers' secrets to each other with obscure looks. Their simple curiosity and friendliness. The young man ignored him. With this pair of white eyes right in front of him, Yoshino had to consider whether this would be his only chance in this life. The young man nodded slightly, and immediately walked onto the ship with the smug gangsters under the gloomy eyes of the villagers behind him. The opponent has a large number of people, now is not the time to show off one's strength. A voice suddenly sounded. Yoshino narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what happened in Konoha that made the Hyuga clan willing to release their own clan members. The price of half a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Is this a blind man? The old boatman was a little curious, but after taking a look at the long knife behind him, he resisted asking and said, 30 taels and one person. With just one blow, the young and strong Kisha was seriously injured. This is the difference between ninjas and ordinary people. There was no room for resistance. Do you see, this is what happens when you run a black ship. The muscular man in the lead laughed loudly, and then pointed at the villagers next to him. It's not that we won't let you take the ship, but you can take our Kaduo company in the future. It's a boat. Everyone on the fishing boat was cursing, and many of the goods they planned to take back were almost smashed. Even the stuffed toy that Kisha bought for his son Eli was knocked into the water. Kisha jumped into the sea to fish it out. What's the matter with you? The muscular man didn't want to lose his dignity or offend the other party, so his tone was a little slower. The old boatman was left outnumbered. He could only watch the gangsters smash his beloved fishing boat to pieces, and he knelt down and cried. What do we want to do? I want to ask you guys what you want to do. The people who got off the ship were obviously a group of thugs. The muscular man headed by them hit Keisha's face with a metal baseball bat and said with a ferocious smile, "Here, this is our Kaduo Company's exclusive shipping area, who allowed you to ride on this black ship? Even so, every Kirigakure ninja is still full of desire for the Byakugan." This was the first time that the old boatman met someone who couldn't even wait 10 minutes. He scratched his head, but still said. Yoshino was the ninja who punched Keisha away. At this time, he was trying hard to control his eyes from looking at the face of the girl next to him. Keisha on the side was helped up by the villagers and looked at the boy with some worry. No. The girl was enjoying the sea breeze. She turned her head and smiled and denied. He doesn't care what the two of them are here for. Anyway, now he could see clearly that there was no cyan curse mark on the girl's forehead that was rumored to be able to control the eyeballs to self-destruct. Oh, Keisha, business is good, all the fish are sold so early. A young man wearing a forehead protector from the Kirigakure village rebel came and sat down next to the boy. She is truly a member of the Hyuga clan. This is the third time, old man, don't blame me this time. I'm going to the country of waves. Among a group of ordinary villagers wearing shorts, he and the little girl beside him were really conspicuous. The other villagers stood aside in horror. Keisha might not have been able to see clearly because of the crowd, but they could see clearly that it was a ninja wearing a treasonous forehead protector hidden among the gangsters who had taken action. No, it's not about money. Brothers, let's go. The muscular man and his men were about to board the boat and leave. The villagers boarded the boat one after another and exchanged views on today's harvest. The entire cabin was filled with messy cargo. The cargo was firewood, rice, oil, and salt with a fishy smell. Gangster. Hello. The girl's white eyes seemed to have some kind of heart-stopping power. Yoshino's breathing stagnated slightly, and his eyes naturally focused on her face. The young man walked up to the muscular man, and when the other man was on guard, he said calmly, "Hey." The muscular man turned around, frowning, and looked at the young man who just walked out from among the villagers and called him. Who dares? Unless their tasks conflict with each other. Shipping is the only channel for the Kingdom of Waves to contact the outside world. There are only a few ferries every day, and they are scheduled at fixed times. Although there are only a few people on the boat, they are all fellow villagers. He will take one less trip today and come back next time. At that time, some people may not be able to take the boat, or they may have to go far away to take the boat at a higher price. But the young man in front of him seemed a little anxious, and he said, "Let's go now, I can add money." Go back. A cold order came from the ship. The young man nodded, took out 60 taels from his pocket and handed it to the old boatman. Although the young man's eyes were covered with black cloth, he could clearly see things. The standard long sword carried on his back was also a ninja weapon. The young man's whole body exuded the aura of "I'm not easy to mess with." The muscular man even asked people to smash the boat. They all waited for the young man to come out before smashing them. When the fishing boat finally stopped, the villagers headed by Keisha immediately went to seek justice. The voyage from the border of the country of fire to the country of waves is not short. The old boatman needs to wait until the time is up, or wait for the ferry to be full of passengers before setting off. This is also to do as much business as possible for each trip. But no matter what, now that he had met it, he felt that he couldn't miss it. The boat will leave in 10 minutes. The old boatman said slowly, holding money in his straw hat. I see, then we can coexist peacefully. You are still so young. They really dare to release such a young member of the Hyuga clan. As a Chiyunin who defected from Kirigakure village, Yoshino knew very well how strictly the Hyuga clan in Konoha controlled the boundaries of their blood inheritance. The only Byakugan of the Hyuga clan that leaked to the outside world was a member of their Kirigakure village. Jonin, Ching's body. For this reason, Ching was once on the wanted list of Konoha village. Haha, there weren't many fish today, so of course they were sold early. Seeing their overwhelming numbers, Keisha and the old boatman directly raised their harpoons, guarded the fishing boat, and cursed angrily. "You bandits! We have an exclusive shipping authorization granted by the daimyo of the Land of Waves. Does this old man have it? He has nothing. The rebel ninjas of Kirigakure are only hostile to Kirigakure and have no interest in any other ninjas from other ninja villages. Just how powerful the Byakugan is, every ninja who is good at the Kirigakure technique knows very well that their so-called Kirigakure is completely useless in front of this pair of eyes. My name is Ito Yoshino. Are you ninjas from Konoha?" Boom! Keisha only saw someone in the crowd stretching out a fist, and then he felt a huge force hit his chest, knocking him out. "What do you want to do? This will kill people." Keisha was furious. Ching Neng has been able to secure his position as the Jounin elder in Kirigakure village, and that Byakugan is indispensable. The Cardo Company is seeking to control the entire shipping channel of the country of waves. This is something that many residents on the island know, but they never expected that the Cardo Company would use such violent means to achieve a monopoly. Where did this rich young man come from? This is a gift for my son Inari. It's his birthday today. That's great. It turns out you went back so early today to celebrate his birthday. Yes, we can coexist peacefully. Within 10 minutes, many tanned villagers came to the pier one after another carrying bottles and cans. Keisha, why did you buy a stuffed toy? The ship even relied on the strength of its hull to knock the old boatman's small fishing boat swaying and almost falling apart. Did you accept someone's commission to come to the country of waves? The muscular man spoke so arrogantly that the villagers were frightened and angry. They had been on a fishing boat for so many years. How could they not know if it was protected or if there had been any casualties? It's not that the country of waves doesn't produce these things, but the country of waves is just an island country with poor resources after all, and the products from the mainland of the country of fire are more affordable. It's not that the old boatman doesn't want to make money, it's just that the old boatman can't just think about making money for himself. In any case, the people on the boat had gathered together, and the old boatman smiled and pushed the fishing boat away from the dock. However, before sailing for a long time, a ship that was obviously heading towards them from a distance directly blocked the way of the fishing boat. After hearing this, the young man nodded and stopped insisting, which made the old boatman feel good in his heart. And this kind of small fishing boat will collapse when the wind blows. What if a life is lost? The muscular men noticed each other early on. Why, is he going to stand up for these idiots now? The girl's smile is extremely sweet. Oh, a chapter. Chapter 51 Ghost Ship, Update. The country of waves is located in the eastern sea of the country of fire, sandwiched between the country of fire and the country of water. It is a very inconspicuous island country, and there is very little information about it. Since the end of the Third Ninja War, the Kirigakure village in the Land of Water has entered an increasingly severe state of isolation, actively shrinking its tentacles, and rarely contacting the outside world. After testing to no avail, Konoha Hidden Village gradually gave up on Kirigakure. The Hidden Village was on alert and at the same time reduced the intensity of intelligence collection in this direction in the Eastern Sea area. As the border between water and fire, the country of waves has in fact become an isolated island hanging in the sky. Information about this country, due to the pursuit of traitorous ninja, may be more clear to Kirigakure village. However, Konoha village lags far behind, and the latest information about the country of waves is only a rough survey summary from a year ago. It's just a country that doesn't even have a shinobi village. After losing the influence of Kirigakure village, Konoha obviously doesn't have such strong motivation and interest to learn more. It is worth mentioning that even the brief summary of Konoha's investigation into the intelligence of the Kingdom of Waves a year ago was done by a Konoha ninja while performing an assassination mission. The country of Waves is only that big in total, and there are locals on both sides. Inari's water quality is also very good, so Dejuna is not afraid of anything happening to him. "Grandpa, you are too much." Inari pouted dissatisfiedly. Young people's feelings are always straightforward and passionate. Inari sighed, and the wind blew his hat away. Inari quickly chased after him, but after a short time of pursuit, his pace became slower and slower. For this reason, the shipping lines responsible for foreign trade are the lifeline of this country. Whoever can control this country's shipping channels can control the country's 7 inches and control the wealth and lives of 50,000 people in their own hands. And when Konoha reconstructs the information about the Kingdom of Waves, it must be after the 4th Ninja War. He himself doesn't know where Ning-Chi will be by then. Hanabi looked around with awe and was quite excited. Although the furnishings here were simple and not as luxurious as the Hinata family head's mansion, the sunshine and beach and the gentle sea breeze made it a gloomy and more malicious house than the one Hanabi remembered. So much better. Then he froze. Is there anyone? After drinking, Dasna liked to make the juniors happy very much. At this time, he laughed loudly. If a child is alone on the beach at such a late hour, he will be captured by the ghost ship and will never come back. Dawes threatened him, "You know the ghost ship, the people on it are all long dead, a ship full of ghosts, you might even see your grandma on the ship." Ning-Chi took out the key and opened the courtyard door that had been sealed for a year. "Hey, isn't Inari a child?" "I know, I will go back with Uncle Keisha." "Why?" Hanabi couldn't help but ask. The index and middle fingers of Ning-Chi hands formed a cross. "There are only more than 50,000 people in this country. There is no money and no need to establish a ninja village. Its own resources are poor and a large amount of materials need to be imported." "Really, Grandpa knows how to scare me." The evening sea breeze was slightly cool, and Inari kicked the stones on the roadside into the sea while walking along the coastline. "And most importantly, there is no one else here." The excited Hanabi did not notice that when Ning-Chi said the word stronghold, what she saw was the courtyard in front of her, but what appeared in Ning-Chi's eyes was the entire island of the country of waves. "Oh, it turns out that Inari is already a 4-year-old adult." Tatsuna touched his grandson's head and sighed in surprise. The art of multiple shadow clones. So the whole yard was filled with identical teenagers wearing black eye masks and cleaning around. Huahue looked at Ning-Chi in the room, hesitant. He glanced again at the deck, then at the cabin. Seeing him escaping from his clutches, Dasna smiled nonchalantly and said, "It will take about half a month for the eyes to be fully upgraded." Ning-Chi was not in a hurry. He went to the basement and began to place the precious items of Byakugan, Sharingan, and seal scrolls gathered from Konoha village. There were also some precious items left in the yard. A shadow clone gives Hanabi practical training. Hanabi-san moved too much on the boat. "Hyuga Ninki. What about your friend?" Hanabi started working with a rag, and because she was too short, the furniture in the room she was in was always too high, so she had to carry a stool that was bigger than her. An unknown red dyes the nearby sea water and beach. "It belongs to my friend." Ning-Chi said calmly, found a rag from the window and gave it to Huahuo, "Clean your own room." The hat fell on the mast of the stranded ship in front of me, like a head hanging high. He gave Inari a few instructions and then went home with his hoe. "But I just turned 4 today." A huge shadow fell over him. It was uncomfortable to touch the top of her head with her calloused palms. Inari soon became impatient and jumped up to protest loudly. "There's only us." The child admired his stepfather Keisha very much. The two had a deep relationship. Dasna was also very happy to see this scene. He didn't care much about Keisha coming back too late today. He thought he was probably going to prepare a birthday gift for Iri. Went. He turned around and saw that it was Grandpa Dazna. Killed by me. Ningqi looked at Huahuo's busy figure and said proactively. No one responded. Brother Ningqi, is this your home here? Huahuo ran her fingers across the desk, and when she lifted it up it had instantly turned dark, and she couldn't help but let out a sound. After Konoha's intelligence library was burned down by someone before defecting, Konoha's understanding of the country of waves was only a vague impression in the minds of some Konoha ninjas. Then you should go home early. Your mother and I are still waiting to celebrate your birthday. Inari, do you know the legend of the ghost ship? Such a faint voice suddenly sounded from behind, making Inari tremble all over. Cleaning didn't take them long, but the whole courtyard had a completely new look. Ningqi feels that the entire country of waves, as a country, is too small after all. As a stronghold or a testing ground, it's just right. The name of this ninja is... Inari was sitting on the edge of the dock, feeding mud to the fish out of boredom, while constantly looking up at the sunset, waiting for the return of her stepfather Kisha. Inari raised her head and widened her eyes. It seems that it finally realized the specific meaning of the image retrieved by its own visual signal. But how soon will Uncle Kisha come back? Grandpa, you are all lying to children. Inari didn't believe it at all. He climbed up the mound on the side, stood on tiptoes and glanced at the deck, then looked through the porthole into the cabin. Because he defected to Konoha just like me, but he defected earlier than me, and he was weaker than me, so he died in my hands. He died. From now on, this will be our base. Bodies spread from the deck to the cabin. Blood seeped from the cabin to the ground. Ghost ship. Chapter 52, Scum, please read it. Chapter 52 Scum. A big thing happened in the Kingdom of Waves recently. A ship full of corpses ran aground in the southeast of the island of Wave Country. The dead were all subordinates of the wealthy Cardo. They even included 2 rebel ninjas from Kirigakure village. They were hired by Cardo to help him complete his plan to violently monopolize the shipping of the Kingdom of Waves. They thought they were just bullying ordinary people, but they obviously did not expect that they would also die silently on Cardo's ship. Needless to say, this was done by other ninjas. But even if the deceased were all ruffians under Cardo's command, such bloody and violent killings were still enough to frighten the people of the entire Kingdom of Waves. Very few ninjas would inflict such indiscriminate massacres on ordinary people. When the people on the island were cleaning up the bodies in the ship, they could even clearly detect the panic and fear of the people on the ship when the killing occurred. Although he felt that life was very important, in fact, even if the younger brothers could find Ningqi for Kato, Kato would not be willing to pay such a high commission fee at all. His true identity has been hiding outside a dock of Cardo Shipping Company in the country of waves. 15 million, Kaijin Zabuza, hehe. The elders exchanged glances with each other. The story of the ghost ship is just a legend used by the people of the land of waves to scare children. He never imagined that Inari would encounter a death ship more terrifying than the ghost ship that day. Looking at his grandson's frightened look, he was really worried. Feeling guilty and sad. However, this world is really getting more and more chaotic. Dazna scratched his head and sighed. In fact, he was so greedy that he had no intention of paying the commission fee. The bounty amount is the toughest label for rebel ninjas in the ninja world. Generally, the larger the bounty amount, the stronger the rebel ninja's ability is, and the higher the price for clients to entrust the other party to do things. Since the death ship incident, this world-class rich man has been frightened by any changes that happened around him. Just like that girl will only become well-behaved when facing her brother. Although the girl was actually 1 year younger than him, she seemed to have killed many people and discovered many truths, so her tone became particularly determined. The little guy Inari was the first witness to the death ship. After he saw the corpses on the ship, he thought of his stepfather Kisha who had never returned, thinking that he died in the ship, and he even thought about it. Courage cried while looking through the corpse. Halfway through, he finally couldn't bear the huge psychological pressure and went home to tell his grandfather Desna about the matter. After the old boatman's fishing boat was smashed, Keisha took a friend's fishing boat back to the island very late that day. The subordinate brought a stack of reward lists, and Kato flipped through them one by one. Pension? No way. If the person he recruits is too strong, he will have no room to save the commission fee. Under the setting sun, the ship full of death that caused all this was still stranded on the beach in the distance, like a drifting bottle that accidentally arrived in the land of waves, with an unusually bloody and terrifying outer packaging. Regardless, the bodies still have to be cleaned up. That manor has been abandoned for a long time. Keisha was a little surprised and then teased his son. Is that so, Inari? Is the girl in the manor really cute? He ordered all the ships under the company's name to be released into the sea and drift aimlessly. The reason for this was to prevent possible killers from finding him. Inari, didn't you make a new friend recently? Will your friend still play with you when you cry like this? Mother Tsunami reminded her. Someone was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, but the murderer did not know what method he used. There was only a corpse kneeling on the ground, but no blood or external injuries were seen on the corpse. Training to plant trees. Inari said honestly. So much so that even now that Keisha is back, Inari is still trapped in a nightmare, and the huge shadow in his soul never fades away. No, she should be training now. Inari said quickly. But most of them are ordinary people from all over the world with unknown backgrounds. I asked you to find a more powerful ninja to protect me. Have you found one? Do you know what scum is, Inari? Inari remained silent. The exchange between them was more akin to a child's private show-off, and it was obvious that Inari was at a disadvantage in this duel. In any case, in such a chaotic world, this may be a good thing. Found it? Let me take a look. The cork is still there, but the letter in the bottle has disappeared. Some people wanted to jump into the sea, but most of them were pierced through the back of the head by kunao shot from behind when their thighs flipped over the guardrail. The scene of death was quite sad. Is it true that some people escaped the hunt and escaped the capsizing of the waves? Then no one knows at all. If we only talk about looks. The inside of the porthole was covered with blood-red palms of different shades. This was clear evidence that the man who had fallen in the cabin and had his hands stained with the blood of his companions was planning to break the porthole and jump away. Depending on the specific commissioned tasks, the commissioned amount often fluctuates from 10% to 1% of the reward amount, while for escort-type commissions, the commission amount is often charged according to the maximum amount. Why can't I keep my mouth shut after drinking? Keisha said nothing. Tisk, tisk, Hinata Ninki, 60 million. It's a pity that you are all trash and can't find him to protect me. Cardo said pretendingly. Inari, do you want to invite your friend over for dinner? Tsunami prepared a sumptuous dinner to make up for Inari's birthday. Ah! Dejuna, who has a high reputation in the country of waves, organized people to register and bury all the dead on the ship. Some of them were young people who came out from the island of waves to work for Cardo, so they were handed over directly to their families on the island. Make arrangements for the funeral. The weather in June and the hot and humid weather in the land of waves made it difficult to preserve the body. When Cardo refused to send someone to claim the body, he could only burn it and leave the portrait and ashes for those who came. To say cute, of course it is cute. After ordering his men to drive away the old woman who came to the door, Cardo hurriedly crawled out from under the bed. He did not find the bodies of the two boys and girls on the death ship. They may have disembarked midway, or jumped into the sea to escape. Anyway, a blind man and a girl do not look like such vicious and cruel people. Someone raised the axe and tried to resist, but the axe seemed to be broken by the huge force, cutting off the head of the person holding the axe. So only the headless corpse on the ground holding the axe handle proved his bravery during his lifetime. Yes, she is a child from the manor in the north. I think that girl is quite cute. Tsunami couldn't help but praise. He turned the reward list to the next page. Inari didn't know why the girl with beautiful white eyes said such mean and strange words, and the remarks about scum made him instinctively feel scared and frightened. Those are a bunch of scum. As soon as these words came out, Inari suddenly became quiet. At least even a week has passed, and no survivor has jumped out to tell the truth about the incident on the ship. Have you seen my eyes? You don't even know what they want to do when they see my eyes. It means a worthy death. Hey? You ask me what does a worthy death mean? I also heard what my brother said, it means something similar to that. This kid seems to have been fooled? Why do you feel sorry for those scum? They are useless people, they are people who will be chopped into several pieces and planted under the tree. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not refute it after living on the island for generations. Seeing that the effect was so remarkable, Keisha suddenly became curious. New friends. Okay, it's okay. Boys must be brave and strong, Inari. Keisha encouraged the crying Inari. He did not tell Keisha about this. Let her go. What training? Keisha asked curiously. No one knows what was written in the letter. Just as no one knows that this approaching ship of death actually heralds the beginning. Chapter 53 Pearl Shell. That guy from Cardo sent people to control all the nearby waterways. Not only can we not do the ferry business, we have to pay him a toll even if we take our own boat out. It's too much. Well, if I still sell fish at the original price, not only will I not make any money a day after traveling expenses are included, but I will also lose money. If the price of fish is raised, no one will buy my fish at all. The Kado Shipping Company, which had been suspended for a long time due to the death ship incident, started operating again, and it was obviously well prepared. It completely took over all the shipping channels in the country of waves as soon as it started, using a pump mode to pump out the entire country of waves with high horsepower. The fresh blood of more than 50,000 people in the country. The country of waves is rich in fishery resources. The fish caught by the fishermen are basically sold to the towns and villages in the country of fire next door, and the money obtained is used to exchange for other materials that are difficult to produce on the island. The Cardo Company has a monopoly on shipping in the country of waves and collects heavy taxes from fishermen and merchants traveling to and from the country of waves. As a result, the fish and other commodities in the hands of fishermen and merchants are no longer competitive in price, and the income of the people of the country of waves has also plummeted. To lose weight is simply to lose weight for the world and gain weight for oneself, and the people of Bo Country are full of complaints. Ningqi doesn't care too much about Kato getting together with them so early. If the two people leave before the end of his white eye weakness period, then he can take it lightly, but if they leave before the end of his white eye weakness period, Ningqi doesn't care much about it. If you dare to stay in the country of waves after this is over, you will have to do it again. I need a good sword. Brother Ningqi, that Cardo really showed up. Seeing that he wasn't listening, the girl quickly repeated it again. He should have invited it himself. Ningqi said lightly. Ningqi thought about his own response. Then brother, you nailed his photo to the planning wall with a kunao. Hanabi said doubtfully. But now, the white eyes are temporarily unavailable, and that omniscient perspective is suddenly occupied by darkness and becomes extremely narrow, and the world Ningqi feels in this narrow perspective becomes particularly clear. Brother Ningqi, is this a shell? It's so beautiful. Huahuo praised as she looked at the things in the aquarium on the side. As Byakugan advanced to the final stage and the period of weakness gradually passed, Ningqi gradually realized what the ability he had awakened in the last stage was. Aren't we going to kill him? Hanabi raised her face and said, the villagers also said that he was very annoying and made everyone unable to afford anything. Ningqi recalled the previous scene where the sword clone and the masked man fought. It's a pity that Kato can't die yet. So much so that every evening you can see a group of people at the dock who have worked hard all day, but still take out dinner time to hold torches and go to the door of Kato Company to shout their objections. When the period of weakness is over, the plan must be implemented immediately. No one can stop him, whether it is Zabuza and Bai, or the lives of 50,000 people in this wave country, or even the remaining morality in Ningqi heart. Using her Byakugan, she could easily perceive the difference between ordinary people and ninjas. During the days when Ningqi was temporarily unable to use her Byakugan, she took the task of observing the distribution of ninjas on the island. When did I say I wanted to kill him? Ningqi asked with a smile. Or, prepare more long swords in advance. Then there is no need to worry about whether the sword will break. Anyway, if it breaks, just replace it with a new one. If you have to make an analogy, it's as if he went from using the B-side of the entire map to being able to see things only through a sniper scope. Oh, Hanabi prolonged her tone. In fact, she wanted to say that if she wanted to kill Cardo, she could try to complete the task. Before, Ningqi could see everything he wanted to see through his white eyes, and the whole world had no secrets in his eyes. But at least when facing enemies of a similar level to yourself, chakra attributes have become a very important factor in the outcome of ninjas. A divine sword that can withstand 5 types of chakra. Use fire swordsmanship to fight wind ninjutsu, use water swordsmanship to fight fire ninjutsu. Just like the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, ninjutsu that is good at the 5 basic attributes of chakra also means that Abe Finan has the upper hand when facing most enemies who specialize in one type of ninjutsu. This is also Ningqi's original intention when using his analytical ability to build his own swordsmanship system. Being able to use the swordsmanship of different chakra attributes is Ningqi's huge advantage when facing other ninjas. Although the attribute restraint basically became a decoration in the later stages of Naruto's original work when various Gundam transformations and various small universe values exploded. That Kato has appeared, brother Ningqi. Hwahuo ran back to the yard excitedly and shouted loudly. The copying ability of Byakugan's 3rd stage awakening may be used in such situations. As for ninjutsu, since the target of release is the person himself, there is no such loss. Although Cardo Company has many thugs under its command, this country has never lacked warriors who are not afraid of power. The chakra remaining after the previous sword technique on the sword will affect the actual effect of the next sword technique with different chakra attributes. Ningqi murmured. Although the perspective was narrowed, it also gave Ningqi a more accurate understanding of some details that he had originally ignored. Since chakra swordsmanship needs to be released in the form of a long sword, when the same sword is used with swordsmanship of different chakra attributes before and after, not only the sword body will be damaged, but the power of the swordsmanship performed will also be reduced by 10 to 30%. Wait! The little guy has been running outside these days, and his whole body is tanned. Sure enough, he still needed the essence of Byakugan. Those 2 powerful ninjas came to the island recently. Are they here to kill Cardo? Yet. Ningqi came back to his senses and nodded. And there's still a lot of Byakugan essence. Ningqi was practicing his sword, and the white eyes in his weak stage gave him some wonderful insights into the world around him. After these days of white eye weakness, Ningqi suddenly discovered that attribute swordsmanship and attribute ninjutsu are actually different. That doesn't mean I want to kill him, Ningqi touched Hanabi's head, this guy is more useful to me alive than dead. Led by Keisha, the hero of the Kingdom of Waves who once stood up to repair the dam, the people followed behind him and expressed serious protest against Cardo's monopoly. With the help of Hanabi's description, Ningqi already knew that the 2 ninjas were actually Kirigakure's rebellious ninjas. In the original work, the bosses of the protagonist group's first mission were Zabuza and Haku. When the sword clone was about to release the secret sword, Withering, the long sword in his hand suddenly broke apart. Although the secret sword technique itself had not been fully analyzed, and Ningqi had not mastered the release method and strength, it was obvious that Ningqi was fighting with him. The masked man used swordsmanship with different attributes too many times during the fight, causing the sword to be damaged. The long sword sliced through the air, making a buzzing sound. "This is the only decoration in the whole room?" Hanabi asked suddenly worriedly. It was also the first time that Huahue knew that Ningqi liked shells so much. Ningqi said slowly, "This is a pearl shell, a shell that can produce pearls by putting gravel in it. I recommend a friend's book, the subject matter is quite innovative." Chapter 54 Intensification. "Are you going again today?" At the dinner table, seeing Keisha put down the dishes and chopsticks, his wife Tsunami raised her head and couldn't help but ask. "Of course, otherwise if Cardo continues to be so unscrupulous, everyone will have a hard time." Before Keisha could say anything, Dasna expressed his support for his son-in-law's righteous deeds. He looked at Inari aside, "Isn't that right, grandson?" "Grandpa is right. I also support Uncle Keisha," Inari said loudly. Tsunami added wine to Dejana's cup, put food in Inari's bowl, and blocked their mouths. Then she expressed her worries to Keisha, "But, Kato has been barking again recently. There are a lot of thugs coming. If something happens, you must not be brave and protect yourself." "Don't worry, in terms of numbers, we actually have more people here. I am never the only one who opposes Cardo. This is the common wish of everyone in the land of waves." Keisha smiled confidently at Tsunami, and then clenched his hands into fists, indicating that he had a chance to win. There should be nothing wrong. Kaduo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Poki is a puppy he raised, and his new friend naturally refers to the little girl with white eyes. Those people blocked the dock again to protest, and even detained several of our ships that were preparing to do business. There were too many people, and the brothers didn't dare to stop them. Dasna did not tell anyone about his plan to build a bridge. The matter has not yet reached this point. The people's disappointment needs to accumulate, and the cost of building the bridge will also require the people of the Kingdom of Waves to completely give up on Cardo. Raise. No killer came to see him. The death ship was just an accident. He hurriedly recruited a rebel ninja to protect him, but nothing happened. He had to pay him a high commission fee. When he thought of this possibility, Kaduo felt severe pain all over his body. Do we really have to settle the entrustment to him after 7 days? Father. Tsunami was a little dissatisfied. I'm looking for my Poach, Inari said with a wink. Poach was brought home to play by my new friend. I want to bring him back while the rain is still light. After walking far away. You're just a traitor, but you actually threaten your employer. He glanced sideways behind him and spat on the ground angrily. Oh, then you must go and come back quickly. Dasna waved his hand and said. His hand lightly slapped Kato's face. It didn't hurt, but it was humiliating enough in public. Let's go. He waved his hand, and Keisha's figure disappeared into the rain. In the hope that Cardo will voluntarily give up the shipping channel through protests, it might be better to just pull the plug and build a bridge connecting the Kingdom of Waves with the outside world, so that the shipping channel will no longer become a life channel for powerful people to control the Kingdom of Waves. The most important. Well said. Dasna, who was drunk, stood up, put the wine glass into Keisha's hand, and drank with him forcefully. Let me remind you one last time, if you ask me to do something, no matter whether you do it or not, you have to pay me. The original plan to let the traitor and the killer die together has most likely gone bankrupt as the killer never showed up. And when it comes to making money, business at night is more profitable. Cardo was about to go to the dock to deal with the rebellious people, but suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. The beheading knife was placed on Kato's neck, and Zabuza's face was close to his eyes. Even though the other man's mouth was wrapped with a bandage, Kato could still smell the bloody breath coming from his mouth when he spoke. It's getting too much. Go. Cardo said viciously. At night, run a business with shipping. We will be watching you in secret. I offended some people in the process of integrating this country's shipping resources. They were jealous of how big my business was, so they hired a killer to kill me. Cardo explained. I don't care what your reasons are. I can't guard you for the rest of my life. In the next 7 days, no matter whether the killer comes or not, you have to settle the entrustment payment with me. Do you understand? Zabuza's voice was cold. The ground threatened. Inari also looked at her stepfather with admiration, feeling her blood boil. Where do you want to go when it rains so heavily? Tsunami said in a bad voice. The hearts of the people are about to come. Dasna muttered and began to complete the work of completing the drawings. Of course, of course. Cardo rubbed his hands and led the people out of the room. That's when you said a mere rebel. President, are you still going to the dock? In fact, even now, Cardo is not sure whether the death ship incident was directed at him. Inari got permission and ran out excitedly. A drawing of the bridge that has not yet been drawn is lying flat on the desk. What's going on? Cardo, who was in a very bad mood, roared angrily. The air was quiet for a few seconds. Hey, didn't you say someone was going to kill you? It's been a few days and I haven't even seen the ghost of the killer. Are you trying to trick me? A man with short black hair and the lower half of his face and neck was wrapped in bandages. Sitting on the sofa, he stared at Kato in front of him with dissatisfaction. Keisha was confronting Kato's people at the pier. As a mother, Tsunami could tell at a glance what Inari wanted to do when she went out. But the situation was so tense now that if she was not careful, it could turn into a fight between the two parties. Is this something that a kid like Inari can participate in? As he spoke, Zabuza's figure turned into a puddle of water and disappeared without a trace. Dasna did not participate in Keisha's protests. As an architect, he has his own way of solving problems, and thanks to his accurate eyes, Dasna does not feel like Kato, such a greedy guy, would put aside huge profits and compromise with ordinary people like them in the country of waves just because of the pressure of public opinion. Hey! Cardo raised his eyebrows after hearing this, slammed the crutch in his hand on the ground, and cursed, these are against the people. Against the people. Kato Company operates a shipping business during the day. You think no one will kill you, just want to save a commission fee. Who do you think I, Kaijin Zabuza, am? It was raining lightly outside the house. When he put on his rain hat and went out, he turned slightly to one side and said to the 3 people in the room. And, as a man, you have to choose a lifestyle that you won't regret. President. A younger brother came running over. Take someone with you, hurry up. Kato turned around stiffly, looked at Zabuza, who was standing next to him at some point, and instantly smiled and rubbed his hands. When did Mr. Zabuza come out? Immediately he became a little worried. Oh, let him go, boy, it's okay. Dasna smiled, and after eating and drinking, he came to the study. That guy obviously didn't do anything. Could it be that the killer is getting ready to take action? He said to a younger brother. Go and inform the Kirigakure rebels in the back room, just say. I'm full too. After Inari said that, she held an umbrella and was about to go out, but a pair of hands grabbed her by the collar just before she stepped out. For me, what is really important, no matter whether it is painful or sad, I must work hard and work hard. Even if I lose my life, I must protect it with both hands to the end. If so, and he has been around for so many days, then the killer must be a little too calm. What did you say? An indifferent voice interrupted him. Even if there is no killer, we must create a killer. Anyway, no matter what, he couldn't bear to see Bulletin Jean charging him so much money in vain. Who is the boss of those rebellious people? Keisha, it's Keisha, the hero of the Kingdom of Waves. Chapter 55 Ending. After my uncle Keisha argued hard, the shipping company's boss, Cardo, said he would consider opening up the channel. We finally won. Inari eagerly shared with Hanabi the breakthrough of tonight's negotiations. Progress. That's awesome. Hanabi clapped her hands. Inari did not notice Hanabi's perfunctory attitude, but instead took Hanabi's applause as recognition, which further fueled Inari's passionate mood. He was like a fanatical missionary, constantly telling Hanabi how brave and wise his uncle Kesa was, and how he used his extraordinary charisma to convince Cardo, the big boss of the shipping company, and asked him to agree to the Land of Waves. Everyone's request. Hanabi became impatient and replied. It's just a consideration, it's not really about opening up the channel. Inari was stunned, because everyone came back with smiles on their faces today, and he was also infected by people's smiles. He felt that since things had such a breakthrough, the so-called consideration in Kato's mouth was of course that they would go back tomorrow. If you work hard, you can easily overcome it, and it won't be a problem. He felt that Hanabi was pouring cold water on everyone's efforts and pouring dirty water on Uncle Keisha's glorious image, so he puffed up his face angrily. That will happen sooner or later. Uncle Keisha is so powerful, that Cardo will definitely agree. There are 3 portions of baked bread, 1 for Ning Chi, 1 for her, and 1 for Bo Chi. Your brother is farting. It was like he was still in a dream and never woke up. She wanted to go to Ning Chi to say something, but the entrance to the basement was always locked. Hanabi didn't know what Ning Chi was doing inside, but she also knew clearly that she couldn't disturb him. Inari watched all this blankly. Inari comforted herself like this, and then slept until the next morning holding the doll Keisha gave him on his birthday. Yes, no. Hanabi was very domineering. After riding on Inari and punching him twice, he threatened, if you dare to scold my brother again, I will beat you. How is it impossible? You don't have the strength to fight against Cardo at all. Why does he care about what you think? Hanabi asked back. Seeing Inari suppressing her blush, she sighed softly, and then said seriously, I brother said, begging for mercy will not lead to peace, strength is the foundation of everything. Dasna said that it might be due to heavy rain, or that he was discussing tomorrow's negotiations with Cardo at a friend's house. Although these possibilities were unlikely, it still made Inari's worry lessened a bit. Before going to bed, he remembered what Hanabi had said to him, and immediately shook his head. What did you say? Hanabi was furious, stood up and kicked Inari to the ground. The field of vision gradually became wider, but the voice was stuck in the throat and could not come out. Why not? Is it okay if I put a kunai on that Kato's neck? He's just bullying you into not hiring powerful ninjas to help you, Hanabi said with determination, and your uncle didn't really convince you. He himself said that Cardo was just thinking. Poke was licking her fingers, and Hanabi ignored it. She just took a deep breath and sat on the ground with her little body in her arms. She still felt particularly angry and aggrieved as she recalled what Cai had said just now. Hanabi said with disdain, it's impossible for ordinary people to defeat ninjas. Inari, are you a fool? Ahead, Kato's voice still sounded. There was uneaten milk and bread on the table, the door was open, and the wind was blowing, making the house a mess. But he suddenly stopped. Think of people who suddenly disappeared. Inari wanted to say something, but everyone looked at him with extremely sad expressions. Hanabi's words rang in her mind. Snapped. Keisha lowered his head and groaned every time he was whipped. Inari didn't know. This is what happens when you launch a terrorist campaign. When Inari returned home, she did not see her stepfather Keisha. This man, who is called the hero of the Land of Waves, is a perfect man in terms of morality. He rarely stays up at night. If something happens, he will tell his family in advance so that they can relax. Whether you're powerful or not doesn't depend on whether you can survive the attack. Can my uncle convince Cardo to open the waterway? Can a ninja do it? No way. Inari retorted. The angrier he got, the more he felt that his thinking was unusual. Clear. Hanabi looked at him suspiciously, then shook her head. Even if it is true, it must be a lie to you. Hanabi sighed softly. But this time there was no news. Many people are gathering at the pier, and they are indeed here. Everyone. Although he is young, his worries are great. Kisha, the hero of the Kingdom of Waves, who was hung on the wooden pole, would have a bloody whip mark on his body. But until nightfall, Hanabi fell asleep on the dining table, and Ningqi's piece of bread was still quietly placed beside her. What's wrong? You're only allowed to call me uncle, but I'm not allowed to call your brother. Inari was a little scared. He didn't even dare to stand up again in the face of Huahuo's fist, but he still frowned and shouted loudly. The action was so decisive that he even forgot to hold the pet dog Poka he left here. He walked out and found that his neighbors were not at home either. Snapped. With every crack of the whip. After practicing soft boxing for 2 hours at the newly built training ground, she finally felt better, but there was still no movement in the basement, so Hanabi could only go to the kitchen and bake some bread for herself. Impossible! Inari shouted. This is what will happen if you block my cardo company. As he left, the entire courtyard quickly became quiet, with only the sound of the cool rain hitting the windows. Begging for mercy will not lead to peace. What happened? You. He wanted to ask something, but the crowd pushed him to the forefront in silence. How powerful? Hanabi asked, can he know ninjutsu? Where are people? Thinking of Kisha who disappeared last night. It's human. How could something happen to someone as powerful as Uncle Kisha? Inari got up from the ground. He didn't dare to say anything like if you scold my uncle again, I'll beat him back. He just glared at Hanabi hard, and before she clenched her fists and hit her, he became wise and angry. He opened the door and left the yard. He could no longer remember what he was dreaming about, but when Inari woke up, he was the only one left at home. Inari's breathing gradually accelerated. I remembered wrongly, that Kato has promised to open the channel the day after tomorrow. Inari, in order to gain a breath, has begun to ignore the facts. Uncle Kisha is not a ninja, but he is more powerful than a ninja. Inari said loudly. He headed in the direction of the pier, from walking, to jogging, to running with all his strength. His pace became faster and faster, and the truth of the matter finally slowly unfolded in front of him. Snapped. Inari felt his limbs were cold, and he looked around. People's faces were full of fear. Snapped. It seemed like something had been completely shattered. Chapter 56 Almighty, the original chapter has been changed. Kisha's body was thrown into the sea. This is a traditional method of execution for prisoners in the country of waves. After all, Cardo not only has the advantage of force, he also has the official endorsement of the daimyo of the country of waves. His behavior of monopolizing shipping in the country of waves is in fact reasonable and legal. Therefore, when Kisha led the villagers to protest at the dock and surrounded Cardo's ship, Cardo used the so-called initiating terrorist activities to execute Kisha, although it was reluctant, but it was justified. In order to cover up their crimes, the powerful will never lack such justifiable reasons. That day, Mother Tsunami and Grandfather Tatsuna took a boat and searched the sea for a long time. On that day, all the people seemed to have lost their voices. That day, Inari buried the birthday gift Kisha gave him as a body in the soil. Has it become longer? Turning it over again, the other end of the scroll kept rolling for more than 10 seconds before it was fully unfolded. He didn't plan to use his omnipotent power in Shijua to let him directly learn those would escape ninjutsu. Asking for mercy cannot bring about peace. He took this from Danzo's laboratory underground in Konoha. Although it has been improved by Danzo and no longer has such violent instincts, the danger is still outstanding. Because the pillar cells were prepared by Ningqi, and the possibility of Ningqi successfully absorbing the pillar cells already exists. For Shijua's space, this is just an act of determining a small probability event. To complete a ninjutsu with a perfection level of over 80%, it still takes so much Byakugan essence to be consumed. This is a ninjutsu created by Ning-Chi using his analytical ability before the annihilation of Hinata, in order to face the embarrassing situation of not being able to even get the Byakugan essence to advance to the final stage after the possible annihilation of Hinata. Among the many ninjutsu created by Ning-Chi in the early days, a certain ninjutsu has an A-level ninjutsu learning difficulty, and the actual effect of a D-level ninjutsu is not uncommon. Therefore, Ning-Chi can certainly make a wish to create a pair of reincarnation eyes in Shijua space, but obviously, even if Ning-Chi uses all the white eye essence he has accumulated so far, it will not be enough to pay the price. Shaking his head, Ning-Chi drank the bottle of Zujian cell solution in one gulp. There are no exaggerated symptoms. It was so perfect that even Zujian's pale face never appeared on Ning-Chi's chest. But what else can we do? This is the ability awakened by Ning-Chi Byakugan after entering the final stage. Hashirama's cell solution was perfectly integrated into Ning-Chi's body, as if Ning-Chi was Hashirama himself. Just like white, it is all-encompassing. Physical power and resistance increased. The power and resistance of ninjutsu are increased. There is no direction here, up, down, forward, left, and right have completely lost their meaning. It's here. Those would release ninjutsu, whether Ning-Chi develops them by himself in the real world with the help of his analytical ability, or learns from the sealed book he obtained, he will be able to master them sooner or later, without the need for almighty power. The most important thing is that using the omnipotent power in this Shijua space to realize your wishes does not come without a price. Illusion power and resistance increased. Except that the white color in the entire Shijua space is slightly darker. Ning-Chi is almighty. Ning-Chi felt the power spreading within his body. Ning-Chi frowned. The transplantation of Hashirama cells has always been flawed. The survival rate of experimental products is incredibly low. If it were in the outside world, I would seriously consider it, but here, there is no such thing as failure. Ning-Chi looked at the hand in his hand. The cells between the vial's emerald green columns. Inari thought while holding her tears. I have developed a method that can help ordinary people cultivate Byakugan. Please help me perfect this technique. Ning-Chi took out a ninjutsu scroll from his arms and said politely. But no matter what, the price required to create something out of nothing and modify reality is too heavy after all, and the price/performance ratio is not high. Ning-Chi prefers some smart decisions such as let my body absorb this Hashirama cells smoothly, instead of stupid decisions such as let me directly master Hashirama's abilities. Shijua space is almighty and it does not take time to realize your wishes. Ning-Chi was stunned. Just like the information that suddenly appeared in his mind every time he was promoted to the Byakugan stage, Ning-Chi had basically figured out what this pure white world could do for him before the weak stage of Byakugan had completely subsided. What? There is no weight here, and Ning-Chi palm can pass directly through his body. There is nothing here, only endless white. If Ning-Chi could not lower his head and still see himself, he would even feel that he was actually blinded by a continuous strong light. Which is difficult and which is easy is clear at a glance. But directly allowing me to master Hashirama's abilities or other words require a certain degree of reality modification in Shijua space. So almost the moment Ning-Chi finished speaking, he suddenly felt that the originally pure white Shijua space suddenly became much darker, like white clouds blooming 1 second, and dark clouds pressing down the next second. The hundreds of pairs of white eyes accumulated by hundreds of Hyuga clan members were no more important than even one reincarnation eye. Ning-Chi couldn't help but feel that the deaths of the clan members were not worth it. Enter this place called Shiju. And Ning-Chi prices the white color composed of the accumulated white eye essence in this space. Ning-Chi body did not have any rejection reaction. However, Ning-Chi ninjutsu of helping ordinary people cultivate Byakugan has been further improved after referring to the phenomenon of pearl oysters hatching gravel into pearls. In his own opinion, the actual effect should be very good. Now let's Hijua the space can be used to complete it, and it probably won't cost much Byan essence. The chakra capacity has even been directly expanded to twice its original size. This is the terrifying power of the perfect fusion of Hashirama cells. Ningqi is now able to use the simplest wood escape technique, but Ningqi has never even seen the other wood escape ninjutsu, so naturally he cannot use them. He was flipping through the ninjutsu scroll, but before he could reach the end, the scroll rolled on the floor. Good guy. If he hadn't prepared his body to adapt several years in advance like Danzo, the most likely result of Ningqi use of Hashirama cells in reality would be to turn into a tree. This ninjutsu has not been tested yet, and Ningqi analytical ability in developing ninjutsu has always been responsible for ensuring that you can learn it, and is not responsible for the specific ninjutsu effects. The actual ninjutsu effects completely depend on Ningqi's own ninjutsu. Create levels. Once Ningqi wish exceeds the maximum value that these white-eyed essences can withstand, the price of the overflow will naturally be borne by Ningqi himself. The world in front of me is pure white without any blemishes. The original 2.4 meter long ninjutsu scroll has been stretched to 24 meters for you. No wonder you want so much of my Byakugan essence. So you are so perfect? Feel sorry. Chapter 57. In addition to mastering the all-powerful Hijua space, Ningqi also awakened an ability called synthesis. But that is more like an accessory power of Hijua space. Because synthesis, like the omnipotence of Hijua space, also requires the consumption of Byakugan essence. It's just that compared to Hijua space, the amount of essence consumed for synthesis is very small. Just like low-level equipment in the previous online game world can be synthesized into mid-level and high-level equipment, the synthesis ability provides Ningqi with a platform to combine things into one. Since all the laws of operation in the world are invisible to us, what we should do most is not to describe the present. The almighty power makes people want to stop. It is conceivable that his omnipotence Hijua space must have a lot of connections with the other party. After things are completely analyzed, because the structure of the thing is clear, it is natural to reconstruct the elements and copy the exact same thing. Among them, insight is the innate ability of all Byakugan, and it is the insight into the local weaknesses of things. Ningqi didn't know what this meant, but it was enough to be vigilant and cautious when using the power of omnipotence. Otherwise, what else could he do? The god of Otsutsuki has long transcended the universe. It would not be more difficult for him to crush Ningqi to death than to crush an ant to death. But since Ningqi is still wandering, it at least means that the other party does not care about his jumping around. This is all the ability of Ningqi Byan. If they don't want it, Ningqi just wants it. But to summarize the future. This is for freedom, but also for power. As long as it can be parsed, it can be copied. The content is too detailed, and the feasibility is very high. Although it is still enriched according to Ningqi design ideas, it is like the difference between simple lines and extreme colors, loopholes that Ningqi thought of and loopholes that he did not expect. All Hijua spaces have been replenished. Ningqi, who returned to the real world, looked at the ninjutsu scroll in his hand solemnly. Although most humans do not have Byakugan, the effect of slowly developing Byakugan by using a little seed given by Ningqi, Byakugan essence is exactly the same. White Eyes Harvest Chapter. Judging from the name alone, this is more like a flower and plant cultivation textbook tailored for gardeners. White Eyes Blooming Chapter. Synthesis. Insight. The whole design idea of planting Byan is quite simple to say. His self-created ninjutsu seemed to be full of loopholes in Hijua space, so much so that the entire perfected technique expanded tenfold based on the original content, turning Ningqi original ninjutsu into now the entire 5 chapters. Copy. Ends Hijua space. Ningqi had good luck. In the end, hundreds of Hyuga clan ninjas became the dead souls under his sword. His Byakugan also successfully reached the final stage, unlocking this Hijua space with all-powerful power, but even so, this does not mean that through the path of practicing honestly to increase the intensity of the Byakugan is wrong. Although humans may not want to unite around Ning-Chi and bring value to him. This is the design principle of Ning-Chi White Eye Planting Plan. But that's not important. Parse. If insight, analysis, and replication are all describing the present, it can be perfected to this extent. As for the results, Ning-Chi was not in a hurry. Ning-Chi inexplicably remembered what Rizu had said. Ning-Chi was reluctant to even ask how to unlock the caged bird, so how could he possibly spend the few remaining Byakugan essence on it? Let's study this ability later when we have extra Byakugan essence. Although the hardness and strength of the jet black longsword are significantly improved compared to the standard longsword, Ning-Chi is discouraged by the fact that it requires the consumption of Byakugan essence. Compared with the Almighty's Hijua space, this synthesis ability is obviously crushed in all directions due to its single function. Then synthesis is obviously summarizing the future. But a large number of local weaknesses combined together form the analytical ability to fully grasp the whole thing. And if it can be copied, then naturally the two can be combined into one. The 24-meter ninjutsu scroll has 5 chapters, each of which contains 1 to 2 core ninjutsu and several auxiliary secret techniques. That's it. Using this method, it would take Ning-Chi at least 20 years to advance his second stage White Eyes to the third stage. As for promoting from the third stage to the final stage, he may be able to achieve it when he is about to die in this life. White Eye Planting Chapter. White Eye's Growth Chapter. As for the fourth ability synthesis, Ning-Chi instantly lost interest in this ability after he copied a standard longsword and merged 2 standard longswords into a pitch black longsword. There may not be a day in his life when he can truly come into contact with Otsutsuki Shiba, but according to his current growth path, he will definitely come into contact with the Otsutsuki clan. When the time comes, it will be natural to capture a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Can unlock the secret of one's own white eyes. Except that this Hijua space looks a bit weird and ethereal, the first 4 abilities can form a very coherent logical chain. In the dark basement, candle light flickered. With this impeccable White Eye Planting textbook perfected by Hijua space, Ning-Chi is confident that human beings can burst out of great value when they unite. Ning-Chi could vaguely recall the names Hiju. The man who is closest to God in the Otsutsuki clan is called Otsutsuki Shivaju. White Eyes Results Chapter. Ning-Chi thought so. He didn't quite believe that synthetic ability was really so useless. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can increase its concentration through practice, but the process of increasing the concentration is too slow. Ning-Chi himself may be slow to increase the concentration of his Byakugan through practice, but hundreds of people, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, and even hundreds of millions of human beings in the entire ninja world can improve the concentration of their Byakugan essence through practice, like pearls and oysters turning gravel. Hatching into pearls is the same. Although it is still very slow, it is efficient to offset quality with quantity. Most of these core ninjutsu are only CB level in difficulty, but the design of the ninjutsu link is very simple and the function is very targeted. It has no other use. It is specifically used to help the Byakugan to bloom and bear fruit intact, and to have a positive impact on the Byakugan. Provide solutions to various difficult and complicated diseases that may be encountered during the growth process. Ning-Chi could not accept being a servant of the clan for the rest of his life, so he chose to take a shortcut, massacre the entire Hyuga clan and turn their white eyes for his own use. Let's start with the land of waves first. He murmured softly and walked out of the basement. Let's start with the 50,000 people in the country of waves. Chapter 58,000 Arms Pillars. Hearing the noise, Poki at Hanabi's feet raised his head warily. When he saw that the person walking over was Ning-Chi, he lowered his head again and continued to rest. Ning-Chi looked at the girl and the dog, and suddenly had a strange idea. Can the synthesis ability he awakened also be able to synthesize different creatures? What will the specific effect be? Big brother. Hanabi rubbed her eyes and woke up from the dining table. Why don't you go back to your room and sleep? Ningqi asked casually. I want to wait for you to have dinner together. Zabuza's figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Wood release has a great reputation among all blood successor realms. This is not because wood release is stronger than other blood successor realms, but because the ninja god who founded the Konoha ninja village happened to use wood release. You don't have to wait for me for dinner next time. The beheading sword struck from behind the masked man. The vigilance in his heart that had already been raised to its peak slowly dropped. Although the whole process of this commission was easy and there was no need to make a move. You only had to wait until the agreed date to get the money, but again, too much time was wasted. The manor downstairs is now in chaos, with twisting wood and branches everywhere. Many people are held high by the growing plants, and they are screaming loudly out of fear. Since the positions are opposite, there is nothing to say, as long as the subordinates see the truth. After Zabuza successfully escaped from the trap, he turned over and flew back, coming to Shiro's side with a frown on his face. Hashirama. The secret technique of water escape 1000 killing water soaring. The killer downstairs wanted to die, but he chose to come on the last day of the commission. Zabuza was so angry that he had waited for so many days in vain. Saved an additional commission fee. Well, can strength really determine everything? The quarrel with Inari shook the truth that Hanabi insisted on. Would escape. Zabuza frowned. When Ningqi White Eyes completed the final stage of promotion, they had solidified from mist-like to bright white lenses. As a result, he became less feminine and more cold. He stretched out his hand towards Hanabi. Then, do you want to come and see for yourself? That's really stupid. Zabuza hid in the sofa in the corner, staring at the various crowds in front of him with cold eyes, and twitching the corner of his mouth. Can I become like you in the future? Huahuo liked Ningqi Eyes very much and asked with great expectation. How could he be unhappy? Okay, I leave everything to you. I trust you, Mr. Zabuza. Kato shouted towards Zabuza's back. Cardo also has ninja subordinates, but the only ones still standing in the venue at this time are the man with the wooden mask in the middle and the child beside him. Zabuza glanced around and saw that there were so many people in the hall. They were either trapped by wooden covers and shouting for help, or they were entangled in vines and frantically begging for mercy. Although the situation was miserable, no one lost their life. Looking at the masked man standing blankly in the fog, Zabuza sneered and moved forward quickly. Why, even though there was a chance, he didn't pursue and attack him just now, but let himself escape. Yes, the masked man nodded and advised in a gentle voice, get out of the way, I don't want to kill you. At this moment, there was a sudden noise downstairs, interspersed with the sound of breaking glass. Cardo was surrounded by his subordinates, laughing like a villain. Since Keisha was killed, the backbone of the entire country of Waves seemed to have been smashed. They could no longer organize a strong resistance. The people paid Cardo honestly, allowing Cardo's personal property to grow at a faster rate. There has been tremendous growth in recent days. Is Mr. Zabuza talking about this commission? Shiro asked softly. Zabuza's lips curled up into a high grin. A giant wooden hand suddenly rose from the ground and held him firmly. I won. The masked man said with a smile. Me. The masked man tilted his head and let out a hearty laugh. All stupid. The beheading knife was placed on his neck. Looking at Zabuza's rounded and ferocious eyes, Kato swallowed. On the surface, he was very scared, but the villain in his heart was already overjoyed. Shut up. No matter what, this guy should be a decent person with a bottom line. He can absorb the Byakugan essence. Rainy night. A group of jackals were elated because they defeated a rabbit. In the end, the killer didn't show up at all. It's over. Boom. After Huahuo finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head and looked at Ningqi seriously. Ordinary Hyuga clan members may not be unable to do it, but the specific absorption method may still need to be explored. That's great, Bai said. From now on, the Kingdom of Waves will be my territory, Kato, ha 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 ha. While many people in the banquet hall were still immersed in the carnival, a young man hurriedly opened the door and shouted towards Cardo. President, it's bad, a ninja is coming to the door. He thought that as long as he killed the assassin who wanted to assassinate Cardo, the commission would be ended. Find me? Are you here to find Cardo? Zabuza felt that this should be a misunderstanding. Cardo was just an ordinary person and was not worthy of being assassinated by such a person. Zabuza is known as the Kirigakure Ghost Man, and his silent killing technique has made many enemies hate him. Brother, your eyes have become so beautiful. The clan's rules are relatively strict, and Hanabi, who is less than 3 years old, is obviously continuing the habit of living in the family head's mansion in Konoha. Good. Zabuza couldn't understand it at all. At this moment, countless water waves turned into sharp blades and cut the wooden hand into pieces. A grand carnival. Kado Manor. This was also the reason why Zabuza was dissatisfied. Kato was stunned for a moment and then woke up. He looked at Zabuza with a horrified look on his face. Quick, quick, the commission time is not over yet, this person must be here to kill me. Fortunately, we can take the money and leave tomorrow. The Kingdom of Waves is too close to the Kingdom of Water, and the Kirigakure chasing ninja troops will be here soon. Since the assassination of the 4th Mizukage Gota Kibanayagura failed some time ago, he has been being chased by Kirigakure's ninja troops, which is really unbearable. As is the case with commissions, so are people. Ningqi smiled faintly, formed a wooden mask in his hand, and put it on his face. Who are you? Zabuza asked doubtfully. When did you see it? Ordinary people have not heard these small movements, but Zabuza suddenly opened his eyes. He and Shiro looked at each other, and the latter nodded slightly, and his figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. The traitorous ninja walks outside, making it easier to move in the light and in the dark. After breakfast, seeing Ningqi getting ready to go out, Hanabi hesitated for a moment and finally couldn't help but ask. Brother Ningqi. However, what the other person said made Zabuza's heart sink. She praised. Maybe. Ningqi touched her head. Arrogant. Zabuza sneered. This time, even if the enemy is Mu Dun Shueji, I think there will be no exception. In any case, through controlled experiments, this will be an idea to verify the reason why Ningqi Byakugan is different from the ordinary Hyuga clan's Byakugan. I don't know if it's because he can leave, or because he can get money, or because he agreed not to fight. He said he must find you. Ninja technique, Kirigakure technique. The surrounding fog suddenly rose. Although he had only seen this strange blood inheritance boundary in books, he recognized it immediately in reality. My name is Senju Hashirama. The 4th Ninja War is about to break out. I'm here to plant trees of peace all over the world. Chapter 59 White Eyes Curse Seal. Zabuza frowned. This masked man actually claims to be Senju Hashirama? What nonsense! The god of ninja Senju Hashirama was a character from many years ago, how could he still be alive? Although Zabuza didn't believe that the masked man in front of him was the former ninja god, he didn't question it. The other party was unlikely to explain anything to him. Since this guy wanted to pretend, let him pretend to the end. The positions of the two sides conflict. Although the opponent's strength is unpredictable, Zabuza is not the kind of ninja who backs down in the face of difficulties. Zabuza shook his head and straightened his posture, and asked provocatively, First Hokage, if you don't just stay in Konoha, why are you waiting in the troubled waters of the Land of Waves? Konoha is no longer the original Konoha. Those people have forgotten their original intention and the reason why I created Konoha. I am very disappointed with them. I regret my actions in creating Konoha. This ambition. Good. Why does this masked man target the people of the Kingdom of Waves like this? It won't be long before there will be chaos outside. Let them go out less frequently and stay at home to protect them. The masked man explained calmly. In the corner of the manor, looking at the masked man approaching slowly in front of him, Cardo's knees softened and he knelt directly on the ground, shouting tremblingly. In the Kirigakure village where Zabuza was born, the fourth-generation Mizukage Gota Kibanayagura, who is now in power, implements high-pressure rule internally, seclusion externally, and establishes an extremely bloody ninja system. Students in the ninja school need to fight each other to survive. Only the last person can graduate and become a ninja. With a swing of the beheading knife, the entangled tree roots were cut off. However, at the next moment, more trees surrounded him from behind, and they could not be chopped cleanly no matter how hard they were cut. Bai couldn't help but glance at the man next to him. Cardo didn't believe this reason. Kirigakure's silent killing technique. I don't know if he also thought of himself. Zabuza lowered his head, and the shadow covered his face. His fists gradually tightened, his throat was vibrating, and he growled word by word. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail is talking big words here. The masked man in front of him was too mysterious, and Zabuza still doubted his true purpose. I want to correct Konoha, and also correct this ninja world that is occupied by ambition and desire. I want to plant trees of peace throughout the world, and the country of waves can be the place where all this starts. Before Zabuza could finish speaking, he seemed to have seen something strange. His voice faltered, but he could no longer press the beheading sword. When the masked man left, Shiro broke through the branches and found Zabuza lying on his back in a daze. After I take you down, you can naturally talk to him casually. Zabuza said coldly. In the mist, Bai Jingping's voice was like a pebble falling into the lake. There was not much movement, but the ripples were long. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. However, the masked man's next words suddenly made his expression strange. But you don't have to disappear, let alone open up the shipping channels of the Kingdom of Waves. Even if you deal with the people of the Kingdom of Waves in the first place, you can just do it more harshly. How could I use the same tricks? Ah! Or do you mean they can skip meals? There were many questions, but considering that his life was still in the hands of the other party, Kato could only smile and nod. Zabuza glanced at Shiro next to him, then pinched out the mark, and the chakra concentrated all over his body, bursting out a dark red chakra flow like a ghost, which was extremely powerful. Very similar to Mr. Zabuza. You don't have to believe it, but please don't hinder me. I need to talk to Mr. Cardo. The masked man said calmly. The air was quiet for a few seconds, just when Cardo's mood sank to the bottom. Why, is the reward for this masked man higher than 15 million? Cardo couldn't imagine that the people of Wave Country could raise so much commission fee for such a strong man to kill him. The last sight that was swallowed up by countless branches was the calm gaze of the masked man standing there with his arms crossed. He flew back, looking at the trees that were quickly approaching him. Finding an opportunity, Zabuza used his ninjutsu and finally leveled the trees temporarily. Deal done. Can you afford it? A faint chuckle came from behind the mask. I actually couldn't get him to move even half a step from beginning to end. I can also let go of the shipping of the Kingdom of Waves, and then I will never appear here again. I guarantee that you can also earn the commission fee from them. Kato was very considerate. Said heartily. Zabuza's dream is to correct the tyranny of Gojo Yagura and end the miserable situation of Kirigakure village in the blood mist. This is fishing for the best, and he won't be able to make even a few days' worth of money by squeezing him like this. There was a moment of silence. This guy, since he wasn't brought in by the rebellious people of the Kingdom of Waves, then where did he come from? Excuse me, sir, why? Cardo couldn't help but ask. It's a pity that Kirigakure's technique is defeated by Byakugan 10, so he doesn't need to use a second move to deal with Zabuza. I'll pay double. Would you like to ask Mr. Hashirama just now and plead with him that when correcting the ninja world, start by correcting Kirigakura village? My eyes. As he chopped, he moved around, and those trees seemed to come in an endless stream. Zabuza wanted to break through the shackles of these trees and directly attack the masked man's body, but he couldn't do it. Why don't you help me, Shiro? As if he finally woke up, Zabuza's eyes slowly focused on Shiro's face. Although those giant wooden hands didn't catch him, they clamped his decapitating sword. Zabuza hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to abandon his sword and retreat. However, it was too late. Countless branches and vines sprouted from the ground, locking his whole body tightly. This man, this tone, does he really think of himself as Senju Hashirama? And correct the entire ninja world. This is not believing in evil. Instant technique missed instant technique. The next moment, his figure disappeared in front of everyone again. No matter what, let's deal with the other party first, and then go to hell with the idea of sealing off the country of waves and the chaos in the world. While Cardo was cursing in his heart, he saw the masked man reaching out to him, and then the two branches in his cuffs suddenly poked into his eyeballs at extremely fast speeds. It's better to kill me. Zabuza was so shocked that his mentality was shattered, and he suddenly felt that life was extremely boring. Cardo hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth, with a sarcastic expression on his face. How much money can those rebellious people have? They must not have as much as me, right? I am very rich. As long as you don't kill me, I can kill me. All my property is given to you. What I like to kill most is a proud guy like you. He didn't mean to kill you. Bai said the reason why he didn't help. The masked man sighed and finished speaking. Suddenly his voice changed, he raised his head and said with a hint of determination. The masked man was relaxed and happy, but Zabuza, who had disappeared into the mist, felt his scalp numb. In an instant, Zabuza's body spanned more than 10 meters, and the beheading sword was about to hit the masked man's head for the second time. Along with the roar, the beheading sword struck at the masked man with all its strength. The masked man nodded slightly. The masked man shook his head. The ground was still shaking, and another batch of trees was about to break through the ground. This was a rare opportunity, and Zabuza's eyes were focused. White Eyes Curse Seal. Cardo was shocked on the spot. In the thick fog, tree branches burst out of the ground and spread continuously, as if they were chasing something. How much did those rebellious people pay you to kill me? A pair of giant wooden hands suddenly emerged from the ground. However, Zabuza, who had anticipated this move, jumped lightly and escaped the grasp of the wooden hands. Kato was rolling over and over on the ground in pain. The blade stirred up a strong wind, blowing the other person's clothes. Under the wooden mask, what Zabuza looked at was a beautiful, white eye without any emotion. The masked man just stood there calmly with his arms folded, while the little girl next to him who also wore a mask looked around curiously. Cardo breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that Zabuza, who had a bounty of 15 million, would lose. It was like a crowd of onlookers praising a street trick. Zabuza's eyes widened when he heard it. Imprisoning so many people on this island? What about their livelihood? Who will provide the support? Mr. Zabuza, you haven't realized your dream yet. Why do you want to die? Haku stroked Zabuza's face and smiled softly. This is a curse and a blessing. After you reach a certain stage of practice, you can completely get rid of it. The masked man's plain voice drifted farther and farther away as the other person walked away. Chapter 60, Jianyan Village, Supplementary Update. See it. You see, that Kisha died because he had no strength, and Brother Ninki, you made Kaduo obedient because you had enough strength. You saw why Kisha died, but can you see why Cardo lived? Forward. Because he has value. Just an ordinary person, what value can he have? Hanabi laughed shyly, thinking about what might happen after she overpowered Ningqi. Collect money to find other rebel ninjas to assassinate Cardo, but there is no way. Cardo's approach of leaving no room for survival caused the people's anger, which had been buried together, to be quickly rekindled after Keisha was killed. But that doesn't matter. It would be great if Uncle Keisha could understand this truth earlier. Inari thought to himself. The value of being a target for 50,000 people in the land of waves. The ninja test in Jianyan village is very strict, but it is free. Do you want to try it? Touching Baki, Inari said, no matter whether you pass the test or not, they will give you the training method. You don't want it for nothing. Brother Ningqi went out again, and what was especially outrageous was that this time he didn't bring the little fireworks. In the basic logic of the jungle created by the simple theory that strength determines everything that Ningqi portrayed for her, being stronger than Ningqi naturally means that she can occupy the dominant position in the identity of the two, which naturally means that Ningqi can be asked to do something that is not too excessive. Inari scratched his head, he didn't know, maybe Sword Nin sounded better than Wave Nin. But Yena obviously didn't come here just to pick up the dog. After a pause, he raised his head and suddenly said. You're right. Inari pursed his lips. After the quarrel that day, the two had not actually reconciled, but since Keisha's death, although he did not want to admit it, he had actually lost. Women, no matter how young, have an amazing talent for diverting attention and saving their image. If others are unreliable and you can't rely on yourself, what else can you do? You can only work hard to become good. The recently established Jianyan village has quickly become popular with the help of Cardo. How to eat without a bowl? What? Huahuo was stunned and didn't react. Why is Cardo alive? Like this nightmare where the taste was forcibly changed, she could finally relax. This is why Hanabi is particularly attached to Ningqi. Brother Ningqi didn't take her with him when he went out this time, obviously because she was not strong enough. Although she could only stay in the raw state for more than 10 seconds, she had made considerable progress and she was finally able to activate it stably. The shipping costs of Cardo Shipping Company alone have more than tripled in just a few days. There are fewer and fewer people going to sea, and more people are taking private boats. But yesterday, all the ships on the island after being smashed by Cardo and his men, the people of the Kingdom of Waves finally couldn't bear it anymore. For example, asking Ningqi to hold her to sleep. The problem that more than 50,000 people on the entire island could not solve, the problem that Inari's stepfather Keisha could not solve even if he sacrificed his life, was solved quickly as soon as Brother Ningqi appeared on the scene. Doesn't this explain the problem? Only by becoming stronger can we stay by Brother Ningqi's side. Although Hanabi was asleep when she was taken away from the head of the family's mansion, there was a difference between nightmares and sweet dreams in her sleep. Hanabi remembered very clearly that the moment the scary nightmare switched to a sweet dream, the smell of Ningqi surrounded her nose. However, after this experience, Hanabi has a clearer testimony to the truth that strength determines everything. Uncle Keisha, is really nothing. He said as calmly as possible, I'm here to take Poke home. I went all the way to Konoha village to submit a commission, but they didn't accept it. Poke, here. For the large number of fishermen in the land of waves. There was a knock on the door, and Poke was barking at the side. Hanabi thought it was Ningqi who was back, and hurriedly ran over and opened the door. After practicing in Jianyan village for a period of time, the hero returns, drives away Cardo, and eliminates violence and peace. This has become a common thought among many people in the country of waves who have been oppressed during this period. Your voice. Become a ninja? Sword Hidden Village. Hanabi had never heard of this ninja village. Begging for mercy will not lead to peace. Only strength can determine everything. Inari took a deep breath after reciting Hanabi's original words. If you can't get what you want in the agreement, use the sword to get it. 8-Gate Dunjia, open the door, open. Anyway, when you become successful in practice, you can join Jianyan village. Pick him up quickly, I don't want to keep this stupid dog for a long time. She said insincerely. For example, asking Ningqi to teach her training with her real body instead of her clone. Bang bang bang. Poca jumped into his owner's arms excitedly. This is a physical technique recorded in the Book of Sealings. Ningqi told Huahuo that when she reaches the 8th level of 8-gate dun armor, she will be given a reward. This is also the main motivation for Huahuo to practice this physical technique. Why not call it Hidden Village? This was the first time Hanabi saw this notice. She thought about it and asked a strange question. Ningqi didn't come back either. Only by becoming stronger can we help brother Ningqi. She can only become stronger, so strong that one day her personal strength may even surpass that of brother Ningqi. This was not Hanabi's first time in the Land of Waves, and she was in a state of excitement where everything was new. Ningqi's absence and the rainy weather dampened her interest in going out to play. In the past few days, apart from squatting under the eaves at the door while watching the rain and waiting for Ningqi, Hanabi spent the rest of her time in the training ground practicing soft boxing and practicing a physical technique taught to her by Ningqi. The notice was issued by the daimyo of Wave Country, and it said, "Kato has been going too far lately. That guy has been raising shipping fees and often leads people to dismantle our ships. We can't bear it anymore." Inari calmly recounted the recent experiences of the residents of the Land of Waves. The tragic situation is, of course, even more exaggerated than this. The boat is the bowl. Oh. As long as you understand. Hanabi nodded numbly, her mind filled with the agreement and sword mentioned in the second half of Inari's sentence. Or something like that. He asked people to negotiate with Cardo, but the negotiation failed. For the first time, Hanabi felt extremely motivated to become stronger. It has been raining outside for several days. Hanabi didn't realize that her previous doubts had been answered inadvertently. Yes, it is the newly established ninja village in the Kingdom of Waves in the past 2 days. Inari nodded and took out a notice from his arms. Taking into account the increasingly complex and dangerous international environment, the country of Waves will establish the Hidden Sword Village and form its own ninja team to deal with possible ninja crises in the future. When her parents, sister, and everyone around her became hideous and vicious, but Huahui couldn't find a way to escape anyway, it was Ningqi who took her away from that terrifying place like a beam of light shining into hell. Courtyard. The person outside the door is not Ningqi, but Inari, who is holding an umbrella and has a somewhat subtle expression. So I decided to join the Hidden Sword Village and work hard to become a ninja. Like some kind of oath, like some kind of farewell, Hanabi suddenly raised her head after being quiet for 5 or 6 seconds. Green steam surrounded Hanabi, but soon Hanabi was out of breath, and the green steam disappeared without a trace. "Brother Ningqi, I miss you." Her voice stopped abruptly before she finished speaking. "What a cool line! What are you doing here?" Hanabi interrupted coldly, her tone returning to normal. Hanabi's face turned even darker. Even Poca left, and now she was really the only one left in the whole yard. Hanabi couldn't understand. Because he has value. It's just that the side effects of this test are a bit big. Your eyes will probably hurt for a few days.